Introduction asterisk. When the modern individual Xiao Lin awakens amidst the chaos of a laboratory explosion, he discovers that he has inexplicably transmigrated into the tyrannical Joffrey Baratheon from A Song of Ice and Fire, finding himself at the moment of the Purple Wedding, a moment of impending doom for the original owner of this body. However, the threads of fate are severed by the priest Melisandre of the Lord of Light. The dying king is saved and forced to don the crown of the Chosen One, Aegon I, returning to the vortex of power in King's Landing under the protection of the flames and prophecies of the Red God's Temple. As the long night descends and the song of ice and fire resonates across the continent once more, will the flames of reform be able to melt the millennium of cold ice? What blossoms will the seeds of modern civilization yield in the soil of Westeros? This is a grand epic of survival, transformation, and redemption, a maximum extrapolation of what if reason intrudes upon a magical medieval world. Upon the throne, the sacred flames burn. At the end of the long night, who shall reign supreme? Chapter 1. The purple eyes open on the night of the comet. The blinding white light of the laboratory and the excruciating pain are the last memories of Xiao Lin. His consciousness feels as if it has been cast into a high-speed centrifuge, shattered, stripped, and then forcibly crammed into a narrow, searing vessel. The intense burning sensation erupts from deep within his throat, akin to swallowing a red-hot iron. Following this is a complete betrayal of taste, as the sickly sweet flavor of wine mingles with a metallic stench and the bitter rot of almonds, violently assaulting his disordered senses. Huff! He attempts to cry out, but the sound emerges as a hoarse, distorted whisper. His vision is blurred, filled with shifting double images. A luxurious hall, faces twisted in frenzied revelry, towering arches, and outside the window, a massive, ominous comet trailing blood-red light across the night sky. The comet's brilliance pierces through his gradually fading pupils. Simultaneously, wave upon wave of foreign memories intrude upon his mind. Golden curls, venomous green eyes, a handsome yet twisted visage of a boy consumed by cruelty, a gem-studded crossbow, a pair of terrified, pleading eyes of a girl, the thrill of pulling the trigger. A heavy, cold golden crown, a gaunt, aging man with piercing eyes. Tywin, a name surfaces, a chilling admonition. A true king need not speak of cruelty. A breathtaking, golden-haired woman, her eyes reflecting an almost frenzied possessiveness and adoration. A goblet of deep crimson wine handed to him by a scarred, robust arm, a dwarf's complex gaze. Joffrey Baratheon. I am Joffrey Baratheon, the king. No, I am Xiao Lin, Dr. Xiao Lin from the Institute of Materials Engineering. This cognitive dissonance is nearly more lethal than poison. He can feel the spasms of this youthful body, his heart pounding furiously yet increasingly feeble, his limbs cold and numb. The cacophony of music, laughter, and clinking goblets recedes, replaced by a dull hum. He is dying. To die at his own wedding, succumbing to a poison cup, right after transmigrating. What an absurd farce. Just as his consciousness is about to plunge into darkness, the giant bronze doors of the banquet hall explode inward with a deafening roar. With splinters fly, metal distorts. A fervent chant drowns out the screams and chaos of the crowd. Blessed by the Lord of Light, sanctified flames cleanse the mundane. A cadre of figures clad in scarlet robes pierces through the hall like a wedge. Leading them is a tall woman, her hood obscuring her features, revealing only the stark line of her jaw and a hint of red lips. She wields no weapon, but with her outstretched hands, a roaring ball of flame manifests, sweeping towards the Lannister guards who attempt to obstruct them. The guards' armor becomes searing hot in the face of the flames, retreating with cries of agony, their formation thrown into disarray. Wizardry! Someone screams. Madmen from the Red Temple. The tumultuous crowd resembles a disturbed anthill, pushing, trampling, and screaming. Xiao Lin, or rather Joffrey, slips from the throne, collapsing onto the ground. His vision begins to darken, and he can only vaguely see the feet clad in red boots halting before him. A gentle yet irresistible force lifts him. He struggles to raise his gaze and meets a pair of eyes. Beneath the shadow of the hood, those eyes are pure purple, deep as the cosmos, now ablaze with a fervent devotion, reflecting his near-death state and the eerie red comet outside. The comet guides, prophecy descends, the woman's voice is deep and magnetic, tinged with an exotic lilt. Your suffering shall soon end, your majesty. Rebirth is at hand. Her words seem to carry a magical essence. As Xiao Lin feels a peculiar warmth infiltrate his frigid body, barely sustaining his last breath. "Melisandre! Guards! Stop them!" Queen Cersei's shrill voice echoes from afar, filled with terror and rage. The woman known as Melisandre pays no heed. The flame tattoo on her arm appears to come alive, flowing with molten gold. She gestures, and two robust red-robed acolytes step forward, lifting Xiao Lin on either side. "In the name of Lawler, welcome his chosen one," Melisandre proclaims loudly, her voice piercing through the chaos. "The red comet has arrived. The true king shall rise." She waves her hand once more, unleashing more flames that create a brief barrier against the pursuers. The red-robed team shields Xiao Lin, retreating swiftly and orderly toward the shattered entrance. Before losing consciousness entirely, Xiao Lin catches a last glimpse of Tyrion Lannister amidst the tumult. The dwarf stands apart, composed, not panicked like the others, holding a goblet of wine, gazing up at the blood-red comet with an inscrutable expression, a blend of shock, contemplation, and perhaps a hint of knowing mockery. Then darkness envelopes Xiao Lin completely. Chapter 2. The Desecrated Body and the Crown of the Chosen. Pain serves as the first coordinate of existence. Xiao Lin's consciousness drifts within the boundless darkness, the searing agony in his throat and stomach akin to an unquenchable ember, reminding him that the nightmarish wedding and transmigration are not mere illusions. He struggles to open his eyes, the focus taking a moment to settle. What greets him is not the familiar ceiling of the laboratory nor the opulent dome of the Red Keep, but a low, rough-hewn stone arch. The air is thick with a peculiar aroma, a rich blend of spices, a faint whiff of sulfur, and the scent of soot from extinguished candle flames. He lies upon a hard stone bed, covered with a coarse yet clean woolen blanket. Light emanates from oil lamps set within wall recesses, their flickering flames elongating and distorting shadows, as if phantoms dance upon the walls. He attempts to move, but an overwhelming dizziness and weakness wash over him, forcing him to gasp for breath. Where is this place? That woman in the red robe. More memories flood his mind uncontrollably. This time, they're not of the laboratory explosion, but of Joffrey Baratheon's own recollections. Shooting a pregnant cat with a crossbow, merely to satisfy his curiosity about the kittens within. Ordering the gold cloaks to beat protesting peasants to death. Reveling in the sound of cracking bones and maniacal laughter. Shamelessly humiliating anyone who displeased him, including his uncle Tyrion and his betrothed Sansa Stark. Watching Father King Robert drunkenly slumber, his eyes filled with disdain and a greedy yearning for power to be transferred more swiftly. I end the purple wedding, that cup of wine. The one that was originally intended for Tyrion, it was seized by him and consumed in one gulp. Ugh! Xiao Lin abruptly turned to the side, retching violently, as the intense physiological revulsion and moral shock twisted his stomach into knots. The original owner of this body was a quintessential antisocial fiend who reveled in the torment of others. Now this body and these memories had become his prison. The mental pollution brought forth by this realization inflicted far greater agony than poison ever could. "You are awake, your majesty," a calm female voice resonated. Xiao Lin looked up sharply to see Melar standing at the stone chamber's entrance. She had removed her hood, revealing a striking visage. She appeared to be in her 30s, with the olive skin characteristic of Southerners, her features sharp and profound, particularly her violet eyes, which seemed to harbor flames in the dim light. Her black hair was intricately braided and pinned at the back, accentuating her elegant and elongated neck. She wore a simpler red robe, the fiery tattoo on her arm clearly visible. "I am not." Xiao Lin's voice was hoarse, "Your Majesty." He instinctively resisted this identity. Melar approached, holding a ceramic bowl filled with steaming, dark medicinal brew. "Your body is expelling toxins. Weakness and confusion are to be expected. Drink this, it will ease your discomfort." Xiao Lin regarded her warily, refusing to accept it. His modern sensibilities rendered him skeptical of a mysterious potion from an unfamiliar religion. "Who are you? Where am I? Why have you saved me?" "I am Melar, a humble servant of the Lightbringer Lawler. You are in the underground sanctum of the Red Temple in King's Landing." Melar's tone remained steady, imbued with an undeniable certainty. "I saved you because you are the prophesied one. The long night approaches, and Westeros requires a true king to lead." "Prophecy? King?" Xiao Lin twisted his mouth, the pain in his throat distorting his expression. "You are mistaken. I'm merely an unfortunate ordinary man," he nearly uttered from another world. Ordinary men do not get drawn back from the brink of death by Lawleress flames under the guidance of the Red Comet. Melar moved the bowl closer, her violet eyes fixed on him intently. Ordinary men do not witness ancient visions revealed during their purification by the holy flames. Purification? Visions? You are too deeply poisoned. Mortal methods cannot eradicate it. I shall cleanse your body and soul with the sacred flames. Melar's voice took on a lyrical quality. In the fire, I saw a realm of ice and snow, the walking dead, and you standing atop the wall, wielding a radiant flame that dispelled the endless cold night. Xiao Lin's heart jolted. The White Walkers? The long night? Was this not the plot of A Song of Ice and Fire? Had he not only traversed dimensions, but also entered this narrative, becoming the tragically doomed Joffrey? And did this woman before him glimpse fragments of the future? He forced himself to remain composed. This could be a mere coincidence or a cunning ruse. Religious figures often adeptly employed vague prophecies to achieve their ends. Perhaps you simply wish to see these things too much, Xiao Lin replied cautiously. Melar did not dispute him, merely offering a faint smile. This smile bore no warmth, only a fervent zeal reminiscent of a martyr. The flames never lie, Your Majesty, just as they revealed to me that your true name is not Joffrey. That blasphemous name has perished along with your old shell. You shall be Jaehaerys, inheritor of the name of the wise king, and you shall rekindle the light of the Iron Throne. Jaehaerys? Xiao Lin recalled this name, a renowned benevolent ruler in Westerosi history. To bear this title was a staggering irony. And if I refuse, then the life bestowed by Lawler shall be reclaimed. Melar's tone remained calm, yet her words bore an icy finality. The venom still lingers in your marrow. Only the continuous blessing of the sacred flames can suppress it. Leave the temple, and you shall not survive beyond 3 days. More importantly, she paused, her violet eyes shimmering. The Lannister family would be most eager to confirm your second and final death. Xiao Lin fell silent. This was a blatant conspiracy. By accepting, he could survive as the chosen king Jaehaerys, under the protection of the Red Temple and armed with a seemingly noble purpose. To refuse men immediate death by poison or a fatal blow from Cersei or Tywin. Did he have a choice? As Xiao Lin, he had perished in a laboratory explosion. As Joffrey, he was meant to die at the Purple Wedding. Every additional second of life now was a gift. Moreover, the prophecy concerning the Long Night and the White Walkers. If this world truly faced such an apocalyptic crisis, perhaps a modern mind could indeed effect change. He took a deep breath and accepted the bowl. The rich herbal scent flooded his nostrils, mingled with an almost imperceptible hint of sulfur and sparks. He closed his eyes and downed the bitter concoction in one swift motion. A warm sensation radiated from his stomach, indeed alleviating some discomfort. Very well, Melar nodded in satisfaction. Your Majesty Jaehaerys, welcome back. At that moment, Xiao Lin seemed to observe the shadows cast by the flames on the wall behind Melar, which flickered violently. The distorted shapes appeared not human, but rather a grotesque outline of a crystalline, humanoid creature, vanishing in an instant. He blinked rapidly, the shadow returning to normal. Was it an illusion, or a side effect of the potion? Melar appeared oblivious to the occurrence, as she took the empty bowl and turned to leave. Priestess Melar, Xiao Lin suddenly spoke, in the flames. Did you see only me and the long night? Did you glimpse a dragon or a queen? Melar paused in her steps. She did not turn around, remaining silent for several seconds before slowly responding. The visions revealed by the flames are not the entirety. They require interpretation. What you speak of, is it another prophesied ruler? Her time may not have come yet, or perhaps it will intertwine with your fate. With that, she departed the stone chamber, leaving Xiao Lin alone, filled with even more questions and an indescribable chill. Another queen? Daenerys Targaryen? He gazed down at his hands, which belonged to Joffrey, stained with the blood of countless innocents. Jaehaerys, the chosen king to combat the long night? The path ahead seemed shrouded in deeper mists and crimson hues. Chapter 3. The mysteries of the underflow and the secret passage, the sanctum of the Red Temple, is not as isolated from the world as one might presume. Even in the depths of the earth, Xiao Lin must begin to compel himself to accept the identity of Jaehaerys. Feeling the immense waves stirred throughout King's Landing due to the rumors surrounding his disappearance and resurrection, Mira allows him limited mobility. Yet the ever-watchful and fervent red-robed monks remain in close proximity. He attempts to extract information from them, but these monks are tight-lipped, merely reiterating slogans such as "Blessed be the King of Light" and "Long live King Jaehaerys." Instead, He gathers intelligence primarily through eavesdropping and piecing together the chaotic and tumultuous memories of Joffrey. Joffrey's recollections are vast and disordered, rife with brutality, fear, and twisted desires. Xiao Lin must meticulously sift through this toxic waste of memories, cautiously selecting fragments of useful information while avoiding the assimilation of those negative emotions. This painstaking process drains his mental faculties, often leaving him with splitting headaches. He hears the intensified prayers and chants emanating from the upper sanctum, interspersed with the fervent cries of the populace. The chosen king and the red comet is a true omen. Clearly, Melar and the Red Temple are exerting every effort to craft his survival into a grand miracle, aimed at attracting followers and undermining the existing power structure. He also picks up snippets of information from the young monk who brings his meals. The Queen Regent is nearly mad, and the Prime Minister has summoned more red robes. Not like us, but the gold robes from the city. The bells of the Great September have not ceased. Cersei's madness is within his expectations. However, Tywin Lannister's reaction is the crux of the matter. That Lion of the West will never tolerate a grandson controlled by religious forces challenging the iron-fisted rule of House Lannister. That afternoon, Melar entered his chambers, her demeanor more grave than usual. "Your Majesty, your grandmother, Lady Olenna, has sent her regards." She referred to her as grandmother. A somewhat peculiar designation, considering Olenna Redwine is the grandmother of Margaery Tyrell, not a direct relative of Joffrey. This felt more like a political insinuation. She wishes you a swift recovery and reminds you that Highgarden will always be a loyal friend to the king. Xiao Lin chuckled coldly within. A loyal friend? The same friend who poisoned the king at the Purple Wedding, though the intended target may have been Tyrion? This greeting is rife with probing and hypocrisy. The Tyrells had invested in Joffrey. The wedding was a crucial step in solidifying their power, and now this unforeseen event has disrupted all plans, necessitating a reevaluation. "Please convey my gratitude to my grandmother for her concern," he replied cautiously, his voice still hoarse. "Once I recover, I shall personally express my thanks." He deliberately imitated Joffrey's haughty, yet somewhat childish tone, stripping it of its cruel undertones. Assuming the guise of a somewhat altered, yet fundamentally impressionable young king, perhaps is the safest posture for the present. A flicker of subtle appreciation crossed Mira's violet eyes, as if she saw through his performance and approved. "Additionally, Lord Tywin has convened a council," she continued. "The topics of discussion naturally revolve around your return and the transgressions of the Red Temple." What was the outcome? The debate was fierce. The Duke of Pycelle condemned the King of Light as a heretic, advocating for an immediate military purge of the cult to restore the realm to His Majesty. Lord Varys, however, expressed concern over inciting civil unrest, as the rumors of the Red Comet and the Chosen King had already permeated the populace. He suggested a cautious approach of observation. After a moment of contemplation, Lord Tywin, your grandfather, ultimately decided to postpone military action while intensifying surveillance around the Red Temple and cutting off certain supplies to it. He favored applying pressure through political and economic means. Xiao Lin swiftly analyzed the situation. Tywin was indeed astute. A direct assault on the Red Temple, teeming with fervent followers, posed great risks and could easily incite chaos in King's Landing, providing opportunities for other ambitious figures, such as Stannis or Dorne. Economic blockades and external pressure could gradually weaken the adversary while retaining room for negotiation and maneuvering. This aligned with Tywin's pragmatic approach. Xiao Lin pondered Varys's role. This cunning spider had chosen a path of subtlety and delay amidst the turmoil. What were his intentions? To conserve his strength? To await a more opportune moment? His ultimate objective remained an enigma. Indeed, throughout the meeting, Lord Varys had largely maintained silence, merely observing. Mira added that her intelligence network had evidently infiltrated the upper echelons of the Red Keep. After Mira departed, Xiao Lin forced himself to delve deeper into the chaotic memories of Joffrey. He needed leverage, anything that could disrupt the stalemate. The protection of the Red Temple was not infinite, nor was Tywin's patience. He had to uncover his own source of power. Amidst a throbbing headache, fragmented images resurfaced. A young Joffrey ran through the intricate corridors of the Red Keep, chasing a cat. He pushed open an inconspicuous narrow door concealed by a tapestry. A dusty, spiraling stone staircase, barely wide enough for a single person, led into a deeper darkness. The cold stone walls, the damp air, and faint echoes of water and conversation. More than one. Within the vast subterranean expanse of the Red Keep, it seemed there existed a network of secret passages and hidden doors. Joffrey had stumbled upon a small portion of it out of mischief and curiosity, without contemplating its significance. He was more interested in using these passages to frighten handmaidens or eavesdrop on trivial gossip. Yet, Xiao Lin's heart raced. Secret passages, the lifeblood of intelligence warfare. In an era where information traveled slowly, those who could control more efficient channels of communication would seize the advantage. If these hidden ways, overlooked by Joffrey, were indeed as clandestine and interconnected as his memory suggested, their value was immeasurable. They could facilitate message transmission, mobilize small groups, overhear crucial dialogues, or even provide escape routes in dire circumstances. He strained to recall more details, the location of the entrances, their general directions, and the key rooms they might lead to, the throne room, the Hand's Tower, Maegor's Holdfast. However, the recollections were too fragmented, many areas hazy. He needed a map. He needed to explore and confirm for himself. Yet, the moment this thought arose, he suppressed it. At present, even exiting this sanctuary was a challenge, let alone exploring the secret passages of the Red Keep. Patience was essential. As he immersed himself in deep contemplation, a jarring fragment, incongruous with his other memories, flashed through his mind. It was not the sight of King's Landing, but rather a foreboding sky, a black beach, and a castle composed of volcanic rock. A dusty study filled the air with a musty scent and a hint of sea salt. An open, hefty tome lay before him, its pages crafted from some exceptionally thin tanned leather, with text that twisted like serpents, interspersed with peculiar patterns. It was neither the common tongue of Westeros nor High Valyrian. Yet Xiao Lin felt an inexplicable familiarity with it, as if it were a remnant of an ancient design featuring a complex geometric structure reminiscent of an energy core. Adjacent to it was a note stating that the memory abruptly ceased, a headache intensifying, as though he had brushed against a forbidden secret. Dragonstone. The recollection surfaced. Joffrey had briefly visited Dragonstone with the royal family during his childhood, a traditional fief of the crown prince. While running amok there, he had seemingly stumbled into a library of sorts. What was that book? The patterns sparked an overwhelming curiosity within him, akin to a modern scientist's instinct towards an astonishing blueprint. Yet, it clearly did not belong to the technological capabilities of this era. Was it a creation of magic? Or something even more extraordinary? This memory fragment presented itself as an enigma, presently unsolvable, yet he etched it deeply into his mind. Dragonstone, the ancient stronghold of House Targaryen, seemed to harbor unexpected secrets. At this moment, a more pressing concern loomed: how to make effective use of the information regarding the secret passage and how to anticipate the subsequent moves of the Lannisters and Tyrells. He approached the entrance of the stone chamber and addressed the red priest stationed outside. Please inform Priest Melar that I wish to be apprised of the latest developments among all the principal factions within King's Landing at the earliest possible convenience, particularly the roster of commanders within the Gold Cloaks and the stances of the major merchant guilds. He required intelligence, a foundation upon which to construct his own network. Perhaps this could begin by identifying reliable candidates among these fervent worshippers of the Red God. Those secret passages would eventually serve as the stage for their endeavors. The Red Priest departed to fulfill his task. Xiao Lin returned to the stone bed, closed his eyes, and continued to laboriously sift through the murky sea of Joffrey's memories, seeking potentially useful fragments. Every morsel of information could serve as a bargaining chip for survival in this brutal world. Chapter 4. The Pardon of the Imp and the rift between mother and son. His body slowly recuperated under the blessings of the herbs provided by the Red God's temple and the peculiar sacred flames. Xiao Lin gradually grew accustomed to the titles of Majesty and King Jaehaerys, while also discerning a mode of interaction with Melar and the temple, outwardly obedient, yet inwardly observant, cautiously articulating his requests. A few days later, Melar informed him that Duke Tywin had consented to a meeting in the main hall of the Red Goddess Temple, with a heavy guard stationed outside. This felt more like a final ultimatum than a negotiation. Inside the hall, flames blazed fiercely, the air was stiflingly hot. Tywin Lannister sat upright in a specially brought high-backed chair, his posture as straight as an arrow, his golden locks and rigid beard meticulously arranged. His gaze resembled the gold of Casterly rock, cold, heavy, and devoid of warmth. He gazed upon his grandson emerging from the side hall, as if appraising a flawed yet valuable artifact. Cersei stood beside Tywin, her beauty contorted into a grotesque mask of anger, fear, and sleepless nights. The moment she laid eyes on Joffrey, she nearly lunged forward, but was restrained by a mere glance from Tywin. "Father, look at him. He has been ensnared by those madmen in red. He is no longer my Joffrey." Cersei's voice rang sharp and piercing. "Silence, Cersei." Tywin's voice, though low, resonated with absolute authority. He turned his gaze to Joffrey. "Your Majesty, it is a comfort to see you restored to health. However, the realm cannot be without a ruler for even a day. The chaos in the court must come to an end. You should return to the Red Keep immediately. Joffrey sensed Mira standing a short distance behind him, like a silent crimson shadow. He understood that his forthcoming response was of paramount importance. Drawing a deep breath, he mimicked the haughty demeanor of Joffrey from his recollections, striving to strip it of its foolishness, and spoke slowly. Grandfather, mother, I have returned. A testament to the grace of the Lord of Light. The Red Temple sheltered me, providing refuge in my most vulnerable hour. He set the tone, acknowledging the temple's merits while subtly suggesting he was not entirely under its sway. Tywin's expression remained unchanged. The 7 gods have equally blessed you. Now, it is time to return to your rightful abode. Of course, Joffrey pivoted, but before I do, some matters must be rectified. During my poisoned slumber, I received divine insight. He began to fabricate, cloaking modern ideals as prophecy, asserting that Westeros required justice and order rather than baseless accusations and grievances. A sense of foreboding washed over Cersei. Joffrey's gaze swept across the assembly, landing on Tyrion, who wore a mockingly disdainful expression, flanked by 2 Lannister guards. He raised his voice. I proclaim in the name of the king that the accusations against my uncle Tyrion Lannister for poisoning me are mere fabrications. He is innocent in this matter. Henceforth, let all his honors and rights be restored. Silence fell. A deathly stillness enveloped the hall, broken only by the crackling of flames. Tyrion stood frozen, his small eyes sparkling with sheer astonishment and disbelief. All his prepared sarcasm, all his cynical jabs, shattered in that moment. He fixed his gaze on his nephew in the high seat, searching for any trace of pretense beneath the familiar facade. Cersei's reaction was akin to a volcanic eruption. No, she screamed, her voice tearing through the silence of the hall. It is him. This monster. He poisoned you. He is jealous of you. He loathes us all. Aegon, you have lost your mind. You have been completely brainwashed. I will not accept this. She spun abruptly toward Tywin. Father, did you hear that? This is not my son. This is a puppet manipulated by sorcery. Kill him. End the life of this dwarven abomination. Tywin's countenance darkened ominously. Pardoning Tyrion had utterly disrupted his plans. Tyrion was the perfect scapegoat, a means to rid himself of the son who brought him shame while appeasing Dorne and preserving the Lannisters' reputation. Now, the first command issued by the newly enthroned king, as endorsed by the Red Temple, presents a formidable challenge. Your Majesty, Tywin's voice rasped like ice scraping against stone. The judgment has been rendered. The evidence is fabricated. Xiao Lin interjected, invoking concepts from the modern realm, asserting that in the absence of direct material evidence, the testimonies obtained under duress are inherently unreliable. This is a travesty of justice. The divine has revealed to me that Westeros requires a more equitable legal process. This is my decree. He portrayed himself as a fervent youth, intoxicated by a divine vision. Yet this was precisely the most irrefutable stance. One cannot dispute the will of the gods. He turned to Tyrion, striving to impart sincerity into his gaze, despite the formidable visage that once belonged to Joffrey, which had subjected Tyrion to immense humiliation. Uncle Tyrion, you have been wronged. I offer my sincerest apologies. I hope you will remain with us, continuing your role in the small council. Your wisdom is indispensable to the realm. Tyrion finally emerged from his state of shock. He smiled, a complex smile laced with bitterness, absurdity, and a flicker of hope he himself was reluctant to acknowledge. Your Majesty. He bowed slightly, his tone still tinged with familiar mockery, yet now imbued with a different undertone. Your divine revelation is truly astonishing. I am curious. What else has it imparted to you? For instance, how to resolve the royal debt owed to the Iron Bank of Bravos. Xiao Lin felt a shift within. This was an opportune moment to advance his agenda. He seized the opportunity, proclaiming, the divine has imparted that the kingdom's finances must be healthy, transparent, and efficient. Therefore, I have resolved to establish a royal audit office to independently account for the royal revenues and expenditures, regulate tax collection, and eradicate corruption and waste. Efficient? Standardized? Tyrion keenly seized upon these 2 jarringly foreign terms, squinting his small eyes as he scrutinized Xiao Lin. Tywin's brow furrowed deeply. An audit office? Regulation of taxes? This struck at the very core of noble interests, particularly that of House Lannister. The authority over finances is a crucial facet of kingship and essential to his control over the Iron Throne. What is this Jaehaerys attempting to accomplish? Cersei had completely lost her composure. She pointed at Xiao Lin, shrieking at the guards surrounding them. He is not the king. He is a demon. Seize him. Execute him alongside that imp. Yet the guards looked to Tywin, who remained silent. The old lion's mind raced with calculations. To openly defy the anointed king and take action on sacred ground would bear a heavy cost. He needed to reassess. Since your majesty has made your intentions clear, Tywin finally spoke, his voice cold and resolute. Then let it be as you wish. Tyrion, you are free. As for the matter of the audit office, we shall deliberate on it later. Your majesty's health has yet to fully recover. It is unwise to overexert yourself. We shall revisit state affairs on another occasion. He chose to retreat temporarily, buying time. Father, Cersei exclaimed in disbelief. Tywin rose, turning away without a trace of compassion. Cersei was half dragged away by two guards. Casting a look back at Xiao Lin filled with pure hatred and madness, the despair and fury of a mother witnessing her child being taken away. In that moment, the bond between mother and son was irrevocably severed. Within the Grand Hall, only the inhabitants of the Red Temple remained, alongside Xiao Lin and the somewhat bewildered Tyrion Lannister, who stood frozen in place. A sigh of relief escaped Xiao Lin's lips, his back now dampened by cold sweat. He had barely passed the first trial. Granting Tyrion clemency not only promised a formidable potential ally, at least an intellectual one, but also conveyed a significant message to the outside world. This Jaehaerys might be unlike the tyrannical Joffrey. Simultaneously, it established a clear demarcation from the extreme Lannister faction represented by Cersei. He glanced at Tyrion and noticed the little imp regarding him with an unprecedented, inquisitive gaze. So, divine inspiration? Tyrion slowly approached, his tone laced with amusement. Pray tell, your majesty, has it divulged terms such as marginal utility or supply and demand curves? A jolt coursed through Xiao Lin, yet he maintained an air of serenity. Divine inspiration is profound. I require time to comprehend its depths. Perhaps, dear Uncle Tyrion, you could assist me in its interpretation? Their eyes met, each harboring their own thoughts. A new intellectual contest had commenced. Chapter 5. The flame of the Red God and the ambitions of Melar. The reverberations of Tyrion's pardon continued to resonate throughout King's Landing. Tywin's silence and Cersei's confinement, as reported by the Red Temple, allowed Tywin to restrict Cersei to Maegor's holdfast under the pretext of requiring rest, thereby maintaining a temporary watchful stance among the factions. Surprisingly, Tyrion did not return immediately to the Red Keep, but opted to reside in an inn within King's Landing, seemingly wishing to maintain a degree of distance from both sides for better observation. During this relatively tranquil interlude, Xiao Lin utilized the time to recuperate physically while delving deeper into the affairs of the Red Temple. Melar believed it essential for him to publicly participate in the ceremony of the Lord of Light to solidify the image of the chosen king and garner greater support from the faithful. That night, he was led to the Hall of Night Fire deep within the temple. The spectacle was so astounding that even someone from a modern society like Xiao Lin felt the weight of its impact. At the hall's center stood a colossal stone fire pit, not filled with ordinary flames, but rather a strange, undulating mixture of green and orange night fire. The flames surged skyward, nearly licking the high vaulted ceiling, emanating an astonishing heat, yet curiously producing little smoke. The air was thick with a suffocating blend of spices. Hundreds of devotees gathered, of all ages and genders, draped in red robes or adorned with crimson ribbons, their faces alight with fervor and ecstasy, dancing wildly to the drumming and the ancient hymns chanted by the priests. Melar, Lord of Light, holy flames, cleanse us. Darkness, retreat. Jaehaerys, true king, prophet. The cacophony surged like a tsunami, assaulting Xiao Lin's eardrums. Guided by Melar, he ascended to the raised platform nearest the night fire. The heat wave struck him forcefully, nearly rendering him breathless. He gazed down at the writhing figures below, observing the bizarre flames reflected in their eyes, an overwhelming sense of absurdity and alienation washing over him. Was this the might of medieval religious fervor? So primal, so potent, yet so perilous. He felt akin to a small boat cast adrift in this burning ocean, destined either to be assimilated or consumed. Meryl stands beside him, her violet eyes seemingly ablaze in the reflection of the night fire. She extends her arms, her voice slicing through the clamor like a sharp sword. Behold, your majesty, this is the power of faith. This is the strength bestowed upon us by Rollo to combat the frigid night. Xiao Lin nods with reluctance. He must adapt, must harness this power. The climax of the ceremony approaches. Several priests carry forth a colossal effigy of an enemy, crafted from wood and straw, symbolizing darkness, winter, or the otherworldly, and cast it into the night fire. The flames leap violently, crackling and popping, as the green tongues of fire ravenously consume the statue. The fervor of the faithful reaches its zenith, with some fainting from sheer excitement. Amidst the deafening shouts, Meryl tilts her head slightly. speaking in a low tone to Xiao Lin. They require faith, they need hope, they seek a symbol. And you, your majesty, are that symbol. You shall lead them toward the light. And you, priestess Meryl? Xiao Lin cannot help but inquire, his voice drowned by the surrounding tumult. Yet he knows she can hear him. What do you seek? Merely to fulfill the prophecy? Meryl pauses for a moment, her gaze drifting from the reveling worshippers to the flickering depths of the fire. I hail from Lys. Her voice carries a hint of distant reminiscence, an ancient noble family. We worship many deities, pursuing pleasure and power. Yet, I have seen more within the flames. I have glimpsed the shadows of doom, and I have also seen the solitary hope. The prophecy foretells that I must find the true king and assist him. Otherwise, the entire world shall be encased in ice. Her candor catches Xiao Lin off guard. So you relinquished your noble life to come here? Wealth and pleasure hold no significance in the face of eternal winter. Meryl replies with resolute conviction. Only the flames of Rollo can herald rebirth. And I, she pauses, a sharp glimmer flashing in her eyes, shall be the one to ignite that flame. My name shall be inscribed alongside the true king in the annals of a new epic. Xiao Lin comprehends. Meryl is not a selfless saint. She possesses a fervent personal ambition and sense of mission. She invests in the prophecy and the true king, wagering everything, yearning to play a pivotal role in the imminent transformation and to etch her name in history. She is both a believer and a politician. At that moment, a dissonant commotion arises from the side of the platform. Several older priests, their faces grave and austere, approach. The leader, with a mane of white hair, casts a sharp gaze over Xiao Lin before settling on Meryl. Priestess Meryl, the elder priest's voice is dry and filled with discontent. The night fire ceremony is a sacred rite, not a stage for political theatrics. Is it not rather reckless to place an unseasoned king in such a central position? The traditions of the temple, Colin priest, Meryl interrupts, her tone cold and authoritative. His Majesty Jaehaerys is the chosen emissary of Rollo, as the prophecy has already indicated. To question him is to question the sacred flame itself. Or do you believe that your interpretation is more accurate than the vision presented by the fire? Colin priest's expression darkens. Prophecies require careful interpretation, Meryl. Rather than being exploited by those eager for swift success, the Lannister family is not to be trifled with. To become prematurely embroiled in the power struggle would spell doom for the temple. He cast a pointed glance at Xiao Lin, who immediately understood that this referred to the internal power dynamics within the Red Temple. The conservatives, led by Colin, are inclined to uphold the purity of the faith, expressing dissatisfaction and concern over Melar's radical support for a foreign king and deep involvement in the politics of King's Landing. To eradicate darkness requires both power and strength. Priest Colin, Melar's obstinacy and timorousness would only allow the long night to consume all. His Majesty will prove his worth, affirming the choice of the holy flame. The gazes of both parties clashed in the air, sparks seemingly flying. The fervent devotees surrounding them appeared oblivious to this confrontation atop the platform. The elder priest Colin eventually snorted coldly, sweeping his sleeves and departing, followed closely by several other conservative priests. Melar watched their retreating figures, her expression somber. They do not seem to fully support me, Xiao Lin remarked softly. Any transformation will encounter resistance, Your Majesty, even beneath the holy light. Melar withdrew her gaze, her tone regaining its calm. Yet Xiao Lin sensed the undercurrents within her tranquility. They would witness it. When your power truly awakens, when you lead us to victory, all doubts will evaporate. However, Xiao Lin's vigilance heightened significantly. The Red Temple is not a monolith. Melar's support is conditional, reliant upon her continuous demonstration of being the true king. The internal opposition might even conspire with external enemies, such as Tywin. Colin's final remark was laden with implication. The power of religion is a double-edged sword. It can both buoy and overturn. As the ritual neared its conclusion, Melar presented Xiao Lin with an exquisitely adorned dagger, signaling him to cast a handful of grain into the flames as a sacrifice, completing the final act. As Xiao Lin accepted the dagger, his gaze inadvertently swept over Melar's waist. Within the folds of her red robe, he caught a glimpse of another dagger's hilt. This dagger bore an ancient design, lacking any ostentatious adornment, its blade exhibiting a muted, water-like sheen, subtly rippling with metallic luster. Is that Valyrian steel? Why would Melar, a priestess of the Red Temple, possess such an exceedingly precious dagger, typically reserved for the highest nobility or warriors? This seemed at odds with her proclaimed renunciation of noble status in favor of faith. Another enigma buried deep within Xiao Lin's heart. He discreetly cast the offering into the night fire, watching it be swiftly consumed. The flames danced in his violet eyes, reflecting a world brimming with fervor, intrigue, and unknown challenges. His path to reform was destined to be fraught with obstacles. Chapter 6. The Golden Rose and Iron Thorn. The return to the Red Keep was not triumphant. It resembled a meticulously orchestrated, vigilant procession. Tywin Lannister displayed his power in his own manner. The return of Jaehaerys was strictly confined to a guard composed of loyal gold cloaks, while the monks of the Red Temple were expressly ordered to halt outside the throne room. Melara responded with a chilling silence, her violet gaze sweeping over Tywin's expressionless face. Ultimately, she inclined her head slightly in agreement that King Jaehaerys would enter the Red Keep only in the company of the temple delegation. This was a silent contest, delineating the temporary boundaries between secular and religious power. Within the throne room, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. The nobles stood on either side, their complex expressions scrutinizing the young king who strode down the central aisle. Clad in a fitted black and deep red velvet coat, his golden hair neatly styled. His visage remained somewhat pallid, yet his violet eyes were sharp and serene, surveying everyone present. He was no longer the boy who merely screamed and inflicted cruelty. A profound, ineffable transformation had undeniably occurred. Beneath the Iron Throne, Duke Tywin stood resolute, akin to an unyielding boulder. On the opposing side, the representative of House Tyrell, the Queen of Thorns, Lady Olenna, was not personally present, yet her son, the dashing Duke Mace Tyrell, along with his radiant daughter Margaery Tyrell and his son Loras, renowned as the Knight of Flowers, were all in attendance. They embodied the wealth, sustenance, and military might of Highgarden. Margaery approached and curtsied gracefully, her smile radiant as the summer sun, warm and perfectly measured. Your Majesty, her voice was melodious. It is truly a blessing from the Seven that you are safe. My apologies, I meant the protection of the Lord of Light. All of King's Landing rejoices for you. She skillfully juxtaposed the old and new deities, showcasing her tolerance and political acumen. Thank you for your concern, Lady Margaery, Shireen replied, striving to ensure her tone was both gentle and authoritative. Memories of Joffrey within her harbored a fierce possessiveness and twisted affection towards Margaery, yet Shireen's awareness recognized the political ambition concealed beneath the young lady's beautiful exterior. She needed to navigate this interaction with caution. The friendship of Highgarden, after enduring such misfortune, appeared particularly invaluable. Friendship requires the nurturing of both parties, Your Majesty. Mace Tyrell proclaimed loudly, his rotund figure imposing. A betrothal would be the most solid foundation of our bond. You see, Margaery has been deeply concerned for your well-being. He attempted to steer the conversation back to the Union, the crux of House Tyrell's investments. Shireen raised her hand, gently yet firmly interrupting him. Indeed, my Lord Duke. The matter of the betrothal pertains to the stability of the realm. However, having just faced life and death, many state affairs demand my attention. I hope we can reevaluate and solidify this alliance from a fresh perspective, not solely through marriage, but encompassing broader cooperation in military and economic spheres. She cast out bait while also setting the threshold. She required Tyrell's support, yet could not merely be a pawn in a manipulated union. Margaery's smile remained unchanged, yet a fleeting glimmer of scrutiny flickered in her gaze. Loras furrowed his brow slightly, evidently lacking trust in this anointed king. Tywin observed coldly, refraining from interjecting. He relished any potential rift or need for renegotiation that might arise between the Tyrells and this new monarch. The ensuing discussions revolved around some hollow formalities and well-wishes. The true confrontation would transpire later in the private audience chamber. Only Xiao Lin, Mestalil, Marguerite, and the newly appointed military advisor, Count Landetali, were present. Count Landetali was renowned for his iron will and military prowess, standing as one of the most formidable vassals of the Tillier family. However, his loyalty to the High Court was not without reservations, as he prioritized strength and order above all. Xiao Lin forwent pleasantries and delved directly into the matter at hand, seizing the opportunity presented by Count Landetali's presence. Count, I have perused the reports on the Battle of Green Fork and the Blackwater River. Your command skills are truly commendable. Landetali, a serious man who eschewed flattery, inclined his head slightly, replying, in service to the crown, Your Majesty. Do you not believe that our recruitment and combat methods could be more efficient? Xiao Lin chose his words with caution, noting the soldiers came from various vassals, each differing in training and equipment, often leading to confusion during command and coordination. Landetali's gray eyes sharpened. This is a tradition that has endured since time immemorial, Your Majesty. Vassals provide troops, and their commanders heed the orders of the overall commander. Tradition is not always the optimal solution, Xiao Lin replied slowly as he approached the table, unfurling a piece of parchment that bore a simple organizational chart and sketches of equipment, drawn from his modern recollections. What if we were to establish a standing legion? Each legion comprising a fixed number of troops, directly recruited and funded by the crown, undergoing standardized long-term training, equipped with uniform weapons and armor? Commanders would be appointed based on merit rather than lineage. In this manner, our responsiveness, training standards, and battlefield coordination would far surpass the current conscripted vassal armies. He presented his preliminary reform proposal for the legion system, which included new recruitment, a basic training outline emphasizing discipline and formation, and standardization of equipment, such as spear lengths and shield specifications. Silence enveloped the room. Mestalil gaped, as if he had heard the most absurd notion. A standing army? Direct royal control? Such ideas threatened the very foundation of noble rule. The strength of the high court was built upon the vassal armies. Marguerite's beautiful visage momentarily lost its smile as she scrutinized the sketches and Xiao Lin, attempting to fathom his true intentions. Only Landetali remained fixated on the drawings, his sturdy fingers tracing the lines and annotations. Standardization could indeed alleviate logistical troubles and enhance supply efficiency. Uniform training would allow soldiers to form combat readiness more swiftly and facilitate command. He mused quietly, inherently drawn to such a more efficient and professional military concept as a pure soldier. However, he soon lifted his gaze, his expression regaining its composure. Yet, this would necessitate substantial and stable financial support, Your Majesty. Recruitment, equipment, training, and salaries far exceed the current royal treasury's capacity. Moreover, it would encroach upon the interests of all nobles. He identified the two most critical challenges, money and power. Xiao Lin felt a surge of satisfaction. Landetali's response fell within his expectations. The Count first recognized the military value rather than perceiving a political threat, which was a promising beginning. Financial issues will be addressed, Xiao Lin stated, as he proposed the yet-to-be fully implemented reforms of the Audit Office and taxation, alongside potential economic measures for the future. Regarding the aristocracy's response, reforms could be introduced gradually. For instance, an experimental model legion could first be established, recruiting soldiers from the royal territories, with experienced and esteemed commanders like Count Tally tasked with training and leading them to demonstrate their worth. Once this legion exhibits overwhelming superiority on the battlefield, dissenting voices will naturally diminish. This is a compromise that is both pragmatic and strategic, initiating a pilot program and expanding it upon successful results. Mestrel immediately cast a glance at Randall, his eyes conveying a warning and reminder. Randall Tally, a vassal of the Bay of Rivers, owed his allegiance primarily to the High Court. After a moment of silence, he looked back at the sketch, a flicker of pure military desire for formidable power crossing his gaze. Ultimately, he spoke in a measured tone. This is an audacious proposition, Your Majesty. Should such a legion come to fruition and resolve the issue of provisions, I would be willing to train and command it to assess its effectiveness. While he did not fully commit, he opened the door to possibility. Marguerite interjected at an opportune moment, a smile returning to her face albeit with a hint of coolness. Military reform is of utmost significance and requires careful deliberation. Your Majesty is in the early stages of recovery and should not be overburdened. Father, Count Tally, perhaps we should allow His Majesty to rest. We can discuss the betrothal and other cooperative details at a later time. She deftly redirected the conversation to a familiar territory, attempting to postpone the overly radical topic of military reform. Xiao Lin understood that today's discussions could go no further. He nodded. Miss Marguerite is correct. Count Tally, please keep this sketch and examine it closely, providing your suggestions for modifications. I hope to see a more detailed proposal soon. Randall Tally nodded slightly, carefully rolling up the parchment depicting the reform of the Legion and standardization of equipment. Mestrel regarded the rolled paper with a somber expression. The meeting concluded. The Tiller family outwardly maintained an air of support and friendliness, yet the fissures and intentions of delay were becoming evident. As Xiao Lin observed their departing figures, he recognized that winning Randall Tally over would be a pivotal step. Meanwhile, as he turned to leave the reception room, he caught a glimpse of Marguerite and Lorith whispering swiftly at the corridor's corner, fragments of a non-exclusive choice faintly carried on the wind. A chill ran through Xiao Lin. The Tiller family was indeed preparing a contingency. They were loyal to the Iron Throne, yet their allegiance to him, Aegon I, was uncertain. And Randall Tally, departing with that manuscript imbued with the nascent ideas of modern military thought, would he become a catalyst for change? Xiao Lin awaited the outcome with anticipation, yet remained vigilant. He understood that should the manuscript be leaked, it would undoubtedly incite a tremendous uproar. Chapter 7. The Pain of Dreams and the Triad Plan that night. Xiao Lin was ensnared in a terrifying nightmare. No longer mere fragments of memory, but a vivid, coherent tableau filled with bloodshed and betrayal. He felt as though suspended in midair, gazing down upon the ominous hall of Twin Rivers City. The cheerful melody twisted into something grotesque. Robb Stark, the young king of the North, felt a tremendous bloom of blood erupt from his chest as the mournful howl of gray wind accompanied Catelyn Stark's piercing scream before her throat was slit. A grim greeting from House Lannister. The scene abruptly shifted to his own purple wedding. He watched as Joffrey clutched his throat in agony, choking amidst chaos and screams, while Tyrion was roughly pinned down and Cersei pointed frantically. This time, he seemed to feel the searing pain and despair. Then came a more distant, hazy yet more chilling vision. Snow swirling in the air, in the endless cold, blue eyes gleaming in the darkness, a tide of corpses like an ocean, the wall weeping. A grand palace of ice crystals, and a being crowned with ice seated upon a throne forged from the anguished faces of the dead. Xiao Lin jolted upright in bed, drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing, the lingering burn of poisoned wine and the chilling suffocation still present in his throat. Outside, the moonlight was frigid, and the Red Keep lay silent. These were not mere dreams. They were the very plots of the original novel. Potential tragedies of the future, the Red Wedding, the Purple Wedding, and the long night approaching. A wave of nausea and moral vertigo washed over him. He was acutely aware of it all, having, in some sense, inherited Joffrey's sins. Did he now possess the possibility to alter this fate, or would he ultimately become part of this cruel script? The immense pressure and solitude threatened to crush him. He had no one to confide in. He was Xiao Lin, he was Joffrey, and he was also the unwillingly thrust forward Aegon I. The revelation of any one of these identities could spell disaster. He sat in the darkness for a long time until his heartbeat began to steady. After the fear subsided, a cold resolve gradually solidified within him. He could not allow these events to unfold. Since he was here, he must take action, not for the sake of becoming some farcical true king, but for the most fundamental survival and to save as many lives as possible that ought not to perish. He needed allies. Someone who could at least partially comprehend the prophecy. He donned his cloak, careful not to disturb any guards, and, guided by the paths he had stealthily familiarized himself with over the past few days, quietly made his way to the temporary quarters of Meera in the Red Keep. Tywin had permitted her limited residency to attend to the king's mental needs, but it was also a means of surveillance. Meera had not yet retired. The hearth in her room crackled with flames, and she was softly chanting something over a small basin of clear water, the surface shimmering with faint light. Upon seeing Xiao Lin visit at such an hour, she appeared unsurprised, as if she had anticipated his arrival. "Did your grace have a nightmare?" Her violet eyes, illuminated by the firelight, appeared deep and inscrutable. Xiao Lin hesitated, choosing his words carefully, deciding to reveal a fragment, the Feast of Death. In Riverrun, the Wolf King is slaughtered. He fixed his gaze intently on Meera. Her body seemed to stiffen imperceptibly. After a moment of silence, she spoke slowly. "Robb Stark, the king in the north. I too have seen vague shadows and betrayals in the flames, but could not ascertain with such clarity that it was Riverrun." She seemed to be confirming her vision. Xiao Lin felt a sense of reassurance. Meera could indeed glimpse some fragments of the future. "I beheld, beyond the Great Wall, the rise of the Frostborn. The long night is no mere legend. Melar, it draws near." He emphasized his tone, and this time, Melar's reaction was more pronounced. She sprang to her feet, approaching Xiao Lin with urgency in her voice, low yet filled with unprecedented fervor. "What else have you seen? Specific visions? Times? Omens?" Her gaze was intense, brimming with a thirst for knowledge. Xiao Lin refrained from revealing everything. He kept the core secrets of his journey and intricate narrative to himself. "The visions were chaotic and fragmented, yet I sensed time was running short. We must prepare." "Indeed," Melar replied without hesitation. "The prophecies are hastening towards fulfillment. We must take action." Her faith assured her of this certainty. "Can the flames of the King of Light withstand the frost?" Xiao Lin inquired. "The sacred flame embodies the forces of life and light. It is the nemesis of the others," Melar asserted resolutely. "Yet we require an army, resources, and a warning system. We need a comprehensive plan." This was precisely the purpose of Xiao Lin's visit. He approached the table, seizing a quill and paper. "We cannot solely rely on prophecies and magic. We need secular preparations, a multi-layered strategy." He began to sketch a preliminary framework, infused with modern crisis management principles. Level 1, Intelligence and Warning System. Objective, to detect threats as early as possible, such as the betrayal of House Fry and the movements of the others. Measures, strengthen the existing intelligence network, dispatch reliable informants to key locations like Twin Rivers, Castlecaster, and the various fortresses along the wall. Establish rapid information transmission channels, considering the use of homing pigeons, beacon systems, and even more efficient methods possibly hinted at in the ancient texts of Dragonstone. Level 2. Military Response Plan. Objective: to effectively withstand and counteract once a threat is confirmed. Measures: promote legion reforms, establishing a formidable standing army. Mass production, storage, and distribution of dragonglass weaponry. Research special tactics against the others, such as fire traps and specific formations. Forge close alliances with the North and the Night's Watch. Level 3. Civilian Evacuation and Survival Assurance. Objective: to preserve the population and the ember of civilization as much as possible when disaster cannot be entirely averted. Measures: plan evacuation routes and shelters inland and to the south. Establish strategic food reserves. Research cold-resistant crops and consider the feasibility of greenhouse cultivation. Stockpile medicines and medical supplies. Formulate a basic wartime legal framework to maintain order. Melar observed as Xiao Lin clearly delineated these levels and measures, her astonishment deepening. Such systematic thought, such foresight, such calmness was hardly the hallmark of a medieval prince. From whence do you derive these ideas, Your Majesty? Melar could no longer contain her curiosity. Her violet eyes filled with inquiry, unlike divine inspiration. Xiao Lin paused, realizing he had perhaps revealed too much. He lifted his gaze to meet Melar's, striving to project an expression of emptiness and devotion. In the dying flames, I glimpsed shattered fragments and felt a chilling wisdom surge into my mind. Perhaps this is the tool bestowed upon me by the King of Light, to decipher prophecies and confront crises. He once again attributed everything to the mysterious divine revelation. Melar appeared unconvinced, yet Xiao Lin's explanation aligned perfectly with the narrative of the chosen king, leaving her unable to refute it. More importantly, the plan itself held immense value. We must implement these measures, Melar ultimately stated, her tone regaining its composure. As for the intelligence network, I can coordinate certain channels within the temple. Regarding the dragon crystals, I know that Dragonstone Island possesses rich mineral resources. The military reform requires your initiative. As for evacuation and reserves, she frowned slightly. This demands vast resources and coordination, which will face opposition from countless nobles reluctant to waste money on potential disasters. Therefore, we must conduct preliminary preparations in secrecy. Xiao Lin whispered, we need to plot routes, survey potential refuge locations, and make small-scale reserves of essential supplies, such as dragon crystals and medicines. This plan must remain unknown to the outside world. Otherwise, it would incite panic and could even be exploited by our enemies. The two reached a consensus. The outline, which Xiao Lin referred to as the Level 3 plan, was meticulously transcribed onto a smaller piece of parchment. Melar produced an inconspicuous black iron box and placed it within. I shall hide it in the most secretive place, Melar declared. Only you and I will know. Xiao Lin nodded. As he departed Melar's chamber, dawn had begun to break. He felt a tinge of fatigue, yet more so a grounding sense of purpose. However, his modern moral compass soon encountered its first challenge. That very afternoon, the question of how to deal with those servants and attendants who had been apprehended following the purple wedding, tortured until they confessed to their involvement in the conspiracy, lay before him. Tywin's intention was unmistakable: public execution, to serve as a deterrent and solidify his rule. Xiao Lin gazed at the unfamiliar names on the list, aware that the vast majority were innocent. According to modern legal principles, the evidence was insufficient, necessitating their release. But could he do that? In this world, mercy could easily be perceived as weakness. Would releasing them make him seem an easily bullied new king? Would it offend Tywin, who insisted on execution? He found himself in a difficult dilemma. Ultimately, he adopted a compromise, citing the inappropriateness of excessive killings at the outset of his reign and the need for further investigation. He opted for long-term imprisonment instead of execution. This temporarily spared their lives, yet did not resolve the issue entirely, inciting Tywin's displeasure. He understood that this was merely the beginning. In this brutal world, his modern moral values would continuously face trials, and he must navigate the arduous path between ideals and reality, conscience and survival. Meanwhile, the Level 3 plan concerning the future had been quietly tucked away by Melar into a hidden compartment of a secret passage within the Red Keep. The light of hope and the shadows of despair grew silently in tandem. Chapter 8. The Dagger of Darkness and the initial foundations of intelligence. The nights in King's Landing are never truly tranquil. The game of power continues in the shadows, where blades often arrive before words. Xiao Lin was engrossed in reviewing the financial report meticulously compiled by Grand Maester Pycelle, striving to extract evidence of the Lannisters' plundering of the crown from the chaotic figures, seeking a breakthrough for his auditing plan. The flickering candlelight cast shadows, while the muffled clamor of the city seeped through the window. A faint, distinct sound, unlike the night breeze, emanated from the direction of the balcony. Xiao Lin's modern sensibilities remained oblivious, yet the remnants of the tyrant's instinctual awareness of peril within Joffrey made his hair stand on end. Almost instinctively, he jerked backward. Whoosh! A shadow zipped past his nose, striking with a dull thud into the oak tabletop behind him. It was a dagger, unadorned, ordinary in appearance. Yet its blade glimmered with an ominous azure hue under the candlelight, laced with a potent poison. Xiao Lin's heart skipped a beat, cold sweat erupting on his brow. An assassination attempt. So swift. He had no time to ponder, rolling to the ground and seeking refuge behind the sturdy desk. Almost simultaneously, two more whistling sounds pierced the air as another pair of daggers embedded themselves into the chair and floor where he had just been seated. There was more than one assassin. Furthermore, they were evidently well-trained and coordinated. Assassins, protect His Majesty. Xiao Lin shouted with all his strength, his voice cracking with fear. The guards clad in golden robes outside evidently heard the commotion, heavy footsteps and shouts echoing immediately. The study door burst open. At that very moment, a shadow slipped down from the balcony like a gecko, vanishing into the night. The guards rushed to the balcony, only to find shadows flitting in the garden below, with no trace of the assailants. The subsequent arriving soldiers conducted a thorough search of the Red Keep, yet found nothing. The assassins had appeared like phantoms and disappeared like mercury. Duke Tywin soon arrived, his countenance ashen. The king had been attacked within the Red Keep. This was a blatant challenge to his authority and a profound humiliation. He ordered an investigation into the guards' negligence and expanded the search radius. Mira arrived in haste, her gaze immediately drawn to the three daggers, particularly the first one that had been embedded in the table, narrowly missed by Xiao Lin. She cautiously wrapped her hand in cloth and extracted it, inspecting the eerie blue blade, her expression growing grave. Tears of Lys, she murmured to Xiao Lin, her tone frigid. A rare and deadly poison from Lys. It seals the throat upon contact with blood, with nearly no antidote available. It is exceedingly expensive, typically reserved for elite assassin guilds or exceptionally affluent employers. A shiver of dread coursed through Xiao Lin. Had he not heeded that fleeting instinct, he would now be a lifeless corpse. Who could it be? Lannister? Tyrell? Or perhaps the adversaries in the temple? He glanced at Mira. All were possibilities. Mira's violet eyes were profound, yet she seemed hesitant regarding the dagger. What is it with this dagger? Xiao Lin keenly observed her unease. After a moment's hesitation, Mira finally spoke. Its forging technique is quite peculiar. I feel as though I have encountered a similar one before. But she did not elaborate further, instead adding, the urgent matter is to bolster your protection and your majesty. You require your own eyes and ears. You cannot always rely on the golden-robed guards, nor can you fully depend on the temple. Xiao Lin deeply resonated with the realization that this assassination attempt had unequivocally illuminated the truth. In this world, information serves as the vital lifeline. He could no longer remain merely a pawn upon the chessboard. He must endeavor to become one of the players. Thus, he resolved to expedite the establishment of his intelligence network. The selection of personnel emerged as a paramount concern. He could not enlist the scions of noble families, for their loyalties primarily resided with their kin. Instead, he sought individuals of relatively unadorned backgrounds, capable souls who could be firmly tethered to his cause. One individual came to mind, Sir Jaehaerys Bywater. Once a commander of the Gold Cloaks, he had exhibited remarkable prowess during the Battle of the Blackwater, only to be dismissed and imprisoned for offending Joffrey. This man was honorable, competent, held sway among ordinary soldiers, and harbored little fondness for the Lannisters. He represented a potential ally worth courting. In the name of the king, Xiao Lin granted clemency to Sir Bywater and summoned him personally. Approaching 50, Bywater bore gray hair and a weathered visage, yet his gaze remained sharp. He was taken aback by the pardon and harbored doubts about this new monarch. Xiao Lin did not mince words. Sir Bywater, I have faced an assassination attempt within the Red Keep. I harbor reservations regarding the Gold Cloaks. I require a team directly loyal to me, tasked with intelligence gathering and special security missions. I need a commander who is both loyal and capable. Sir Bywater fell silent for a moment before inquiring, Your Majesty, why do you choose me? Because I recognize your integrity, and you yearn to restore your honor by serving the realm, rather than a mere family, Xiao Lin replied, locking eyes with him. I need your experience. You must still have trustworthy individuals among your former comrades in the Gold Cloaks, do you not? A flicker of contemplation crossed Bywater's gaze. Ultimately, he knelt on one knee. My sword belongs to your majesty. I shall identify personnel and assemble this team for you. However, we require funding, a secure base of operations, and the necessary authority. Xiao Lin nodded. I shall endeavor to address these needs. Your first task is to investigate this assassination attempt. Begin with the source of the dagger, the movements of the Assassin's Guild, and scrutinize any recent unusual financial transactions within King's Landing, particularly those linked to Lisa. He recalled Melar's words. As you wish. Your Majesty, Bywater responded. Demonstrating remarkable efficiency, Bywater returned a few days later with unsettling preliminary findings. The forging style of the dagger was indeed rare, suspected to be associated with a long-dormant family of Valyrian artisans, though the leads remained nebulous. More crucially, he had gleaned through his past connections that the underbelly of King's Landing was rife with turbulence. Brothels, thieves' guilds, and assassin organizations were abuzz with whispers of a substantial retainer from a mysterious employer, aimed squarely at your majesty. Bywater murmured, yet the employer is exceedingly cautious, leaving no traces of identity. He paused, then continued. Moreover, my contacts have observed that Lord Varys's little birds seem to be closely monitoring these developments. And a confidant of Lord Peter Baelish has secretly met with the leader of the Thieves' Guild. Littlefinger. A heaviness settled in Xiao Lin's heart. This master of chaos excelled at playing with fire. He undoubtedly possesses the motive to stir the waters for personal gain. This assassination may not necessarily aim at his demise. It could merely serve to instigate panic and exacerbate conflicts among various factions. And what lies hidden behind Varys's silence and observation? Xiao Lin feels as though he is stepping into a vast, dark quagmire, yet he has no retreat. He must continue his investigation, paying close attention to Sir Baywat's movements while exercising utmost caution to avoid alarming the snakes. Simultaneously, it is imperative to gradually recruit trustworthy individuals, as our network must be operational without delay. The web of intelligence begins to weave itself quietly, unbeknownst to Xiao Lin. In the deeper recesses of the underworld of King's Landing, the bounty on the chosen king remains valid, and more shadows are converging. Melara, on the other hand, finds herself lost in deeper contemplation over the poisoned dagger. She recognizes the forging technique, akin to that of her privately held Valyrian steel dagger, originating from the same source. Is this merely a coincidence? Or does it signify that the ancient powers lurking in the shadows of history are beginning to stir due to the emergence of the true king? Peril abounds, and the night is long. Chapter 9. The digital throne and economic innovation. The assassination incident rippled through the circles of power in King's Landing like a stone cast into a pond. Tywin has bolstered the defenses of the Red Keep and launched a stringent crackdown on the underground forces within the city, somewhat restoring his reputation. However, for Xiao Lin, this only solidified his resolve. He must swiftly acquire his own power, and the foundation of all is wealth. He convened another meeting of the council. This time, he was better prepared, with clearer objectives. The participants included Duke Tywin, Grand Maester Pycelle, the newly appointed Chancellor of the Exchequer, a cautious noble from the Westerlands promoted by Tywin, Councillor Tyrion Lannister, and the specially invited priestess Melara, representing the increasingly significant influence of the Red Temple. At the onset of the meeting, Xiao Lin afforded little opportunity for pleasantries, launching directly into the weighty matter at hand. My lords, his voice steady as he surveyed the assembly, I have reviewed the recent financial reports, and the situation is profoundly concerning. The royal debt amounts to millions of gold dragons, most of which is owed to the Iron Bank of Bravos. The annual tax revenue scarcely covers the interest, let alone repaying the principal and maintaining the operations of the crown and government. Grand Maester Pycelle trembled as he spoke. Your Grace, the costs of the preceding war were immense, and the war has concluded some time ago. Xiao Lin interjected, yet the debt continues to snowball. Why? Because our financial system is in utter disarray. Tax collection is inefficient and riddled with loopholes. Royal expenditures are entirely unbudgeted, resulting in severe waste. And the tax remittances from various vassals are often delayed or short, with no one probing the matter. Duke Tywin's expression remained inscrutable, yet his gaze was sharp as an eagle's. The current financial turmoil is largely a result of his indulgence and manipulation, facilitating the Lannister family's control over the Iron Throne through loans and generous contributions. What insights do you possess, Your Grace? Tywin inquired slowly, his tone betraying no emotion. Reform. Xiao Lin declared with unwavering conviction. First and foremost, I have resolved to establish the Royal Audit Office. This institution will operate independently from the current financial system, reporting directly to the king. Its mandate will encompass a comprehensive audit of the royal finances and all subordinate institutions, scrutinizing tax collection, investigating corruption and waste, and formulating standardized accounting principles. Standardized accounting principles? The Chancellor of Finance appeared perplexed. It refers to a clear, precise, and tamper-proof method of recording financial transactions, Xiao Lin elucidated, striving to communicate in terms they could grasp, ensuring that the provenance of every copper coin was traceable. Tyrion raised an intrigued eyebrow, seemingly contemplating something, yet remained silent. The Grand Maester was the first to voice dissent. Your Majesty, this contravenes tradition. The tax collectors across the realm have their own methods of record-keeping, and the royal accounts are overseen by the maesters. It is precisely the existing traditions and methods that have led us to this monumental debt. Xiao Lin raised his voice, insisting the audit office must be established. I shall appoint. His gaze swept the room and finally settled on Tyrion. Lord Tyrion Lannister, as the inaugural Auditor General. A collective gasp echoed through the assembly. To assign a recently pardoned dwarf, suspected of regicide, to such a pivotal and potentially incendiary role, it was utterly audacious. Tyrion himself was momentarily taken aback, then revealed a remarkably complex smile. Your Majesty, you certainly know how to present me with a thrilling challenge. Duke Tywin's brow furrowed tightly. He harbored a profound disdain for Tyrion, compounded by his aversion to the implications of this institution, which sought to extricate itself from his control. However, he could not overtly dismiss the king, especially one adorned with the mantle of divine right. The establishment of the audit office requires careful consideration, Tywin intoned gravely. This will provoke significant resistance from the nobility and officials. Moreover, the royal treasury currently lacks the capacity to sustain the expenses of a new institution. Concerning expenses, I have alternative plans, Xiao Lin replied, having prepared in advance. To augment the royal income and alleviate our debt burden, I propose to open certain royal monopolies. Royal monopolies? The Chancellor of Finance queried, bewildered. Indeed. For instance, the timber extraction rights from the royal forests, specific mining rights, and even tolls on certain vital roads could be awarded to capable merchant guilds or individuals through public bidding. The crown would collect a fixed franchise fee along with a percentage of the profits. Xiao Lin introduced the concept of modern franchising. This would signify a substantial shift of wealth from the traditionally monopolized sectors held by the aristocracy to the burgeoning merchant class. Even Tywin's expression shifted slightly. This was not merely a financial matter, but a fundamental challenge to the power structure. Your Majesty, this is absolutely unacceptable, the Grand Maester exclaimed. These rights have historically allowed the crown to hoard wealth amid scarcity. Xiao Lin interjected once more. Merchants possess capability and efficiency. They can generate greater wealth. This wealth can be utilized to repay our debts, to fortify the nation, and even to assemble a more formidable royal army to safeguard the realm. He cast a pointed glance at Tywin, insinuating that military reforms would necessitate funds. At this moment, Melar spoke up. His voice ethereal and compelling. The King of Light enlightens wisdom. What your Majesty Jaehaerys perceives is a sacred vision to shatter antiquated shackles and infuse the kingdom with renewed vitality. Wealth should flow, not languish in decaying vaults. The endorsement of religious authority rendered the opposition momentarily speechless. Duke Tywin fell silent for a moment, discerning Xiao Lin's intentions to undermine the old powers through the audit office, to attract new allies via monopolies, all the while amassing resources for himself. It was astute, yet perilously audacious. Your Majesty's ideas are indeed bold, Tywin finally remarked, his tone frigid, asserting that matters of tradition and law could not be altered by mere decree. Detailed discourse and negotiations with the great nobles were required. He employed tactics of delay. Xiao Lin understood that progress could not be instantaneous. His purpose today was to introduce a topic and sow the seeds for future discourse. A comprehensive plan would certainly be necessary. Lord Tyrion, please expedite the preparation of an organizational charter for the audit office and an initial audit plan. As for the monopolies, I urge the Minister of Finance to draft a preliminary list and rules for submission to the Royal Council. He forcefully advanced the proceedings. The meeting concluded in an atmosphere of discontent. As Tywin departed, his gaze was cold enough to freeze one to the core. Xiao Lin recognized that the economic confrontation had merely begun. Indeed, within a few days, Tywin's retaliation emerged, not through open conflict, but through a more insidious economic blockade. Banks in the West tightened credit for traders in King's Landing. Merchant fleets conducting business with the crown underwent rigorous inspections at the ports, causing delays and losses. Even the daily supplies to the Red Keep began to experience unexpected shortages and price surges. The pressure was immense. Yet, Xiao Lin did not remain idle. Through the intelligence network of Bai Wat, he discreetly engaged with small and medium-sized merchants dissatisfied with the Lannister monopoly, promising them future benefits from monopolies to garner their limited support, thereby managing to maintain a few crucial supply lines. Simultaneously, he initiated another plan, the technical school. Under the pretext of cultivating clerks and calculative talents loyal to the crown, suitable for the needs of the audit office and future administration, he located an old barracks on the outskirts of the Red Keep, recruiting literate commoners and even younger sons of minor nobles. He personally authored foundational mathematics textbooks, covering Arabic numerals and basic accounting principles, and selected quick-witted individuals for training. The process was arduous. Many struggled to comprehend these peculiar symbols and methods. However, a select few exhibited remarkable talent. Among them was a frail boy from a humble background, whose father was an accountant. Not only did he swiftly master the new accounting methods, but he also ingeniously crafted a rudimentary calculating tool from discarded wood and wire, akin to a primitive abacus, significantly enhancing calculation speed. Xiao Lin treasured this discovery, rewarding the boy handsomely and appointing him as an assistant instructor. He hoped to leverage this opportunity to gradually cultivate a cadre of technically skilled commoners, imbued with new ideas and loyalty to the crown, thus preparing talent for future reforms. The emissary from the Iron Bank arrived quietly in King's Landing one evening, without making a public announcement, and took residence in a location arranged by Duke Tywin. Xiao Lin understood that the Bravosi had also sensed the shifting tides of Westerosi politics and had come to assess the risks and the security of their debts. The smoke of economic warfare had already begun to envelop the realm. Sitting at his desk, he gazed at the calculating device invented by a common boy, then looked out at the overcast sky. He knew that every spark of modern thought he endeavored to ignite could be extinguished by the chilling winds of medieval reality. Yet he felt compelled to try, for numbers represent a more fundamental cornerstone of sovereignty than swords. Chapter 10. Warnings from the North and the Night's Watch. The power struggles and economic reforms in King's Landing were fraught with difficulty. But Xiao Lin never lost sight of the true threat looming from the far north, one that lingered in dreams and prophecies. While busy consolidating power and implementing new policies, he initiated a crucial segment of the three-tiered plan concerning long-term survival, contacting the Wall and issuing a warning about the long night. Sending a messenger to the Wall was no simple task. The choice of route was critical. Heading directly north via the King's Road would be the fastest. Yet it required traversing the tumultuous riverlands and the north, controlled by the Boltons. The shadow of the Red Wedding had yet to dissipate, and Xiao Lin could not guarantee the safe delivery of the message, fearing that he might inadvertently alert potential enemies, be they Freys, Boltons, or more enigmatic forces, to his unusual concern for the north and the long night. Ultimately, he heeded the advice of Ser Bywater and selected a more circuitous yet discreet route. The messenger team would first travel by ship to White Harbor, then, theoretically still loyal to House Stark, they would be guided by the Manderley family, taking a back road from near Crown's Landing to reach the Black Castle. This route maximized their chances of evading the watchful eyes of major powers. The selection of the messengers was equally meticulous. The captain was an experienced Red Priest, fiercely loyal to the Lord of Light and Melisandre, robust enough to withstand the harsh conditions of the north. His deputy was a member of Bywater's clandestine network, skilled in wilderness survival and covert operations, tasked with observing the situation along the way and ensuring the transmission of information. They also carried a royal pass issued in Xiao Lin's name, along with a small pouch of dragon glass shards as samples and tokens. Before their departure, Xiao Lin personally summoned the captain. "Your tasks are three," he said, lowering his voice and adopting a grave expression. "First, deliver this sealed letter directly to Lord Commander Jon Snow of the Night's Watch, ensuring that he reads it and then incinerates it." The letter employs a simple cipher, crafted from modern principles of cryptography, and briefly mentions the potential increase in White Walker activity, inquiring about the specific situation beyond the Wall. Second, Xiao Lin continued, assess the state of the Night's Watch, their morale, equipment, and loyalty to the Lord Commander. Evaluate what further assistance they may require to fulfill their duties more effectively. Third, and most perilously, his gaze sharpened, endeavor to gather as much intelligence as possible concerning the movements of the free folk in the lands beyond. If the opportunity arises, you might even attempt to engage with some seemingly rational leaders of the free folk tribes to gauge the possibility of an alliance. He was aware that Jon Snow was implementing this policy and required first-hand information to assess the situation. A small team of messengers was dispatched, vanishing into the northern mists. The days spent awaiting their return were long and fraught with anxiety. while Xiao Lin continued to maneuver in King's Landing. He found himself increasingly engrossed in the ancient records presented by Maester Pycelle regarding the Long Night and the White Walkers. What had once been dismissed by scholars as mere myths transformed into invaluable intelligence in his eyes. He paid particular attention to all descriptions of dragonglass, its origins, properties, and its legendary capacity to thwart the White Walkers. Dragonstone. Xiao Lin's fingers tapped against a passage in the text which stated that the depths of Dragonstone concealed rich deposits of dragonglass. He recalled the gloomy volcanic island from the fragmented memories of Joffrey, as well as the peculiar ancient tome. Dragonstone was not merely the ancestral stronghold of House Targaryen. It was also a veritable treasury of strategic resources. He promptly ordered the dispatch of a small team composed of Red Temple priests and a handful of royal craftsmen to the island under the guise of restoring the prince's old castle and gathering building materials, with the true mission being the clandestine exploration and extraction of dragonglass, to transport as much as possible back to King's Landing. Extraction and transportation would require time. Thus, preparations needed to commence at the earliest opportunity. Over a month later, the messengers returned, weary and ragged, one fewer than when they had departed. As though they had endured countless hardships, they brought back Jon Snow's reply. The response, encoded as well, bore heavy tidings once deciphered. Jon Snow's tone was cautious and reserved. He expressed evident skepticism regarding the suddenly prominent figure of King Jaehaerys, particularly concerning his close ties to the Red Temple, given the North's reverence for the old gods. However, he did not entirely dismiss Xiao Lin's warnings, acknowledging that the climate beyond the wall was becoming abnormally frigid, wildling activity was intensifying, and the Night's Watch Rangers had indeed reported inexplicable disappearances and strange phenomena. He expressed gratitude for the supplies provided by His Majesty, yet firmly stated that the Night's Watch would never meddle in the internal affairs of the Seven Kingdoms, politely declining any deeper political entanglements. The most significant information conveyed in the letter pertained to the wildlings. Jon Snow confirmed that they were migrating south in large numbers, not to invade, but to escape a far graver threat. He was struggling to negotiate with certain wildling tribes, permitting them to settle on granted lands beyond the wall in exchange for their promise to jointly defend it. This policy sparked considerable controversy and division within the Night's Watch. The oral report from the messengers added further details. The Night's Watch was severely undermanned, their equipment was dilapidated, and tensions ran high internally. Though young, Jon Snow, the Lord Commander, was resolute and uncompromising, striving to unify all possible forces to confront the impending crisis. They also returned with an unexpected gift, a wildling captive captured beyond the wall by a patrol of the Night's Watch. According to the messengers, this individual exhibited unusual abilities at the time of capture, seemingly capable of sharing vision with his wolf. A skin changer. Xiao Lin felt a jolt of realization. This is an exceedingly precious source of intelligence and a potential asset. Where's the captive? Xiao Lin inquired immediately. In accordance with your instructions, we have kept this matter discreet and have imprisoned him secretly in the dungeons of the Red Temple, under the watch of the priest Melar, the messenger replied. Without delay, Xiao Lin proceeded to the dungeons of the Red Temple. The wild captive was shackled with heavy iron chains. He was tall, his hair and beard tangled, and his gaze was filled with the hostility and vigilance of a beast, muttering ancient curses of the old gods. Indeed, a gaunt but fierce-eyed gray wolf followed closely behind him, baring its teeth and growling at anyone who dared approach. Melar was also present, observing the wild man, particularly the wolf, her violet eyes shimmering with a strange light, seemingly intrigued by this primal magic. Xiao Lin made no attempt to interrogate him immediately. He understood that coercion would be futile with such a person. He instructed the guards to provide ample food and water while seeking individuals knowledgeable in the old god's beliefs and the customs of the wild men to communicate with him and alleviate his hostility. After exiting the dungeon, Xiao Lin felt an intensified urgency. The response from Jon Snow and the existence of the shapeshifter captive both indirectly affirmed the looming threat of the Long Night. He ordered Melar and Biwat to expedite the mining and transportation of dragon crystals at any cost. Simultaneously, he began to secretly recruit blacksmiths to study how to forge these dragon crystals into weapon tips and spearheads. He knew that mere extraction would not suffice. They needed to cultivate a capacity for weaponization. He recalled fragments of memory regarding the ancient tomes of Dragonstone. Would that book contain more information on combating the White Walkers, or even about the Long Night itself? Dragonstone was not merely a mining island. It could very well be a treasure trove of knowledge. The North's alarm had been answered. Though the outlook was not optimistic, it at least opened channels of communication. Xiao Lin realized he must allocate more resources to the north, regardless of the nobles in the court who might misunderstand or oppose him. Survival was far more vital than the games of power. The shapeshifter confined in the dungeon was akin to a seed, perhaps capable of sowing a faint possibility of understanding between humans and the free folk in the future. Xiao Lin commanded that there be no mistreatment and to extend courtesy whenever possible. He needed this eye to discern the truth beyond the wall. Chapter 11. Shadows of flame and darkness of faith. The chill of the dungeon of the Red Temple had yet to completely dissipate from Xiao Lin when Melar invited him to witness a more profound ceremony of the King of Light. This was not a public fervent night fire festival, but rather an intimate rite aimed at exploring the future and enhancing divine power. The ceremony took place in the innermost altar chamber of the temple, attended solely by Melar, several core priests, and Xiao Lin. Here, the flames were no longer the roaring green night fire, but rather several basins of quietly burning azure holy fire, casting elongated shadows that danced upon the walls, contorted and swayed as if they possessed independent life. The air was thick with a richer blend of spices and the scent of something metallic burning, inducing a dizzying sensation. The King of Light, Ralho, Melar intoned, her voice echoing in the cramped stone chamber, imbued with a hypnotic rhythm. Your flames illuminate the past, present, and future. Please show the path ahead for your faithful servant, unveil the traces of darkness, and grant us the power to purge evil. She held her hand suspended above a basin of fire, her lips moving as she recited even more ancient and obscure incantations. Xiao Lin held his breath, focusing intently. He perceived that the ethereal blue flames seemed to respond to her summons, the flames no longer flickering aimlessly but beginning to coalesce and transform. Gradually, indistinct images emerged within the flames. First, there were fleeting, fragmented scenes, a forest blanketed in snow, gnarled black trunks, a decayed hand breaking through the ice, a vast, crystalline web, and a palace constructed of ice, majestic yet eerily silent. Xiao Lin's heart raced. These images bore a striking resemblance to fragments from his dreams. The visions continued to shift. This time, figures appeared. He saw Jon Snow standing atop the wall, brow furrowed, gazing into the distance. Beside him stood a diminutive boy wielding a massive sword. Was it Gendry? He witnessed Arya Stark weaving through the darkness of Braavos, a coin clutched in her hand. He even faintly discerned Daenerys Targaryen, seated atop the pyramid of Meereen, her expression one of confusion and struggle, as a shadow beneath her feet appeared to harbor the outline of an ice dragon. The flames surged violently, and the images became chaotic. Melar's forehead beaded with fine droplets of sweat, and her breathing quickened. She seemed to strive to stabilize the visions, her hands trembling slightly. Gritting her teeth, she whispered, "Show me more." Suddenly, the images within the flames sharpened once more, but shifted to another scene. Xiao Lin saw himself standing before the Hall of Faces, a hooded figure offering him a cup of water. He witnessed Melar kneeling in the snow, an ice crystal sword plunged into her chest, her blood seeping into the snow, igniting golden flames. He glimpsed Tyrion Lannister amidst a pile of books, gazing skyward with eyes filled with despair and exhaustion. Melar let out a muffled groan, abruptly retracting her hand, causing the images to vanish in an instant. She staggered back, her complexion paling, swiftly covering her mouth with her sleeve, unleashing a series of suppressed coughs. Xiao Lin observed that when she lowered her sleeve, the inner cuff appeared stained with a barely perceptible dark red. Was she coughing blood? A jolt of alarm coursed through him. Was this the price of glimpsing the future? The sacrifice of life as flame? Did you see, Your Majesty? Melar hastily regulated her breathing, striving to restore her voice to steadiness. Yet the trace of frailty could not be entirely concealed. I witnessed some fragments, Xiao Lin replied cautiously. The threat beyond the wall, and many uncertain futures remain. The revelations of the flames require interpretation. Melar's violet eyes shimmered with a blend of fatigue and exhilaration. Yet there was no doubt that the long night was encroaching, and you, along with those entwined in your fate, would be pivotal. We must prepare more swiftly. At that moment, two priests carried a stretcher, upon which lay a grievously injured soldier clad in golden robes. He had been pierced in the lung by a spear during a previous patrol conflict, and the scholars had declared him beyond salvation, sent instead to beseech divine grace. Melar gestured for the wounded man to be brought to the center of the altar. Once more, she placed her hand above the flames, and this time, the fire appeared to emit a faint glow that flowed into her fingertips. She pressed her luminescent hand against the soldier's grotesque wound. Xiao Lin widened his eyes in disbelief as he witnessed the fatal injury writhing at a visible pace, healing before his very eyes. Necrotic tissue fell away, fresh granulation formed. and even shattered bones realigned. Within mere breaths, the soldier's previously labored chest had been entirely restored, leaving only a delicate pink scar. The soldier coughed violently a few times, opened his eyes, and his gaze was filled with bewilderment and ecstasy. The King of Light protects. The surrounding priests knelt in fervent prayer, overwhelmed by emotion. Xiao Lin, too, was astonished by this miraculous spectacle. It transcended the boundaries of modern medicine. It was true magic. However, his joy was swiftly tempered by what followed. After completing the healing, Melar's complexion grew even paler, nearly translucent, and her body swayed, needing support from a nearby priest. The healed soldier, although his wound had closed, appeared extraordinarily fatigued and aged, as if a portion of his vitality had been siphoned away. Healing, too, exacts a toll. Melar weakly explained that the sacred flame does not create from nothing. It transforms life and reshapes existence, sometimes requiring voluntary sacrifice. As if to corroborate her words, an elderly fervent believer stepped forward, his face gaunt, yet his eyes burned with the fervor of martyrdom. For the King of Light, for the true king, he shouted, resolutely extending his arm into a basin of holy fire. The flames instantly engulfed his arm, yet did not ignite it immediately. Rather, they coiled around him like a living entity. The old man emitted a cry intertwined with agony and ecstasy as his arm blackened and withered at a visible rate. Ultimately, when he withdrew his arm, now reduced to a charred remnant, the flames surged dramatically, radiating brilliance as if infused with newfound energy. The elder collapsed to the ground. A peculiar smile of satisfaction etched upon his face, slipping into unconsciousness. Xiao Lin felt his stomach churn. This was madness. This was no longer faith, but a cult-like self-sacrifice. After the ritual concluded, Xiao Lin engaged in a heated argument with Melar. You cannot encourage such behavior. This is a disregard for life. Xiao Lin growled in anger. This is their faith and choice, Your Majesty. Despite her frailty, Melar stood her ground. To combat the eternal darkness, necessary sacrifices are unavoidable. What you see is that no power comes without cost. Magic demands a price. The sacred flame requires fuel, but that should be the enemy's life, not that of our own. And what if the enemy's life cannot be obtained in time? Meryl questioned, her violet eyes fixed upon him. As the army of the others encroached and the wounded numbered in the thousands, would you choose to let them perish slowly? Or would you prefer to pay a price to have them return to the battlefield immediately? Your Majesty, you must comprehend that the war we face transcends any mundane conflict you have ever known. Xiao Lin was left speechless. He recognized the harsh truth in Meryl's words. Yet his modern moral compass found it difficult to accept such a stark valuation of life. The two parted on unfriendly terms. That night, Xiao Lin dreamt once more. This time, devoid of a bloody wedding and the icy dead. He envisioned himself soaring above a vast, snow-laden forest, gazing down through the eyes of a raven. Deep within the woods, a colossal fishbeam tree opened its blood-red eyes, beneath which stood a boy with crippled legs, watching him with an ancient, sorrowful gaze. Beside the boy stood a vague figure, a three-eyed raven formed of leaves and shadows. As he observed, a voice resonated deep within his mind, not the impassioned conviction of Meryl, but a desolate, weary whisper imbued with endless knowledge. Xiao Lin jolted awake, his heart pounding like a drum. Meryl's fiery magic was laden with power and cost, while the mysterious verdant vision of his dream seemed to point towards an alternative, deeper, and perhaps equally perilous path of power. The road of faith is not solely illuminated. Within its depths lie unsettling shadows and choices. Chapter 12. The Ascendance of the God King and the Resurgence of Dark Currents after weeks of preparation, compromise, clandestine dealings, and silent threats. The coronation of Aegon I finally arrived. On this day, King's Landing appeared as if immersed in a colossal dye vat. A sea of red enveloping the city. The Red Temple exerted every effort to transform this ceremony into an unprecedented confluence of religious and political significance. Crimson banners adorned every street, while red-robed priests led the faithful in continuous hymns, the air thick with the rich aroma of burning spices. Devotees flocked to King's Landing from all corners, eager to catch a glimpse of the anointed king, their fervor deliberately stoked to a fever pitch. Tywin Lannister observed the spectacle with cold detachment. He tacitly approved of the religious fervor, as it served to stabilize the situation and propel Aegon into the limelight, drawing fire away from himself. Yet he maintained firm control over the secular aspects of the ceremony and security forces. Gold-robed guards replaced the red-robed priests, densely positioned along the route from the Red Keep to the Great September of Baelor and the ceremony site, ensuring no unforeseen occurrences transpired. Xiao Lin, clad in a resplendent robe of black and red, with golden hair shimmering in the sunlight, scanned the throngs below with his temporarily enchanted violet eyes, devoid of joy, only burdened by immense pressure and an overwhelming sense of alienation. He felt akin to a meticulously adorned puppet, thrust onto the most dazzling stage of this medieval world, playing a role he had never envisioned. The coronation ceremony unfolded in the expansive square outside the Red Keep, accommodating a larger audience. Meryl presided over the principal religious proceedings. She did not appoint the High Septon of the Faith of the Seven, which incited dissatisfaction and clandestine protests among its adherents. Instead, she personally placed a magnificent golden crown adorned with a colossal ruby upon Xiao Lin's head. This crown was not a traditional relic of the Iron Throne, but rather the Holy Flame Crown, hastily crafted by the Red Temple, symbolizing the blessings of the Lord of Light. Jaehaerys I. Melar's voice resonated throughout the square via some mysterious amplification, clear and powerful. The choice of Rhaegar, the true king of Westeros. May the holy flame illuminate your path. May your reign bring forth light and dispel the long night. Jaehaerys I, Lord of Light, Holy Flame King. The crowd's cheers surged like a great tide, a fervent faith reaching its zenith. Countless individuals knelt, offering their reverence. Xiao Lin rose to accept their homage, feeling the weight of the crown, which seemed to threaten to break his neck. Taking a deep breath, he approached the platform, ready to deliver his meticulously crafted coronation speech. My subjects, his voice, prepared and steady, bore an air of authority beyond his years. Today, I inherit not merely a crown, but a sacred duty. A duty bestowed by the Lord of Light and by all the people of Westeros. He reflected on the tumult and suffering of the past, emphasizing new goals of order, justice, and prosperity. He mentioned the impending establishment of an auditing office and tax reforms, promising fairer treatment for all nobles and commoners alike. He even cautiously alluded to potential threats from the north, calling for unity and preparedness, though he refrained from naming the others directly. His speech artfully intertwined religious rhetoric with secular commitments, satisfying the needs of the Red Temple while assuaging some nobles' concerns and offering a glimmer of hope to the common folk. However, among the elevated terraces and behind the windows surrounding the square, the true power players reacted differently. Tywin Lannister wore an inscrutable expression, his gaze deep and unfathomable, leaving none to discern his thoughts. Beside him, Ser Kevan bore a look of concern. Tyrion Lannister leaned in the shadows, a wine cup in hand, a playful smile dancing at the corners of his mouth, as if he were relishing a splendid performance. He noted that the new king employed several astute and unconventional terms to articulate his governance philosophy during the speech. Marjorie Tyrell, clad in the most resplendent gown, wore an impeccable smile, while the countenance of Ser Loras beside her was cold, his fingers instinctively resting on the hilt of his sword. Grand Maester Pycelle stood trembling, his eyes bleary, seemingly on the verge of slumber. Meanwhile, Varys donned an extravagant silk robe, his habitual, enigmatic smile gracing his face, his little fingers slightly raised, his gaze sweeping the crowd, recording every subtle reaction. Melar stood slightly behind Xiao Lin, her expression a blend of satisfaction and solemnity. Yet only Xiao Lin could perceive her trembling fingers and paler complexion, indicating that the repercussions of the last secret ritual had not yet fully abated. At the conclusion of the ceremony, Xiao Lin, in the name of Jaehaerys I, officially promulgated the inaugural decrees. In addition to reaffirming the pardon of Tyrion and establishing the audit office, he announced a reduction in certain taxes, allocated funds for the restoration of King's Landing's infrastructure, and formally initiated the Dragon Glass mining and reserve program, linking it to the enhancement of the wall's defenses, thus providing a semblance of legitimacy to these actions. On the surface, this heralded a promising new beginning. The divine king had ascended, ushering in a season of renewal. The grand celebration continued throughout the day, culminating in a citywide night fire ritual. However, as dusk fell and Xiao Lin returned to the Red Keep, utterly fatigued and seeking a moment's respite, a weary messenger, bearing the chill of the north, was discreetly brought before him by Ser Bwyett. The messenger hailed from White Harbor and was a trusted confidant of Lord Manderley. He carried not official documents, but rather an encrypted urgent missive, marked with the sigil of the Night's Watch's Lord Commander, the Ice Wolf. A heavy weight settled in Xiao Lin's heart. He signaled for his attendants to withdraw, leaving only Bwyett, and swiftly deciphered the missive. The contents were alarmingly brief, yet struck him like an ice pick to the heart. Confirmation. A group of others has appeared south of Frostfangs, attacking the Free Folk tribes. A whole village has vanished, leaving only ice and silence. They are moving southward. The wall may not serve as an absolute barrier. Prepare swiftly. Jon Snow. The date at the bottom was from half a month prior. The news, having reached White Harbor and then clandestinely relayed through House Manderley to King's Landing, had already consumed the most precious of moments. Xiao Lin's hand trembled slightly as he clutched the parchment. His final vestiges of hope were utterly shattered. The dreams and prophecies were indeed true. The long night was no mere legend. It had already commenced. The specter of war was hastening its approach. He moved to the window, gazing out at the resplendent lights of King's Landing, where the revelry still thrived. The populace, enraptured in the joy of the king's coronation and religious fervor, remained blissfully unaware of the impending calamity. The undercurrents had never ceased. Rather, they surged with greater intensity due to his presence and the confirmation from the north. Mira quietly approached his side, having learned the news as well. Her visage appeared particularly pale in the twilight, yet the flames within her violet eyes burned even more fervently. "They are coming," she whispered, her tone imbued with fear, yet laced with a morbid excitement. "The prophecy is coming to fruition, Your Majesty. Our time has begun." Xiao Lin did not turn. He remained fixated on the darkened skyline of the north. The clamor of the coronation still echoed in his ears, but the icy grip of crisis now enveloped him entirely. The crown of the divine king felt as heavy as a mountain upon his brow. Chapter 13. The dilemma of the lion's den and the depletion of gold mines. The embers of the coronation's revelry had yet to cool, when ominous clouds gathered over King's Landing. The fragile veneer of pretense between Jaehaerys and Tywin Lannister had finally been irreparably torn asunder. The spark did not arise from the chilling missive from the north, the contents of which Xiao Lin had strictly sealed. Rather, it stemmed from an irreconcilable conflict of power. The crux of the conflict lies in the economic reforms that Xiao Lin is attempting to implement, reforms that directly threaten the fundamental interests of the Lannisters. The preparations for the auditing office are under the purview of Tyrion Lannister. This newly appointed auditor has displayed astonishing efficiency and ruthless methods. Unfazed by familial ties, he wields a hand order specially granted by Xiao Lin, leading a contingent of guards selected by Baelish, loyalty questionable yet not aligned with any major noble family, directly into the office of the royal treasurer, where they confiscate all financial records. The preliminary results of the audit are shocking. The disarray of the accounts is merely superficial. At a deeper level lies a systemic and institutional plundering. Revenues from the royal treasury have been diverted and embezzled under various guises, with substantial unexplained expenditures ultimately flowing into the accounts of the West or into the pockets of merchants closely connected to the Lannisters. Meanwhile, the debts owed by the Iron Throne to the Lannister family have ballooned like a rolling snowball, with interest rates outrageously high. Tyrion slams a preliminary report onto the table during the council meeting, a sardonic smile gracing his face. "My lords, if this report holds any truth, then the kingdom's greatest parasite is not the impoverished denizens of Flea Bottom, but rather some among us seated here." The expression on Duke Tywin's face darkens, as if it could drip water. He had not anticipated Tyrion's ruthless and swift actions. What infuriated him further was Jaehaerys' demeanor. Xiao Lin, gazing at the report, is internally appalled by the Lannisters' avarice, yet maintains an outward calm. He knows this is the moment of confrontation. "Grandfather," he addresses him using this familiar term. Though his tone is as cold as iron, what explanation do you have for this? "Financial management is inherently complex, Your Majesty." Tywin's voice remains devoid of emotion, as if recounting an event unrelated to himself. "In times of war, extraordinary measures are inevitable. Many expenditures were aimed at stabilizing the kingdom's situation. As for the debts, the Lannister family has generously supported the crown." "Generously to the point of impending bankruptcy?" Xiao Lin retorts, picking up a document. "Just last year, over 100,000 golden dragons were allocated to Casterly Rock under the pretext of special military expenses, despite the absence of conflict at that time. And this royal wedding loan, with interest rates 3 times the market price. This is your so-called generous support?" Tywin's gaze is as cold as gold, locking onto Xiao Lin. "Without the golden dragons of the Lannisters, there would be no rebellion against King Robert, nor would there be a throne for his grace Joffrey. Your Majesty, to burn bridges after crossing them is not the act of a wise ruler." "I do not seek to burn bridges, grandfather." Xiao Lin meets his gaze unwaveringly. "I aim to clear the river, so that the great vessel of the kingdom may navigate smoothly, rather than sink into the mire of debt and corruption. The auditing office must continue its work. All accounts must be clarified. Until then, all payments related to the West and interest on debts shall be suspended." This is an open declaration of economic war. Upon hearing this news, Cersei erupts in fury within Maegor's holdfast, shattering countless precious porcelain items and screaming accusations at Jaehaerys. calling him a monster possessed by demons and an ungrateful wretch. Though confined, she remains well-informed, her madness further escalating the tension. Tywin, unlike Cersei, does not lose composure. Yet his retaliation is swifter, harsher, and more lethal. Initially, all banks and commerce chambers in the Westerlands abruptly tightened their financial grip, refusing to extend loans to merchants closely associated with the royal family and even demanding early repayment of existing debts. This led to several trading houses in King's Landing, which supplied goods to the crown, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy overnight. Subsequently, the influx of vital commodities such as grain, wine, and textiles from the Westerlands dwindled significantly, triggering a sharp rise in prices. The markets of King's Landing soon exhibited signs of scarcity, and public discontent began to brew. Even more ruthlessly, Tywin leveraged his influence within the small council and various bureaucratic echelons, resorting to passive resistance and duplicity. The edicts issued by King Robb found themselves nearly impotent beyond the Red Keep. Officials, fearing the wrath of the mighty Lion of the Westerlands more than the uncertainty surrounding the so-called chosen king, remained paralyzed. Robb faced immense pressure. In the court, conservative nobles collectively maintained silence, either overtly or covertly backing Tywin. Meanwhile, rising prices began to disrupt daily life, fostering a growing sense of dissatisfaction among the populace. Yet, he did not resign himself to inaction. He had already anticipated Tywin's retaliation. First, he exploited his nascent intelligence network to disseminate rumors regarding the gold mines of the Westerlands. His agents artfully spread word in taverns and marketplaces, asserting that the gold mines of Casterly Rock were not inexhaustible, with certain veins already depleted, and that the myth of Lannister wealth was on the verge of collapse. These rumors were not unfounded. Robb, employing modern geological knowledge and piecing together sporadic information from Joffrey's memories about the mines, made audacious conjectures regarding Tywin's unusually desperate accumulation of wealth in recent years. The power of rumors is formidable, especially during such a delicate juncture. Soon, small nobles and merchants with financial ties to the Westerlands began to feel uneasy, tentatively requesting early repayments or offering additional collateral. Next, Robb activated his contingency plan to counter the economic blockade. Through Tyrion and his agents, he discreetly reached out to merchants oppressed by the Westerlands and dissatisfied with Lannister monopolies, securing emergency loans and supplies under the promise of future royal exclusivity and limited royal credit, thus barely sustaining the operations of the Red Keep and critical departments. Simultaneously, he intensified the collection and oversight of taxes in the Crownlands, seeking to unearth local financial resources. Most crucially, and also the riskiest move, Robb resolved to freeze all Lannister assets in King's Landing. This included the jewels and properties under Cersei's name, as well as the Lannister family's deposits and shares in major trading houses within the city. Upon the issuance of this order, the court erupted in an uproar. It was, in essence, a declaration of war. Duke Tywin finally cast off his last semblance of disguise. He feigned illness to withdraw from the small council meetings and secretly ordered the Westerlands military to enter a state of readiness, simultaneously commanding Casterly Rock and its vassal families to sever all commercial ties with King's Landing. Robb, in turn, responded with an iron will. He bolstered the defenses of Maegor's Holdfast under the pretext of safeguarding the kingdom's security, effectively placing Cersei under a more stringent form of house arrest, while commencing a purge of overt Lannister loyalists from both the court and the Kingsguard, replacing them with relatively neutral or potentially amenable individuals. In no time, anxiety pervaded King's Landing, as everyone felt the weight of impending peril. The two power centers, the Red Keep and the office of the Prime Minister, found themselves locked in a frigid standoff. The kingdom seemed to teeter on the brink of civil war. Amidst this tempest, Xiao Lin began to consciously promote newcomers. He appointed several officials of humble origin, yet capable and loyal in the struggle against the Lannisters, to prominent positions. For instance, a civilian scribe, adept in calculations and exemplary in auditing, was exceptionally elevated. He sought to dismantle the aristocracy's monopoly on power and to establish a nascent bureaucratic force more aligned with royal authority, thereby creating a system of checks and balances. However, this path was fraught with thorns. One night, Sir Baywat confidentially reported that they had discovered a newly appointed official with close ties to a notorious courtesan associated with Peter Baelish. Baelish's spies had infiltrated the ranks. A chill coursed through Xiao Lin. This struggle proved to be far more intricate and perilous than he had anticipated. Was it true that the gold mines of Casterly Rock were beginning to run dry, as rumors suggested? This would become a pivotal factor influencing the ultimate course of this economic warfare. Xiao Lin could only hope that his conjectures, rooted in modern knowledge, might once again bear fruit in this medieval realm. The weight of the crown, first felt, was the cold metal constricting his brow, accompanied by the undercurrents of lurking danger. Chapter 14. The secret ball of the sand snakes and the lions. The frigid standoff with the Westerlands left Xiao Lin feeling profoundly isolated. Among the Seven Kingdoms, the Riverlands lay scarred, and under the unreliable control of House Fry. The Vale was stirred by Peter Baelish. The Stormlands were leaderless amidst chaos. The Iron Islands remained unruly. The North was divided within the Bolton family and faced genuine threats, while Dorne harbored a deep-seated enmity towards the Lannisters. The gruesome demise of Prince Oberyn Martell in King's Landing remained an unforgotten debt of blood for Dorne. An enemy's enemy may indeed be a potential ally. Xiao Lin had to attempt to open up relations with Dorne. However, engaging with Dorne was fraught with peril. Tywin's spies were ubiquitous in King's Landing, and openly sending envoys would be tantamount to revealing his intentions to the Lannisters. He required an absolutely clandestine meeting. The opportunity arose from a plan to dispatch the royal fleet to patrol the southern shores. In the name of pacifying the borders and showcasing royal authority, Xiao Lin decided to voyage south aboard the royal yacht, the King's Hammer. The fleet was modest in size, but included Myril and a contingent of elite Red Priesthood guards, ostensibly engaged in religious diplomacy, as well as members of the King's Guard disguised as sailors under Sir Baywat's command. As they sailed towards the Dornish Sea, the fleet suddenly altered its course, stealthily approaching a secluded cove along the Dornish coastline on a moonless, tempestuous night. A few small boats were lowered, carrying Xiao Lin, Myril, Baywat, and a handful of guards, who disembarked under the cover of darkness. A contingent of Dornish soldiers awaited them in silence, leading them through a canyon strewn with cacti and rocks. Hours later, a magnificent palace, hewn from ochre stone, emerged before them in Sunspear. Prince Doran Martell, the ruler of Dorne, received them in a cool, flowing garden. He sat in a wheelchair, his demeanor as calm as still water, akin to an unfathomable pool, with only the occasional glint of sharpness flashing in his profound eyes. Beside him stood several strikingly beautiful women, their gazes as perilous as that of venomous serpents, his daughters, Obara Sand, Nymeria Sand, and Tyene Sand. They scrutinized the young chosen king with unreserved curiosity, their eyes brimming with scrutiny, intrigue, and a hint of a yearning for vengeance on behalf of their uncle. "Welcome to Dorne, Your Majesty," King Jaehaerys I. Prince Doran's voice was gentle yet distant, acknowledging the unusual nature of this clandestine meeting at such a delicate moment. Xiao Lin did not mince words. "Your Highness, Westeros requires unity, not division. The existence and actions of certain families are sowing discord and hatred, jeopardizing the stability of the realm." He refrained from directly naming the Lannisters, yet in Dorne, such implications were unmistakable. "The seeds of hatred have long been sown, Your Majesty." Obara Sand interjected coldly, her hand resting firmly on the whip's handle, nourished by blood and betrayal. "I am aware," Xiao Lin replied, turning his gaze toward her with sincerity. "Prince Oberyn was a great man, and his fate was a tragedy and an injustice. While I cannot alter the past, I aspire for a different future. A powerful, united Westeros is essential to confront the true threats arising from the north and to ensure justice prevails." "The threat from the north?" Nymeria Sand arched an eyebrow, skepticism lacing her tone. "Is it merely a fairy tale of the White Walkers? Your Majesty, the people of Dorne are more concerned with the immediate desert and our enemies. Sometimes, fairy tales are rooted in reality." Mira spoke timely, her red robes striking against the darkness of Dorne. The flames of the Lord of Light revealing the clash of ice and fire. The long night approaches. None can remain untouched. Prince Doran raised his hand, silencing his daughters. He regarded Xiao Lin with calmness. "Your Majesty, Dorne's position is contingent upon its interests. The Lannisters are undoubtedly our foes. However, why should Dorne support a king who is blood-related to the Lannisters and closely tied to a mysterious Eastern religion? What can you offer us? And what do you require from us?" The negotiations had entered a substantive phase. Xiao Lin articulated his conditions, a mutual front against the Lannisters, military and economic support for one another, recognition of Dorne's greater autonomy, provided it adhered to the fundamental laws of the realm, assurance of Dorne's significant standing in any future power restructuring, and, clandestinely, the provision of dragonglass weaponry to counter potential common threats. In return, he sought Dorne to restrain the Lannisters' allies in the south, providing certain military support, particularly in light infantry and archers, and, when necessary, open Dorne's ports as supply routes. Prince Doran listened intently, his fingers lightly tapping against the armrest of his wheelchair. It is indeed tempting, Your Majesty, yet it is also quite audacious. How can you guarantee your promises? How can you ensure you will not become the next Tywin? Time will reveal all, Xiao Lin replied. But I can demonstrate my sincerity. I shall immediately restore formal trade with Dorne and reduce tariffs. Publicly condemn Prince Oberyn's death as a tragic accident, pledging to reassess the circumstances at that time. And he paused. I am willing to endure Dorne's trials. Trials? With a playful smile, Taranissa Dajiao inquired, her gaze, however, icy. At that moment, another daughter of Oberyn Martell, the more youthful and combative Obara Sand, stepped forward, renowned for her exceptional martial prowess. Your Majesty, she declared, unsheathing the curved dagger from her waist, its blade glinting coldly in the moonlight. Dorne respects the strong. If you can withstand 10 minutes under my hand, perhaps you can prove your worthiness for our alliance. This was both a provocation and a test. Sir Baelish immediately stepped forward, hand resting on the hilt of his sword. But Xiao Lin restrained him. He understood that this was not a fight to the death, but rather a performance, a ritual to establish prestige and trust. Although his modern soul was unversed in the art of melee combat, he inherited Joffrey's youthful and vigorous physique along with some instinctual muscle memory from Joffrey's rigorous nightly training. Though lazy and cruel, the foundation remained. More importantly, he possessed a tactical acumen that transcended this era. Very well, Xiao Lin replied calmly, removing his outer garment and accepting the training sword from the guard. But I have one condition, no lethal strikes, only touch and go. We shall compete in skill and wit, not in matters of life and death. Obara scoffed, a sound that signified her acquiescence. The duel unfolded in the garden's clearing. Obara's assault was akin to Dorne's venomous serpent, swift, cunning, and explosive. Xiao Lin found himself nearly entirely on the defensive, relying on Joffrey's residual instinct for blocking and anticipatory judgment to barely hold his ground, appearing quite beleaguered. The sand snakes wore expressions of disdain. Prince Daeron remained impassive. However, minutes later, the tide began to subtly shift. Xiao Lin gradually acclimated to the rhythm, discerning that although Obara's strikes were fierce, they followed a certain pattern. And her relentless pursuit of flamboyant attacks compromised her stability during rapid movement. He began to deliberately feign vulnerabilities, luring Obara into overcommitting. In a seemingly hasty retreat, Obara indeed fell for the ruse, launching a powerful thrust aimed directly at Xiao Lin's core. Yet, he unexpectedly sidestepped, not blocking with his sword, but rather kicking up a cloud of fine sand from the ground, flinging it into Obara's face. Obara gasped, instinctively closing her eyes and retreating, her offensive collapsing in an instant. The tip of Xiao Lin's training sword gently rested an inch from her throat. Silence enveloped the arena. The maneuver was hardly chivalrous, bordering on unscrupulous. Yet, for the pragmatic Xiao Lin, victory was all that mattered. As Obara opened her eyes, fuming with indignation, she ultimately huffed, sheathing her dagger. Cunning northern man. Yet, her tone lacked the earlier disdain, infused with something else. Prince Daeron slowly applauded. What is also a form of strength, Your Majesty? You have passed the test. He finally made his decision. Dorne was willing to ally with you to confront the enemies before us. The specifics will be discussed by my advisor with your people. A clandestine alliance had been tentatively forged. Xiao Lin felt a sense of reassurance settle within him. However, before departing from Yanji City, Xiao Lin seized the opportunity to tour the palace. In the brief interlude while awaiting in Prince Daolong's study, his keen eyes caught a glimpse of a half-open drawer in the corner of the room, seemingly concealing an exceptionally ancient family tree scroll. The emblem upon it was not the spear of House Martell, but rather a three-headed dragon of House Targaryen. Xiao Lin's heart trembled, though he maintained an impassive demeanor. What surprised him further was that, prior to boarding his ship, Melar quietly whispered to him, "A close friend of the Red Viper Oberyn had secretly visited my residence last night. He brought intriguing tidings concerning the Queen from the east and expressed a desire to maintain communication with the Lightbringer." Xiao Lin immediately recalled the prior interactions between Oberyn Martell and Daenerys Targaryen's court. The ambitions of Dorne appeared to extend beyond mere vengeance against the Lannisters. They were placing their bets in multiple arenas. The alliance in the south had just begun to take shape, yet the undercurrents beneath were equally intricate. The dance of the sand snakes and the lions had only just commenced, while the background music might very well echo the roars of dragons from the east. Chapter 15. The fury of the Iron Islands and the rise of the sea dragons as the clandestine alliances of the south were forged. The threat of the White Walkers loomed like the sword of Damocles. The economic warfare in the west raged on, and challenges from the sea had thunderously arrived. Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands once again raised the banner of rebellion, perhaps inspired by the turmoil within the continent of Westeros. Or perhaps adhering to the ancient maxim that strength prevails over toil, the Ironborn set sail once more, launching attacks upon the coasts of the west and the riverlands. This time, they were not content with mere pillaging. They brazenly proclaimed their intent to sever ties with the Iron Throne and reconstruct the ancient empire. News of this rebellion reached King's Landing, sending shockwaves through the court. For Xiao Lin, who was already at odds with the West, this was undoubtedly a further blow. The Ironborn's incursions not only weakened the already strained power of the realm but, more alarmingly, if the Lannister family were to secretly collude with the Ironborn, the consequences would be dire. In the Royal Council, debates raged fiercely. Officials aligned with House Tywin advocated for a temporary truce with the West, proposing to withdraw forces from the Riverlands and the Crownlands to jointly quash the rebellion in the Iron Islands. This was evidently an attempt to seize the opportunity to legitimize the movement of Westland troops and even extend their reach into other territories. Xiao Lin vehemently opposed this. He was acutely aware that inviting a deity was far easier than sending it away. Once the armies of the West were mobilized, the situation would become all the more convoluted. The threat of the Ironborn lay at sea. Xiao Lin pointed out that their longships were agile and swift. Rather than passively defending a vast coastline, it would be wiser to take the initiative to obliterate their naval power and strike at the heart of their forces. Your Majesty, the royal fleet suffered heavy losses at the Battle of Blackwater and has yet to fully recover, a naval officer lamented. The current number of warships is insufficient, and their outdated designs struggle to contend with the Ironborn's new longships. Then let us rebuild the fleet. Construct new vessels, Xiao Lin declared resolutely. He understood the necessity of possessing a formidable naval force that would directly pledge allegiance to the Iron Throne. Otherwise, true control over the Seven Kingdoms would remain an elusive dream, not to mention the impending challenges that may arise from the east or crises from the north. He resolutely defied the consensus and initiated the ambitious naval reconstruction plan, known as the Rising Dragon Project. He appointed a relatively young, yet innovative noble, whose ties to the prominent aristocracy were tenuous, hailing from the Stormlands, an official of modest lineage but well-versed in the art of navigation, to oversee this endeavor. Utilizing modern knowledge, Xiao Lin proposed novel design specifications for the warships, a more streamlined hull to minimize resistance, elevated freeboard to withstand harsher maritime conditions, a more rational sail design to enhance speed and upwind sailing capabilities, as well as more formidable ram and crossbow configurations. He even vaguely introduced the concept of compartmentalized watertight sections to improve buoyancy, though craftsmen found it exceedingly challenging to comprehend. He emphasized standardized manufacturing, establishing uniform standards for critical components such as keels, ribs, and planks, enabling simultaneous production across various shipyards, culminating in assembly to expedite construction. This initiative similarly faced skepticism and resistance from traditional shipbuilders. The implementation of the plan proved arduous, with issues arising in funding, technology, and talent. Nevertheless, Xiao Lin invested immense enthusiasm in the limited funds extracted from the audit office, personally overseeing the details. He recognized this as a crucial investment for the future. Meanwhile, he did not solely rely on military means, fully aware that the Iron Islands were not a monolithic entity. Through the ever-expanding intelligence network of Baiwat, Xiao Lin discerned that the Iron Islands were grappling with severe internal strife. Balon, aging and losing grip, his brother, Euron Greyjoy, a mad and dangerous figure, had just returned from overseas with mysterious treasures and darker ambitions, actively contesting for succession, while another brother, Victarion, a valiant yet politically naive traditional captain, harbored both hatred and wariness towards Euron. Xiao Lin resolved to adopt a strategy of division. He discreetly dispatched envoys, bearing substantial gold and promises, to engage with Victarion and his supporters. The message conveyed was that the Iron Throne comprehended the Ironborn's reverence for ancient customs and was willing to grant the Iron Islands greater autonomy and trade privileges, provided they ceased their raids on the mainland and acknowledged the sovereignty of the Iron Throne. The condition was clear: the Iron Islands required a rational and reliable leader, rather than the aged Balon or the deranged Euron. Concurrently, Xiao Lin instructed the envoys to inadvertently leak information to Euron's faction regarding Victarion's potential private dealings with the Iron Throne, exacerbating their suspicions and internal conflict. The effects of political maneuvering appeared to unfold more swiftly than the advent of the new warships. Although assaults from the Ironborn on the mainland persisted, they became increasingly disjointed, with instances of vessels from differing factions keeping wary distance from one another. Victorian's stance on the Iron Throne's proposition remained ambiguous, neither confirming nor denying, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Meanwhile, Euron intensified his activities, reportedly leveraging his newfound wealth to recruit outlaws and even establishing connections with some shadowy foreign powers that worshipped obscure deities. A particular piece of intelligence from what captured Xiao Lin's keen attention: Euron, in a drunken state, had boasted to his confidants about a trophy he possessed, a colossal black dragon egg, adorned with peculiar scaled patterns, allegedly sourced from the ruins west of the Smoking Sea. He even threatened to discover a means to incubate it. Xiao Lin remained skeptical. Dragon eggs had long been extinct, and the idea of hatching one was utterly fantastical. Nevertheless, this only heightened the peril and unpredictability posed by Yulin. At a time when the Navy's plans faced arduous advancement and internal strife within the Iron Islands intensified, the first batch of medium-sized warships, constructed according to the new design philosophy, finally embarked on their maiden voyage. The results were unexpectedly splendid. The new vessels exhibited markedly superior speed and agility compared to their antiquated counterparts. Although technologies such as watertight compartments were still in their infancy, they demonstrated immense potential. Xiao Lin named them the Sea Serpent fast warships. However, while reviewing the latest designs, he noted a particular detail. In pursuit of enhanced structural integrity, the craftsmen had attempted to reinforce a critical juncture of the keel with a special metal alloy, whose forging patterns and subtle, muted luster bore a striking resemblance to the Valyrian steel dagger secretly possessed by Myril, as well as the poisoned dagger that had sought his life. Was it a hint of Valyrian steel technology? A tempest surged within Xiao Lin's heart. Had the craftsman inadvertently resurrected a long-lost art? Or was there someone, well-versed in ancient knowledge, covertly influencing or even aiding his naval endeavors? He commanded a discreet investigation into the backgrounds of the craftsmen responsible for that design element. Yet no leads surfaced. The sea dragon began to rise, yet beneath the surface lay more enigmas and threats. The storm over the Iron Islands was far from quelled, and the new warships not only heralded hope, but could also invite deeper greed and covetousness. Chapter 16. The Smoke of Academia and the Revolution of Knowledge amidst the economic warfare with the West, clandestine diplomacy in the South, and military developments at sea. Xiao Lin acutely felt the dearth of talent in his multifaceted campaigns. What he required were not the traditional knights or aristocratic bureaucrats, but individuals capable of comprehending and executing his unorthodox ideas, accountants versed in modern bookkeeping, artisans skilled in designing standardized components, crossbowmen proficient in calculating ballistics, and potentially researchers needed in the future. The existing educational system was wholly inadequate to meet his needs. The Bachelor Alliance monopolized knowledge, yet the scholars they trained primarily served the local nobility, rendering the knowledge system antiquated and steeped in tradition, resistant to practical technologies and new sciences. The auditing, standardization, and naval reforms Xiao Lin sought to implement were, in the eyes of the scholars, mere curiosities or even blasphemy against sacred knowledge. He resolved to dismantle this monopoly, at least within King's Landing, to sow the seeds of new knowledge, under the pretext of cultivating loyal clerks and technical officials to better manage the affairs of the kingdom. He formally established the Royal Academy of Sciences in King's Landing. This title incited significant controversy. The scholars contended that the term science itself bore connotations of heresy and defiance, stemming from an ancient paradigm of inquiry that had been partially rejected by the Academy. Initially, the Academy functioned merely as an expanded technical school, occupying a decrepit warehouse. Xiao Lin personally authored foundational textbooks, including simplified mathematics, emphasizing practical calculations in geometry, basic physics, principles of levers, pulleys, buoyancy, etc., introductory chemistry, practical knowledge of metallurgy and dye production, and even a simplified course in logic. He appointed those exceptional commoner students from the Technical Academy as teaching assistants, and recruited a number of disillusioned scholars and craftsmen, dissatisfied with the traditional bachelor system, to serve as lecturers, offering them generous salaries. Once this news spread, the academic city reacted vehemently. The chancellor of the academy, with a quivering white beard, passionately accused at the royal court, "Your Majesty, knowledge is sacred and requires systematic transmission and rigorous standards. The academy has taken millennia to develop the system we have today. Your actions undermine the purity of knowledge and encourage the pursuit of fleeting, misguided paths. How can these trivial skills compare with the profound studies of astrology, history, and advanced Valyrian? This poses a significant threat to tradition." Other conservative nobles echoed his sentiments, asserting that the king was neglecting his duties and squandering royal funds. Xiao Lin had prepared for this. Chancellor, he calmly rebutted. The kingdom requires not only scholars who interpret the stars and write history, but also those capable of calculating provisions, designing warships, improving agricultural tools, and healing the wounded. The knowledge of the Academy, while invaluable, is not the only form of wisdom. The purpose of the Academy of Sciences is not to replace the Academy, but to supplement it, nurturing the practical talents urgently needed by the kingdom. Does the Academy presume that only they possess the authority to define and impart knowledge? He deftly steered the conversation towards the power struggle, questioning whether the Academy sought to monopolize all interpretations of knowledge. The Chancellor was momentarily rendered speechless. Duke Tywin observed quietly, offering no clear stance. He seemed to relish the prospect of Jaehaerys probing the academic city's hornet's nest, diverting attention and creating more enemies. Despite facing resistance, the Academy of Sciences was established with great difficulty. Initially, enrollment proved challenging, as many noble offspring looked down upon attending, with only a few commoners and minor nobles eager to change their fates. However, Xiao Lin offered substantial stipends and promises of employment within royal institutions upon graduation, gradually attracting some attendees. The educational process was fraught with challenges. Many concepts were difficult for medieval minds to grasp, the teaching materials were rudimentary, and qualified instructors were scarce. Yet there were bright spots. A common youth who invented a simple calculating tool demonstrated astonishing mathematical talent. An elderly craftsman, despite being illiterate, possessed a profound understanding of mechanical principles derived from decades of experience. And even a couple of young scholars, motivated by curiosity or dissatisfaction with the Academy's rigid system, secretly attended classes, bringing with them a more systematic foundation of knowledge. Xiao Lin occasionally taught personally, using vivid metaphors and demonstrations to elucidate abstract principles. Although the impact was limited, it greatly inspired the first cohort of students. He aspired to cultivate the first sparks of new modes of thinking here. The Academy's counterattack soon followed. They leveraged their influence among the nobility and citizens to spread rumors, claiming that the Academy of Sciences taught the knowledge of demons and the sorcery that sullies the soul. They threatened scholars teaching at the Academy, declaring that they would no longer recognize their bachelor qualifications, a devastating blow for those reliant on such status for their livelihoods. They even covertly incited thugs to harass the Academy's students. The conflict escalated during a singular event. A student from the Academy, the son of a baker, inadvertently observed the phenomenon of hot air rising and propelling a wheel while attempting to improve the design of a furnace bellows in his workshop. His excitement led him to diligently record his observations and propose a nascent, rudimentary concept of steam propulsion. This idea, though exceedingly primitive and light years away from a functioning steam engine, was discovered by the eyes of the academic city, which sensationalized it as a perilous sorcery attempting to harness the power of the underground fire. Chancellor Paisher personally lodged a vehement protest with Xiao Lin, demanding the closure of the academy and severe punishment for the student. Xiao Lin, however, withstood the pressure and protected the student. Yet he realized that the conservatism and hostility of the academic city surpassed his expectations. Stranger occurrences soon followed. Shortly after the steam controversy, Biwat reported to Xiao Lin that the modest library, which housed a scant collection of textbooks and notes compiled by Xiao Lin, had been broken into during the night. Peculiarly, nothing of value was taken, except for a few sketch notes on basic mechanical principles that Xiao Lin had drawn from memory, along with a partially deciphered manuscript of an ancient Valyrian text recently returned from Dragonstone aboard a crystal mining vessel. The intruder's intentions were clear, targeting solely this new and exotic knowledge. Meanwhile, clandestine whispers from Old Town revealed that a theft had also occurred in the most secure depths of the academic city, where the forbidden vault of books was said to have lost several scrolls regarding advanced Valyrian magic, particularly those associated with dragons. The academic city was tight-lipped about this incident, striving to conceal it. The two thefts appeared to point in the same direction, towards knowledge that was marginalized by the mainstream, deemed dangerous, or potentially imbued with tremendous power. Who could be behind this? Radical factions within the academic city? A third party seeking to acquire knowledge as power? Xiao Lin couldn't help but recall those forces lurking in the shadows of history, possibly possessing remnants of Valyrian technology. The smoke of a knowledge revolution had already risen, with the focal point of contention being not merely ideas, but the very power that could alter the world's balance. Xiao Lin sensed that the door he had opened concealed far more perilous secrets than he had anticipated. Chapter 17. The Light of the Seven and the Flame of the Red God. Reforms in the economic, military, and educational spheres were progressing with great difficulty, while the contradictions within the realm of religion resembled a barrel of wildfire, poised to ignite the entirety of King's Landing at any moment. The identity of Jaehaerys I. The chosen king, along with his close ties to the Red Temple, had long agitated and infuriated the mainstream belief of the faith of the Seven in Westeros. The High Septon had repeatedly expressed protests, both privately and publicly, condemning the faith in the light of the Lord as a barbaric heresy, demanding the king expel the influence of the Red Temple and return to the embrace of the Seven. Previously, due to the suppression by Tywin Lannister and Xiao Lin's relatively low profile, these tensions had not manifested overtly. However, with Xiao Lin's complete severance from the Lannisters, the constraints imposed by Tywin vanished, and the Red Temple, under the leadership of Melar, grew increasingly prominent, culminating in an inevitable eruption of conflict. The spark of unrest ignited from an extreme incident. A fervent group of followers of the Light King, after being roused by the sermon of a radical red-robed monk, stormed a small chapel in the slums of King's Landing, shattering the statues of the Seven Gods and attempting to set the chapel ablaze. Their justification was that the false deities had usurped the glory of the Light King and thus required purification by the holy flame. Although the flames were extinguished by the timely arrival of the gold-robed guards, the repercussions of the event were profoundly detrimental. The followers of the Seven Gods were incensed, taking to the streets in protest, leading to multiple violent confrontations with the red-robed adherents. The religious atmosphere within King's Landing became exceedingly tense, teetering on the brink of chaos. The archbishop, accompanied by a cadre of monks clad in black robes and bearing sacred bells, silently marched to the Red Keep to stage a sit-in demonstration, demanding that the king impose severe punishment on the perpetrators and curb the arrogance of the Red Temple. King Xiao Lin faced the most severe public relations and political crisis since his ascension. He was acutely aware of the horrors and destructiveness of religious wars and knew he must prevent such conflicts at all costs. Initially, he adopted a hardline approach. He commanded Baywat to apprehend the disruptive followers of the Light King along with the incendiary red-robed monk, subjecting them to public trial and sentencing them to labor. Simultaneously, he condemned certain extreme retaliatory actions from the Seven Gods Church and urged both parties to exercise restraint. Yet, this could only temporarily suppress the turmoil, failing to eradicate the underlying tensions. He recognized the necessity for a more enduring mechanism to manage religious discord. At the strong, even somewhat threatening suggestion of Melar, Xiao Lin announced the establishment of a religious affairs committee composed of the Archbishop of the Seven Gods Church, the High Priestess of the Red Temple Melar, and several relatively progressive scholars from diverse faith backgrounds, including representatives of the dwindling Old Gods followers from the north. The committee aimed to reconcile the major religious conflicts, establish fundamental norms for religious practices, and ensure the freedom of belief while maintaining harmony and stability within the kingdom. From its inception, the committee was rife with disputes and hostility. The archbishop adamantly demanded the Red Temple cease its public proselytization and issue a public apology and reparations for its blasphemous actions. Melar, however, remained unyielding, declaring the Light King to be the one true God, and the Seven Gods mere false idols, insisting upon equal status and even privileges with the Seven Gods Church. Meetings often concluded in discord, and at times, Xiao Lin had to personally intervene to prevent physical altercations among the representatives. In this struggle, Melar's power and influence were paradoxically amplified through the platform of the committee. With her formidable charisma, clear logic, and unwavering support for Xiao Lin, she gradually gained the upper hand within the committee. To balance the interests of the Seven Gods Church while pursuing reforms, Xiao Lin occasionally found himself reliant on Melar and the Red Temple, which further elevated her status, making her prominence within the Red Temple soar, eclipsing even the previously opposing conservative figures like High Priest Corlin. However, Xiao Lin keenly sensed the shifts in Melar. The fervor in her gaze sometimes bordered on obsession, exhibiting little patience for any dissenting voices questioning the Light King. She began to invoke terms such as purification and holy flame judgment with increasing frequency. Moreover, Xiao Lin observed that the hue of the flame tattoo on her arm appeared more vibrant than before, almost as if it were flowing slowly. In the stillness of the night, reports from Baywat indicated that Melar was observed conducting a solitary and seemingly blood-related private ritual within the temple's secret chamber. This deepened Xiao Lin's suspicions. However, he currently required Melar's influence to stabilize the power of the Red Temple and combat the pressures from the Seven Gods Church. Thus, he could not delve further into the matter. Even more alarming were the intelligence gathered through clandestine channels, revealing that the Archbishop of the Seven Gods Church, while vocally opposing the Red Faith in public, had secretly dispatched trusted monks to the west to meet with Tywin Lannister on multiple occasions. What might their intentions be? Xiao Lin was almost certain that this was no mere religious grievance. Tywin was likely stoking the flames from the shadows, perhaps even promising support to the Seven Gods Church in exchange for their alliance against the King in Chosen, attempting to undermine the legitimacy of Xiao Lin's rule from a religious standpoint. Religion had become yet another bloody battlefield in the struggle for power. Xiao Lin endeavored to navigate this precarious situation. On one hand, he permitted the Red Temple to operate within certain bounds, leveraging its power. On the other, he discreetly provided the Seven Gods Church with compensations, such as funding for the restoration of damaged sanctuaries, and relayed messages through intermediaries in an attempt to placate the Archbishop and sow discord between him and Tywin. This process was fraught with difficulty, akin to dancing on the edge of a knife. Each decision had the potential to incite anger in one party, or even both simultaneously. One night, troubled by the complexities of religious affairs and unable to sleep, Xiao Lin took a stroll in the gardens of the Red Keep, where he chanced upon Tyrion, who was also restless. Tyrion, cradling a bottle of Dornish red wine, was sipping alone beneath the moonlight. "Are you troubled by the war among the gods, your majesty?" he inquired with a tipsy grin. "I merely wish for them to be quieter," Xiao Lin sighed, reflecting that faith ought to be a personal matter. "Ah, my dear nephew." Tyrion took a swig. "You are far too naive. Faith has never been a personal affair. It is a banner, a slogan, an army, a business. There will always be those who exploit it for secular purposes, power, wealth. Just look at the Archbishop's silk robes and the jeweled rings on his fingers. Such attire hardly befits an ascetic. And what the priestess Melar desires, I fear, may be even greater." Xiao Lin fell silent. Tyrion's words, though sharp, struck a chord. "You know," Tyrion swirled his wine glass, "in my view, the seven gods, the Lightbringer, and even the drowned god and the old gods are not so different. They all promise paradise while busily constructing hell on earth. The best course of action would be to keep them in check, ensuring that none grow too powerful." A cunning smile crept across his face. "Perhaps you might consider introducing a third, a fourth, or even a seventh deity. Sometimes, chaos proves to be the most effective order." Tyrion's jest carried a hint of inspiration for Xiao Lin. It seemed that mere suppression or reconciliation yielded limited results. Perhaps the introduction of additional balancing forces could be the key. Yet, he could not yet envision a feasible method to achieve this. The undercurrents of religion surged tumultuously beneath the shadow of King's Landing, compelling Xiao Lin to tread cautiously in maintaining a fragile equilibrium. Acutely aware that even the slightest spark could ignite this perilous realm of faith, the ominous bloodlight flickering within Myral's clandestine chamber, coupled with the secret communications between the Archbishop and the Western Territories, hinted that such stability might not endure for long. Chapter 18. Shadows of the Iron Vault and the Faceless Ones. The royal treasury lay in disarray, akin to a malignant tumor, with the Iron Vault poised as a razor's edge above it. The arrival of the Braavosian delegation swept through King's Landing like a brisk wind from the narrow sea, dispersing some of the fog surrounding the power struggles while ushering in an even deeper chill, led ostensibly by a shrewd accountant named Tormo Freyga. The delegation was resplendent and grandiose, embodying the Braavosian penchant for intertwining wealth and power in ostentatious display. They proclaimed their mission to assess the Iron Throne's capacity to repay its debts and discuss potential restructuring, an endeavor deemed rightful by creditors. Yet, both Xiao Lin and Baiwat's intelligence network understood that the matter was far from straightforward. The true purpose of the Iron Vault was to evaluate whether the chosen king, Jaehaerys I, represented a promising investment or a risk-laden asset in dire need of liquidation. Their findings would profoundly influence Braavos' stance on Westeros' political landscape, potentially determining support for alternative strategies. The reception ceremony was both grand and restrained. Tormo Freyga's demeanor was impeccable and his language deferential, but the eyes concealed behind his golden-rimmed spectacles gleamed with surgical precision, meticulously dissecting every detail of the Red Keep, from the guards' armaments to the banquet's fare, in an attempt to discern the royal treasury's true strength. The formal discussions convened in the council chamber. Freyga unfurled a voluminous ledger, articulating with a monotone clarity the staggering figures of debt and accrued interest that left listeners astounded. His proposed restructuring plan was exceedingly harsh. It demanded future tax revenues from the crownlands, even portions of royal territories as collateral, alongside exorbitant interest rates. Tyrion, serving as the Auditor General, endeavored to contest the claims, pointing out the dubious origins of certain debts and errors in interest calculations. However, Freyga merely smiled as he presented an array of irrefutable documents. The officials aligned with Tywin remained stoically silent, their expressions tinged with a hint of schadenfreude, reveling in Jaehaerys' fiscal plight. Throughout the proceedings, Xiao Lin maintained an air of composure. He understood that mere bickering would yield no fruitful outcome. Interrupting the ceaseless numerical debate, he redirected the discourse toward grander ideals. Mr. Frege, Xiao Lin's voice resonated with steadiness. The Iron Vault is concerned with returns, not the past. Westeros harbors immense potential, untapped mineral resources, fertile lands, and industrious people. My reforms endeavor to dismantle the obstacles that hinder this potential from flourishing. A more efficient and prosperous Westeros is the most reliable assurance for the Iron Vault's debts. Short-term austerity and collateral would only serve to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. He unveiled fragments of his vision for future economic reforms, illustrating the prospects of establishing new trade routes, developing distinctive industries, and stabilizing the political landscape. He endeavored to entice the other party with visions of a future cake. Seeking respite in the present, Frege listened intently, her fingers gently tapping the table, remaining noncommittal. The vision is indeed captivating, Your Majesty. However, the Iron Bank places greater value on present certainties. We have observed some fluctuations in your relationship with the West, which heightens the kingdom's risk factor. Moreover, he shifted his tone, subtly indicating that there are intriguing rumors concerning you, Your Majesty. Xiao Lin felt a chill in his heart, knowing the main topic had arrived. Oh, what rumors? Some whispers from the east. Frege adjusted her glasses. Regarding your particular decision-making style, certain phrases you employ, and even your interest in specific technologies, seem to diverge subtly from the traditions of Westeros, or, shall we say, your past experiences. Some have even jested that you appear to be possessed by the wisdom of a distant land. Her professional smile belied the coldness in her gaze, sharp as the steel of bravos. They are questioning my identity. A cold sweat trickled down Xiao Lin's back. The intelligence network of the Iron Bank is indeed pervasive. They may have even captured glimpses of the thoughts and vocabulary I inadvertently revealed, which do not belong to this world. Suffering and divine revelation can transform an individual, Mr. Frege. Melar interjected at the opportune moment, her voice imbued with a solemnity akin to the sacred, breaking the instant's tension. The flame of the Lord of Light not only purifies the flesh but also enlightens the mind. What Your Majesty has exhibited is a manifestation of divine grace. To question Your Majesty is to question the will of Melar. Once again, she shielded Xiao Lin with the armor of faith. Frege inclined slightly, maintaining politeness. Of course, we respect all beliefs. However, matters of debt require realistic assurances. He redirected the conversation, but the seeds of doubt had already been sown. The meeting yielded no substantial agreements, deciding instead that Tyrion would engage the delegation in further negotiations. However, the true contest lay beyond the confines of the meeting. Xiao Lin had already commanded Bywater to conduct rigorous surveillance on the members of the delegation. Bywater's agents swiftly uncovered anomalies. An inconspicuous attendant, an ordinary-looking young man, exhibited behavior markedly different from the others. He seldom engaged in conversation, yet his gaze frequently swept over the defenses of the Red Keep, the patterns of personnel shifts, and the routes of Xiao Lin's daily activities. He appeared as a transparent specter, seamlessly blending into the backdrop while undertaking the most professional reconnaissance. More importantly, Bywater's most capable shadow operatives reported witnessing this attendant in the dead of night at a derelict dock by the Blackwater River, engaging in a brief interaction with another figure who had completely melded into the shadows using an exceedingly complex gesture. Subsequently, that shadow vanished as if a drop of water absorbed into the sea. Faceless once, the conclusion was nearly certain. The Iron Bank had not merely dispatched accountants. They had sent members of the world's most fearsome assassin organization. Their purpose, I fear, extends beyond mere evaluation. It may also encompass taking extreme measures to safeguard the interests of the Iron Bank when necessary, or accepting additional commissions from certain individuals to verify the authenticity of the king. A chill crept down Xiao Lin's neck. He was acutely aware that he had always lived under the shadow of danger. Yet being targeted by the faceless men represented an entirely different level of threat. He immediately fortified his security, altered his daily routine, and instructed Melar to arrange for the masters of the Red Temple to discreetly guard him. Concurrently, he commanded Bywater to conduct relentless surveillance on the attendant, ensuring utmost caution to avoid alerting the enemy while tracing the connections and ultimate intentions of the suspected faceless man within King's Landing. This silent espionage unfolded within the shadows of the city. Bywater's network tightened like a noose around the suspected attendant. They discovered him to be exceedingly cautious. Leaving scarcely a trace, yet he needed to relay information externally. Several attempts to intercept his communications failed, as he employed an unbreakable code or perhaps engaged in one-way correspondence. Under pressure, Xiao Lin resolved to take a risk with a novel approach. He recalled that the faceless men worshipped the many-faced god, pursuing a certain notion of fairness and the art of death. He instructed Baiwat to seize an opportunity to inadvertently drop an ancient coin from a distant land along the attendant's regular path, a relic from the Red Temple's collection, adorned with depictions of deities associated with death. This served as a faint signal, a tentative gesture. I am aware of your existence. I respect your art. Yet we need not become mortal enemies. It remained uncertain whether this signal had any effect or if the faceless men's mission was merely to observe. But the ensuing days were remarkably calm. The attendant continued his watch, yet there were no signs of further action. On the eve of the delegation's departure back to Bravos, Baiwat ultimately delivered a breakthrough message. They had intercepted a conversation in which Frege subtly mentioned a term, shapeshifter, while speaking privately with a trusted confidant. It was essential to ascertain if the prophecy concerning the shapeshifter aligned with intelligence from the east. These were fragmented snippets. A wave of shock surged through Xiao Lin. Not only did the Iron Bank suspect his identity, but they were also monitoring the shapeshifter? How had they come to learn of this term? What prophecy was in question? How did this relate to their assessment of the risks in Westeros? Did the abilities of the shapeshifter intertwine with certain core interests or beliefs of the Iron Bank? Countless questions flooded his mind. The depths of the Iron Bank ran deeper than anticipated. Their arrival was not merely about debt. It seemed more akin to a cold, global risk assessment and intelligence gathering mission, with the faceless men serving as their sharpest instruments. The delegation departed without establishing a new debt agreement. Yet no pressure for repayment was exerted. They left with a wealth of intelligence and unresolved enigmas. As Tormund Frege bid farewell, his final words to Xiao Lin were laden with significance. Your Majesty, the Iron Bank looks forward to witnessing Westeros stabilize and become predictable under your leadership. I hope that when we meet again, we shall have a more solid foundation for cooperation. Stability? Predictability? This felt more like a warning. Do not instigate too many unforeseen reforms. Do not cultivate excessive uncertainty. Xiao Lin stood atop the city wall, gazing as the fleet of Bravos faded into the mist of the narrow sea. The shadow of the Iron Bank had temporarily receded, yet the specter of the faceless men and the unresolved enigmas lingered in King's Landing like phantoms. He understood that his dealings with the Bravosi, who wielded the dual powers of finance and assassination, were far from concluded. The term shapeshifter pricked at his heart like a thorn. He resolved to visit once more the wildling captive imprisoned in the dungeons of the Red Temple. Chapter 19. The Dragon's Message and Eastern Currents. The shadow of the Iron Bank had not yet fully dissipated, and Xiao Lin's attention must shift to another potential disruptor across the narrow sea. Daenerys Targaryen, the mother of dragons. News of her filtered into Westeros through merchant vessels, mercenaries, and the elusive intelligence channels of Varys, fragmented and contradictory. It was indisputable that she possessed 3 living dragons, yet their size, power, and the extent of her control were subjects of much debate. She had liberated Slavers Bay, seized Meereen, and endeavored to implement her benevolent governance. Yet she found herself ensnared in the typical quandaries of conquerors. Once the halo of liberation faded, she faced the harsh realities of governance, local resistance, and internal factionalism. For Xiao Lin, Daenerys represented both a formidable threat and a potential key ally against the Long Night, if the legends of Dragonfire's efficacy against the White Walkers proved true. The question of how to engage with her became a pressing strategic dilemma. He convened his most trusted advisors for a clandestine meeting, Melara, Tyrion, and Ser Jorah Mormont. Varys was also invited, yet he, as ever, assumed the role of information provider rather than decision-maker, his words shrouded in ambiguity, his loyalties difficult to discern. The meeting commenced with an evaluation of Daenerys' strengths and predicaments. Tyrion provided the most astute analysis of her situation. She was an idealist wielding dragons, yet attempting to construct a swimming pool in the desert. The dragons bestowed upon her power, but also brought immense trouble. She could not fully control them. They would grow, they would hunger, and they would incite fear rather than adoration. The nobles of Meereen despised her, and the freed slaves were not necessarily equipped to grasp the concept of freedom. Her advisors, Barristan Selmy, Jorah Mormont, and a medley of followers, were embroiled in their own rivalries. She is trapped, Your Majesty. In the short term, she lacks the capacity to cross the sea. But the dragons are growing, Melara emphasized, her violet eyes shimmering with a yearning for Dragonfire. The flames of Regal foreshadow that they will be pivotal in the battle against the ice. We must secure them, or at the very least, Ensure they are not turned against us. How shall we secure them? Xiao Lin inquired. By pledging our loyalty to her, acknowledging her claim to the throne? This was a matter he needed to handle with great caution, as the legitimacy of his reign was partially founded on the denial of Targaryen claims. That would be the worst choice. Tyrion immediately retorted. Consider Aegon the Conqueror and his sisters. Dragons cannot share a throne. Once she lands, with the power of her dragons and her Targaryen name, countless aspirants will rally beneath her banner. At that point, you, the chosen king, will become her primary target for elimination. An alliance? That is possible. However, it is imperative that such cooperation occurs on equal footing with a shared and pressing adversary, such as the northern threat you have consistently mentioned. Tyrion has always harbored skepticism regarding the White Walkers, yet he astutely recognizes that this is the sole foundation upon which collaboration might be fostered. Xiao Lin nodded in agreement. Tyrion's thoughts resonated with him. He devised 3 distinct strategies for engaging Daenerys. 1. Covert contact plan. Dispatching a thoroughly loyal and capable envoy, bearing a secret missive, to clandestinely journey to Meereen. The missive would cautiously allude to the unusual circumstances in the north, emphasizing the common peril facing Westeros, thereby probing the potential for collaboration and expressing sympathy for the plight of House Targaryen. The envoy must also endeavor to gather precise intelligence regarding the dragons, Daenerys' character flaws, and the internal discord within her ranks. 2. Intelligence misleading plan. Utilizing the channels of Varys and Baelish to disseminate manipulated information regarding Westeros to Meereen. Exaggerating the challenges faced by Aegon I during his reforms, the discontent among the nobility, and the excessive expansion of the Red Goddess influence. This would lead Daenerys and her advisors to perceive Westeros as still chaotic and weakened, thus temporarily diverting her attention from any plans of Western invasion. 3. Emergency confrontation plan. In the event that Daenerys crosses the sea prematurely and exhibits hostility, employing the new naval vessels to attempt maritime interception. Simultaneously, within the homeland, fostering narratives that link the Targaryens with madness and slavery, igniting public fear and resistance, and exploring temporary alliances with her adversaries. Most critically, Xiao Lin concluded, it is essential to make her aware that the Iron Throne is not the singular objective she envisions. The survival of the world holds far greater significance than the game of power. Achieving this would necessitate her witnessing or believing in the northern threat. He understood the difficulty of this task. Tyrion wholeheartedly concurred, but added a caveat. Your Majesty, even if we unite against a common foe, the issue of command will present a fatal obstacle. Who leads? Who follows? 2 dragons, or rather, 2 kings. How shall they harmonize? This question must be clarified at the outset of any contact. Otherwise, the alliance is doomed from the beginning. He reiterated the harsh reality that dragons cannot share a throne. The assembly resolved to initiate the covert contact plan. The selection of the envoy was paramount, requiring loyalty, cunning, familiarity with the East, and adaptability. The responsibility for this selection was entrusted to Baelish and Tyrion. As the meeting concluded and the attendees departed, Varys lingered silently until the end. Your Majesty, he said softly, his face adorned with his customary, enigmatic smile, there may be a more direct route to convey a word of caution to the Mother of Dragons. Without revealing our own involvement, Xiao Lin turned to him. What route? Some little birds that traverse the narrow sea are always eager for intriguing tales, Varys replied meaningfully. A song about the ambitions of the Red Goddess priesthood and the enigma of the northern ice might pique the interest and curiosity of that young queen, momentarily diverting her gaze from the Iron Throne. Xiao Lin comprehended. Varys sought to send an anonymous message to Daenerys through his clandestine channels. The content must remain sufficiently vague, yet not erroneous, Xiao Lin cautioned. Oh, certainly, Your Majesty. Ambiguity is precisely my forte. Varys inclined his head slightly and discreetly withdrew. Xiao Lin was uncertain of Varys's true intentions, whether he genuinely wished to assist, harbored ulterior motives, or merely sought to maintain equilibrium among the factions. Nevertheless, he resolved to utilize every available resource. A few days later, just as the clandestine envoy was about to embark on its journey, Bidawat brought forth unprocessed intelligence from Meereen, freshly relayed and untouched by Varys. Within the city, in some obscure alleys, peculiar symbols, twisted spirals, crystalline patterns, and eerie markings associated with the White Walkers had been discovered. Inscribed in blood or some dark oil, these symbols appeared silently, inciting panic among the residents, yet their meanings and origins remained shrouded in mystery. When Xiao Lin beheld the sketches of the symbols provided by the informant, a chill coursed down his spine. They bore a striking resemblance to the visions of the White Walkers he had encountered in his dreams and within the flames of Melisandre. The appearance of the White Walker symbols in Meereen? How could this be? Was it the result of some dark sorcery? Was someone secretly orchestrating Daenerys' attention towards the north? Or did the threat of the White Walkers extend far beyond Westeros, beginning to infiltrate other realms of the world? The undercurrents from the east were more tumultuous and uncanny than one could imagine. Xiao Lin sensed that his fate, intertwined with that of Daenerys Targaryen, had perhaps already been ensnared by the icy shadows from the far north in an unexpected manner. Chapter 20. The Wall of Ice and the Alliance of Wildlings. When the messenger from King's Landing arrived at Black Castle once more, he brought with him an abundance of supplies, provisions, medicine, warm furs, and a batch of preliminary dragonglass arrowheads and spear tips. Accompanying the supplies was a letter from Aegon I, written with even greater urgency and specificity. This time, Jon Snow's attitude underwent a subtle transformation. The continuous, tangible aid from King's Landing, coupled with Aegon's unwavering attention to the threats faced in the north, began to assuage his initial doubts. Particularly noteworthy was the shipment of dragon glass weapons. While their numbers were modest, they were the sole tangible assistance sent in response to the legends of their foes. Amidst the indifference of all the lords towards the Wall's plea for help, what concerned Jon even more was the content of the letter. Xiao Lin refrained from idle talk of divine inspiration, instead inquiring in detail about the scale of the wildlings' southward migration, their tribal composition, key leaders, and the specific intelligence they possessed regarding the climate and the activities of the White Walkers beyond the Wall. He even proposed a bold idea that remarkably aligned with Jon's own thoughts, to selectively accept the wildlings' passage, settling them on granted lands, provided they pledged loyalty to the Iron Throne and participated in the defense of the Wall. This was astonishingly congruent with the policy Jon was struggling to implement. In the letter, Xiao Lin further suggested concrete plans for management and integration, registration and documentation, dispersing settlements, employing them in labor, involved in land reclamation and wall repairs, selecting brave individuals to form auxiliary forces, and even dispatching teachers to impart fundamental agricultural techniques and a common tongue to facilitate their integration. These ideas transcended the traditional thinking of Westerosi nobility, appearing both pragmatic and unfamiliar. Jon had to concede that this chosen king seemed genuinely engaged in contemplating solutions rather than merely indulging in power and theology. Nevertheless, the implementation of the policy remains fraught with challenges. Within the Night's Watch, dissenting voices are resoundingly high. Many perceive the wildlings as inherent foes, struggling to accept any alliance with raiders or savages. Although Maester Aemon possesses wisdom, his advanced age limits his capacity to provide substantial assistance. Samwell Tarly endeavors to support Jon, yet his strengths lie more in academia than in political persuasion. Amidst Jon's mounting frustrations, a suggestion mentioned in a letter from Lord Commander Mormont captured his attention. An attempt could be made to reach out to the shapeshifters and seers among the wildlings, who often hold unique status within their tribes, and whose opinions may sway the decisions of their people. Mormont even casually noted that he had recently rescued an injured wildling shapeshifter and was attempting to establish communication with him. This presented Jon with a potential avenue for progress. He recalled his acquaintance with the wildling woman Ygritte and her tribe, realizing that through her, he might connect with more rational wildling leaders. Simultaneously, Mormont resolved to personally journey north to the Wall. He felt the imperative to witness this legendary barrier firsthand, assess the condition of the Night's Watch, establish a more direct rapport with Jon Snow, and examine the complexities surrounding the wildling issue. More importantly, he needed to ensure that the entire realm recognized the northern threat was no trivial matter, as the king's personal attention would serve as the strongest signal. The proposal for a northern expedition met with near-unanimous opposition at the Royal Council. The reasons were compelling. Instability within the kingdom. The king's distance from the power center posed significant risks, and the harsh northern climate coupled with the long journey, among others. Yet Mormont stood resolute against the dissent. Should the wall fall, the entire kingdom would face annihilation. Nothing could be more pressing. He appointed Tyrion to govern in his absence, and with Melisandre, Ser Davos, and an elite guard, he set forth on the arduous journey northward. The path was long and grueling. As they ventured further north, the landscapes grew increasingly desolate, and the climate more frigid. Mormont witnessed firsthand the scars left by war upon the Riverlands and felt the resilience and silence of the northern people. His understanding of the world's brutality deepened. At last, they arrived at the Wall, standing beneath the colossal ice structure, gazing up at this miraculous creation. Mormont felt an unprecedented awe. The insignificance and greatness of humanity intertwined at this moment. The starkness of Castle Black and the weariness of the Night's Watch brothers weighed heavily on his heart. The atmosphere during his meeting with Jon Snow was cautious yet pragmatic. Both young men bore heavy responsibilities and faced formidable resistance from traditional powers. They quickly found a common language, discarding unnecessary formalities to delve directly into discussions regarding the resettlement of wildlings, the defense of the wall, and intelligence on the others. Jon led Mormont on a tour of the wall's defenses, demonstrating the challenges faced by the Night's Watch: insufficient manpower, outdated equipment, and scant supplies. In turn, Mormont offered further commitments, future provisions, craftsmen, and even the consideration of dispatching a contingent of new recruits for training and support. Regarding the wildlings, Mormont witnessed firsthand those gathered beyond the wall, suffering from hunger and cold, their eyes filled with despair and vigilance. He lent his support to Jon's policies and wielded his authority to assist Jon in suppressing dissent within the Night's Watch. He even took the initiative to meet with several wildling leaders, conveying a limited goodwill and clear regulations. Adherence to the law and participation in defense would grant them land and the chance to survive. During this period, Jon Snow and Melisandre frequently conferred with the wise Maester Aemon of the Night's Watch, perusing ancient records preserved by the Watch regarding the Long Night and the White Walkers. Although these records were fragmented and steeped in myth, they gradually began to coalesce into vague outlines when combined with Jon's dreams and Melisandre's fiery visions. The White Walkers feared dragonglass, obsidian, fire, and perhaps some form of Valyrian steel. The records mentioned the extraordinary efficacy of dragonglass against the Ice Servants. Jon swiftly penned a letter back to King's Landing, commanding an increase in the extraction of dragonglass and initiating a nationwide effort to gather and study all Valyrian steel weaponry, seeking to analyze its composition in hopes of replication. The expedition to the north yielded some success, establishing a nascent framework of trust and cooperation between Jon and Jon Snow. However, just as they were poised to depart from the wall, an unexpected incident unfolded. A wildling refugee from Hardhome, amidst the chaos, attempted to breach the defenses and was apprehended by the Night's Watch. Among his belongings, an unusual item was discovered, a talisman crudely stitched from human finger bones and fur, bearing a bizarre symbol in blood that was strikingly similar to the one that had appeared in the weirwood. The mark of the White Walkers had manifested upon a wildling. What could this signify? Was it an act of worship, a warning, or a mark of ownership? Panic began to spread among the Night's Watch. Even Jon, the most steadfast of them, wore an expression of grave concern. Jon realized that the infiltration and influence of the White Walkers might far exceed their imaginings. They represented not merely a physical threat, but perhaps a form of spiritual corruption and a harbinger of fear. The journey to the north solidified Jon's resolve to combat the Long Night, while also clarifying the arduous path that lay ahead. Beyond the wall lay the physical cold. Within it, the fears and suspicions of men might constitute another, even more challenging ice wall to surmount. As he departed, he left Jon with additional supplies and a weighty admonition: "Hold this place, Lord Snow, for all the living." Meanwhile, in the unseen depths of the shadowy forest, a crippled boy named Bran Stark, guarded by the three-eyed raven beneath a weirwood tree, was observing the king's entourage depart through the eyes of his dire wolf. His vision had long surpassed the wall, extending northward to the colder, eternal winter. There, some ancient, frigid force was stirring to awaken. Chapter 21. The Rose Marriage and the Tears of the Goddess. Carrying the northern winds and a heavy sense of urgency, Jon returned to King's Landing. However, the power games of the capital had not paused in his absence. Rather, they had fermented new dilemmas. Foremost among them was the unresolved betrothal with House Tyrell. The Roses of Highgarden had never relinquished their yearning for the Iron Throne. Although Lady Olenna was advanced in years, her cunning had only sharpened with time. Seizing the opportunity presented by Xiao Lin's northern expedition and Tyrion's regency, she intensified her campaign of public opinion and covert maneuvers. The city of King's Landing was awash with accolades for Lady Margaery Tyrell, her beauty, her piety showcased by her frequent visits to the Great September of Baelor, and her benevolence as she generously aided the common folk affected by the blockade of the Reach. In stark contrast, whispers of the fervor surrounding the Red Temple, its exclusivity, and the undue influence of the High Priestess over the king began to circulate quietly. Upon Xiao Lin's return, he found himself enveloped in a fragrant, yet thorny rosebush. Duke Mace Tyrell formally and ceremoniously proposed marriage, his tone respectful, yet imbued with an air of insistent inevitability. During the council meeting, even some originally neutral nobles began to echo the sentiment that a union with House Tyrell was the swiftest means to stabilize the kingdom and counter the threats from the west. Xiao Lin was acutely aware of the political necessity of such a marriage. The Tyrell family possessed the wealth and military strength of the Reach, making them indispensable allies against the Lannisters. To refuse the betrothal would likely push House Tyrell irrevocably into opposition. Nonetheless, he was equally cognizant of Margaery and Olenna's ambitions. Should Margaery ascend as queen, the Tyrells would undoubtedly become deeply entrenched in, if not seize control of, the monarchy, jeopardizing the reforms he sought to implement. He might even find himself reduced to a mere puppet of the Tyrells. Moreover, deep within his soul, he instinctively recoiled from this purely political union. His modern sensibilities could not reconcile with a marriage devoid of affection, especially with a partner who was both astute and ambitious. He attempted to delay the proceedings, citing the ambiguity of the northern threat and the kingdom's tumultuous season as reasons to postpone the wedding. However, Lady Olenna personally penned a letter, which Margaery presented to Xiao Lin during a private audience. The letter's tone was gentle, yet as sharp as a needle, reminding His Majesty not to forget the Tyrell family's pivotal role in the Battle of Blackwater and their ongoing support, subtly suggesting that indecision might dishearten loyal friends, prompting them to seek assurances elsewhere. This was an unabashed threat. House Tyrell was applying pressure. Should the betrothal remain unconsummated, they might turn their allegiance to others, perhaps even to Stannis, who was still regarded by some as a legitimate heir, or possibly reach an accord with the Lannisters. Meanwhile, Xiao Lin could distinctly sense a change in Melara. Since her return from the north, she had exhibited an unusual concern regarding the betrothal, accompanied by an ineffable restlessness. On multiple occasions, after religious ceremonies, she subtly urged Xiao Lin, in the name of the Lord of Light, that his partner should primarily be a devout follower of Lawler, asserting that the alignment of souls transcended mundane alliances, even insinuating that she had glimpsed a vision of a red-robed queen in the flames. In her gaze, alongside religious fervor, there seemed to linger an element of personal expectation and anguish. Xiao Lin observed her more than once, alone and staring vacantly at the sacred fire, her fingers unconsciously caressing the hilt of a Valyrian steel dagger. On one occasion, he even caught sight of her hastily wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye. Upon noticing him, she instantly reverted to her usual composed priestess demeanor. The tears of the goddess? A tumult stirred within Xiao Lin's heart. Did Melar's feelings for him transcend the priest's loyalty to the divinely chosen king, evolving into a romantic entanglement? This revelation only deepened his perplexity. Melar was a vital ally and protector, yet her emotions and religious fervor could potentially become a perilous ticking time bomb. Pressure mounted from all directions. Politics dictated that he marry Margaery, while religion, or rather Melar, subtly opposed this union, and his own heart rebelled against it. Eventually, during a private conversation with Mysterial and Margaery, Xiao Lin made the arduous decision. For the sake of the kingdom's short-term stability, he must compromise. I have always admired Miss Margaery's virtue and wisdom. He endeavored to convey sincerity. The alliance with the High Court is the cornerstone of our kingdom's stability. I agree to fulfill the marriage contract. A victorious smile graced the Duke of Mest's face. Margaery elegantly performed a curtsy, her smile flawless, her gaze as profound as a well. However, Xiao Lin shifted his tone. As I mentioned, the current situation is tense. The North remains restless, and the disputes with the West are yet to be resolved. I wish for the wedding to be simple and for the ceremony to be held promptly, but I propose postponing the grand celebration and parade until the kingdom's situation stabilizes. Furthermore, he articulated the most crucial condition: the queen shall be a symbol of the nation. Yet the governance of the kingdom must still adhere to the laws and the decisions of the Privy Council. I hope Queen Margaery can serve as a bridge between the royal family and the Riverlands, rather than merely acting as the governor of the Riverlands in King's Landing. He sought to delineate boundaries in advance, curbing the Tiller family's excessive power expansion through marriage. Margaery's smile remained unchanged as she gently grasped Xiao Lin's hand. Her fingers were cool and soft. Your Majesty, what I desire is to be your wife, to assist you in governing this country, and to bring prosperity and peace. My heart belongs to you, and my family shall forever be your most loyal supporters. Her response was impeccable. Yet Xiao Lin sensed the hard ambition concealed beneath her gentle demeanor. The Duke of Mest chuckled, assuring, of course, your Majesty. The High Court shall always be the most steadfast pillar of the Iron Throne. The agreement was reached. The wedding was scheduled for a month hence, all to be kept modest. Upon the news breaking, reactions varied. Some rejoiced, others were disappointed, and some were incensed. The most furious was Melar. Although she did not publicly oppose, during the next Nightfire ceremony, her sermon brimmed with repressed anger and apocalyptic warnings. The flames burned exceptionally fiercely, even scorching several devotees who stood too close. Following the ceremony, she claimed illness and did not make an appearance for several days. Xiao Lin understood that he had temporarily stabilized the Tiller family, but he had also deeply provoked Melar, laying the groundwork for future complications. He could only hope that the threat from the north would soon become a shared reality that all must confront, thus transcending these internal strifes. However, a secret intelligence from Vate rekindled his anxieties. After the announcement of the marriage contract, they had observed Marjorie's most trusted maid secretly visiting a shop run by the Lannisters, disguised as a purveyor of expensive perfumes, emerging with what appeared to be an exquisitely small metallic container, masquerading as a sachet. Through the shadowy adventure of reconnaissance, suspicions arose that the hidden contents might be a certain colorless and odorless chronic poison. Could Marguerite be hoarding poison? What was her intent? Was it a means of self-preservation, or a tool to eliminate obstacles on her path to total dominion over the king, such as the red-robed priest who might impede her aspirations? A chill coursed through Xiao Lin. Beneath the rose petals lay lethal thorns, and the tears of the goddess might ultimately transform into searing flames. This political marriage had been shrouded in suspicion and the specter of death from its inception. Chapter 22. The radiance of gunpowder and the light of medicine. The betrothal with the Tillier family resembled a fragile ceasefire agreement, momentarily stabilizing the southern situation. Yet, Xiao Lin was acutely aware that the true threat loomed from the north, while internal crises had never truly receded. He needed to expedite reforms capable of directly enhancing strength to confront future wars, particularly in the realm of technology. The Academy of Sciences struggled under the dual pressures of hostility from the academic city and a dearth of internal talent, yet it was not entirely devoid of achievements. In addition to training accountants and basic craftsmen, Xiao Lin discreetly directed an exceedingly sensitive research endeavor, gunpowder. Armed with a rudimentary understanding of modern chemistry, 1 sulfur, 2 nitrates, 3 charcoal, he provided the foundational concepts for the formula and underscored its potential military applications. The research was conducted in a remote workshop far from the capital, managed by craftsmen whose unwavering loyalty had ensured their families were kept under protective secrecy with the utmost confidentiality. The process was fraught with peril and setbacks. Improper ratios often resulted in failure to detonate or an insufficient explosive force, but the most frightening occurrences were accidents. During one mixing session, static electricity or friction triggered a small-scale explosion, resulting in the instant deaths of 2 craftsmen, while 3 others sustained serious injuries, and the workshop's roof was blown off. The news was desperately suppressed by Baiwat, who publicly declared it an alchemical experiment mishap. Xiao Lin personally visited the injured, extending condolences to the families of the deceased. Burdened by a heavy heart, he realized he had recklessly opened a Pandora's box. The safety conditions of production and the chemical knowledge of this era were woefully inadequate to fully harness such power. However, the allure of the research was overwhelming. The surviving master craftsman, an elderly figure with burned scars, taciturn yet insightful, discovered a crucial technique amidst the calamity. He refined the grinding and mixing processes and proposed preliminary ideas for granulation to stabilize combustion. At last, they succeeded in producing the first batch of gunpowder capable of stable detonation. At the testing grounds, a dull thud resonated as the distant mound of earth and stone was obliterated. All present, including Xiao Lin, were left in astonishment. The destructive power of that moment transcended their comprehension of the cold weaponry era. Continuing the research, Xiao Lin suppressed his shock and unease, commanding improvements to the formula to enhance its potency, and most importantly, to explore safe methods of production, storage, and transportation. Simultaneously, he began designing applications. For instance, mines buried for defensive purposes or explosives to be projected. He carefully guided the direction of the research, refraining from introducing the concept of firearms, as it was far too advanced for the times. He foresaw that this power would transform the nature of warfare, yet it also presented formidable ethical and security challenges. He imposed stringent restrictions on the scope of knowledge. All participants and experimental data were meticulously controlled. However, a lingering sense of unease pervaded his mind. Could such a significant breakthrough truly remain confidential? Simultaneously, another more urgent and humanitarian reform was underway: the establishment of a healthcare system. The traumas of war, the dire sanitary conditions, and the impending threat of mass casualties made Xiao Lin acutely aware of the inadequacies of the existing medical standards. The physician's skills varied greatly, primarily serving the nobility, while the plight of the common people and the military's numerous injuries remained unaddressed. Under the pretense of reducing non-combat casualties and preparing for potential epidemics, he commenced the creation of a new system. Firstly, he established the position of royal physician. recruiting those with acceptable medical skills but marginalized by the academic city, practitioners of unorthodox methods, seasoned battlefield medics, and even some foreign physicians rumored to excel in surgery and herbal medicine from across the narrow sea. They were tasked with overseeing the medical needs of the royal family, the military, and significant institutions. Secondly, he enforced basic sanitary regulations, requiring military camps to dig latrines, designate garbage disposal sites, and ensure that drinking water was boiled. He even endeavored to promote simple hand-washing habits, yet in the absence of microbiological theory, this was widely regarded as yet another eccentric notion from the king. Furthermore, utilizing the foundation of the Academy of Sciences, he established rudimentary medical training courses to impart essential skills such as wound dressing, hemorrhage control, splinting, and identifying and managing common battlefield ailments. Graduates were then assigned to various troops as medics. The most significant breakthrough emerged from alcohol. Xiao Lin recognized that high-proof alcohol served as an excellent disinfectant. He convened the brewers of King's Landing, demanding they devise a method to distill stronger spirits. After numerous trials, they finally produced an alcohol concentration suitable for use. The first application of alcohol to cleanse wounds during surgery yielded remarkable results. The rates of infection and mortality significantly decreased. Although the process was excruciatingly painful for the wounded, the outcomes convinced some military physicians. Xiao Lin ordered the mass production of this disinfecting alcohol, prioritizing its distribution to the Night's Watch and the newly forming army. However, this reform faced fierce opposition from traditional forces. The scholars viewed it as a challenge to their authority, accusing these new methods of contravening the natural laws of the gods, claiming that searing wounds with flames was sacrilegious. Many old-school knights and soldiers preferred to trust the herbal remedies and bloodletting advocated by the scholars rather than the fiery treatment. Dissenting voices emerged not only from the academic city, but also from the populace. Some conservative monks declared that diseases were divine punishments for sins, asserting that attempting to avert them through human means was against divine will. On one occasion, a mob, incited by rhetoric, stormed the newly established military medical facility, destroying the distillation apparatus and injuring several medical officers. Xiao Lin was compelled to dispatch the gold cloaks to quell the unrest, publicly executing a few instigators as a deterrent. The reform advanced slowly and bloodily. Agricultural improvements encountered similar predicaments. Xiao Lin endeavored to promote crop rotation, cultivate superior strains, and even conduct small-scale trials of composting methods he recalled, all in a bid to enhance agricultural yield and preempt potential future famines. However, these initiatives were derided as a violation of ancient traditions, inciting the ire of the land deities. An elderly farmer from the Riverlands audaciously exclaimed before the royal agricultural officials, "My grandfather's grandfather farmed this way. Why should we heed the decrees of a lord?" Xiao Lin felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He was acutely aware of the correct course of action, yet found it exceedingly difficult to break through the deeply entrenched barriers of medieval tradition and superstition. Every minor advancement demanded immense effort and sacrifice. While he grappled with resistance to medical and agricultural reforms, by what delivered disconcerting news, research on gunpowder may have been compromised. A craftsman, who had participated in the initial experiments but subsequently withdrew out of fear and was under close surveillance, was recently discovered to have had contact with a spice merchant from Bravos. Although the nature of their interaction remained unclear, the timing was unsettling. Was it the Iron Bank? Or some other force? Xiao Lin's heart sank. This double-edged sword of gunpowder, which had yet to harm enemies, might have already attracted the covetous gazes of the greedy. Meanwhile, an inconspicuous report from the Riverlands brought a faint glimmer of hope. A farmer's wife had discovered several remarkable cold-resistant crop variants thriving in her fields ravaged by wildfires. Local scholars dismissed the findings, yet the report fortuitously caught the attention of a minor tax official from the Academy of Sciences, who duly recorded it. Xiao Lin immediately ordered the discreet location of the farmer and the crop samples to be sent to the Academy for further study. Perhaps the key to resolving the impending food crisis lay hidden within this seemingly unremarkable field. The flickers of technological innovation struggled to shine through the darkness, embodying both the potential for destruction and the glimmers of life-saving light, alongside the seeds of hope. Yet, the tempest of conservatism perpetually sought to extinguish it, while distant observers had already sensed the winds of change. Chapter 23. The Resurrection of the Red Wedding and the Grief of the Riverlands. A territory ravaged by warfare had never truly recovered from the wounds inflicted during the War of the Five Kings. Ostensibly ruled by House Tully, the foundation of their power was exceedingly fragile, relying solely on the martial support and terror instilled by the Lannisters. The standoff between Tywin Lannister and Jaehaerys had stripped away the last vestiges of stability from the Riverlands, unleashing long-suppressed hatred, fear, and ambition like a torrent of subterranean fire. Xiao Lin's intelligence network had already detected the unusual movements within the Riverlands. Watt's agents reported that Walder Frey's health had sharply declined, and the fierce competition for inheritance within his sprawling family had become almost overt. Some of the lesser houses of the Riverlands, such as House Derry and House Vance, had begun to conspire in secrecy. Expressing discontent with the Frey rule and sympathy for the Tully family, Edmure Tully remained imprisoned by the Freys. More notably, communications between the West and House Frey had increased alarmingly, suggesting that Tywin was either tightening his grip on the Riverlands or preparing to abandon this unstable piece on the chessboard for other schemes. Xiao Lin sensed the ominous aura of danger. He immediately fortified his clandestine communications with the remnants of the Tully family, providing them with a modicum of financial and armament support, while urging them to remain vigilant, albeit refraining from issuing explicit directives to avoid giving his adversaries any leverage. However, he was a step too late, or perhaps he had underestimated the cruelty and madness of his opponent. A new blood-soaked wedding erupted in the city of Twin Rivers. This time, the protagonists were not the Starks, but rather the internal strife within House Frey. An ambitious grandson of Walder Frey, known as Black Walder, under the covert support of a mysterious figure from the Westerlands, seized the opportunity presented by the ailing Walder to orchestrate a bloody coup within the family. The wedding served as a ruse. Black Walder, under the pretense of marrying off his sister to a minor noble, invited numerous members of House Frey and the nobility of the Riverlands to the feast. During the banquet, hidden assassins suddenly struck, ruthlessly slaughtering Black Walder's political adversaries and those loyal to the ailing Walder. It is said that old Walder Frey was suffocated to death in his sickbed. The city of Twin Rivers instantly transformed into a slaughterhouse. In the aftermath, Black Walder declared himself the rightful Duke of Twin Rivers and, under the guise of rooting out traitors and pledging fealty to the Iron Throne, initiated a campaign of purges against other families in the Riverlands yet to submit. His methods were exceedingly brutal. Wherever he went, villages were burned, and civilians were massacred, as he sought to subdue the Riverlands through sheer terror. The news reached King's Landing, leaving the court in shock. Xiao Lin was consumed by fury. This was not only an affront to humanity, but a blatant challenge to his royal authority. He could not permit a second blood wedding to transpire, nor could he allow the Riverlands to fall entirely into the hands of a butcher, supported by the Westerlands. He promptly declared Black Walder Frey a traitor and a kinslayer, ordering him to lay down his arms and accept judgment. He also empowered Lady Ropen Tully of Storms and to summon the vassals still loyal to House Tully and the Iron Throne to organize a resistance. Simultaneously, he resolved to deploy the newly forming army, specifically the experimental First Legion, trained by Brynden Tully and equipped with standardized weaponry, to quell the insurrection in the Riverlands. This was a gamble. The new army had yet to be tested in battle, but Xiao Lin viewed it as a rare opportunity for practical training while showcasing the fighting prowess of the new forces. Brynden Tully was appointed as the supreme commander on the front lines. This stern general approached the intervention in Riverlands affairs with caution, yet he remained loyal to his orders and eagerly sought to test the results of his training. The campaign against the insurrection unfolded with exceptional intensity and brutality. Although Black Walder's forces were savage, their combat effectiveness was formidable, bolstered by supplies secretly funneled from the Westerlands. The Riverland families were thrown into disarray, with some supporting Black Walder, others siding with Tully, and some merely biding their time to ensure their own survival. The First Legion faced initial setbacks. The soldiers lacked experience, and the command structure was still finding its footing. However, under Brynden Tully's stringent leadership and adjustments, they quickly stabilized their positions. The advantages of standardized equipment and training began to manifest. Orders were communicated more smoothly, logistical support became more efficient, and the soldiers' formations and coordination far surpassed those of the hastily assembled vassal armies. The pivotal battle occurred at Ruby Shore. Tully commanded the First Legion, successfully routing the main forces of Blackwater by leveraging the terrain and utilizing improved, long-range crossbows. During the battle, archers equipped with dragon crystal arrowheads inflicted unexpected casualties upon the mercenaries within Blackwater, some of whom bore peculiar equipment and exhibited an unnaturally pallid complexion. Those soldiers, upon being struck by the dragon crystals, shattered like ice, inciting panic among the enemy ranks. The defeated Blackwater forces were captured and taken to King's Landing to await judgment. The city of Twin Rivers fell temporarily under the control of supporters of House Tully. However, the cost of victory was steep. The Riverlands once again suffered the ravages of war, leaving countless civilians displaced and the land desolate. Although the First Legion had proven its worth, it incurred significant losses, with many freshly trained soldiers finding eternal rest far from home. Xiao Lin felt no joy, only a heavy burden. He had won the battle, yet the hearts of the Riverlands people lay shattered, with reconstruction a distant hope. Moreover, he was nearly certain that Tywin's shadow loomed behind this rebellion, aimed at further unsettling the Riverlands and exhausting Xiao Lin's forces and resolve. While clearing out the former secret chamber of Walder Frey in Twin Rivers, the soldiers stumbled upon deeply unsettling artifacts, a concealed, small altar. The altar was constructed from seemingly unmelting black ice blocks, adorned with twisted spirals and ice crystal patterns reminiscent of symbols found on charms from the free folk and the children of the forest. Scattered around the altar were remnants of animal bones, and possibly human remains, exuding a chilling aura. The news was discreetly relayed back to King's Landing, and upon reviewing the reports and sketches, both Xiao Lin and Mira's expressions darkened considerably. Was there a cult devoted to the others? Had it infiltrated the very core of the Riverlands nobility? Were Walder Frey or Blackwater in collusion with that frigid power from the north? Or were they merely employing some dark ritual in their quest for dominance? Even more eerie was a detail reported by one of the soldiers involved in the cleanup. He found a necklace near the altar, its pendant a peculiar blue crystal. When he stood guard at night, the pendant emitted a strange, cold blue light, instilling in him an inexplicable urge to venture northward towards the icy plains. The necklace was promptly dispatched to the Red Temple for examination by Mira. The rebellion in the Riverlands had temporarily subsided, yet the questions and fears it raised had deepened. Xiao Lin realized that the enemy's reach extended far beyond the others in the north and the Lions of the West. Darker, more deranged forces seemed to be quietly thriving amidst the chaos of the mortal realm. He ordered a strict blackout on information regarding the pagan altar to avoid inciting panic. Yet a profound sense of crisis swelled within him. The dark side of the world was hastening to emerge. Chapter 24. The Battle of Dragonstone and the choice of the Red Woman. The smoke of the Riverlands had yet to fully dissipate when new clouds of war rose upon the eastern horizon. Stannis Baratheon, the king who had long remained silent after retreating to Dragonstone to claim his birthright, finally took action once more. His motivations are intricate. Perhaps he perceives an opportunity amidst the chaos in King's Landing following the rift between Jaehaerys and the Lannisters. Perhaps he has learned of Jaehaerys' clandestine extraction of Dragonstone's dragon glass, viewing it as an encroachment upon his territory. More crucially, he may be influenced by his Red Priestess, Melisandre, who asserts that the true king must be reborn in the smoke and salt of Dragonstone to confront the impending darkness. Stannis' navy launched a sudden assault, targeting merchant vessels transporting dragon glass to King's Landing, attempting to blockade Blackwater Bay and jeopardizing the maritime supply lines of the city. Tyrion could not tolerate such actions. The strategic position of Dragonstone and its dragon glass resources were paramount, and they must not fall into Stannis' hands, nor could he be allowed to threaten King's Landing. This thorn must be removed. He commanded the admiral to lead the newly constructed Sea Serpent-class warships, along with the remnants of the royal fleet, in conjunction with several noble warships loyal to the crown, to confront Stannis. The siege of Dragonstone commenced. In the early stages of naval combat, the new warships showcased their superiority. Their speed and agility far surpassed Stannis' antiquated vessels and pirate longships, employing improved crossbows and ramming tactics to great effect. The fleet of Salladhor Saan suffered significant losses. However, when the fleet endeavored to approach Dragonstone for a landing, they encountered fierce resistance. The fortress of Dragonstone was exceptionally sturdy, easy to defend but difficult to assault. Though Stannis' army was small in number, they were disciplined and formidable in combat. The landing forces suffered heavy casualties and were suppressed on the beachhead. The conflict reached a stalemate. Tyrion was compelled to reinforce his troops, including some infantry from the First Legion, preparing for a decisive assault. At this juncture, the Red Priestess Melisandre ascended to the front lines of the battlefield. She stood upon the black volcanic rock of Dragonstone, raising her hands and chanting ancient incantations. It was said that she once again performed her dreadful shadow assassination ritual, attempting to eliminate Tyrion's admiral or key commanders. Yet this time, the ritual appeared to be disrupted. Spies from Varys reported that during the incantation, the ground beneath Dragonstone trembled violently, as if some ancient mechanism had been inadvertently activated. Melisandre's spell was interrupted, and she suffered backlash, spitting blood as the shadow failed to fully materialize and dissipated. Meanwhile, Melar, in the Red Temple of King's Landing, seemed to sense something amiss. While praying before the night fire, the flames flickered violently, revealing visions of Dragonstone and the silhouette of another Red Priestess. She sensed a shared yet competitive and hostile power. Two chosen of R'hllor? Two reincarnations of Azor Ahai. Melar penned an urgent communication to Tyrion, her tone laced with confusion and a hint of anger, declaring that the revelations of the holy flames had diverged. Your Grace, I must journey to Dragonstone. The truth there must be uncovered, and the faith of the true Lightbringer must be unified. Tyrion granted Melar's request. He too yearned to fathom the mysteries unfolding beneath Dragonstone and discern Melisandre's and Stannis' true intentions. Melar led a contingent of elite guards from the Red Temple, arriving at the front lines aboard swift vessels. She engaged in a historic meeting with Melisandre, one of the high priestesses of the Lord of Light. Amidst the tumultuous battleground of Dragonstone, the specifics of their discourse remained shrouded in mystery. Witnesses among the soldiers reported that the two initially engaged in a fierce debate, igniting the flames around them with an unusual intensity. Subsequently, Melisandre revealed some form of illusion, perhaps visions within the flames, that left Melarthar profoundly astonished and shaken. In the end, the two appeared to reach a tenuous consensus, with Melarthar departing pale and visibly unsettled. Following their encounter, Melisandre persuaded Stannis to cease his futile resistance. She proclaimed that the sacred fire had unveiled new visions. The true threat emanated from the north, and the rightful king must conserve his strength to confront the long night, rather than squandering it in internal strife. Though Stannis was obstinate, he seemed to place unwavering faith in Melisandre's prophecies. Coupled with the escalating losses from prolonged siege, he ultimately acquiesced to the suggestion of withdrawal. Stannis, leading the remnants of his forces, stealthily evacuated Dragonstone one night, embarking on the remaining vessels towards the unknown northern seas. The destination veiled in obscurity. Thus, Dragonstone was easily seized. Xiao Lin's army landed smoothly and took control of the ancient Targaryen stronghold. Upon her return, Melarthar promptly reported the details of the meeting to Xiao Lin, her expression still marked by shock and confusion. Melisandre perceives flames differently than I do, Your Majesty. Melarthar's voice was slightly hoarse, as she firmly believed that Stannis was the true reincarnation of Azor Ahai, while the visions the flames revealed to her were ambiguous and contradictory, embodying both light and profound shadows. Yet she acknowledged that the cold from the north constituted a common adversary. She concluded, the cold god has awakened. The prophesied prince must journey to the place where ice meets fire. Where did she go? Xiao Lin inquired urgently. She did not specify, Melarthar replied, shaking her head. However, before departing, she entrusted me with an ancient scroll of Valyrian prophecy, purportedly discovered deep within the catacombs of Dragonstone. She claimed it might illuminate some of our uncertainties, albeit it could also raise further questions. Melarthar presented a scroll crafted from obsidian shards and dragonhide, its text twisted and archaic. Xiao Lin's heart raced. The catacombs of Dragonstone indeed concealed secrets. Furthermore, she added gravely, Melisandre cautioned that the slumbering power beneath Dragonstone far exceeds our imagination. Our excavations and battles may have disturbed it. She indicated that the dragon within the stone is not always merely a metaphor. With no time to delve into the scroll and the warning, Xiao Lin promptly ordered a comprehensive exploration of Dragonstone. The results were astonishing. The previously small-scale mining of Dragonstone was merely the tip of the iceberg. Deep underground lay an immensely rich and high-quality deposit of Dragonstone ore, sufficient to equip a vast army. This discovery undoubtedly represented a strategic resource cache against the White Walkers. Overjoyed, Xiao Lin immediately commanded an increase in mining efforts and dispatched a strong garrison to secure Dragonstone, transforming it into a vital forward base and resource hub in the fight against the Long Night. However, amidst the process of excavation and exploration, the engineers reported a more astonishing discovery. Deep within the subterranean depths of Dragonstone Island lies an expansive, non-naturally occurring labyrinthine system. Its architectural style is both ancient and peculiar, a fusion of Valyrian and earlier civilizational remnants. Certain areas of the catacombs are saturated with intense heat and the acrid scent of sulfur, with sluggish streams of molten lava evidently linked to the island's volcanic nature. Deeper still, an indistinct sound resonates, reminiscent of colossal gears turning or the flow of energy. Yet it is obstructed by dense rock and ancient seals, preventing further descent. Melisandre's warnings appear to hold merit. Dragonstone is not merely a mining island. It may very well be a vast, semi-activated relic of Valyrian magic or technology. Jon Snow ordered a cautious exploration, prioritizing the extraction of dragonglass while refraining from forcefully penetrating those dubious deeper regions. He understood that awakening dormant powers recklessly, without adequate preparation, could result in catastrophic consequences. Thus, the battle for Dragonstone came to an end. Stannis' enigmatic retreat to the north left behind a riddle. Yet Jon secured vital dragonglass resources and a fortress brimming with secrets. Signs of division emerged within the faith of the Seven. Melar's convictions were shaken, and an ancient prophetic scroll coupled with the mechanical sounds from below hinted at deeper mysteries yet to be unveiled. The cost of victory was yet another depletion of naval and ground forces, alongside the looming peril of an ambiguous adversary's whereabouts. Standing upon the black sands of Dragonstone, Jon gazed at the frigid northern waters, devoid of the joy of triumph, instead consumed by profound apprehension regarding the uncertain path ahead. Where, indeed, lies the place where ice and fire converge? Chapter 25. The Dragon and the Lion. Across the narrow sea, the smoke of Dragonstone gradually dissipated. Yet the tremors it wrought were far from quelled. The enigma of Stannis' retreat to the north, the secrets hidden beneath Dragonstone, and the burgeoning divisions within the faith of the Seven rendered Jon acutely aware that the complexity of the situation exceeded his expectations. Nevertheless, he could not devote all his energies to this, for the movements across the narrow sea remained one of his foremost concerns. The delegation to Meereen to engage with Daenerys Targaryen, after months of perilous and protracted navigation, encountering storms, pirates, and circumventing Volantis to avert misfortune, finally arrived at the Slaver's Bay. At this moment, Meereen existed in a fragile calm, yet the remnants of the pyramid battles were still visible in the streets, and the air was thick with tension and uncertainty. The head of the delegation was a carefully chosen individual, Sir Richard Hoppa. He was not a top-tier noble, but his family possessed a long-standing history and maintained a relatively neutral stance. Composed and seasoned, he was well-versed in multiple languages and had made numerous journeys to the east for trade, thus possessing an understanding of the local culture. His deputy was the most capable intelligence analyst under Varys' command, tasked with observing and documenting every detail. The delegation presented their royal missive, navigating the intricate and probing ceremonial protocols, ultimately securing an audience with Daenerys. The meeting took place in the grand throne room of Meereen's largest pyramid. Daenerys Targaryen sat regally upon the towering throne, her exquisite beauty still evident, yet her brow was etched with an unmistakable weariness and gravity. Although not all three of her dragons, Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion, were present, the mere shadow cast by Drogon as he occasionally soared over the pinnacle of the pyramid was sufficient to instill a profound sense of intimidation within the delegation. Sir Hop, adhering to the guidance of Lord Varys, exhibited a demeanor that was both exceedingly respectful and assertively dignified. He conveyed the sympathy of Aegon I Targaryen towards the tribulations faced by the Targaryen lineage and expressed admiration for Daenerys' courageous act of liberating slaves. Subsequently, he emphasized the encroaching threat from the north, refraining from directly naming the White Walkers, instead depicting an unprecedented cold wave, vanishing villages, and the reawakening of ancient terrors. Underscoring that this menace posed a danger to all of humanity, he proposed a collaborative approach, sharing intelligence, coordinating responses, and potentially engaging in some form of military assistance should circumstances necessitate, all in the face of a collective survival crisis. Daenerys listened intently, while her advisors, aged yet sharp-eyed Lord Varys, the complex-minded Jorah Mormont, and Quentyn Martell from Dorne, who bore a marriage proposal from Prince Doran, displayed a range of expressions. Jorah Mormont was the first to speak, endorsing the notion of collaboration and reiterating that survival was the only true game. However, he sharply pointed out that the foundation of cooperation must be mutual trust and equality, and the legitimacy and intentions of the current occupant of the Iron Throne, Aegon I, were indeed questionable. Your Grace, he addressed Daenerys, what we require is not another Lannister-like ally, but a true partner willing to stand shoulder to shoulder in battle. Until this is confirmed, caution is imperative. Quentyn Martell, on the other hand, leaned towards exploiting the internal discord within Westeros, advocating for Daenerys to swiftly cross the sea and reclaim the throne that rightfully belonged to her, rather than engaging in discussions of cooperation with a usurper. Lord Varys, meanwhile, focused on honor and the tangible threat at hand, arguing that if the northern peril was genuine, any internal grievances must be temporarily set aside. Daenerys herself fell into a prolonged silence. She was filled with doubts regarding the so-called chosen king, Aegon I, particularly concerning his close ties to the Red Temple. Though she yearned to return to Westeros and reclaim her ancestral throne, The chaos in Meereen and the increasingly unruly nature of her 3 dragons left her in a state of turmoil. The northern threat sounded like a tale spun from fantasy. Yet the seriousness of the envoys and the details they provided compelled her to take heed. In the end, she refrained from making an immediate decision. She expressed the need for time to contemplate and requested that the delegation provide further concrete evidence regarding the northern threat. She consented to establish a clandestine communication channel for the exchange of intelligence concerning mutual interests. Sir Hop recognized that this was the best outcome achievable at present. He acquiesced and left behind a complex cipher system, designed collaboratively by Lord Varys and Tyrion, incorporating elements of both contemporary and modern cryptographic principles for future communications. The delegation remained in Meereen for several weeks, endeavoring to gather as much intelligence as possible. They observed the intricate situation within Meereen, where the son of the Harpy continued to operate in the shadows. The Unsullied maintained a strict discipline, yet their numbers were limited, while the fighting capabilities of Daenerys' freedman army were worrisome. More importantly, they confirmed previous reports regarding the ominous symbols. Indeed, markings associated with the White Walkers were discovered in some ruins and secluded areas of Meereen. A statue in a small temple had even been destroyed, leaving traces of a chilling aura which heightened their unease. On the eve of the delegation's departure from Meereen, Sir Hop witnessed a peculiar phenomenon when Daenerys, in a fit of agitation, mentioned the full name of the king who called himself Aegon. Regal, resting in a distant tower, suddenly stirred, emitting a low growl. His golden dragon eyes seemed to pierce the distance, gazing westward toward King's Landing, as if reacting to the name with some strange resonance. This detail was swiftly recorded by the envoy. The delegation embarked on their return journey with Daenerys' cautious openness, a wealth of intelligence, and unresolved mysteries. A crack had opened in the door to cooperation, yet the true alliance remained a distant prospect. However, a confidential message relayed through a clandestine channel by Varys left Jon Snow in a cold sweat. During the final background checks on the delegation members, it was discovered that one young scribe responsible for documentation had an unverified gap in his background. Further secret investigations indicated he was likely a trained, faceless man. He had infiltrated the delegation under a false identity, with unclear intentions. The faceless men had penetrated his core envoy team. Were they there to surveil the delegation? Or to target Daenerys? Or was there an even more terrifying objective? Jon immediately ordered that upon their return, all members of the delegation must undergo the strictest quarantine examination. The engagement with the Eastern Dragon Queen had only just begun, yet the shadow of the faceless men loomed, rendering the already delicate and fragile relationship even more fraught with peril. Though the narrow sea was narrow, it seemed to separate them by a chasm filled with fog and traps. Chapter 26. The final game of Spiders and Giant Spiders. The strategic game in King's Landing had reached its concluding phase, with one of the greatest variables being the master of whispers, Varys. Like a colossal spider, he lurked in the shadows of the Red Keep, weaving a web that no one could fully discern. Jon understood that before engaging in a decisive battle with the Lannisters, he must ascertain the true stance of this 8-legged spider and eliminate another source of chaos, Petyr Baelish, Littlefinger. Littlefinger, through his financial acumen and schemes, had amassed immense power and wealth during the latter days of the Baratheon dynasty and the War of the Five Kings, earning the title of Lord of Harrenhal. Ultimately, he manipulated Lysa Arryn to become the de facto guardian of the Vale. Like a venomous scorpion, he lay in wait in the Eyrie, persistently leveraging the Vale's resources and his omnipresent machinations to create troubles for King's Landing, biding his time for profit. Jon's confrontation with Tywin provided Littlefinger with even greater maneuvering space. As he expressed his loyalty to Xiao Lin, he was simultaneously likely engaging in clandestine dealings with Tywin, while also ruthlessly eliminating dissenters in the Vale to solidify his power, all the while exchanging furtive glances with the Bolton family from the north. Xiao Lin resolved to tighten the net. He could no longer permit this master of chaos to continue stirring the winds of turmoil. To bring down Littlefinger, he required irrefutable evidence and a meticulously crafted plan. He needed Varys' assistance. Xiao Lin discreetly summoned Varys. This meeting was devoid of any witnesses. Even the ever-loyal Baelish was dismissed. "My Lord Varys," Xiao Lin began forthrightly, "the kingdom requires stability, yet certain individuals persist in sowing discord. Petyr Baelish is among them. I am aware that you possess a wealth of secrets about him, about the Vale, about many matters. I implore your aid to resolve this predicament once and for all." Varys, clad in soft slippers, wore his customary disquieting smile. "Your Majesty, I am merely a loyal servant, gathering the songs sung by the little birds." Lord Baelish is indeed a most active figure. However, to unseat a guardian of the veil, one would require formidable evidence. We possess evidence, Xiao Lin replied calmly, regarding how he poisoned Jon Arryn and framed the Lannisters, how he orchestrated and manipulated Lysa Arryn, murdering her husband before casting her through the moon door, how he misappropriated royal tax revenues and engaged in money laundering and intelligence trading through brothels and lending businesses, and how he covertly incited infighting among the nobles of the Vale, perhaps even holding unsavory dealings with the Boltons of the North and the Lannisters of the West. This information was partly derived from Baelish's investigations, partly from Xiao Lin's recollections of the original texts, and partly a deliberate probe to gauge Varys's reaction. For a fleeting moment, Varys's smile faltered, a brief lapse that did not escape Xiao Lin's keen observation. He had not anticipated that this young king held such profound knowledge. Your Majesty, these accusations are exceedingly grave. Varys spoke slowly. The chain of evidence must be unassailable. Evidence will be forthcoming, Xiao Lin asserted, fixing his gaze on him. As long as you are willing to provide the crucial pieces of the puzzle. For instance, the true cause of death of the scholar who once concocted poison for Littlefinger, who subsequently met with an unfortunate demise. The letters written in madness by Lysa Arryn, accusing Littlefinger and intercepted by your little birds, and the precise records of his financial transactions with the Bolton family through those brothel accounts. I know you possess them, my Lord Varys. A lengthy silence ensued. Varys's slender fingers gently stroked his smooth chin as he weighed his options. The vigor and control exhibited by Jaehaerys surpassed his expectations. While Littlefinger was undoubtedly useful, an uncontrollable source of chaos that could potentially backfire might pale in comparison to a king demonstrating the capacity for cleansing, especially one seemingly interested in the broader picture. Ultimately, Varys let out a soft sigh, as if he had reached a resolution. For the stability and peace of the kingdom, I indeed possess information that may prove valuable to your Majesty. He provided several key names of witnesses and concealed locations of evidence, sufficient to construct a damning chain of proof against Littlefinger. However, your Majesty, Varys lifted his gaze, his eyes becoming sharp. Service demands recompense. With the removal of Lord Baelish, the Vale requires a new guardian, one steadfastly loyal to the crown. My little birds, they need the freedom to soar and a touch of sweetness. I hope your Majesty can assure the independence of my intelligence network, as well as my rightful place within the new order. He demanded liberty and power as his price. Xiao Lin understood this to be a Faustian bargain. Yet he required Varys's strength to confront the more immediate devils. Very well, as long as you remain loyal. Your network may continue to operate, reporting to me. You shall also gain the advisor's position you rightfully deserve. He offered a vague, yet sufficiently substantial promise. Actions swiftly unfolded. The men loyal to Baelish, following the leads provided by Varys, secretly controlled key witnesses and obtained concealed ledgers and letters. Simultaneously, in the name of the king, Xiao Lin unexpectedly summoned Peter Baelish back to King's Landing to deliberate on matters of the Vale and the Treasury. Littlefinger returned to King's Landing with both doubt and confidence, believing his cunning sufficient to navigate any situation. However, awaiting him was the king, who suddenly launched an offensive during the council meeting. Xiao Lin personally accused him, presenting evidence piece by piece, with witnesses taking the stand one after another. Initially, Littlefinger attempted to parry the accusations, divert the attention, and even insinuate that he held leverage over certain prominent figures. Yet, under the weight of irrefutable evidence and Xiao Lin's relentless pursuit, his defenses gradually crumbled. The trial unearthed countless horrifying conspiracies, implicating a broad array of nobles, leaving all present in shock. Ultimately, Littlefinger was convicted of treason, murder, and embezzlement, stripped of all titles and lands, and sentenced to death. Before his execution, Xiao Lin visited him one last time. Littlefinger, confined in a dark cell, had lost all semblance of his former poise and cunning, his face pale and his eyes filled with resentment. You have won, your Majesty, he rasped. But do you think that by removing me, the game concludes? This game will never end. Chaos is not a ladder. It is the abyss itself into which you shall fall. He suddenly laughed nervously, his laughter abruptly ceasing as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Lin, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. Do you know the true weight of that crown? He uttered the name Lyanna, and then fell silent, a peculiar smile gracing his lips as he walked towards the guillotine. With Littlefinger's demise, his empire of intrigue crumbled. The power in the Vale required redistribution. Thus, Xiao Lin appointed a relatively loyal and capable noble from the Vale as a temporary guardian and prepared for more secure arrangements. Varys provided immense assistance, and Xiao Lin fulfilled part of his promise, permitting his intelligence network to persist and formally appointing him as the royal intelligence advisor. elevating his status. Sir Baelish's intelligence system underwent integration, primarily responsible for internal security and monitoring specific targets, creating a dynamic of both cooperation and competition with Varys's network. While clearing out Littlefinger's former residence in the Red Keep, soldiers discovered a well-hidden secret cabinet. Within, there lay no treasures of gold or silver, but rather a collection of yellowed letters, a few pieces of women's jewelry, presumably belonging to Lisa Arryn or Catelyn Stark, and at the very bottom, a well-preserved sigil wrapped in black velvet. This emblem, forged of black iron, bore the likeness of a three-headed dragon breathing fire, its form more grotesque than that of the Targaryens, set against the backdrop of a shooting star. The sigil of House Blackfyre. When Xiao Lin beheld this emblem, his heart quaked with astonishment. How could Peter Baelish possess the sigil of House Blackfyre? This house, a bastard branch of the Targaryens, had long been extinguished after instigating multiple rebellions many years prior. Was this merely a speculative trinket among Baelish's numerous collectibles? Or did it hint at his connections to some lingering remnants of Blackfyre? Or perhaps to Varys? The whispers linking Varys to House Blackfyre had endured for ages. Was the appearance of this sigil a mere coincidence, or a deliberate insinuation or warning left by Varys? With Baelish's demise, the enigmas surrounding him and the name Lyanna continued to linger like phantoms. The web of the spider seemed to have cleared somewhat, yet the largest spider, with his true motives and ultimate allegiance, remained shrouded in profound mystery. Xiao Lin understood that the game with Varys was far from over. Chapter 27. The calm before the storm and warnings of the long night. The fall of Peter Baelish and the initial stabilization of the Vale had temporarily severed one of the kingdom's greatest sources of turmoil. Xiao Lin was thereby able to devote more energy to addressing the genuinely imminent threat, the long night approaching from the north. He commanded that Baelish and Varys collaborate, utilizing all intelligence resources to gather and compile reports from every corner of the Seven Kingdoms regarding unusual climatic phenomena, strange occurrences, missing persons, and border conflicts. Concurrently, he instructed the Academy and the Maesters to join forces, undertaking a scientific analysis and prediction of the long night from the perspectives of historical records, astronomical observations, and climate data. 2 reports were delivered to him almost simultaneously. One, from the intelligence system, was a thick stack of sheepskin parchment, chronicling distressing trends, a continuous and abnormal drop in temperatures beyond the wall in the north, a notable increase in reports of disappearances and cold attacks by the Night's Watch, the southward migration of wildlings, accompanied by increasingly horrific descriptions of White Walkers and Whites, even in the north of Sarnan, the Vale's mountainous regions, and the northern parts of Riverrun. Rumors of the dead walking in the cold mist began to surface, though mostly dismissed as drunken ramblings or rural superstitions. Yet their patterns were astonishingly similar. Animal behavior grew erratic, with flocks of birds inexplicably flying south, and ancient graves in remote areas were discovered violated, with corpses vanished without a trace. The other report was a joint study from the Maesters and the Academy. This document compared the legends of the long night from history, recent astronomical changes, with the red comet regarded as a significant omen, and data from various climate monitoring stations, leading to a chilling conclusion. All data pointed in one direction. A global climatic upheaval was occurring, its pattern strikingly aligned with the ominous signs described in ancient texts. The speed of cooling, the frequency of extreme weather events, and even the slightest alterations in certain atmospheric components all corroborate the vague warnings found within religious prophecies. In light of this terrifying reality, science and religion have, for the first time, reached an accord. As Xiao Lin gazed upon the 2 reports, his palms were slick with cold sweat. The warnings were sufficiently clear. The long night was not merely a prophecy, but a dire reality unfolding before his eyes. He could no longer afford to wait. It was imperative to engage in substantive negotiations with Daenerys Targaryen in a bid to forge an alliance. Utilizing the clandestine channels established by Varys and the intricate code, he dispatched a lengthy and detailed missive to Meereen. In this correspondence, he no longer veiled his intentions, directly employing terms such as White Walkers and the Long Night, and included selected data and intelligence summaries. He proposed a comprehensive alliance encompassing 1. Military integration, coordination of command between the 2 armies, unified logistics and transportation of supplies. 2. Intelligence sharing, establishing a real-time intelligence exchange mechanism to jointly monitor the movements of the White Walkers. 3. Post-war arrangements, preemptively discussing the political landscape of Westeros post-victory, to avert the immediate descent into civil strife after vanquishing external foes. This letter seemed to vanish into the abyss, met with an extended silence. Daenerys evidently required time to digest this astonishing information and deliberate with her council. During the waiting period, Xiao Lin intensified his preparations for war. The mining of dragon glass and the manufacturing of weapons were ramped up, the training of new recruits was expanded, a food stockpiling plan was enforced. Evacuation routes and shelter planning were conducted in secrecy. The pressure was immense, leaving Xiao Lin nearly sleepless. One late night, as he studied the marked potential routes of the White Walkers and human defensive strongholds on the map, he succumbed to exhaustion and dozed at his desk. He once again entered that peculiar dreamscape. This time, instead of observing through the eyes of a raven, it felt as though his soul had departed. Traversing a bizarre realm of ice and snow intertwined with twisted weirwood, a fantastical space of consciousness, he beheld Bran Stark, the boy, growing even paler, nearly merging with the weirwood, his gaze ancient and sorrowful. "They are coming," Bran's voice reverberated in his mind, intermittent and crackling, as though the signal were poor, revealing countless frigid pathways of death. The scene shifted, and Xiao Lin witnessed a despairing vision. An endless army of whites surged like a white tide across the forest. Enormous ice spiders crawled upon the glaciers. White Walker knights rode upon undead steeds, and at the horizon's end, upon the throne of the Ice Crystal Palace, a figure crowned with an ice crystal diadem, exuding an aura of unending cold, the Night King, seemed to slowly raise his head, those blue eyes piercing through the dream, locking directly onto Xiao Lin. He jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing. This was no mere dream. Bran was attempting to warn him. The main force of the White Walkers had begun its advance, and they appeared capable of finding more than one route through or around the wall. At that moment, Mira, unannounced, burst into his study. Her face was ghastly pale, cradling a bowl of flickering, nearly explosive wildfire. "Your Majesty." Her voice trembled with an unusual dread. "Fire. Fire is raging, shrieking. Ice blue dragons. Not just one. They soar through the sky, exhaling a breath of annihilation. The wall is weeping." The fire pit in her hands erupted violently, flames bursting forth before extinguishing in an instant, leaving behind only cold ashes. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting an unprecedented terror in the other's eyes. At that moment, the door to the study was flung open with a violent crash. A bloodied, nearly frozen messenger from the north stumbled in, supported by Baywater, his lips a deep shade of purple. With his final strength, he cried out, "The wall is in peril. The army of the others has breached the Night's Watch at the Shadow Tower. They are upon us." As soon as the messenger finished speaking, he collapsed, unconscious. A chilling despair gripped everyone in the room instantly. The worst fears had rapidly transformed into reality. The long night had descended. Chapter 28. The Meeting at Dragonstone. Ceremony and Blade. The dire news brought by the northern messenger was akin to a bucket of icy water, extinguishing the last embers of the power games in King's Landing. Survival had supplanted political scheming, becoming the singular pressing concern. Jon Snow understood that. Relying solely on the strength of Westeros, it was utterly impossible to withstand the impending tide of death. The alliance with Daenerys Targaryen was no longer a choice. It had become the only path to survival. In his final urgent missive sent through a coded channel, there was no room for subtlety or hesitation. Only a stark warning and plea. The wall has fallen. The others advance southward. The fate of humanity hangs by a thread. I implore the Mother of Dragons to cross westward at once and join forces against this formidable foe. Any disputes over power can be addressed after the battle. If humanity faces extinction, what value remains in the throne? This time, the response came with remarkable swiftness. Daenerys' reply was brief, yet resolute. Meeting at Dragonstone. Only necessary guards. Discussing alliance, not submission. The choice of Dragonstone as the meeting place was laden with significance. It was the ancient stronghold of House Targaryen, Daenerys' birthplace, and the starting point of her dreams. Selecting this location not only underscored her identity and determination, but also hinted at an intent for an equitable negotiation. Jon Snow readily agreed. He appointed Tyrion to oversee the governance, coordinating logistics and evacuations, while he himself, accompanied by Melisandre, Bran Stark, and a select elite guard, boarded the fastest warship. Battling the biting winds of winter, he was the first to arrive at Dragonstone. Daenerys' fleet arrived shortly thereafter, though modest in size. It was anchored by a magnificent flagship and 3 colossal dragons hovering in the sky, Drogon, Regal, and Viserion. They were even larger than Jon had anticipated, their scales shimmering with hues of bronze, indigo, and cream against the dim sky. The beat of their wings brought a suffocating pressure and the acrid scent of sulfur. Each roar sent the horses at the dock into a frenzy, leaving the soldiers pale with fear. From the very first moment, the meeting was steeped in a silent contest of wills. The venue for the discussions was the stone drum tower of the main keep at Dragonstone. A subtle dispute arose over the seating arrangements. Daenerys insisted on 2 identical high-back chairs placed side by side, emphasizing equality. Jon's side suggested that the main seat should be slightly elevated as a sign of respect for the convening party. The ultimate compromise resulted in an equality of seating. Yet Xiao Lin's position was slightly recessed, symbolizing his status as the current ruler of Westeros. The banquet spread upon the negotiation table transformed into a battlefield. Daenerys brought forth her Dothraki chef and a renowned pastry chef, presenting an array of exotic delicacies, while Xiao Lin prepared traditional Westerosi dishes complemented by wines from the arbor. Both parties cautiously sampled each other's offerings, the atmosphere laden with tension. Daenerys appeared more diminutive than Xiao Lin had anticipated, yet her resolve was palpable. Draped in a heavy fur cloak, she could not disguise her regal presence. Her advisory council included Varys, Grey Worm, and Jorah Mormont, whereas Xiao Lin's council was primarily composed of Melisandre and Lord Tarly. The opening remarks were courteous yet distant. Daenerys reaffirmed her legitimate claim to the Iron Throne, while Xiao Lin underscored his responsibilities as the reigning king and the urgency of confronting the White Walkers. Both sides meticulously probed the other's boundaries and true intentions. The crux of the negotiations swiftly zeroed in on 2 critical dilemmas: command authority and post-war arrangements. A unified command was essential for the alliance. Lord Tarly asserted firmly that an army could not operate with 2 heads. Your Majesty is well acquainted with the geography, troops, and logistics of Westeros, and thus should assume the role of overall commander. My dragons are pivotal in the fight against the White Walkers, Daenerys countered resolutely, as Drogon let out a low growl, exhaling a wisp of black smoke. No one can command the dragons, but me. The alliance may exist, but the dragon riders must be under my direct control. How shall the ground troops and aerial forces coordinate? Tarly retorted, shall we wait until your dragon's flames inadvertently incinerate my phalanx before we deliberate? The atmosphere instantly thickened with tension. Sir Varys's hand gravitated towards the hilt of his sword, and Xiao Lin's guards tensed in response. At that moment, Jorah interjected with a deft attempt to alleviate the strain. Ladies and gentlemen, we have convened not to determine who shall lead the victory procession, but to ensure that such a procession occurs at all. The White Walkers will not halt to debate who should behead which king. They will indiscriminately claim the heads of us all. He paused, glancing between the 2 monarchs. Perhaps we might consider a rotational command, or establish a joint military council. Depending on the battlefield situation, different regions and tasks could be assigned to the most capable parties. For instance, Lord Tarly could command the infantry. Her Majesty Daenerys could oversee the dragons, while the overarching strategy would be jointly deliberated by both sovereigns. Though this proposition was imperfect and fraught with potential execution challenges, it was indeed the sole pathway to shatter the impasse. Xiao Lin and Daenerys exchanged glances, each perceiving the other's reluctance, yet also the stark reality of their predicament. We may attempt it. Xiao Lin finally spoke with a solemn tone. I retain absolute command over the dragons, Daenerys added. Just as this fragile consensus was on the verge of fruition, 2 incidents occurred. The first, during a brief recess in the meeting, Xiao Lin endeavored to approach the window for a glimpse outside, only to find the massive black dragon, Drogon, inquisitively peering into the stone casement. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, Xiao Lin cautiously extended his hand to touch the rough, warm scales on the nostrils of Zhuang. Everyone held their breath. Daenerys was particularly astonished, rising to her feet. Gung did not erupt in fury. Its enormous golden dragon eyes blinked, emitting a low, rumbling sound from its throat that was not entirely threatening. It even nuzzled Xiao Lin's palm gently, as if to confirm something, before retracting its head. Daenerys watched this scene, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Her dragon had never allowed any stranger to come so close, let alone to touch. During the subsequent discussions, Daenerys noticed that Xiao Lin occasionally absent-mindedly stroked a necklace that hung around his neck. The pendant was partially obscured by his clothing, but once, as he leaned over to examine a map, it slipped out. It was a small, exquisitely crafted black iron sigil of a 3-headed dragon, an ancient design that differed slightly from the Targaryen crest she knew but undoubtedly hailed from the same lineage. Daenerys's pupils constricted slightly. Why did he possess this? Was it a relic of House Targaryen? Or some form of insinuation or provocation? These 2 matters infused the discussions with an ineffable and subtle atmosphere. Ultimately, after arduous negotiations, both parties reached a rudimentary and uncertain military alliance agreement. 1. Jointly confront the White Walkers, with survival as the priority. 2. Establish a joint military committee, attempting a rotational command and division of responsibilities. 3. Daenerys' forces would temporarily station on Dragonstone and its surroundings, coordinating preliminary exercises with Xiao Lin's troops. 4. Logistical supplies would be jointly procured, with Xiao Lin responsible for the primary provisions. 5. Post-war arrangements would not be discussed for now, to be addressed after victory. There were no grand celebrations, no exuberant rejoicing. Only fragile commitments inscribed on parchment and the deep-seated doubts and calculations nestled within each heart. The gathering at Dragonstone concluded. Xiao Lin and Daenerys stood upon the castle terrace, gazing down at the soldiers of both armies attempting their first contact, alongside the dragons swirling in the sky. The alliance was tenuously established, yet fissures ran deep. The latent dangers of command authority, cultural disparities, historical grievances, and divergent visions for the future lay like blades hidden beneath the guise of diplomacy. And the greatest test, the confrontation with the impending, all-encompassing death, had yet to arrive. Chapter 29. The Reforging of Winterfell. The heart of the North. The fragile agreement reached at Dragonstone required a solid foundation to support it. Nestled in the heart of the North, Winterfell, with its ancient walls and profound symbolism, became humanity's last hope and command center against the Long Night. Once the seat of House Stark, it now lay in decay under the terrifying rule of Ramsay Bolton. However, with the news of the White Walkers breaching the wall, Bolton's reign was suddenly shaken. Supported by loyal northern lords such as the Manderleys and Umbers, and aided by the remnants of the Night's Watch led by Edric Tollet, a swift uprising against House Bolton erupted. Under the dual blows of losing the protective barrier of the wall and the threat of the White Walkers, the morale of Bolton's army shattered, culminating in the death of Ramsay Bolton amidst the chaos, rumored to have fallen at the hands of a mysterious woman, presumably Arya Stark returning. Winterfell was reclaimed, yet it lay in ruins, necessitating immediate large-scale reconstruction and transformation to accommodate the myriad armies and refugees poised to converge there. Following their accord, Jon Snow and Daenerys Targaryen swiftly dispatched Lord Joffrey Baratheon to lead the vanguard and a multitude of craftsmen northward, while ordering Tyrion Lannister to spare no effort in organizing supplies for the northern journey. Upon Jon and Daenerys' arrival at Winterfell, the site had transformed into a vast, tumultuous construction zone. Tens of thousands of soldiers, craftsmen, and laborers toiled desperately against the biting cold, reinforcing and elevating the walls, erecting additional barracks and storerooms, clearing the clogged moat, and channeling warm spring water to prevent it from freezing, while special fortifications were constructed near the Godswood. Armies from various regions gradually gathered, bringing both hope and significant cultural conflicts. The Vale Knights, led by the newly appointed protector, were well-equipped and reasonably disciplined, yet arrogant and disdainful of the rough soldiers from other regions, particularly in their fraught relations with the Dornish. The Dornish spearwomen, led by Obara Sand and her fellow Sand Snakes, were valiant in battle but unruly, struggling to adapt to the North's harsh cold and strict discipline, often clashing with the soldiers from the Riverlands due to historical grievances. The Riverland militia, numerous yet poorly equipped, bore low morale after recent turmoil, requiring rest and reorganization. The remnants of the Night's Watch and the armies of the Northern Lords, familiar with the terrain yet heavily depleted, harbored wariness and distrust toward the Southern Lords. Daenerys' unsullied, unmatched in discipline, remained silent and resilient, though their tactics were relatively singular and communication with other forces was lacking. The Free Folk warriors, permitted to join under Tormund's leadership, were courageous and adept in snow and small-scale skirmishes, yet faced disdain and fear from nearly all southern armies, resulting in constant friction. Managing such a coalition of the Seven Kingdoms became a nightmare. Language barriers, differing beliefs, and significant tactical discrepancies meant that minor disputes could escalate into full-scale brawls. Lord Gendry and Lord Baelish found themselves entangled in countless disputes daily, overwhelmed by the chaos. Amid this turmoil, Sansa Stark, under the protection of Ser Brynden Tully, Blackfish, bravely navigated numerous perils to finally return to Winterfell. Her arrival was met with fervent enthusiasm from the Northmen. The Stark name still wielded unparalleled influence in the North. Almost concurrently, Jon Snow returned to Winterfell after addressing urgent defenses along the southern wall. The Stark siblings were finally reunited. The scene was poignant, yet beneath the joy lay an undeniable sense of estrangement and weariness. Sansa, having endured the intrigues of King's Landing and the tribulations of the Vale, emerged more mature and composed. Jon, bearing the oaths of the Night's Watch, the alliances with the Free Folk, the secrets of his lineage, and the shadows of defeat, had grown increasingly taciturn, his resolve as unyielding as ice. The transfer of power was inevitable. As the legitimate heir of Winterfell, Sansa ought to assume the role of the North's protector. Jon, recognized for his leadership prowess, combat experience, and rapport with the free folk, is tacitly acknowledged by Sansa and the majority of commanders as the de facto military leader of the North's defenses. Soon, the duo reveals their strategic divergences. Sansa favors a defensive stance, preferring to fortify Winterfell's stronghold and rely on the gathering forces, while deftly utilizing her political acumen to mediate relations. Conversely, Jon, drawing from his experiences beyond the wall, advocates for a more aggressive defense, proposing the deployment of small, elite units for reconnaissance, harassment, and even attempts to dismantle the White Walkers' conversion points, insisting they cannot remain idle. "We cannot be trapped here," Jon asserted during a military council. "We must track their movements. Sending out troops is tantamount to death." Sansa countered, "Outside lies an endless legion of the dead and a raging blizzard. Our strength must be concentrated for the final battle." The debate between the siblings reflects the clash of conservative and radical strategic ideologies within the coalition. Sansa and Daenerys endeavored to mediate, though with limited success. Ultimately, a compromise was reached. The primary focus would be on reinforcing Winterfell's defenses while dispatching a mixed reconnaissance unit comprised of seasoned rangers, free folk, and a handful of unsullied for limited perimeter scouting, strictly prohibiting any proactive engagement. During the tense preparations at Winterfell, certain details captured Jon's attention. While reinforcing the foundations of the walls near the Godswood, the builders unearthed ancient stone tablets inscribed with ancestral runes, their designs starkly contrasting with those of the White Walkers, seemingly imbued with a protective or sealing power. Melisandre and the accompanying priest of the Red Temple displayed immense interest in these stones. Additionally, a member of the Dornish contingent was observed persistently carrying an inconspicuous copper mirror, often retreating to secluded spots to surreptitiously polish it while whispering into its reflective surface. Initially perceived as a mere quirk, a chance discovery by a shadow revealed that, at specific angles, the mirror refracted an unusual luminescence, indicating it was no ordinary object. Chapter 30. Beneath the Dragon's Wings. The life and death trials of dragon riders. The walls of Winterfell rise ever higher, and the trenches grow deeper. Yet all comprehend that only Daenerys' 3 mighty dragons possess the true power to counter the aerial supremacy of the White Walkers and the overwhelming tide of the dead. However, dragons are not docile steeds. Effectively commanding them in this unprecedented war presents an urgent dilemma. Daenerys possesses an innate affinity derived from her Targaryen bloodline. Yet even she finds it increasingly challenging to control her 3 colossal and untamed dragons. Drogon is the most obedient, while Regal displays a tempestuous temperament, and Viserion exhibits a degree of timidity. They are no longer the pets she once flaunted atop the walls of Qarth, but rather primordial beasts capable of annihilating armies. The necessity for more dragon riders becomes evident. This notion is both audacious and reckless. Historically, aside from members of House Targaryen, very few outsiders have succeeded in taming dragons. Yet, there exists no alternative. A brutal trial known as the Dragon Rider selection unfolds in the makeshift camp between Dragonstone and Winterfell. The candidates hail from various factions of the coalition. Among them are the elite blood riders of the Dothraki, who revere strength and fear not death. Mercenary knights eager to prove their loyalty and seek redemption, and even a few audacious free folk from the north and intrepid adventurers from the Vale. The selection criteria are exceedingly stringent, bordering on the arcane. 1. Trial of courage. Candidates must approach a temporarily chained dragon alone, enduring its roars, imposing presence, and scorching breath. Many succumb to psychological breakdowns or are burned by the dragon's fiery aftermath during this phase. 2. Trial of will. Conducted by priests of the Red Temple, including Melisandre. This trial tests the candidate's mental fortitude through a gaze of flames and some form of spiritual oppression, assessing their ability to withstand potential attacks from the White Walkers or the primal will of the dragon itself. 3. Trial of affinity. This is the most unpredictable segment. Under Daenerys' guidance, candidates attempt to establish a rudimentary mental connection with the dragon. The methods vary. Some offer bloodied flesh, others chant ancient Valyrian ballads, while some simply stand in silence, striving to communicate through sheer will. The successful few are remarkably few. Xiao Lin, acutely aware of the significance of dragon riders, personally participates in the training not as a knight, but as a coordinator and a unique presence. He discovers an extraordinary, ineffable attraction towards dragons, particularly the green dragon, Regal. Whenever he approaches, Regal's agitation seems to subside somewhat, and the dragon's golden eyes regard him with curiosity. During one training session, Regal suddenly goes berserk due to the reckless advance of a Dothraki candidate, breaking free from some of its chains. The searing dragon fire sweeps across the training ground, poised to inflict massive casualties. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Lin rushes between the rampaging dragon and the crowd, shouting in Valyrian, "Lakiri, calm." Miraculously, Regal's movements halt, and the dragon fire veers off course. Lowering its head, the great nostrils come close to Xiao Lin, the hot breath nearly knocking him over, yet it refrains from attacking. Instinctively, he reaches out to touch its scales once more, and a profound, ancient resonance surges within his heart. This scene astonishes all, particularly Daenerys. She watches the interplay between Xiao Lin and Regal, her violet eyes brimming with unprecedented confusion and scrutiny. Who is this man, whose touch is permitted not only by the formidable Drogon, but also elicits such an unusual response from the uncontrollable Regal? However, the path to taming dragons is inevitably fraught with bloodshed. Days later, a calamity transpires. A young knight from the Vale, who had nearly passed all trials and was laden with expectations, falls from Viserion during his first attempt at short-range flight. Perhaps due to nerves or miscalculation, he plummets to his demise. Despite the height being minimal, the sharp ice shards below and the force of impact claim his life instantly. Viserion, startled and uncontrollable, swoops low over the camp, demolishing several tents before Daenerys manages to soothe it. The incident results in one death and multiple injuries, delivering a heavy blow to the morale of the Dragon Rider initiative. Xiao Lin, suppressing his sorrow and fear, issued a comprehensive upgrade to security measures, designing sturdier dragon saddles and harnesses, selecting more open and level areas for training, strictly limiting flight altitudes, and mandating that each candidate undergo ground simulation training and emergency drills. Progress was slowed, yet the selection and training continued relentlessly under the oppressive weight of mortality. Each ascent could signify a final farewell, yet every successful flight represented a glimmer of hope for humanity's survival. The inexplicable bond between Xiao Lin and Regal deepened gradually. Though he had not yet attempted to ride, he occasionally found himself capable of subtly influencing Regal's emotions and focus. Daenerys generously imparted the foundational techniques of dragon riding: how to guide direction through body language and concise commands, how to assess a dragon's physical state, and how to assist them in consuming copious amounts of food to replenish energy after expelling fire. However, she withheld the most essential insights regarding deep bloodline resonance and mental bonding, the Targaryens' closely guarded secret. Xiao Lin understood her reticence and did not press her. He recognized that building trust requires time, and time was a luxury they could scarcely afford. Amidst the arduous advancement of the Dragon Rider program, Xiao Lin noted a peculiar detail. Regal's flames appeared distinctly different from those of the other two dragons. Its fiery core radiated an unusually bright golden-white hue, with edges adorned in strange golden patterns resembling molten gold. Objects scorched by this fire not only carbonized, but also exhibited partial vitrification, whereas the flames of Drogon or Viserion were primarily destructive in nature. After observation, Melar speculated that this might reflect individual dragon differences or age-related characteristics. Yet Xiao Lin sensed that this extraordinary flame might conceal a unique trait, potentially bearing special effects against the White Walkers. He clandestinely ordered the collection of Regal's flame remnants for study, though such endeavors were exceedingly challenging under wartime conditions. Beneath dragon wings lay a purgatory where hope and death coexisted. Each dragon's roar could herald humanity's counterattack or toll the bell for yet another lost life. The indescribable bond between Xiao Lin and the dragon was steering this hellish trial toward an unknown destiny. Chapter 31. Winter's Technology. The fusion of Dragonstone and Steel Winterfell transformed into a colossal armory and research facility. The outcome of war hinged not solely on valor and dragonfire, but also on logistics, equipment, and targeted technological breakthroughs. Xiao Lin merged his modern scientific thinking with the resources and magic of this world, spearheading a technological revolution against the White Walkers and the cold. The production of Dragonstone weaponry was paramount. The obsidian, or continuously transported from Dragonstone, was processed into various instruments of destruction in the workshops outside Winterfell. Initially, artisans employed traditional methods of hammering, which proved inefficient. Xiao Lin introduced hydraulically powered grinding and cutting wheels, significantly enhancing the output of Dragonstone arrowheads, spear tips, and daggers. Yet, Xiao Lin was not content with this progress. He endeavored to design more efficient Dragonstone weaponry, Dragonstone thunderbombs, comprising fragments of dragonstone mixed with black powder, packed into ceramic jars to create rudimentary landmines or hand-thrown explosives, intended for use against dense hordes of the undead. The effects were remarkable, yet the safety was poor, leading to stringent restrictions on production following several accidental explosions. The city's crossbow utilized colossal dragon crystal arrows, specially crafted large clusters of dragon crystal arrows designed for long-range sniping of the whites. Dragon crystal traps were strategically embedded along vital paths outside the city, intended to impede the advance of the undead. However, the most formidable challenge lay in Valyrian steel. This legendary metal is known for its efficacy against whites, yet weapons forged from it are exceedingly rare, and the art of its creation has long been lost. Xiao Lin gathered all available Valyrian steel weapons, such as the Longclaw of the Night's Watch Commander and Brienne's Oathkeeper, offering rewards for their recovery. He enlisted scholars from the Academy and master blacksmiths to collaborate in analyzing their composition and structure. They discovered that Valyrian steel was not a singular metal, but rather an extraordinarily complex alloy, seemingly infused with dragon crystal powder and an unknown magical energy. Ordinary steel could not merge with dragon crystal under high temperatures. Dragon crystal either exploded or lost its potency. A serendipitous accident brought forth a breakthrough. A blacksmith, while attempting to melt a lightweight iron or using volcanic lava from Dragonstone Island, which contained geothermal energy, inadvertently dropped a small fragment of dragon crystal into the furnace. An astonishing scene unfolded. The dragon crystal did not explode, but rather fused peculiarly with the molten iron under extreme heat and a specific energy field. Although the resulting metal was far from true Valyrian steel, its color, hardness, and toughness greatly surpassed that of ordinary steel, and it exhibited a faint repulsive reaction towards a white finger that had been shattered by a dragon crystal. This heralded the advent of a new alloy. Xiao Lin was overjoyed. He promptly ordered the establishment of a secret workshop in the geothermal region of Dragonstone Island to focus on researching the smelting process of this dragon crystal steel. Although the output was extremely low and its properties unstable, making mass production and weapon creation a distant goal, it undoubtedly marked a pivotal step toward replicating Valyrian steel. An elder blacksmith involved in the research even excitedly proclaimed that he sensed a faint fire spirit residing within this new metal. Cold weather gear was another critical focus. The harsh chill of the north was a lethal adversary in itself. Xiao Lin promoted armor lined with double-layered leather and wool, along with thickened cloaks, masks, and earmuffs. However, there was a severe shortage of fur. Drawing from memory, he proposed the concept of down jackets. Though large-scale acquisition and processing of duck and goose down proved impractical during wartime. Thus, he resorted to alternative measures, ordering the collection of vast quantities of reeds, hay, and even crushed tree bark as insulating fillers. While cumbersome, they could at least provide some degree of warmth. He also devised simple communal heating chambers by digging deep cellars, utilizing geothermal heat and shared body warmth to provide warmth for the wounded and refugees. The medical system faced the most brutal trials. The number of injuries was escalating daily, with infections and frostbite being the primary killers. Xiao Lin mandated the use of alcohol for disinfection. Despite strong opposition from traditional scholars who believed that vile bodily fluids should be purged through bloodletting and herbs rather than cauterized with firewater, he established a tiered medical system: basic bandaging at the front lines, wound cleaning and suturing at rear camps, and more complex surgeries at the hospitals within Winterfell. The method of utilizing snow water for hemostasis, learned from the wild men, has been adopted, albeit with limited efficacy. The most significant breakthrough emerged from distilled spirits. In an effort to enhance the alcohol concentration for disinfection purposes, brewers improved their distillation apparatus, inadvertently producing a highly concentrated spirit. This potent liquid not only offered superior disinfectant properties but, when consumed in small quantities, could temporarily sustain body temperature in extreme cold. Xiao Lin named it fire wine, distributing it with strict regulation. In agriculture, underground greenhouses were successfully established near the hot springs of Winterfell, primarily cultivating rapidly growing mushrooms and hardy root vegetables, which barely supplemented the food supply. An elderly farmer from the Riverlands stumbled upon a bioluminescent moss thriving near the Dragon Crystal Mine, which could provide faint illumination in enclosed spaces. This discovery was promptly disseminated for use in underground facilities and as markers during nighttime patrols. All these technological advancements were achieved amidst a backdrop of extreme resource scarcity, time constraints, and persistent challenges from traditional beliefs. Each minor improvement had the potential to prolong the lives of several, if not dozens, of individuals. Xiao Lin tirelessly traversed between workshops, hospitals, and laboratories, employing all his knowledge to address specific and lethal challenges. He understood that, in the face of the magical winter, the light of human technology, though dim, represented a tangible hope within their grasp. Each successful forging, every effective disinfection, and each steaming bowl of mushroom soup contributed to their slim odds in this desperate war. The boundaries between science and magic blurred in the face of survival, while Xiao Lin, a soul from the future, endeavored to infuse rationality's light into this dark and fantastical long night. Chapter 32. The Assembly of the Gods. The fragility of faithful alliances within Winterfell. Not only were the armies of the Seven Kingdoms gathered, but a multitude of beliefs also converged. Worshippers of the old gods, the Seven, the Lightbringer, the Drowned God, and even mysterious deities from the east, alongside various nature worshippers among the free folk, fervently prayed for divine protection. Yet, under immense pressure, the differences in faith more readily morphed into doubt, accusation, and conflict. An extreme incident escalated the religious discord to its zenith. Several zealous followers of the Lightbringer believed that the idols of the Seven had usurped the true God's faith, thereby diminishing the power of the sacred flame. Under the cover of darkness, they infiltrated Winterfell's modest shrine, attempting to set ablaze the statues of the Seven. Though the fire was swiftly extinguished, the event incited profound outrage among the followers of the Seven, leading to a large-scale brawl within the city, resulting in dozens of casualties and nearly inciting a riot in the barracks. Xiao Lin and Daenerys recognized the urgent need to unify thought, at least to prevent the conflict of faith from fracturing the coalition from within. Suppressing their fury, they summoned representatives from the major religions to convene an unprecedented assembly of the gods within Winterfell's Great Hall. Participants included a representative from the faith of the Seven, an elderly monk from the Riverlands, whose demeanor was uncompromising, a representative from the Red Temple of the Lightbringer, Melisandre, whose commanding presence and fiery gaze were palpable, a representative from the Old Gods, a taciturn old child of the forest from Deepwood Motte, accompanied by several seasoned hunters from the north. The representative of the Drowned God is an aged priest from the Iron Islands, exuding the scent of seawater and blood, sent as an envoy by Victarion, alongside other representatives from minor sections. From the very outset, the assembly was rife with tension. The old monk accused the Red God Temple of inciting violence and heresy, while Melar countered that the Seven were false idols, asserting that only the King of Light could usher in illumination and triumph. The representatives of the old gods exhibited indifference towards both sides, emphasizing the importance of harmony with nature. The priest of the Drowned God bellowed that only through the sacrifice of blood could victory be attained. The arguments escalated, rendering dialogue nearly impossible, as each participant proclaimed their deity to be the true savior, seeking dominance and greater resources. Both Jon Snow and Daenerys found themselves overwhelmed by the turmoil. Coercive measures could only provide temporary respite, failing to address the underlying ideological rifts. At this juncture, Melar proposed a perilous suggestion: to conduct a joint prayer ceremony, co-led by representatives of all faiths, beseeching any and all supreme powers for the protection of humanity against their common foes. She claimed she could temporarily fuse the prayers of all parties through her fire magic, enhancing their potency. This was an extraordinarily bold and risky plan. Could the rituals of differing beliefs truly coexist? What consequences might arise from such forced amalgamation? Yet, no better alternative presented itself. With the tacit approval of Jon and Daenerys, the ceremony was held in the square of Winterfell. Each sect prayed in its own manner. The followers of the Seven chanted hymns. The devotees of the King of Light ignited the night fire. The representatives of the old gods caressed the weirwood, and the priest of the Drowned God doused the ground with seawater. Melar stood at the center, reciting intricate incantations, striving to use her fire magic as a conduit to guide the diverse energies of faith. Jon noticed that during her incantation, the dagger she wielded was the ornate Valyrian steel knife he had gifted her, not one of her own. The dagger glimmered faintly in the flames. Just as the ceremony reached its midpoint, an unexpected calamity struck. A sharp alarm echoed from outside the city walls. A horde of whites and a handful of White Walkers, seemingly drawn by the amassed energy of faith, breached the outer reconnaissance perimeter, launching a rare and targeted assault on Winterfell. Their objective was the very square where the ceremony unfolded. They had been lured here. Cries of alarm erupted, and panic swiftly spread. The ceremony was interrupted, and the faithful descended into chaos. However, amidst this profound turmoil and crisis, an unforeseen phenomenon occurred. The instinct for survival overrode the divisions of faith. Sir Balon Swan shouted for the protection of the king and queen, leading the Unsullied to form a shield wall at the forefront. Tormund roared as he rallied the free folk warriors and Northmen for a countercharge. Astonishingly, the priest of the drowned god brandished his battle axe, singing an ancient war song as he charged towards the whites, seemingly viewing the fight as another form of sacrifice. The followers of the Seven and the Red Priests ceased their bickering, turning instead to pray for the warriors or to cast rudimentary healing spells in their own ways. Even the child of the forest extended her arms, ancient melodies flowing from her lips, as the surrounding ice and snow seemed to awaken, momentarily slowing the advance of the whites. People of differing faiths stood united for the first time, compelled to fight for survival against a common enemy. The battle was brief yet intense. The number of attacking whites proved limited, and they were soon repelled. However, this incident profoundly transformed everyone involved. Though the ritual was interrupted, possibly even attracting the enemy, it starkly illuminated a harsh truth. In the face of existential threat, debating which deity holds greater authenticity is utterly futile. The will to survive emerged as the greatest commonality among all beliefs. Subsequently, while divisions persisted, open conflicts diminished. Various sects began to collaborate to a limited extent. The Red Temple provided flames for illumination and healing. The faith of the Seven assisted in comforting refugees, while the old god's followers took charge of reconnaissance and terrain utilization. A fragile, pragmatically founded alliance of faiths was tenuously established beneath the looming threat of the whites. Yet, doubts lingered in Xiao Lin's heart. Was Mira's use of the dagger during the whites' precise assault merely a coincidence? Or had she intentionally orchestrated such an event to forcibly foster unity? Moreover, did the dagger she wielded for her spells possess some undisclosed significance? Although a faith-based alliance had been formed, its foundation seemed precariously built upon a suspected conspiracy, leaving Xiao Lin with an unsettling sense of trepidation. Chapter 33. The Green Vision. Bran's awakening and its cost. The defenses of Winterfell were being fortified, and the cooperation of the coalition was gradually taking shape. Yet, against the omnipresent and inexhaustible army of whites, humanity's greatest disadvantage lay in intelligence. They fought as if against an invisible, all-knowing adversary. Their only hope rested upon a power that transcended reason, the Green Vision. Bran Stark, the disabled heir of Winterfell, had now become the successor of the Three-Eyed Raven, with the energy of the Green Seer growing ever stronger within him. He entered a trance-like state for extended periods, his consciousness traversing the Weirwood network and connecting with animal companions, including Summer, his direwolf, along with an increasing number of crows, hawks, and even snowbats, patrolling the northern lands to gather intelligence on the movements, scale, and faint traces of the Whites' chilling command structure. His intelligence proved crucial. Every warning could enable humanity to deploy forces in advance, potentially saving thousands of lives. He discovered the main route of the Whites' advance, predicted several incursions by White squads, and even gleaned that the Whites seemed to be purposefully searching for something beyond mere destruction of life. It appeared they sought specific locations or individuals. However, this power was not without its costs. Each foray into the Green Vision, particularly when attempting to glimpse the core of the Whites protected by formidable ice magic, left Bran feeling a bone-chilling cold seeping through the invisible connections, eroding his very soul. His body grew increasingly cold and pale, almost requiring no sustenance. His skin's texture began to resemble bark, and signs of petrification started from his numb legs, slowly but surely creeping upward. Fragments of consciousness from the three-eyed crow frequently warned him. Those who gaze into the abyss will ultimately be gazed upon by the abyss. Each connection drew him closer to them, while simultaneously beckoning them toward him. Yet Bran had no alternative. The war demanded his vision. On one occasion, he commandeered a snow owl, daringly soaring above a vast army of whites. The despairing multitude he beheld was staggering. Alongside entities within the ranks that starkly differed from ordinary corpses, towering figures clad in crystalline armor, exuding a profound chill, white priests, seemingly responsible for command and the arcane arts. Additionally, he saw various resurrected colossal ice wolves, mammoths, and even the remains of frost giants. What alarmed him further was his vague perception of a command structure among the whites, which was not chaotic but rather adhered to a strict, pyramid-like hierarchy. Ordinary corpses, white warriors, white priests, and those even more formidable, perhaps the Night King. All levels of consciousness ultimately converged upon a cold, vast source imbued with a will of death in the northernmost, frigid expanse. This deep glimpse exacted a heavy toll on Bran. The snow owl was detected by a white priest, and a shard of ice magic instantaneously shattered it. Bran's consciousness felt as if it had been struck by a hammer, and he fell from his trance with a scream, blood spilling from his mouth and nose, the signs of his petrification markedly worsening, leaving him unable to reconnect for an entire day. Nevertheless, his sacrifice yielded invaluable intelligence, a blueprint of the Whites' ambush routes and the position of a detachment of corpses attempting to circumvent Winterfell's main defenses through underground tunnels. The coalition successfully ambushed this detachment based on his intelligence, averting the doom of being caught in a pincer maneuver. Yet the crisis was far from over. During a routine patrol after his recovery, Bran uncovered a more terrifying infiltration. Several individuals, seemingly indistinguishable from ordinary refugees, had infiltrated Winterfell. Their movements were slightly rigid, their gazes vacant, and their skin unnaturally cold. Through the perception of the weirwood, Bran discovered they harbored no warmth of life, only the chilling energy of magic driving them. White spies. The Whites could disguise their kind so flawlessly, infiltrating among humans. Bran immediately alerted Jon and Sansa of this discovery. A tense internal investigation swiftly commenced. With the vague characteristics Bran provided, lack of warmth, unfocused gazes, and Melisandre's rapid screening with fire, they ultimately identified 3 imposters. When exposed, they suddenly erupted in violence, exhibiting immense strength, but were ultimately vanquished by dragonglass weaponry. This incident plunged Winterfell into a profound state of suspicion and fear. No one could guarantee whether more imposters lurked in hiding. Trust became fragile. Bran's role grew ever more significant and perilous. He had to remain vigilant against internal infiltration while continuing to monitor the external forces. His body accelerated its petrification, yet his consciousness must remain alert amidst the endless ice and visions of death. He became the most crucial yet most vulnerable intelligence node for humanity's struggle against the Long Night, an ever-evolving sentinel, gradually transcending into a non-human existence. He was increasingly struggling to communicate with the outside world, aided by Odair and Mira, another apprentice of the Green Prophet. The visions he beheld transcended the comprehension of ordinary mortals, fragments of ancient ancestors joining forces with the children of the forest to combat the White Walkers. Colossal shadows lurking beneath the frozen coasts, and even fragmented, nebulous memories of the Night King before he embraced his dark fate. The price of knowledge was solitude and alienation. Bran Stark was gradually distancing himself from the boy who once ran through the halls of Winterfell, transforming into a fragile, freezing barrier between the world's consciousness and the chilling embrace of death. Chapter 34. The Great Evacuation. The tragic long march of the southern folk to the north. The news of the White Walkers breaching the wall sounded like a death knell, sweeping across all of Westeros. Despite the efforts of Jon Snow and the allied forces to contain the information to prevent widespread panic, the torrent of northern refugees fleeing south and the official requisitioning of supplies rendered the truth inescapable. Fear spread through the south like a plague. Based on the evacuation plan outlined in the 3-tiered strategy, an unprecedented mass evacuation commenced. The objective was to relocate the populace of the Crownlands, the Riverlands, the Vale, and even parts of Stormlands as far north as possible, to the relatively safer and heavily fortified northern territories, particularly to strongholds like Cape Carhold, Riverrun, and White Harbor. Those who remained in the south faced a fate of being transformed into whites once Winterfell's defenses were breached. The orders were jointly issued by the king and the allied command, conveyed through ravens, swift horses, and officials. However, the execution proved to be a monumental challenge. The sheer scale was daunting. Millions needed relocation, and the infrastructure, roads, bridges, and vessels, was woefully inadequate. Chaos ensued from the very first day. Nobles exploited their privileges to flee north with their valuables and families, clogging the main thoroughfares. Meanwhile, common folk trudged along, burdened with scant belongings, forming a sorrowful procession in the biting cold. Route selection was critical. The primary route was the King's Road, but it traversed the vast, muddy, and perilous neck. Portions of the neck were frozen in winter, yet beneath the ice lay hidden dangers. The influx of refugees caused the ice to crack, and many, along with their carts, plunged into the frigid mire, swallowed whole amidst their anguished cries. The evacuation morphed into a death march. Supply logistics became another nightmare. The villages along the route were struggling for survival and could not provide adequate sustenance for the throngs passing through. The number of supply stations established by the Allied forces was limited and frequently raided by bandits and stragglers. Hunger, cold, and disease began to ravage the masses. Jon Snow was compelled to dispatch troops to eliminate the bandit threat and safeguard the supply lines, yet their efforts were insufficient. He read reports of a convoy that had suffered a massive robbery, soldiers fought valiantly to reclaim food, only to discover that much of it had been contaminated or destroyed. A supply station incited a riot among the refugees due to a greedy officer hoarding provisions, which was ultimately quashed in a bloody suppression. A plague finally erupted within the overcrowded, filthy, and water-scarce refugee throngs. A rapid, lethal fever began to spread, claiming hundreds, if not thousands, each day. Hastily buried in snowdrifts at the roadside, were left unburied altogether. In the face of the epidemic, traditional scholars found themselves utterly powerless. Xiao Lin urgently mobilized the students from the Academy of Sciences medical class, along with those unconventional healers, to form a medical team to rush to various refugee gathering points. Their capabilities were limited, enforcing the isolation of the afflicted, promoting boiled drinking water, and distributing a meager supply of herbal remedies and ginger soup. The impact was negligible, yet it was the sole option available. A member of the medical team despondently penned in his diary, "We seem to be using teacups to scoop out the ocean." Amidst this overwhelming suffering, glimmers of humanity shone through. Some local villagers risked their safety to shelter lost children. Craftsmen employed rudimentary tools to assist in vehicle repairs. Even certain minor nobles opened their estates to provide refuge. Xiao Lin employed every possible means, requisitioning all available vessels to transport refugees north by sea, commanding strongholds like White Harbor and Twin Rivers to exert maximum effort in receiving and resettling the displaced. Even personally inspecting the lines of refugees in an attempt to uplift their spirits, though words felt so inadequate in the face of such boundless despair. During the evacuation, unexpected individuals and items surfaced. Among a pile of abandoned luggage, an elderly woman clutched a long bundle tightly, claiming it to be a family heirloom. Upon inspection by soldiers, it was discovered that she possessed a well-preserved longsword, its blade shimmering with a dark, rippling sheen, an ancient Valyrian steel sword thought lost to time. The woman's family had long since fallen from grace and was unaware of its true value. The sword was promptly sent to Winterfell, entrusted to one of the most distinguished warriors. More concerning were the several children at the orphanage displaying notably peculiar and reclusive behavior, their gazes occasionally sharpening in unison. Bran, through his remote perception, warned that some of these children might possess the gifts of shapeshifters, and there were signs that their consciousness had been tainted and marked by the cold awareness of the North. These children were isolated for further observation, potentially representing future assets, yet posing a terrifying risk as well. The grand evacuation was a tragic and harrowing migration of people. It saved countless lives but exacted an exceedingly heavy toll. Innumerable remains along the route, societal structures in disarray, and moral boundaries repeatedly breached in the face of survival. It drained the already strained logistical resources of the Allied forces, yet it preserved the last vestiges of humanity. As the final group of refugees staggered into the defenses of the Bay of Carlin, the South had nearly transformed into a realm of ghosts. The strength of humanity had, for the first time, coalesced around this last bastion in the North, preparing to confront the inevitable and brutal final battle. Chapter 35. The Food War, Subterranean Greenhouses, and the Test of Humanity. The long night brought not only death and war, but also the most fundamental crisis of existence: hunger. Sunshine became a rare and feeble presence. Temperatures continued to plummet, and normal agricultural production had completely ceased. Westeros, already strained food reserves, burdened by the needs of the vast Allied forces and millions of refugees, were depleting at an alarming rate. A strict rationing system was forcibly implemented. Soldiers' rations were halved, while civilians could barely scrape by with the most basic sustenance of black bread, beans, and the occasional morsel of salted meat. Hunger roamed like a specter throughout Winterfell and various strongholds. People visibly withered away, their morale continuously plummeting under the dual onslaught of cold and starvation. The search for alternative food sources became a matter of survival. The underground greenhouse initiative, long championed by Xiao Lin, has now proven to be of paramount importance. Leveraging the geothermal energy of Winterfell, the hot springs of White Harbor, and various subterranean caverns, vast underground cultivation areas have been established. However, the crops cultivated are not wheat or vegetables, but rather mushrooms with short growth cycles and a minimal requirement for light, along with various frost-resistant tubers resembling potatoes, albeit with significantly inferior yields and taste. These foods are bland and barely satiate hunger, yet they provide some caloric intake and vitamins, barely sustaining life. Agricultural officials and scholars from the Academy of Sciences are exhausting every means to enhance production, experimenting with different fungal strains and fertilizers, utilizing limited livestock manure and human waste, designing mirror systems to channel the feeble sunlight deep underground, and even attempting to exploit the residual warmth from dragon crystal slag. During an inspection of the deepest greenhouse, a scholar serendipitously discovered a peculiar luminescent fungus. This fungus thrives on the rock face where dragon crystal slag and hot spring steam converge, emitting a soft, bluish-green glow that, while inedible, far surpasses the illumination of candles and lasts for an extended duration. A biological light source. Xiao Lin immediately ordered the mass cultivation of this fungus. Soon, underground facilities, tunnels, and even some barracks began to utilize this luminescent mushroom for lighting, conserving precious oils and fuels while reducing the risk of fire. However, the crisis of food scarcity remains unresolved. Ration amounts continue to dwindle. The darker facets of humanity are laid bare in the face of hunger. The black market flourishes. Certain nobles and officers abuse their power to hoard food, selling it at exorbitant prices. A single loaf of black bread can be exchanged for a gold coin or even more valuable items. Soldiers express their discontent vocally, and conflicts frequently arise. The most severe incident occurs in the city of Twin Rivers. A secret granary belonging to a minor noble from the Riverlands is discovered by starving soldiers and civilians. It is filled with rye, salted fish, and ale that should have been surrendered for distribution. An enraged crowd storms the granary, clashing with the guards, and it appears poised to erupt into a riot. Upon learning of the situation, Xiao Lin, against all counsel, decides to intervene personally. He brings only a handful of guards and confronts the desperate, agitated crowd. Instead of suppressing them immediately, he orders the granary to be opened and, before all present, confiscates the seized food for unified distribution by the coalition. He then commands the immediate public trial and execution of the corrupt noble and 2 other minor nobles who are equally culpable. In the face of survival, there are no privileges. Xiao Lin's voice cuts through the cold wind. Icy and clear. Anyone who steals the hope of survival from others is an accomplice to the undead. Their fate is singular. The harsh executions momentarily quell the discontent of the malefactors and allow the grievances of the common people to be aired. Yet, Xiao Lin understands that this is merely a superficial remedy. The root of the food problem remains unaddressed. Despair breeds innovation. A chef, once in the service of the nobility, attempts to create the most filling dish with minimal ingredients. He combines ground rye, bean flour, dried mushroom powder, and even a small amount of bone meal and salt, mixing them with the least amount of water to form a hard dough, which he bakes into an exceedingly hard, yet calorically dense black cake. The texture of this hardtack is exceedingly poor, making it difficult to swallow, yet it is easily preserved and transported, providing prolonged energy. Xiao Lin immediately ordered the kitchens to mass-produce this hardtack as the primary ration for both the army and the militia. It soon acquired the nickname Dragon Crystal Biscuit, reflecting both its hardness and its origins supported by the resources of Dragonstone. The struggle for sustenance is the most protracted and mentally tormenting aspect of this battle for survival. Lacking the violent clashes of the battlefield, it nonetheless cruelly tests the will and moral integrity of every individual. Each day is a battle against hunger, and every allocation becomes a choice of humanity. As Xiao Lin gazed at the cold dragon crystal biscuit in his hand, he realized they were merely postponing the inevitable failure. The final hope still rested upon swiftly winning the war, allowing sunlight to once again grace the land. Otherwise, even if not slain by the others, humanity would perish from hunger and cold in the prolonged winter. Chapter 36. The Coalition's Dilemma. The Challenges of a Multinational Command System Beneath Winterfell. The human coalition resembled a puzzle hastily assembled from disparate pieces of varying colors, shapes, and even materials, seemingly large, yet fundamentally fragile. The challenge of effectively integrating this complex assembly of troops, with their language barriers, differing beliefs, and diverse tactical philosophies, posed a more daunting dilemma than the fight against the cold and hunger. Xiao Lin and Daenerys endeavored to implement a rotational command and joint military council system, yet encountered numerous obstacles in execution. Initial attempts at mixed formations, such as integrating the Unsullied phalanx with the North and Vale's heavy infantry and Dornish spearmen, aimed to leverage each other's strengths, but resulted in disaster. The Unsullied silent discipline left the free-spirited Dornish at a loss. The Northmen's accustomed squad coordination faltered within the vast phalanx. Language barriers delayed or miscommunicated orders, and the variations in weapon lengths and attack rhythms from different regions disrupted one another. During a coordinated defense drill, a simple retreat command generated ambiguity in transmission, leading the Vale Knights to misinterpret it as a flank maneuver, creating gaps in formation that triggered a chain of chaos and trampling, resulting in unnecessary casualties. The bloody lesson revealed that forced integration was unfeasible. Reluctantly, they resorted to a strategy based on ethnic and cultural divisions while maintaining unified command. The army was segmented into several primary legions: the Northern Night's Watch and Free Folk Coalition, commanded mainly by Jon Snow and Tormund. Familiar with the terrain and skilled in winter warfare and guerrilla tactics, though poorly equipped, the Vale's Riverlands Legion, led by Sir Royce and other Vale nobles. Primarily composed of heavily armored knights and infantry with good discipline, yet lacking experience in snowy conditions, the Dornish Stormlands Legion, commanded by the Sand Snakes. Featuring excellent light infantry and archers with high mobility but extreme sensitivity to cold, necessitating special logistical support, and the Unsullied Legion, led by Grey Worm. Possessing unmatched discipline and battlefield capabilities, yet exhibiting relatively rigid tactics, serving as the core defensive strength. The Dragon Crystal Assault Team. Composed of warriors selected from various factions adept in wielding dragon crystal weaponry, serves as a specialized force to combat the others. The Dragon Rider Squad. Formed by Daenerys and 3 remaining new Dragon Riders who have undergone rigorous selection and training, acts as a strategic strike force. The command hierarchy has grown exceedingly intricate. Orders must first filter down to the commanders of each legion, who then interpret and relay them to their respective troops. This inefficiency is prone to distortions based on individual commanders' interpretations and intentions. In an effort to address communication issues, Xiao Lin exerted considerable effort. He introduced a simplified flag signaling system alongside a light signal system utilizing luminescent fungi, establishing dozens of fundamental commands: advance, retreat, left flank, right flank, hold position, dragon flame support, and the appearance of the others, among others. All officers of Centurion rank and above were mandated to learn these systems. He also organized tactical exchange meetings, allowing commanders from different legions to share their tactical strengths and weaknesses. For instance, the Free Folk of the North showcased their remarkable skills in snow stealth and camouflage, allowing them to approach the enemy undetected. The Dornish demonstrated how to form dense anti-cavalry spear formations and harass with poisoned arrows. The Unsullied exhibited their impressive maneuvers and shield wall advances, leaving spectators in awe. These exchanges proved somewhat effective, at least providing insight into the peculiar strengths of their allies. However, genuine synergy cannot be cultivated overnight. The most significant challenge stemmed from Daenerys' dragons. While these colossal creatures embody formidable power, they also represent a double-edged sword on the battlefield. Their indiscriminate flame attacks can devastate morale and formations, sometimes inflicting greater damage than on the enemy itself. The dilemmas of accurately directing dragon flame attacks, ensuring ground troops can evade in time, and synchronizing the cooling periods of dragon breath with infantry advances became glaringly evident during several small-scale coordinated operations. On one occasion, a newly minted dragon rider, maneuvering regal to rescue a Dornish squad besieged by whites, dove to unleash dragon fire. Although he incinerated the whites, his proximity and the resulting splatter severely burned and even killed several Dornish soldiers. This incident provoked intense dissatisfaction within the Dornish Legion, nearly inciting a mutiny. Daenerys and Xiao Lin were compelled to impose stringent regulations on the Dragon Riders' conduct, mandating they fly at greater altitudes, confirm the positions of ground troops before attacking, and appoint specialized dragon flame guides, selected for their keen eyesight and composure, to indicate targets with large flags. Yet, the results remained less than ideal. The coalition resembled an awkward giant, possessing great strength yet struggling to coordinate effectively. Each maneuver and every coordination was accompanied by chaos, misunderstandings, and consequences. Xiao Lin understood that time was not on their side. The main force of the others was drawing ever closer, and the pressure of the impending final confrontation tightened like a noose. He could only continually emphasize the most fundamental principles: hold the line, support one another, trust the signals, and share the burden of survival. More intricate tactics would need to rely on the improvisation of junior officers and the survival instincts of the soldiers. The army, hastily assembled, finds its greatest asset not in the finesse of its tactics, but rather in its very diversity. The White Walkers are no longer confronted by a singular strategy, but by an array of varied, even chaotic and unpredictable forms of resistance. It is hoped that this disorder might yield a slight advantage against the overwhelming order of their adversaries. Chapter 37. Shadows of Betrayal. Conspiracies amid despair. Extreme pressure and despair serve as fertile ground for treachery and intrigue. Not all harbor faith that humanity can endure in this seemingly unwinnable war. Some nobles and officials, driven by fear and selfishness, have begun to secretly plot their escape routes, even resorting to dealings with the enemy. the first ominous signal emerged from the logistics system. A crucial shipment of food and medicine, urgently transported from the south, met an unexpected demise while passing through Neck River. Investigations revealed that the captain of the transport vessel and several officials bore suspicious backgrounds, linked to certain exiled nobles from the west. Baywat, following the trail, unearthed a small conspiracy aimed at sabotaging the supply lines and delaying the coalition's mobilization. The masterminds were a handful of discontented knights, disgruntled by Xiao Lin's reforms and harboring old ties with the Lannisters, who naively believed that disrupting logistics could compel the coalition to retreat, granting them a chance to flee south or negotiate with the remnants of the west. Without hesitation, Xiao Lin ordered the public execution of these traitors, employing the harshest measures to deter any further treachery. Yet, more insidious and perilous schemes lurked in the shadows. Malicious rumors began to circulate within the coalition that the Dragon Queen intended to flee on her dragon at the last moment, abandoning all of them. Whispers claimed that King Jaehaerys' red-robed lover sought to sacrifice the blood of all Southerners to perform a dark magic that could save the North. The White Walkers were not beyond communication. They merely desired the North, and surrender might offer a chance for survival in the South. These rumors, like venom, corroded already taut nerves, intensifying suspicion among the various factions, particularly the notion that Daenerys and Xiao Lin intended to sacrifice a portion of their own, incited tremendous panic and resentment among the Southern soldiers and refugees. Baywat and Varys' intelligence networks operated at full capacity, striving to trace the origins of these rumors. Clues pointed in several directions. Some were mere grievances amplified by defeatist officers. Others were instigated by discontented survivors from the Baratheon or Lannister factions. Yet a portion appeared to stem from the Surrender faction. A clandestine group composed of a few extremely fearful nobles and merchants surfaced, resolutely convinced that humanity stood no chance. They were secretly plotting to open the city gates at a critical moment to surrender to the White Walkers, or at the very least, hand over certain key figures such as Xiao Lin, Daenerys, and Melisandre, in exchange for their own and their family's safety. They even harbored the fanciful notion that the White Walkers might require agents to manage the surviving human slaves. Even more unsettling, Baywat intercepted a highly secretive communication, utilizing a special, extremely difficult-to-trace ice crystal magic for information transmission. The content was vague but alluded to sacrifices, passageways, and eternal survival. This confirms Bran's prior warning that the White Walkers may be in contact with traitors among humanity. A chill ran down Xiao Lin's spine. Internal traitors are far more terrifying than external foes. He initiated a counter-espionage plan, deliberately leaking false intelligence, placing double agents, and closely monitoring all suspicious individuals. Soon, several nobles attempting to sabotage the magical runes on the city wall at night were apprehended on the spot. After interrogation, a larger network of surrenderists was unveiled. Public trials and executions were once again held. Xiao Lin endeavored to eradicate the traitors with a thunderous hand, stabilizing the morale of the troops. However, during the execution of an elderly count from the River Bay, he was horrified to discover that the count's family crest cufflinks bore a tiny spiral mark strikingly similar to the symbol of the White Walkers. Had the treachery of certain families been marked or even conspired for generations? This notion sent shivers down his spine. Simultaneously, conflicts arising from cultural differences nearly led to disaster. A group of Dothraki bloodriders clashed with a contingent of Vale Knights over a relatively warm stable, resulting in several casualties on both sides. Daenerys and Xiao Lin were compelled to intervene personally, meting out severe punishments to the leaders of both factions to barely quell the situation. Amidst this storm, an unexpected source of information proved invaluable. Varys reported to him that one of his senior intelligence operatives, a woman disguised as a prostitute in Winterfell's brothel, had eavesdropped on inebriated officers and nobles, providing a wealth of valuable intelligence regarding the sentiments of the common folk and small-scale conspiracies, thus averting several potential mutinies. Xiao Lin commended the woman, feeling a profound sense of gratitude. In this fortress of despair, loyalty existed in various unforeseen forms. The shadow of betrayal was temporarily suppressed, yet not eradicated. Fear and despair still permeated the air. Xiao Lin understood that the next betrayal could arise from the most unexpected quarters, perhaps even from those closest to him. He became increasingly silent and suspicious. Apart from a select few like Tyrion and Jon, he found it difficult to fully trust others. The outcome of the war depended not only on the blades and dragon fire on the battlefield, but also on whether the heart, this most fragile fortress, could endure through the endless cold nights. Chapter 38. The Secret Scrolls of Dragonstone. the reemergence of lost technologies faced with the overwhelming numerical and magical superiority of the White Walkers. Xiao Lin recognized that relying solely on existing cold weaponry and fragile alliances offered scant hope of victory. He turned his gaze once more to Dragonstone, to the buried powers of Valyrian legacy that might alter the course of battle. He personally led an expedition team composed of elite scholars from the academy. Learned bachelors, albeit under strained relations, Pycelle was compelled to provide a few experts in ancient texts, along with Melisandre and her priests, to delve once again into the catacombs of Dragonstone. The depths of the catacombs proved to be far more magnificent and eerie than the previously explored sections. Enormous black stone arches supported the vast underground space, while the walls were adorned with long-faded murals depicting dragons soaring and the magic of Valyria during its zenith. The air was thick with the pungent scents of sulfur and ozone, while the distant sounds of machinery grew increasingly distinct. They stumbled upon the remnants of a vast library. Most of the shelves had long since decayed, and the books had turned to dust. Yet, a few ancient tomes survived, preserved on tanned dragon hide, peculiar metallic sheets, or obsidian tablets. The texts primarily employed High Valyrian, interspersed with the archaic Giscari tongue and incomprehensible symbols. The deciphering process proved to be exceedingly arduous. Scholars focused on the linguistic aspects, while scientists endeavored to comprehend the underlying technical principles. Melar and the priests attempted to sense the magical energies that might be concealed within the words. Progress was slow, yet not entirely fruitless. They unraveled fragments of knowledge, principles of steam power. Some diagrams illustrated rudimentary devices that harnessed geothermal or dragon fire to heat water, utilizing steam to drive pistons and gears. Although far from the sophistication of steam engines, it provided an innovative perspective distinct from manual or animal labor. Engineers, thrilled by this discovery, began experimenting with simple steam-powered pumps for mine drainage and greenhouse irrigation, even envisioning their use in winding massive crossbows. Optical glass grinding. Records detailed the process of crafting special glass and grinding it into telescopes capable of magnifying distant vistas. This was vital for reconnaissance and command. Artisans immediately set about replicating the technique. Though their initial products were blurred and fragile, they represented a significant advancement. Concept of a simple telegraph. The most astonishing discovery was a fragmented conceptual diagram. It depicted the connection of two towers via long metal wires, enabling long-distance communication through a coded electrical signal, noted on the diagrams as lightning within a chamber. This idea transcended its era. Scholars dismissed it as fanciful nonsense. Yet Xiao Lin's heart raced with excitement. He directed the scientists to experiment with voltaic piles, primitive battery-like devices, and magnetic needles, igniting the sparks of an information revolution. Albeit with practicality still a distant goal. However, the most crucial revelation arose from the fusion of magic and technology. Melar faintly sensed its energy, a scroll inscribed with dragon's blood, describing a theoretical protective device that combined specific metal arrays, dragon crystal resonance, and the power of the light of the king. It could generate a barrier of light that shielded against cold and death magic within a limited area. This was the coveted defensive technology. Xiao Lin pooled all resources to collaborate with Melar and the scientists, determined to develop it at any cost. After countless failures and perilous experiments, they finally produced several rudimentary prototypes requiring the continuous chanting of several red-robed priests to provide energy, consuming substantial amounts of dragon crystal powder, and could only generate a feeble shield covering the size of a single room, which was exceedingly unstable. Yet, this proved the concept's viability. If they could enhance its scale and stability, it might offer protection for critical facilities or command centers. Nevertheless, the ancient texts were rife with warnings. Many scrolls ended with blood-red inscriptions cautioning that knowledge demands a price, or those who gaze into the abyss may ultimately be consumed. Some experimental records delineate dreadful outcomes of failure, operators petrified, driven to madness, or even possessed by otherworldly energies. As the expedition delved deeper, the mechanical sounds grew increasingly distinct, seemingly emanating from the very core of the earth. Ultimately, they stumbled upon a colossal door, forged from an unknown black metal, intricately adorned with complex locks and ominous runes. The sounds originated from beyond this door. No method could unlock it. Even Melar's flames left no mark upon its surface. What lay behind that door? Was it the ancient machinery of Valyria's last survivors? A prison harboring some terrifying entity? Or a passage to other realms? None could ascertain. Yet, the rhythmic, unnatural hum instilled a profound sense of awe and dread. While clearing a collapsed side chapel, they made a disconcerting discovery. a visibly torn ancient tome. The missing pages contain the most perilous sections regarding dragon blood magic and soul transference. Who had taken them? When? Had it been Melisandre before her departure? Or an earlier visitor? Into whose hands had this lost knowledge fallen? The exploration of Dragonstone offered a glimmer of technological advancement, but also unveiled a multitude of unsolved enigmas and potential perils. Humanity endeavored to grasp the remnants of an ancient civilization to fortify itself, oblivious to whether these fragments bore the weight of an ancient curse. The Pandora's box of knowledge had been opened. In their struggle against the cold grasp of death, were they inadvertently unleashing another form of calamity? Chapter 39. Trials of the Heart. Midnight conversations among leaders. The winter nights in Winterfell are long and eerily silent, pierced only by the howling winds and the occasional distant howl of wolves. The immense pressure and responsibility weigh heavily upon the hearts of each leader like frozen shackles. After the day's bustle, disputes, and decisions, the dead of night often reveals their most vulnerable and authentic selves. As sleep eluded him, Xiao Lin found himself spending most nights in the map room, workshop, or upon the castle walls. One fateful night, he discovered Daenerys Targaryen standing alone atop the battlements. Gazing into the pitch-black wilderness to the north, her silhouette appearing particularly frail and solitary against the biting wind. They exchanged silent glances, the initial barriers of distance and calculation seeming to diminish under the immense shared pressure. Unable to sleep, Xiao Lin broke the silence, offering her a pouch of warmed wine. Daenerys accepted, taking a small sip, her brow furrowing slightly. Drogon is restless. He senses that thing from afar. It is cold. It is hungry. She paused. Sometimes I have nightmares, visions of the Red Wedding. The screams, the betrayals. I do not know what they are, but they feel all too real, all too terrifying. Her voice trembled imperceptibly. Xiao Lin's heart quaked. How could she dream of the Red Wedding? Was it a mere coincidence of the green sight, or a lingering resonance of tragedy within the Targaryen bloodline? Fear is a natural response, he replied, gazing into the distance. I too am afraid. Afraid that every decision I make could lead more to their demise. Afraid that all our efforts may ultimately prove futile. This was the first occasion that Daenerys heard the chosen king candidly acknowledge his fear. She regarded him with a hint of astonishment. Then why do you persist? She inquired. Because there is no other choice, Xiao Lin replied in a low voice. Retreat equates to extinction. I do not place my faith in some deity, but in humanity. I believe that individuals like Jon will stand firm in the face of despair, that those craftsmen will exhaust themselves to devise solutions, and that even the most ordinary of soldiers can summon extraordinary courage to protect their families. Our only duty is to honor their trust. Meanwhile, Melisandre, within her makeshift sanctuary, gazed at the flickering flames, her complexion pale. She had just once more employed the deep flames of prophecy, the cost of which stained her ceremonial robe with blood. She witnessed harrowing visions, herself pierced by ice, flames extinguished, yet she also beheld Xiao Lin, wielding the light of fire, standing resolute amidst the snow and ice. Faith and doubt, devotion and fear, waged a fierce battle within her heart. She began to question whether her reckless use of blood magic was for the Lightbringer, to prove something to Xiao Lin, or merely out of fear of being consumed by that distant, frigid presence. Tyrion Lannister encountered the equally restless Jon Snow, and the two shared a bottle of illicitly stored fine wine. Doesn't this situation resemble yet another battle of Blackwater? Only this time, the enemy has transformed into walking blocks of ice. Tyrion attempted to lighten the mood with jest, though to little avail. Jon silently sipped his drink, his gaze weary yet resolute. Worse than that, at least the Boltons would still die. Indeed, death has become a luxury. Tyrion sighed, momentarily serious. Tell me, Lord Snow, do you believe we can prevail? Jon remained silent for a long while before responding. I do not know, but I know that as long as one person stands, we must not surrender. He turned to Tyrion. Why do you stay? You could have sought an opportunity to escape. Tyrion chuckled self-deprecatingly. Perhaps because I am a fool. Or perhaps because I wish to see how the story concludes. He took a hearty sip of wine. Survival is not victory. It is legacy that matters. If we all perish, at least someone must remember what transpired here, why we fought, if only to warn future generations not to be as foolish as we were. These words struck Sansa Stark like a bolt of lightning as she happened upon them, en route to confer with Xiao Lin regarding medical supplies. She halted, her heart a maelstrom of emotions. Survival is not victory, it is legacy that matters. She recalled Winterfell, her family, and the departed souls. Suddenly, she comprehended the significance of her struggle, not merely to endure, but to ensure that the name Stark and the history of the North do not succumb to this icy darkness. On this night, various leaders in disparate corners experienced their own trials of the heart. Fear, doubt, responsibility, and hope intertwined amidst the cold night. The conversation between Xiao Lin and Daenerys continued. In discussing a contingency plan for an extreme scenario, Xiao Lin inadvertently uttered the term nuclear winter. He immediately ceased speaking. Yet Daenerys had already caught wind of this unfamiliar phrase. Nuclear winter? What is that? She inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Xiao Lin felt a pang of alarm and hastily covered. It is an ancient legend concerning a winter that follows the flames, lasting far longer. There is no basis for it. He awkwardly shifted the conversation. However, this term, hailing from another realm and depicting the consequences of ultimate devastation, took root like a seed in Daenerys' heart, instigating deeper curiosity and doubt regarding the origins of this man. In the prolonged cold of the night, the leaders glimpsed each other's vulnerabilities and truths, as a fragile trust began to quietly blossom, catalyzed by their shared fears and goals. Although divisions and secrets persisted, they at least recognized that they did not bear the weight of the crown alone. The darkness preceding dawn is the coldest. Yet it is also when the warmth of companionship becomes most essential. Chapter 40. Pre-battle mobilization. The final preparations and farewells. Bran's warnings had become increasingly frequent and urgent. Through the eyes of the fish-leaping wood network and his animal companions, he witnessed the white tide surging past the last mountain range, advancing towards Winterfell with an unstoppable force. Their overwhelming numbers could submerge any defense. Their silence was more suffocating than any battle cry. The ultimate confrontation loomed on the horizon. The war machine of Winterfell had revved to its maximum capacity, engaged in its final, frenzied preparations. The decisive battle plan was established after countless arguments, modifications, and simulations. It was intricate and perilous, akin to walking a tightrope. 1. Eastern feigned assault and dragonfire clearance, led personally by Daenerys. The main force of dragons, 3 dragons along with all dragon riders, would launch a fierce aerial assault from the east, targeting the densest concentration of the White Walker army, maximizing the reduction of the undead horde through dragonfire, drawing attention away from the potential anti-air defenses of the enemy. 2. Western infiltration and decapitation operation. Jon Snow, having quietly returned to Arya Stark, along with Gendry and other elite warriors, including the Unsullied, Free Folk, and seasoned veterans of the North, would form an assassination squad. Utilizing the stealth skills of the Free Folk and a complex underground tunnel map provided by the Dornish, they would secretly infiltrate from the west, attempting to bypass the main forces and strike directly at the core of the White Walker formation, targeting the Night King or his most pivotal priest. This was the boldest and most dangerous maneuver, with a minimal chance of success. 3. Northern Front defense and steam behemoth breakthrough. Xiao Lin and Bran Stark would oversee the main defensive line of Winterfell, commanding all infantry formations, with the Unsullied at the core. Crossbows, and the final secret weapon, an immense steam-powered contraption, codenamed Goliath, urgently transported from Dragonstone after numerous repairs. This towering 10-meter behemoth, constructed from boilers, pistons, and crude metal, would serve as a moving fortress and breakthrough force, attempting to tear through the undead horde at a critical moment to create opportunities for the assassination squad or to aid in their retreat. However, its operation was exceedingly complex, with limited energy, allowing it to function for less than half an hour. The Southern Reserve troops and evacuation support, overseen by Sansa and Tyrion, commanded all reserve units, medical stations, and the final evacuation routes, ensuring that as many people as possible could retreat to more southern strongholds once the city fell. The plan was fraught with uncertainty, each step reliant on the success of the preceding ones, with any misstep potentially leading to a total collapse. Yet, it was the only conceivable strategy that offered a glimmer of hope for victory. The pre-war mobilization assembly was held in the square of Winterfell. Below, a sea of weary but resolute soldiers gathered, their faces drawn yet filled with determination. Leaders including Jon, Daenerys, Sansa, and others stood upon the platform. As the biting wind swept across his face, Jon stepped forward to address the crowd. He gazed into the multitude of eyes fixated upon him, where fear and confusion mingled. But more prominently, a fierce resolve to fight emerged. Taking a deep breath, his voice, transmitted through a simple amplification device, resonated throughout the square, not booming, yet remarkably clear and resolute. Soldiers, warriors, children of Westeros, we stand here, in Winterfell, before the last bastion of the human realm. Behind us are our parents, our wives and children, our homes. We have nowhere left to retreat. Yes, we face an unprecedented foe. The cold, death, despair. But look to your left. Now look to your right. Standing beside you are brothers from the Seven Kingdoms. Once perhaps adversaries, yet now willing to entrust their backs to one another. We may hail from different houses, worship different gods, and speak varied tongues. But today we share but one name, humanity. We possess but one goal, survival. The long night has come. Darkness enveloping the land. Yet I believe, as long as there remains a flicker of flame within us, as long as even one of us stands, the light, though faint, shall ultimately triumph over the eternal night. For the living, for the departed, for those yet unborn. This night, we may perish. But let us make our adversaries aware that humanity is not lambs awaiting slaughter. We shall fight, until our last breath, until our final drop of blood. Long live humanity. After a brief silence, a thunderous roar of cheers erupted, accompanied by the clanging of weapons against shields, dispersing some of the cold and fear. The cry of "Long live humanity" reverberated in various tongues. Following the mobilization meeting, a solemn yet serene atmosphere enveloped the entire city. Soldiers quietly inspected their weapons, sharpened dragon glass arrowheads, and pinned what might be their final letters to loved ones. There were no grandiose speeches, only simple words of caution and farewells. In the barracks, taverns, and even on the streets, crowds embraced one another in farewell. Husbands bidding adieu to wives, fathers to sons, brothers exchanging solemn promises. Tears crystallized upon the icy ground. Yet more poignant were the silent embraces and steadfast gazes. Jon called Tyrion aside, handing him a sealed metal tube crafted from special fire-resistant material. Within this text lies a wealth of crucial knowledge. Xiao Lin's tone is incredibly grave as he discusses the foundational principles of mathematics, physics, and chemistry, along with some concepts that may prove beneficial for the future. Should failure befall us, we must find a way to preserve this knowledge, for perhaps one day, future generations may find it useful. This is his compilation, a backup of the core knowledge from the modern world, representing his final legacy. Tyrion took the metallic cylinder into his hands, feeling its weight, and instantly grasped its significance, nodding solemnly. Upon the battlements, Xiao Lin observed a young soldier from the north, carefully polishing a simple silver ring in the faint glow of the light fungus, a tender smile gracing his face. When the soldier lifted his gaze and saw the king, he hastily bowed. Xiao Lin noted that the inner side of the ring bore delicate, twisted blue patterns, reminiscent of some ancient runes. A flicker of inexplicable unease brushed through Xiao Lin's mind, but with the impending battle, he had no time to ponder further. The final moment had arrived. On the distant horizon, a moving white line began to materialize, visibly thickening and widening. The chilling sound of horns echoed, signaling the highest alert. All soldiers rushed to their positions, silent and swift. Xiao Lin donned his armor, gripping the Valyrian steel sword from the Rivellin's old keep. Daenerys mounted Drogon, his wings unfurling majestically. Jon and Arya exchanged a glance before melding into the shadows. The last vestiges of human civilization tightened the final bowstring before the castle in the north. The frigid wind swept through, stirring the snowflakes, akin to the cold breath of death. The decisive battle was about to commence. Chapter 41. The fall of the wall and the fires of the North. Bran Stark's vision shattered into a myriad of crystalline ice fragments. Through the murky eye of the last raven, he witnessed a scene of devastation. The towering ice wall, standing for millennia, was not violently shattered but silently melted away like a snowdrift beneath the sun. This was not a natural dissolution, but a horrific spectacle born from magic being uprooted and rules forcibly reversed. The immense ice wall began to lose its ancient pallor from the midpoint, transforming into a murky, nearly black deep blue, before collapsing like a wax figure, revealing ancient rock layers that had never seen the light of day. There were no thunderous roars, only a deep, continuous tearing sound, as if the very earth itself was groaning, accompanied by a tsunami of frigid mist that surged forth. The white tide, more suffocating than any wave or army, poured from the great breach, sweeping over forests and filling valleys, moving southward with a silent, stubborn inevitability. Its pace was not swift, yet it bore an undeniable force. Wherever it passed, color and life were utterly erased, leaving behind a monotonous pallor of death. Bran's consciousness was abruptly thrust back into his body beneath the weirwood tree in Winterfell, gasping violently, cold sweat soaking his brow, his heart racing within his chest, nearly shattering his ribs. They were coming. His voice was dry and hoarse, like wind rustling through brittle branches. The wall had vanished. Standing beside him, Mira Reed tightly gripped the ice axe in her hand, her complexion ashen. The gathered assembly on the high platform, Jon Snow, Daenerys Targaryen, Sansa Stark, and Tyrion Lannister fell into a profound silence, despite having anticipated this moment. The chilling reality of the prophecy materializing in such a direct and brutal manner pierced through all their heavy armor and garments, reaching deep into their souls. It was Jon who first shattered the stillness, his voice surprisingly calm, embodying an absolute focus ignited by the immense pressure. Proceed according to the final plan. Positions. The war machine commenced its final operation with utmost efficiency. The horns echoed, no longer a mere warning, but a declaration of impending battle. To the east, at the encampment of the united forces of Dragonstone, Daenerys Targaryen sat astride Drogon, sensing the unease emanating from the great beast beneath her as it detected the presence of its kin in the distance. Viserion and Rhaegal circled her flanks, the dragon riders straining to maintain control over their mounts. She glimpsed the expanding white stain on the horizon, feeling the disorienting imbalance of magic in the air. Dracarys, she whispered, a command and a rallying cry to herself. Her intent was to unleash dragonfire to cleave through the white tide before it fully unfolded. Yet, a profound sense of helplessness seized her. Dragonfire could incinerate whites, but could not stave off the cold, nor could it directly extinguish the chilling command hidden beyond the vast whiteness. To the west, beneath the ruins of Mole's Town, Jon Snow conducted a final check of his equipment, a dragonglass dagger, the Valyrian steel sword Longclaw, and specially crafted dragonglass gauntlets. Arya Stark, like a shadow, silently polished her slender sword needle and the Valyrian steel dagger from Jaehaerys. Gendry hefted his newly forged massive dragonglass warhammer, his breath forming white mist in the frigid air. Behind them stood an assassination squad composed of 20 of the most elite free folk trackers, unsullied soldiers, and seasoned veterans from the north. A complex map of the underground tunnels, dictated by Bran, illustrated by Mira, and supplemented by an envoy from Dorne, lay spread on the ground. Some of these tunnels were ancient mines, others were passages hewn by the children of the forest, and some remnants from a bygone era. Their purpose long forgotten. They twisted like a labyrinth beneath Winterfell, the only hope for infiltrating enemy lines. We do not know what lies beyond the exit. Jon's voice was grave. It may lead directly into the Whites' camp, or it could be blocked by a collapse. Once we enter, there is no turning back. Arya raised her head, her gaze eerily calm. We do not need a path of retreat. To the north, at the main defensive line of Winterfell, Jon stood atop the main gate tower, gazing into the distance. Sansa Stark stood beside him, her voice steely as she continually issued commands, adjusting the positions of the infantry formations. The Unsullied formed an impenetrable wall at the front, followed by the Knights of the Vale, the Riverlands militia, and Dorne's spearmen, their colorful banners snapping in the cold wind, yet a shared, solemn atmosphere bound them all together. Behind them, the steam colossus codenamed Giant Stone was undergoing its final warm-up. Its massive and rugged form, clad in riveted steel plates adorned with frost, exuded a sense of foreboding. Thick black smoke billowed from its stout chimney, while the pistons and gears emitted a cacophony of roars, starkly contrasting with the grim atmosphere of the battlefield. A team of engineers from Dragonstone surrounded it, engaged in a last-minute inspection, their faces a blend of pride and anxiety. This steel behemoth symbolized hope, yet it was also an exceedingly fragile miracle. Poised on the brink of collapse, Xiao Lin's gaze swept over the city walls. He observed soldiers gripping their weapons with knuckles whitening, archers placing dragon crystal arrows within arm's reach, and the catapults and crossbows flanked by piles of dragon crystal shards soaked in oil. He also noted the subtle details reflecting fear, a young soldier incessantly tracing a seven-pointed star, and a freefolk warrior whispering to an ancient wooden idol. His thoughts drifted back to the conversation with Tyrion moments earlier. That metal cylinder represented his final backup in this world, a testament to Xiao Lin's existence, and the deepest seed he could plant for the future of this realm. He hoped Tyrion would survive and that the seed might one day sprout. Then, he recalled the soldier polishing the ring. The blue patterns on that ring sent a chill of unease coursing through him once more. Those patterns bore a striking resemblance to fragments of memories depicting the altar of the others. Was it mere coincidence? Your Majesty, a soldier atop the watchtower shouted hoarsely, interrupting his reverie. Their vanguard has reached the final trench. Xiao Lin jerked his head up. The white tide had surged to a distance now clearly visible to the naked eye. The foremost whites, grotesque in their movements with missing limbs, their eyes glimmering with a ghostly blue light, began to tumble into the last line of defense surrounding Winterfell like dumplings into boiling water, a trench deep and wide, its bottom littered with sharpened stakes and dragon crystal shards. However, a horrifying scene unfolded. The whites exhibited no fear, plunging into the trench one after another. Their bodies were pierced and shattered by the power of dragon crystal, yet the whites behind them showed no hesitation, trampling over their fallen brethren as they advanced. The trench was visibly filling with the dead. Crossbowmen, fire! Lord Bluefall bellowed. Massive bolts, trailing fiery tails, sliced through the sky and rained down into the white tide, resulting in a shower of severed limbs and cold blue flames. Yet, to the endless tide of the dead, it was but a drop in the ocean. Prepare for engagement. The shouts of officers echoed along the front lines. Xiao Lin inhaled the frigid air deeply, tightening his grip on truth. He sensed Melar's presence beside him. The priestess remained silent, yet a faint wave of warmth began to emanate from her, a sign that the flames of magic were gathering strength. At that moment, a strange, soul-freezing shriek pierced the air from above. Everyone instinctively looked up, where three massive shadows pierced through the dreary clouds. The two smaller dragons, Regal and Viserion, unleashed torrents of golden flames, searing the ground beneath them. Meanwhile, their leader, Drogon, was locked in a fierce struggle with a formidable adversary, a colossal dragon, equal in size to Drogon, seemingly sculpted from the deepest, most frigid ice. Its wings resembled translucent sheets of ice, revealing a skeletal structure beneath, while its eyes burned with eternal, icy blue flames. Each roar it emitted carried a chilling resonance that threatened to shatter eardrums, and its breath was not fire, but a frost capable of freezing souls. An ice dragon. It clashed violently with Drogon in the skies, claws tearing and tails sweeping. Crystals of ice and black scales burst forth with every confrontation, accompanied by thunderous booms and chaotic currents of magic. Daenerys's feigned assault from the east faced an unexpected and deadly interception right from the outset. Xiao Lin felt a sinking feeling in his heart. The initial step of the plan had already veered off course. He gazed at the trench, filled with the corpses of the undead, and at Daenerys and her dragons, entangled with the ice dragon, knowing that the final moment had arrived. For survival, he raised his Valyrian steel sword, his voice cutting through the cacophony of battle, reaching the ears of every nearby soldier. In response came the thunderous clamor of countless weapons striking shields, and the explosive battle cries unleashed from the depths of despair. The white tide surged over the last trench, crashing violently against the final bastion erected by the human coalition of Winterfell. The clash of steel and frost erupted into a brutal and bloody symphony of death. Chapter 42, The Battle of Winterfell, an elegy of blood and fire. The deafening roar of steel colliding with death swallowed the world whole. The tide of the undead crashed upon the bastion formed by the human alliance, resembling a white tsunami. The front line of the Unsullied, like unyielding boulders, silently endured the impact. Their spears thrust forth with mechanical precision, retracting each time to reveal a scattering of shattered ice-blue limbs and splattering black ichor. The dragon glass tips of their spears were devastatingly effective against the undead, shattering upon contact. Yet, the sheer number of the undead was overwhelming and inexhaustible. They charged forth without fear, driven solely by primal instinct to claw and bite. As one Unsullied fell, another undead would immediately fill the void, while the gaps in the human line required desperate efforts from the rear to seal. Hold the line. For humanity. The shouts of officers rang out. Though they seemed feeble amidst the screams and clashing weapons, they were crucial nonetheless. The Knights of the Vale launched their initial countercharge, their heavy armor sending a wave of undead flying, as their lances pierced through multiple foes before breaking. The knights swiftly drew their long swords to cleave through the throngs. But the undead closed in rapidly, dragging fallen knights into the white tide to be consumed. The spear-wielders of House Dorne formed a dense line, striking from the flanks to effectively slow the relentless advance of the undead, though their light armor proved vulnerable to the frenzied assaults of the undead. Xiao Lin stood atop the gatehouse, calmly observing the unfolding battle. His modern soul still trembled at the brutality of this cold weapon meat grinder. Yet his will had been honed to a sharpness akin to the Valyrian steel sword. Truth, he wielded. He issued commands relentlessly, mobilizing reserves to shore up weak points, instructing the crossbow artillery to concentrate fire on the most densely packed areas of the undead. My Lord Tarly, the formation of the valley's right flank is beginning to falter. Send in the second line of infantry. Oil barrels. Target that depression and release. His orders were swiftly conveyed through messengers. However, the chaos of the battlefield far exceeded any predictions. In the skies, the dragon battle reached a fever pitch. Drogon and the ice dragon were locked in a fierce struggle, their claws tearing at each other's scales and icy armor, while dragon fire and frost breath collided in the air, unleashing a cacophony of roars and billowing steam. Each clash resounded like thunder, causing the soldiers below to wince in pain. Daenerys clung tightly to Drogon's scales, her golden braids whipping in the tempest, as she endeavored to guide Drogon in attack. Yet the icy breath of the dragon dulled Drogon's movements, sapping the strength of his flames. Rhaegal and Viserion attempted to provide support, continuously unleashing dragon fire to sweep away the tide of corpses, alleviating the pressure on the front lines. The golden flames consumed the undead in swathes, temporarily creating charred clearings. However, soon more white figures would silently fill the void. Moreover, their circling and diving became increasingly cautious, ever wary of the terrifying ice dragon's potential ambush. "Your Majesty, the Colossus is ready." An engineer, covered in soot, rushed up to Jon Snow. Jon glanced at the battlefield. Although the line of the Unsullied was secure, casualties on the flanks were rising sharply, posing a risk of encirclement by the undead tide. The situation demanded a breakthrough. "Activate the Colossus. Target straight ahead. Crush through," Jon commanded. With a roar that echoed like the awakening of a colossal iron beast, the steam-powered Colossus began to move slowly. Its metallic feet thudded heavily against the ground, each impact sending tremors through the earth. Thick steam pipes expelled scalding white gas, instantly softening and slowing the movements of nearby undead. The engineers in the control room operated levers and valves with palpable tension. The Colossus, like a mobile fortress, inexorably advanced toward the densest throng of corpses. Its massive metallic ram easily smashed aside and crushed every undead in its path. The rotating scythe arms mounted on its sides whirled furiously, slicing any approaching undead into pieces. Scalding steam occasionally burst forth from exhaust vents, clearing the surrounding foes. Its arrival immediately captured the majority of attention on the battlefield, significantly bolstering the morale of the human side. Soldiers watched in awe as this iron marvel carved a path through the tide of corpses, blazing with steam and shattered bones, erupting in thunderous cheers. "Follow the Colossus. Advance." Tarly seized the opportunity, commanding the infantry formation to follow closely, solidifying their gains. However, the good fortune was short-lived. The ice dragon seemed to be drawn to this newly emerged entity. It violently shook off Drogon, emitting a sharp shriek, and dove down, targeting the Colossus. "Intercept it," Daenerys screamed, urging Drogon to pursue. Yet, the speed of the ice dragon was astonishing, and a breath so frigid it could freeze steel enveloped the right side of the stone in an instant. The piercing sound of metal distorting sent shivers through the bones. The rotating scythe arm on the right side was swiftly encased in a thick layer of ice, halting its motion. The metal panels on the surface became brittle under the extreme cold, subsequently emitting a strained groan as the internal mechanisms protested against the overwhelming stress. Alarms blared mournfully within the control room. The temperature on the right side plummeted, and the instrument panels shattered one by one. The pressure in the right boiler spiraled out of control. "Cool down quickly." "No, the valve is frozen." The engineers desperately endeavored to salvage the situation. However, the breath of the ice dragon was imbued with formidable magical power, far beyond mere chill. Xiao Lin felt his heart leap into his throat. At that moment, Melar stepped forward beside him. The priestess advanced, removing her hood, her red hair ablaze in the cold wind like a burning flame. She raised her arms high and began to chant in a soaring Valyrian tongue. The fiery tattoos on her arms seemed to come alive, radiating a blinding crimson light as the surrounding temperature began to rise peculiarly. Other priests of the Red Temple gathered behind her, joining in the chant. Their powers converged, forming a visible barrier of scorching heat that distorted the air, standing resolutely between the stone and the diving ice dragon. The dragon's breath collided with this fiery magical shield, producing a thunderous hiss as steam erupted violently, temporarily obscuring its vision and attack. Melar's body trembled slightly, her face paling rapidly. Xiao Lin could distinctly sense her vitality waning swiftly with the exertion of her magic. Such was the price. He turned to Melar, his eyes filled with shock and compassion. She seemed to feel his gaze, laboriously turning her head to offer him a fleeting smile, laden with profoundly complex emotions. That smile bore determination, a silent plea, and perhaps a hint of indescribable hope. With the ice dragon momentarily thwarted, Drogon finally caught up, delivering a fierce blast of dragon fire to the base of the ice dragon's wing, melting a section of its icy armor. The ice dragon let out an enraged roar, compelled to turn and engage Drogon once more. The operators of the stones seized this opportunity, desperately attempting to restore some functionality. Yet, the damage on its right side was beyond battlefield repair, its movements becoming sluggish and its power significantly diminished. The combat on the ground grew increasingly brutal. The undead seemed endless, while the stamina of the human soldiers was rapidly depleting. Multiple breaches in the defense were being exploited, plunging the battlefield into a merciless melee. Dragon crystal weapons were dwindling, and the ranks of soldiers were thinning. Xiao Lin knew there could be no more delay. The assassination squad was their last hope. He glanced westward towards the area shrouded in snow-laden forests and the entrance to the tunnels, silently invoking, "Jon, Arya, it's up to you now." At that moment, a deeper, colder horn sounded from the depths of the tide of corpses. This sound seemed capable of freezing souls, and for a brief moment, all sounds on the battlefield fell silent. Then, amidst the horrified gazes of all human warriors, the tide of corpses parted slowly like Moses parting the sea. A tall, pallid figure, adorned with an ice crystal crown, emerged, riding a skeletal warhorse forged from the same frigid material. In its eyes burned two flames colder than the abyss, and in its hand rested a spear that radiated an intense chill, as though it could freeze time itself. The Night King had finally made its appearance on the battlefield. It did not cast its gaze upon the chaotic fray, nor did it regard the dragons entwined in aerial combat, or even the boulders still struggling in their plight. Its piercing gaze transcended the multitude of slaughter and discord, precisely, unwaveringly directed towards the ancient grove of the weirwood deep within Winterfell. Mira also witnessed the Night King. Her chant grew more fervent, almost as if she were igniting her very life force to sustain the wall of flames. With her last strength, she screamed to Jon Snow, "Your Grace, it seeks the weirwood. Bran the Green Seer is the key. Stop it." No sooner had she spoken, than blood erupted from her mouth, staining her red priestess robes. Her body slumped back, and the surrounding priests gasped as they caught her, the flame barrier flickering perilously. Jon Snow caught Mira. Sensing the rapid ebbing of her life, a surge of immense fury and resolve surged within him. The Night King's target was Bran, the Green Seer, the linchpin of human intelligence and hope. "Blue, I leave this to you," Jon shouted to Lord Tarly, then swiftly turned to command the elite royal guard beside him. "All able fighters, follow me." To the weirwood. He cast one last glance at Daenerys, battling fiercely with the ice dragon above, then at the beleaguered defenses on the ground, and finally at the silent forest to the west. A sanctuary bearing the final glimmer of hope. Then, gripping truth tightly, he charged down the castle steps, racing towards the inner courtyard, towards the ancient grove of twisted roots. The weirwood would soon become the next bloody battlefield. Chapter 43. The mystery of the weirwood and the end of the Red Priestess. The inner courtyard of Winterfell had transformed from a place of solace into one of turmoil. Panic spread like a plague. The wails of the wounded, the flight of routed soldiers, and the cries of the townsfolk intermingled into a symphony of despair. Jon had no time to dwell on these matters. He led dozens of his most loyal guards, cleaving through the chaos like a razor-sharp blade, heading straight for the depths of the inner fortress and the weirwood grove. As they approached the ancient thicket, the air grew increasingly frigid and oppressive. It was not merely the chill of winter, but a living cold imbued with malevolence, enveloping them in a suffocating silence that drowned out even the tumult of battle. The pale branches of the heart tree trembled in the still air, its leaves whispering, as if silently screaming. "Surround the entrance. No one is to enter or leave." Jon growled, his command echoing. The guards immediately fanned out, drawing their swords, with dragonglass spears aimed at the lone stone archway leading into the weirwood. Inside, the space dominated by the gnarled roots of the weirwood seemed to have become the very center of the world's coldness. Jon took a deep breath, tightened his grip on truth, and stepped forward into the icy abyss. The scene before him rendered his blood nearly frozen. Bran Stark slumped in his wheelchair, his complexion as pallid as a corpse, with only the faint rise and fall of his chest attesting to his continued existence. Mira Reed, wielding an ice axe, stood protectively before him like an enraged she-wolf. Yet the entity she faced was capable of shattering the resolve of even the bravest warrior. It was not the Night King himself, but rather three wraith-like ice priests draped in tattered crystalline robes. Their forms appeared even more gaunt and stooped than ordinary wights, clutching not ice-forged swords, but rather twisted staves of obsidian black, wreathed in tendrils of chilling mist. They did not launch an attack. Instead, they stood in a triangular formation, encircling Bran and Mira, their desiccated lips moving silently as a low, inhuman chant reverberated through the air, creating an invisible magical prison that ensnared Bran's consciousness and relentlessly siphoned his vitality. Each attempt Mira made to break free was met with an invisible force of icy cold that violently repelled her, leaving her arms and cheeks marred by frostbite. Meanwhile, at the edge of the weirwood grove, Beneath the roots of the fishbone tree, the soil began to swell and shift unnaturally, as if something was being summoned from the depths by that malevolent incantation. Xiao Lin's intrusion shattered the standoff. The three ice priests simultaneously turned their gaze, the blue flames in their eyes flaring to an intense blaze. Without a howl or warning, two of the priests thrust their staves into the ground, causing countless sharp ice spikes to erupt, akin to the fangs of a beast, racing towards Xiao Lin. "Your Majesty, be careful." A guard following closely pushed Xiao Lin aside, only to be pierced through the chest by the ice spikes, blood freezing instantly upon the transparent icicle, and he fell lifeless. "Kill!" Xiao Lin's eyes widened with fury as he roared, swinging truth to meet the onslaught. The Valyrian steel sword sliced through the air with a pleasing hum, effortlessly severing the advancing ice spikes. Other guards charged forward with battle cries, engaging the two separated ice priests in fierce combat. The clash of dragon-glass weapons against the priest's staves erupted in blinding blue light and flying shards of ice. Yet, the power of the ice priests far surpassed that of ordinary wights. Their movements were erratic, their ice magic relentless. At times, they conjured ice shields to block, and at others, summoned gusts of cold to hinder their adversaries' movements. A guard's dragon-glass spear struck one of the priests, only to be thwarted by a thick layer of ice armor that formed instantaneously, shattering upon impact. Yet the priest merely took a step back, sweeping its staff to unleash a burst of ice, instantly encasing several guards in frozen statues that soon shattered upon impact. The battle was fiercely brutal, for each priest slain. The cost in lives was several-fold. Xiao Lin, using the keen edge of truth and the combat instincts of a modern soul far superior to this era, managed to barely hold his ground against one of the priests. His swordplay was devoid of embellishment, striving for efficiency, each block and strike precisely targeting the priest's most vulnerable magical points, leaving his opponent feeling unprecedentedly awkward and sluggish. However, on the other side, the chant of the final priest did not wane. Instead, it grew more fervent. Bran's body began to convulse violently, foam spilling from the corners of his mouth. Melar, in a state of despair, relentlessly hurled herself against the magical prison, only to be rebuffed time and again, her body marred and bruised. "Melar," Xiao Lin urged, "hold on." As if in response to his plea, a warm current surged into this frigid abyss. Melar appeared at the entrance, supported by two red-robed monks. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, the flame of life flickering like a candle in the wind, yet her eyes blazed with a final, almost frenzied resolve. She pushed away her supporters and advanced step by step towards the chanting priest. "In the name of the King of Light." Her voice, though hoarse, resonated with undeniable power. "This place shall be purified." With arms outstretched, the fiery tattoos on her arms erupted in a blinding radiance, akin to the sun itself. This time, she did not erect a defensive barrier. Instead, she transformed all her remaining vitality into an untainted surge of flame, piercing like a spear towards the chanting priest. The priest seemed taken aback by this self-destructive approach, abruptly halting its incantation. It screamed, raising its scepter in a futile attempt to defend against the oncoming torrent. The dark scepter clashed violently with the stream of flames. Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued. Waves of heat collided with frigid gusts, swirling up the snow and earth beneath. The brilliance was blinding. As the radiance dissipated, it revealed that half of the otherworldly priest's body and its scepter had been melted away, the remnants billowing smoke as they crumbled to the ground, turning to shards of ice. Melar stood motionless, her red priestly robe charred, the flames surrounding her extinguished, and the spark in her eyes dimming like the dying embers of a fire. She gazed at Xiao Lin, her lips moving, the final words barely audible. "The flame shall ultimately return to the ice. Your Majesty, beware of the royal blood." Before her words could fully escape her lips, she lunged forward, and as her body met the ground, it seemed to lose all internal support, transforming into a delicate, warm dust of white light. This luminescent dust did not scatter. Instead, it coalesced in place, ultimately forming a crystal the size of a fingernail, translucent, with faint flames flickering within its red depths. Melar, the priestess from Lys, burdened by prophecy, ambition, and faith, had consumed herself in the most fervent manner. The magical prison binding Bran shattered instantaneously. "Bran!" Melar cried, rushing to the side of the wheelchair. Xiao Lin, too, was shaken by this harrowing sacrifice, yet the battle was far from over. The other two otherworldly priests, witnessing their comrade's demise, let out piercing howls of rage, their attacks becoming increasingly frenzied. At that moment, a resounding roar, piercing the heavens, echoed from above. It was Zhuge. It had finally broken free from the ice dragon's grasp, diving towards Xiao Lin and the intense magical turbulence below. Daenerys, riding atop the dragon, beheld the scene in the sacred wood, witnessing the fallen Melar and the hard-fought struggle of Xiao Lin. A mighty stream of golden dragon fire lashed out like the whip of a deity, striking fiercely within the sacred grove. An otherworldly priest, poised to pounce on Xiao Lin, was instantly engulfed by the dragon fire, along with the surrounding earth and trees, reduced to char and molten crystal in an instant. After the dragon's flames subsided, the battlefield was momentarily cleansed. The last of the otherworldly priests retreated in fear, casting a glance at the circling dragon above and then at the approaching swordsman, Xiao Lin. Alongside the remaining human defenders who fought valiantly, it emitted a reluctant screech, its form suddenly transforming into a dense, chilling mist. Swiftly retreating into the shadows of the sacred woods, the battle had temporarily ceased. Xiao Lin leaned on his sword, panting as he surveyed the desolation around him. The defenders lay mostly dead or wounded. Melar had turned into a crystal, and the sacred woods were half scorched, half frozen. His Majesty Melar had held the unconscious Bran, whose breathing was faint but returning, his voice choked with emotion. "Thank you." Xiao Lin stepped forward, cautiously picking up the red crystal formed from Melar. It felt warm to the touch, as if still imbued with its owner's will. He clutched it tightly in his palm. He glanced at Bran and then at the ground, which had been disturbed by the incantations of the otherworldly priest. Approaching, he used the sword sheath to clear away the charred and frozen earth. Beneath the soil, instead of the anticipated horrors, lay several massive, fossilized eggs. Their shells exhibited a grayish-white, stone-like sheen, but in this extreme environment of frigid air and dragon fire, one egg bore a faint crack at its apex, through which a weak yet disquieting red light and warmth seeped. Dragon egg fossils? Beneath the sacred woods of Winterfell? Melar's dying warning echoed in his mind. Beware of the king's blood. The Night King's target was Bran, the power of the Green Seer. But what role did these buried dragon eggs play? What was it that Melar had seen in her final moments? In the distance, the cacophony of battle persisted, shouts of war, dragon roars, and the thunder of ice magic had not abated. Instead, they intensified. Xiao Lin understood that the crisis in the sacred woods was merely a temporary reprieve. The Night King's main forces remained outside the city. The ice dragon continued its rampage, and the fate of the assassination squad hung in the balance. He tightened his grip on the crystal and sword, addressing Melar and the surviving defenders. Hold this position. No matter what happens, nothing must approach Bran. He needed to return to the main city wall immediately. The scales of war had yet to tip. Chapter 44. Dragon wings shadowing the sky. The celestial duel of ice and fire. Xiao Lin clutched the warm crystal formed from Melar tightly in his palm. Its faint warmth felt like her final charge, imparting a measure of resolute strength in this frigid land. He cast one last glance at the egg fossil, now cracked and emanating red light, etching its location deeply into his memory before resolutely turning away. Hold this position. Await Bran's awakening. He commanded Melar and the remaining defenders, his voice resolute. The crisis in the sacred woods had been temporarily alleviated, yet the defenses of the main city wall were crumbling, and he needed to return without delay. He dashed back toward the main city gate, encountering a scene even more harrowing than before. The tide of corpses had completely overwhelmed the initial defenses. The human army was forced to retreat to the foot of the walls, and the last few hastily erected low barriers, engaging in a desperate urban battle. The phalanx of the Unsullied remained steadfast, but their numbers were visibly dwindling. Most of the steeds of the knights of the valley lay lifeless upon the ground, compelling the knights to dismount and engage in combat on foot, their ornate armor smeared with icy blue blood and dark mud. The formation of the Dornish spearmen was shattered repeatedly, only to be reconstituted with remarkable tenacity. Above, the decisive element of victory loomed. Drogon, evidently wearied from fierce combat, bore a layer of frost upon his black scales, his movements not as nimble as before. A horrific gash extended from his shoulder to his abdomen, as blue ice crystals sought to infiltrate the wound, delaying the formidable healing abilities inherent to his kind. Daenerys, her braids disheveled and her complexion pallid, clung tightly to Drogon's back, evading the icy tempest stirred by the dragon's sweeping strikes. The ice dragon, too, was in dire straits. One of its membranous wings bore a charred hole from dragon fire, its flight becoming increasingly erratic, with shards of ice and a viscous, deep blue liquid akin to molten glass dripping from its wounds, corroding the ground below with a hissing sound. One of its eyes appeared injured, opening and closing erratically. oozing blue pus. Yet, they continued their frenzied clash. The ice dragon's breath encompassed a vast range, forcing Drogon to maneuver constantly. A direct hit would spell calamity. Although Drogon's flames could scorch the ice dragon, they seemed incapable of inflicting fatal damage, as the frigid essence of its magic significantly mitigated the flame's impact. Rhaegal and Viserion circled nearby, attempting to distract the ice dragon, yet their smaller size deterred them from approaching the dragon's deadly claws and breath, rendering their attacks somewhat futile. A dragon knight attempted to dive with Rhaegal to strike the ice dragon's back, only to be struck by a swift tail swipe. Both rider and dragon screaming as they plummeted into the abyss, their fate unknown. "Your Majesty," cried a wounded Lannister, a deep gash visible on his face. Blood frozen against his cheek. In a hoarse voice, he urged, "The left flank is on the verge of collapse. We need aerial support. That cursed ice monstrosity must be vanquished." Xiao Lin gazed upward at the brutal aerial conflict, a reckless thought igniting within his mind. The words of Melara before her demise echoed in his ears, "Beware the blood of kings." The bloodline of House Targaryen was royal blood, while his own body, infused with the lineage of both Joffrey Baratheon, theoretically of Baratheon and Lannister descent, left him pondering the nature of his own soul. The Lord of Light had chosen him, and Melara had dubbed him the Chosen King. Could this not also serve as a validation of royal blood? More crucially, the crimson crystal cradled in his arms, a manifestation of the life force of the most devout Red Priestess, contained the divine fire of the Lord of Light. Could it? There was no time for hesitation. "Tarly, hold fast," Xiao Lin bellowed. "Buy me time." He pivoted abruptly, racing towards a relatively intact crossbow platform within the castle walls. The soldiers operating the crossbow had perished. With a brutal shove, he cleared away the corpses and inspected the colossal bolts, noting they bore mere steel tips, insufficient to even tickle the ice dragon. Drawing a deep breath, he retrieved the red crystal from his breast. The gem warmed slightly in his palm, the luminous energy within swirling with increasing velocity. "Melara," he murmured, uncertain if it was a prayer or a command. "If you can hear me, lend me your strength." He forcefully pressed the crystal against the steel tip of the crossbow bolt. With a soft hiss, reminiscent of a red-hot iron plunged into icy water. The crimson gem seemed to possess a life of its own, instantly softening and expanding like molten lava, swiftly enveloping the entire steel tip and forming a myriad of intricate and searing flame runes upon its surface. The entire crossbow bolt was shrouded in a layer of dark red, emanating an astonishing heat, dispelling the surrounding chill entirely. At that moment, the ice dragon, seemingly hindered by the injury to its wings, faltered in its ascent after a dive, exposing its relatively vulnerable underbelly to Xiao Lin's direction. Now was the moment. With all his might, Xiao Lin pulled the trigger of the crossbow. Although his modern physique was not particularly robust, the adrenaline-fueled strength he summoned at the brink of life and death, combined with the peculiar energy contained within the enchanted bolt, seemed to alleviate the burden of the operation. Buzz! The bowstring vibrated violently. The bolt, ablaze with crimson flames, transformed into a streak of light, slicing through the frigid air with remarkable precision. Aiming directly at the ice dragon's underbelly, a region scorched by the dragon's flames, where the icy armor was relatively weak. The ice dragon sensed the impending threat, emitting a sharp shriek in an attempt to evade, but ultimately it was a moment too late. With a soft thud, the enchanted bolt effortlessly pierced through the damaged icy armor, embedding itself deep within the ice dragon's body, right up to the fletching. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. Then came a howl, an anguished, heart-wrenching cry, the most sorrowful and painful since the battle began, a sound that transcended mere physical noise, carrying the sharp agony of a soul being seared. From the wound struck by the bolt, no blue blood flowed. Instead, a fierce, lava-like red glow erupted. The remnants of Melar's life flame and the divine power of the King of Light were injected directly into the ice dragon's frozen core through that crystal. Like the most lethal poison, red cracks radiated from the wound, rapidly spreading across the ice dragon's pale body like a spider's web. It writhed in madness, rolling about, its icy breath spewing uncontrollably, inadvertently freezing the corpses below into ice sculptures. Zhao seized this rare opportunity. Emitting a roar of vengeance, it dove down, opening its massive jaws, unleashing a golden dragon flame, condensed with all its might, striking with precision against the ice dragon's head, now covered in red cracks, and thrashing in desperation. Boom! This time, the ice dragon's magical defenses were utterly shattered by the internal flames of divine power. Its head was completely obliterated in the explosive clash of extreme heat and frigid cold, shattering like fragile glass. Countless shards of ice crystal, mingled with searing red energy and blue viscous liquid, scattered like a torrential downpour. The headless ice dragon's body convulsed stiffly in midair for a few moments before surrendering all its strength, plummeting like a catastrophic landslide into the mass of corpses below, crushing countless wights, and ultimately transforming into a colossal wreckage that continued to erupt with splashes of red and blue energy. The ice dragon has fallen. At this moment, the entire battlefield seemed to fall into silence. All humans, be they soldiers or nobles, instinctively ceased their movements, staring blankly at the incredible scene unfolding in the sky. Then, a thunderous cheer erupted from every corner of Winterfell. Witnessing such a miraculous reversal in the depths of despair, morale and confidence surged to unprecedented heights. Long live King Jaehaerys! Long live the King of Light! Daenerys, riding Drogon, gradually descended upon the main castle tower. Drogon, weary and panting, had wounds still seeping with blue frost. Yet his gaze remained sharp. Daenerys slid down from the dragon's back and hastened to stand before Jon Snow. Her eyes reflected an intricate blend of shock, gratitude, and an ineffable curiosity. She had just witnessed the red meteor that altered the tide of battle, originating from Jon's direction. "What have you done?" she asked, her voice slightly hoarse as she regarded the dull, cracked crossbow bolt tip in Jon's hand, now devoid of its former brilliance. Jon, panting heavily, trembled slightly as the adrenaline faded and fatigue set in. Before he could respond, a soldier cried out in terror, "Your Majesty, look," pointing towards the outskirts of the city. They observed that the once frenzied wights, following the dragon's demise, had noticeably slowed and become disorganized, as if they had lost some semblance of unified command. Yet from the depths of the corpse tide, an icy will descended once more, even more furious and frigid than before. The Night King, infuriated by the death of the ice dragon and the thwarting of his plans in the Weirwood Forest, was thoroughly enraged. More White Walkers emerged from the white tide, emitting silent roars as they brandished crystalline swords, beginning to personally oversee the assault on the encroaching horde. Simultaneously, the earth began to tremble as massive giants, stitched together from countless white limbs, rose like moving mountains from the tide, advancing with heavy strides towards the already battered walls of Winterfell. The aerial threat was momentarily abated, yet the ultimate trial on the ground was just beginning. As Jon and Daenerys scarcely had a moment to breathe, they simultaneously sensed a faint yet unmistakably clear psychic signal emanating from the west. It was Jon Snow, sending forth a final warning and farewell through their tenuous bloodline connection and shared wolf spirit essence. The assassination squad had encountered catastrophic misfortune. Chapter 45, The Knight's Blade. A shattered spear in the sands the west, in the underground tunnels. Cold, damp, and suffocating darkness enveloped everything. The sole source of light was the specially designed lamp in Gendry's hand, burning with some frost-resistant oil, casting a dim glow that barely illuminated the slippery stone steps beneath their feet and the taut, pale faces of his comrades. The air was thick with the scent of earth, humus, and a deeper, grave-like chill. Jon Snow led the way, his Valyrian steel sword, Longclaw, slightly drawn, while the dire wolf, Ghost, moved ahead like a pale specter, silently navigating the deeper darkness. Occasionally, a low growl would echo back, signaling safety or danger. Arya Stark followed closely, her footsteps as light as a cat's, her breath almost inaudible, with a sewing needle and a Valyrian steel dagger clutched in her hands. Gendry bore his dragonglass warhammer, his heavy breaths resonating distinctly in the confined space. Behind them trailed 20 of the most elite warriors, including the cleverest trackers among the free folk, the quietest assassins of the Unsullied, and the most resilient veterans of the North. The map was sketched by Mira Reed based on Bran's visions, with details supplied by the Dornish, yet stepping into the labyrinth revealed the map's roughness and the complexity of reality. The tunnels were not a singular path, but a maze of interconnected passages, at times wide enough for several to walk side by side, and at others so narrow that they had to crawl. Some areas were ancient mines, with decayed wooden supports demanding utmost caution. Others bore the unmistakable signs of unnatural, smooth hewing, as if they were the layers of some colossal creature, sending chills down one's spine. Bran's consciousness provided guidance like a flicker of light in the dark, intermittent and faint. He could broadly indicate the direction to avoid the densest patrols of wights. Yet he could not forewarn of all dangers. To the left, Jon whispered, his voice echoing slightly in the tunnel. Ghost relayed the warning. The group halted immediately, pressing against the cold stone wall. From around the corner of the tunnel came the slow, dragging sound of footsteps accompanied by a nauseating, skeletal scraping. Two whites, their eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, staggered past, seemingly patrolling in a daze. Like a silent lizard, Arya glided out, her needle piercing precisely into one white's eye socket, while her dragonglass dagger simultaneously severed another's throat. Without a sound, the two whites crumbled into shards of ice. She quickly dragged their remnants into the shadows. The group continued forward in silence, the tension taut like a drawn bowstring. They had lost track of time. In the depths below, time had lost its meaning. Bran's guidance grew increasingly vague, as if his consciousness were being disrupted by immense pain. Suddenly, a tracker from the free folk on the flank emitted a stifled groan. The group whirled around to see an enormous white bear, composed entirely of stark white bones, unexpectedly emerge from a collapsed side tunnel, its massive claws having already torn the tracker in half. Defensive positions, Jon bellowed. The battle erupted instantly. The tunnel was too narrow to form any proper formation. The white bear roared, sweeping its colossal bone claws, and one unsullied attempted to block with a spear, only to be reduced to a bloody pulp in an instant. Gendry, Arya screamed. Gendry roared, raising his enormous dragonglass warhammer and striking down fiercely at the bear's foreleg. Boom! Amidst the chaos, bone fragments scattered as the formidable bear's forelimb was twisted, seemingly impervious to pain. With unrelenting ferocity, its other paw lunged towards Gendry. Yet, Jon's longclaw arrived just in time, the Valyrian steel blade severing several massive phalanges and saving Gendry's life. Arya, like a wraith, flanked the monstrous bear, her dagger seeking the crevices of its joints, but this beast, composed entirely of bone, possessed scarcely any vulnerabilities. Ghost savagely gnawed at the creature's hind leg, yet its sharp teeth merely left scratches on the hardened skeleton. Another veteran from the north fell victim to the bear's bone claws, crashing against the stone wall. His bones shattered. This could not continue, Jon bellowed, urging them to lure it into a more open area. The team fought while retreating, striving to guide the terrifying creature toward a larger cavern marked in their memories. Each step was stained with blood. Gendry roared once more, his warhammer striking the bear's skull with a resounding thud, finally cracking its bony surface and momentarily slowing its movements. Now was the time. Jon and Arya simultaneously exerted their strength, Longclaw piercing the fissure in the skull, while Arya's dagger found its mark in the hollow where the bear's eye once resided. The powers of dragon glass and Valyrian steel erupted in tandem. The colossal skeletal form of the white bear collapsed with a thunderous crash, reducing itself to a heap of motionless fragments. The team gasped for breath, counting their numbers, their hearts heavy. In that brief skirmish, they had lost 5 comrades. Bran wiped the blood from his face, attempting to sense his brother's guidance once more, but was met only with a chilling chaos and anguish. Something had gone awry in the weirwood forest. We must press onward. Arya's voice, cold and resolute, broke the silence as she gazed upon the scattered bodies of her fallen friends, her eyes devoid of tears, filled instead with a deeper determination. There was no time for mourning. The team gathered their gear, dragging their weary and wounded bodies forward towards the presumed location of the Night King. The tunnel began to incline upward, the air growing more frigid, with frost visible upon the walls. At last, a faint glimmer appeared ahead, not sunlight, but an eerie, unnatural cerulean glow. The tunnel's exit seemed near, leading to a vast underground ice cavern. Jon signaled for the team to halt, and he, alongside the most adept scout of the free folk, cautiously approached to investigate. Through the crevice of the exit, they beheld an unforgettable sight, an immense natural ice cavern, its vaulted ceiling adorned with countless icicles. At the center of this cavern stood a twisted yet majestic throne, formed naturally from black ice. The throne itself was constructed from an array of broken, contorted, and rusted Night's Watch swords, frozen together. These blades, once protectors of humanity, now served as a chilling testament to the Night King's dominion. The Night King was not seated upon the throne. However, beneath it, 13 otherworldly priests clad in ancient crystalline armor, their eyes ablaze with a deep blue flame, formed an eerie circle, kneeling in silent reverence. At their center floated a pulsating blue heart, radiating an extreme chill. It appeared to be the magical core of the entire White Army, a distant extension of the Night King's formidable power. Surrounding the icy cavern stood a throng of silent White Walkers, motionless like exquisite ice sculptures, their numbers far exceeding what the small band had anticipated. This was not the realm of the Night King, but rather a pivotal nexus of his formidable power. To obliterate this place might inflict a devastating blow upon the entire army of the dead. Yet, the guarding forces before them were far beyond the capabilities of this beleaguered squad to challenge. just as Jon felt a surge of terror and prepared to signal a discreet retreat in search of another path. One of the White Walker priests seemed to sense something amiss. It abruptly raised its head, its blue flame-like eyes piercing through the darkness, locking onto Jon's position with chilling precision. A shrill, inhuman shriek erupted from it, and in an instant, all the silent White Walkers turned in unison, their icy gazes converging like searchlights upon the tunnel's exit. The 13 priests slowly rose, their frost-wrought staffs gathering ominous energy. They had been exposed. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Jon shouted hoarsely to his companions. But it was too late. The foremost White Walkers surged forward with astonishing speed, their crystalline swords slicing down with the frigid intent to freeze souls. The tunnel's mouth transformed into a deadly meat grinder in an instant. For Winterfell, a captain of the Unsullied roared, charging forward with the remaining Unsullied, attempting to block the exit with his body to buy time for the others. Go, Jon cried, seizing Arya and Gendry, dragging them back in a frenzy. Behind them, the anguished screams of comrades met their ears, mingling with the sounds of shattering weapons. The White Walkers poured into the tunnel like a relentless tide, in hot pursuit. In their frantic escape, Arya's Valyrian steel dagger suddenly trembled violently without warning, emitting a low, nearly inaudible hum as its blade shimmered with an eerie blue light, resonating oddly with the energy emanating from the priest's staffs. This resonance drew more pursuers and seemed to disturb the tunnel's very structure. A thunderous rumble erupted. The overhead rock walls began to tremble violently, sending down a cascade of debris and icicles. A catastrophic collapse loomed ahead. Hurry, Jon urged, pushing Gendry and Arya forward with all his might. Just as they dashed through a narrow passage, a cataclysmic sound erupted behind them. Massive rocks combined with ice crashed down, sealing off their escape route and burying the pursuing enemies and all those who could not escape in time. Darkness enveloped them, silence fell, and only the heavy breathing of the three remained. They had survived, but their mission had utterly failed. The squad was annihilated, and they found themselves lost in this shadowy underground labyrinth, severed from the surface world. Leaning against the frigid stone wall, Jon closed his eyes in despair. He summoned the last vestiges of his spirit, channeling through the faint bond of wolf blood and brotherhood, sending forth a signal filled with despair and failure toward Winterfell. Arya gripped the dagger, still humming softly and glowing blue, her eyes shining with an unsettling brightness in the pitch-black void. Chapter 46. The Collapse of Logistics. A desperate struggle in the Ice Jon's heart, laden with despair and failure, sent forth signals akin to pebbles cast into a frozen lake, sending faint ripples across the hearts of Sansa and Daenerys, only to be swiftly engulfed by the imminent calamities surrounding them. The fall of the ice dragon briefly buoyed their spirits, yet it did little to alter the dire circumstances of the ground battle. The Night King's wrath transformed into a more ferocious onslaught. The Whites and Giants advanced with earth-shattering steps, relentlessly battering the already crumbling walls of Winterfell. Each collision elicited agonizing groans from the ancient fortress as stones and ice cascaded down. More perilous still, the sky darkened once more, heralding the sudden arrival of a rare and monumental blizzard. The howling winds whisked snowflakes as large as goose feathers, reducing visibility to a mere 10 meters, while temperatures plummeted at an alarming rate. This was no mere natural occurrence. Within the storm lay the Night King's icy magical prowess, delivering a lethal blow to human logistics and morale. Steady. Use the oil. Aim for the giant's legs. Blaine Tarly's voice was nearly indistinguishable amidst the tempest, as he stood resolute upon the most perilous section of the wall, directing the remaining soldiers to hurl their dwindling supply of oil cans at the Whites. Flames ignited upon the giant's legs, momentarily stalling their advance, but were soon extinguished by the magical blizzard and the giant's bare hands. The bowstrings of the crossbows grew brittle in the frigid air, snapping after repeated firings. Archers struggled to aim their dragon-glass arrows amid the howling winds. Their range significantly diminished. Many soldiers found their weapons frozen to their hands, and in their desperate attempts to wield them, they inflicted painful lacerations upon themselves. Sansa and Daenerys could no longer afford to attend to Drogon in the air, who required time to lick his wounds and expel the encroaching cold. They fought valiantly upon the walls like ordinary soldiers, each swing of their weapons claiming several Whites. The properties of Valyrian steel rendered it impervious to the cold, yet Jon's stamina waned rapidly. Daenerys, too, grasped a long claw sword. Though her combat skills were rusty, the ferocity of her Targaryen blood surged forth, bolstered by her loyal guards as they fiercely defended a section of the battlements. However, the true crisis did not emerge from beyond the walls. Tyrion Lannister scrambled up the ramparts, his small face etched with unprecedented terror, not from the battle, but from the harrowing numbers he bore. "Your Grace," he nearly screamed, his voice barely piercing through the storm, "the last of our food stores have been accounted for, even with the strictest rationing. It will only suffice for the entire city for 3 days. And that is before the blizzard." Jon's heart sank. 3 days? Hadn't he the previous estimates projected at least a fortnight? That had taken into account all reserves and optimistic projections. The blizzard had arrived prematurely. The final supply convoy was utterly trapped in the snowfields. This was the end, complete ruin. Moreover, Tyrion's voice trembled with despair. There are too many wounded. Medical supplies, especially alcohol and poppy milk, have been completely exhausted. The healers can only resort to barbaric methods, cauterizing wounds with red-hot knives or using frigid snow to cleanse and staunch the bleeding. Infection and frostbite are ravaging the camp, claiming dozens of lives each day due to high fevers and gangrene. As if to validate his words, a more chilling wail erupted from the makeshift medical area beneath the city walls, a sound devoid of humanity, imbued with profound agony and despair. Xiao Lin staggered momentarily, regaining his balance by grasping the frigid battlements. With 3 days' worth of provisions remaining, no medicine in sight, an endless onslaught of enemies and magical blizzards outside, and an ever-increasing number of casualties alongside crumbling morale within, he issued commands through gritted teeth. "From this day forth, all food supplies will be halved, including those for myself and the Queen. Organize all non-combatants capable of movement to strip bark from trees and dig for any potential frostbitten roots. Instruct the physicians to employ every possible means, even rudimentary methods, to minimize casualties." The orders were disseminated. In response, a deathly silence enveloped the atmosphere, the soldiers' faces growing ever more ashen. The halved rations meant there would be insufficient caloric intake to merely maintain body temperature. A greater blow soon followed. The officer in charge of the stables rushed in, tears streaming down his face. "Your Majesty, more than half of the war horses have succumbed to frost and hunger. The remainder must be spared to conserve rations," but he could speak no further. Xiao Lin closed his eyes, fully aware of the implications. After a moment of silence, he slowly opened his eyes, his voice hoarse and heavy. "Slaughter the remaining war horses. The horse meat shall be prioritized for the wounded and frontline soldiers." The command was executed. Before long, an unusual aroma of meat mingled with the scent of blood wafted through the snowstorm. Many soldiers, particularly the knights from Dorne and the Riverlands, watched in silence as their beloved steeds were slaughtered, tears streaming down their faces. Yet no one protested. The extreme cold and hunger overshadowed their sorrow. That night, in the frigid council chamber, Xiao Lin faced a bowl nearly empty, containing only a few strands of horse meat and an unknown root in the broth, accompanied by a small piece of coarse black bread. Before all the nobles and officers lay the same meager fare, Xiao Lin spoke not a word. He simply consumed the entirety of his food in silence, even licking the bowl clean. With this act, he conveyed to all, "I stand with you, enduring the same hardships." This moment resonated more profoundly than any impassioned speech could in bolstering the troops' spirits. The nobles silently finished their rations, and no complaints arose. Yet the crisis was far from over. Tyrion brought even graver news. Due to the blizzard and persistent low temperatures, securing water had become a significant issue. The wells were frozen, and melting the ice required precious fuel, which too was perilously close to depletion. Winterfell, the heart of the North and humanity's last stronghold, was gradually being frozen from within, being drained of its resources. Xiao Lin ascended a desolate segment of the battlements, gazing into the boundless darkness and snow beyond, where flickering blue lights seemed to persist endlessly amidst the storm. The biting cold penetrated his armor and garments. Failure and despair coiled around his heart like a frigid serpent. The knowledge of the modern world felt utterly ineffectual in this moment. Without an industrial system or logistical support, faced with the arcane and overwhelming numerical superiority, the valor and intellect of an individual seemed to reach their limits. He recalled the sacrifice of Melar, the peculiar dragon egg fossil beneath the sacred tree, and the uncertain fates of Jon and Arya. Was it truly destined to end here? At that moment, his gaze inadvertently swept over the base of the city walls. Several figures were laboriously digging in the snow. They were a group of emaciated civilian apprentices, seemingly searching for food that might be buried beneath the ruins of the collapsed kitchen. One of them appeared to have unearthed something, exclaiming in astonishment. The others gathered around. From the frozen earth, they excavated several immense, sealed clay jars. The jars were exceedingly heavy. One apprentice struck a jar's seal with a stone. A peculiar aroma wafted forth, not the stench of decay, but a rich scent mingling salt with some spices. A flicker of hope kindled in Xiao Lin's heart as he hurried down from the city wall. "Your Majesty," the apprentices exclaimed in a flurry of panic. Ignoring them, Xiao Lin approached the open jar and peered inside by the flickering torchlight. It was filled to the brim with well-preserved pickled meat, tightly encased in a mixture of salt and spices. Judging by the texture and grain, it appeared to be the leg meat of some large beast. Though ancient, it seemed still fit for consumption due to its extreme preservation method. Where was this found? Xiao Lin's voice trembled with excitement. Right below, one layer deeper in the cellar. Buried under the stones from the collapse, stammered an apprentice. Xiao Lin immediately commanded the soldiers to expand the excavation. More clay jars were unearthed, containing not only pickled meat but also sealed grains, and even several jars that appeared to hold preserved fruits. Although the quantity remained insufficient for the needs of Winterfell, it undeniably represented a glimmer of hope amidst despair. It is a method of storage from the age of the Undulls. Tyrion, who had hurried over upon hearing the news, examined the jars and their contents, exclaiming with fervor, they could preserve food for decades, or even longer. Thank the gods. No, thank the wisdom of our ancient ancestors. This news spread like wildfire throughout Winterfell. Though the additional food each person received was still pitifully scant, the rekindling of hope held significance far greater than the food itself. People began to spontaneously dig deeper cellars in search of potentially forgotten legacies of their forebears. However, just as this faint glimmer of hope began to rise, a soldier, covered in snow and nearly frozen, burst into the council chamber with a chilling report that froze the blood of all present. "Your Majesty, the Iron Men have seized the grain store on the west side. They demand an immediate allocation of double rations, or they will set fire to the granary." The internal flames, having been ignited at the most vulnerable moment, began to blaze. Chapter 47. The Crisis of Mutiny and the Secrets of Dragonstone. Outside the West Grain Store, the atmosphere was colder and more oppressive than the raging blizzard. A multitude of warriors from the Iron Islands, wielding axes and curved swords, stood resolutely against the imposing wooden doors of the granary, confronting the vastly superior forces of the Winterfell Guards. Their leader, a berserker captain named Urigen, under the banner of Asha Greyjoy, was currently aflame with rage, his eyes glistening with fervor. 3 days? That meager horse meat barely fills the gaps between our teeth. We, the Ironborn, bleed for you upon the seas and toil desperately beneath the city walls, only to starve in this icy wasteland? It is unjust. Urigen brandished his battle axe, his voice cracking with cold and fury. Either grant us our rightful share, or we shall all perish together. By the drowned god, I shall make good on my words. Behind him, the Ironborn echoed his sentiments with brutish roars, striking their weapons against their shields, their gazes fierce as they surveyed the ever-increasing ranks of guards. Several torches were gripped in their hands, the threat implicit. The guards, gripped by anxiety, tightened their grips on their spears and knocked their arrows, yet they hesitated, fearing the catastrophic consequences of a confrontation. Should the granary be set ablaze, all would be irreparably doomed. Tyrion, beside them, was in a state of frantic distress, yet found himself powerless. Balon Greyjoy's countenance was ashen, his hand resting upon the hilt of his sword. But a direct assault would inevitably incur devastating losses and pose great risks. At that moment, the crowd parted, revealing the solitary figure of Jon Snow, unarmored and clad only in a humble, thick fur coat, who approached with measured steps. He bore no weapon and wore a tranquil expression, as if the imminent conflict were merely a trivial dispute. "Stand down." His voice, though not raised, carried an undeniable authority directed at his own soldiers. The men hesitated briefly but complied, retreating slightly to create space. Jon halted a mere 10 paces from Urigen, his gaze steady and calm. "Captain Urigen, you claim it is unfair. Pray tell, what would you deem fair?" Urigen was momentarily taken aback by the king's composure, only to erupt with renewed fury. "Fairness? It is the distribution of spoils based on valor. We Ironborn have slain as many whites as anyone. We deserve more." "Based on valor?" Jon echoed thoughtfully, nodding. "Very well. Allow me to inquire, how do we measure the valor of the soldiers who hold the walls? What of the healers and women tending to the wounded? How is their valor quantified? And what of the civilians, digging through the frozen earth in search of sustenance? What is their valor worth in rations?" Urigen fell silent, and a ripple of unease passed among the Ironborn. Jon continued, his voice resonating clearly among them. "What we face now is not a mere division of spoils to be plundered, but a desperate struggle for survival. To perish here will yield no spoils, only corpses dragged away by whites to join their ranks. Ironborn warriors, Is your courage only manifest in demanding from the weaker, rather than uniting against the true enemy? He paused, casting his gaze over all the iron-born warriors. I understand your desires. You seek not merely a few meals, but a promise, a pledge of equitable treatment in the aftermath, a guarantee that you shall no longer be regarded as pirates and savages by the Seven Kingdoms. Am I correct? Urigen's eyes flickered momentarily, and though he did not speak, he silently acquiesced. Xiao Lin inhaled deeply, making an audacious decision. I, Jaehaerys I, hereby pledge that if we emerge victorious from this war, the surviving ironborn warriors shall be rewarded with abundant lands and treasures of gold. Furthermore, I shall support the restoration of the ancient tradition of the Kingsmoot in the Iron Islands, allowing the Ironborn to select their own ruler, provided the new king swears fealty to the Iron Throne. This proclamation sent ripples through the stagnant waters, causing a tumultuous reaction. Not only were the Ironborn astonished, but the surrounding guards and nobles also displayed expressions of disbelief. Supporting the Kingsmoot would significantly undermine King's Landing's control over the Iron Islands. Urigen and his Ironborn companions exchanged glances, their initial fierceness and anger gradually replaced by shock and contemplation. This promise held far greater allure than mere rations. How can we trust you? Urigen's voice had softened, laced with skepticism. You must trust me, just as I must trust that you will not extinguish our last flicker of hope. Xiao Lin replied candidly. My vow stands here, with all survivors as witnesses. Should I break my oath, you may once again raise the banner of rebellion, but first, we must survive. A prolonged silence ensued, the wind and snow howling through the courtyard. Ultimately, Urigen spat, forcefully sheathing his battle axe, and barked at his men. Extinguish the torches. Open the gates. He turned to Xiao Lin, awkwardly bowing. Your Majesty, we shall believe you this time. But do not forget your words. The Ironborn reluctantly withdrew. The crisis of the granary was temporarily averted. However, just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a ragged, nearly frozen soldier tumbled out from the passage leading to the cellar, his face etched with sheer terror, rushing straight towards Xiao Lin and Tyrion. Your Majesty, my lord. It's dire. We've unearthed something in the depths of the cellar. It's not food. What is it? Calm down, Tyrion commanded. The soldier, panting heavily, his eyes wide with fright, exclaimed, It's an altar made of ice. It bears the sigil of House Fry, and beside it lies a noble's corpse, dressed in ancient garb, wearing a necklace that emits a blue glow. Instantly, the expressions of Xiao Lin and Tyrion darkened. House Fry? An altar of the White Walkers? A glowing necklace? These details immediately recalled the earlier hints regarding Walder Frey's secret chamber and the soldier's ring. Take us there, Xiao Lin commanded without hesitation. Leaving Tarly to organize the defenses, Xiao Lin and Tyrion, accompanied by a contingent of guards, followed the soldier deeper into the cellar. They traversed the recently excavated areas. The further they descended, the colder it became, an eerie, tomb-like atmosphere beginning to permeate the air. Finally, they halted before a clearly newly unearthed, ancient stone chamber. In the center of the chamber stood an altar entirely constructed of chilling blue ice. The altar's shape was grotesque and warped, its surface engraved with inhuman runes, radiating an intense cold. At the base of the altar, a clearly discernible sigil of twin towers, covered in crystalline ice, was etched, the emblem of House Fry. Beside the altar lay a long-frozen, desiccated corpse, clad in the aristocratic garb of centuries past. The most chilling aspect was the silver necklace adorning the corpse's neck, from which dangled a crystal the size of a thumb, emanating a faint, eerie blue light. The rhythm of this blue luminescence seemed to subtly synchronize with the distant, unsettling heartbeat brought by the others. Seven hells, Tyrion gasped. Could the phrase have been consorting with the others for centuries? Xiao Lin knelt down, suppressing his discomfort to examine the corpse and the necklace. He noticed that the corpse's hand clutched tightly a scroll wrapped in a special oilcloth, seemingly untouched by the bitter cold. Carefully, he pried open the corpse's stiff fingers and extracted the scroll. As the oilcloth unfurled, it revealed several sheets inscribed with a frost-resistant ink, the script archaic yet written in the common tongue. With the torch held by the guard, Xiao Lin and Tyrion hastily perused the writings. With each line they read, their hearts sank deeper. The scroll was not authored by the Fry family but belonged to the deceased nobleman, a member of House Mutton from the City of Stone, who had been tasked centuries ago with secretly investigating bizarre occurrences north of the Neck. He had traced certain leads and uncovered that some branches of the Fry family were clandestinely venerating a deity of ice and engaging in transactions with it, trading power and longevity in exchange for their devotion. Through bloody sacrifices, they established hidden ice altars that functioned as beacons, gradually weakening the magical barrier of Westeros and preparing for the arrival of the divine after the long night. This Count Mutton had discovered the altar, attempting to destroy it, only to be slain by traitorous Fry guards and early priests of the others. He left behind the scroll as a warning for future generations. So the Freys are not merely the architects of the Red Wedding. Tyrion's voice trembled. Some of them are utterly depraved at their core. They are a malignant tumor festering within humanity. Xiao Lin abruptly recalled the soldier polishing the ring. The blue patterns on the ring might very well be tokens of this insidious collusion. The infiltration of the others was far deeper and earlier than they had imagined. At that moment, the icy runes on the altar flickered ominously, and the eerie blue light intensified for an instant. Simultaneously, a slight yet distinct tremor resonated beneath their feet, not from the battlefield, but from the profound depths below, as if some colossal entity had been stirred or awakened. Xiao Lin swiftly tucked the scroll away and commanded, "Seal this place immediately. No one is to approach." "Tyrion, we must ascend. We need to conduct an immediate investigation of all nobles and soldiers to uncover any potential tokens of betrayal." They hurriedly exited the cellar, their spirits heavier than when they had entered. The external foes had yet to be repelled, and the internal traitors and ancient conspiracies were just beginning to reveal their chilling facets. Yet fortune does not come alone, and calamity seldom travels in isolation. Upon returning to the surface, they encountered an engineer from Dragonstone, anxiously awaiting them, his expression a blend of excitement and profound unease. "Your Majesty, as we endeavored to restore the core boiler of the colossal stone, following the ancient text you previously brought back from Dragonstone, we stumbled upon a remarkable revelation. The core is not merely a boiler." The engineer spoke in a frenzy. "Calm down, articulate your thoughts," urged Xiao Lin. "It is a dragon crystal, Your Majesty. The primary energy source powering the giant stone is a massive dragon crystal, meticulously shaped. While replacing the damaged components, we discovered it was linked to a more intricate structure, seemingly part of a grander apparatus. The crucial pages missing from the ancient texts appear to refer to this. We may have inadvertently activated a fragment of an ancient Valyrian energy network." Xiao Lin and Tyrion exchanged a glance, both recognizing the astonishment mirrored in each other's eyes. The mechanical sounds emanating from the depths of Dragonstone, the ancient texts warned that knowledge comes at a price. Could it be that the secrets buried beneath Dragonstone extend far beyond their previous discoveries? That steam contraption might not be powered by steam at all, but rather some incomprehensible ancient technology based on dragon crystal energy? At that moment, a bloodied scout stumbled in. "Your Majesty, there's activity in the western tunnel. We heard sounds of digging and combat. It seems to be Lord Snow and his companions. They are alive and attempting to break free from the collapse. Yet, something appears to be pursuing them. Jon and Arya are still alive. However, the shadow of internal betrayal, the threat of the ancient altar, the enigmatic energy network of Dragonstone, and the imminent escape of the assassination squad all intertwined like a tangled web of countless clues and crises, threatening to overwhelm Winterfell entirely." Xiao Lin felt a wave of dizziness. He pressed his forehead, forcing himself to regain composure. A decision must be made. Which issue to address first? Chapter 48, Choices and Echoes. The chilling despair and the searing sense of urgency clashed violently within Xiao Lin's chest. Information bombarded him like ice shards in a blizzard, each piece potent enough to shatter their fragile defenses. The clues of internal betrayal, the unexpected activation of the Dragonstone energy network, and the news of Jon and Arya potentially surviving yet being pursued spiraled chaotically in his mind. "Your Majesty?" Tyrion looked at him anxiously, awaiting orders. The surrounding officers and nobles held their breath, their gazes fixed upon the young king. There was no time to hesitate. A decision was imperative. Xiao Lin abruptly lifted his head, his expression sharpening with clarity and calmness. A series of commands flowed from his lips, clear and swift. "First, Tyrion, gather a team of utterly trustworthy individuals and proceed to the cellar to completely seal off the altar area. Properly attend to the remains of Lord Mouton. Then, enlist several astute scholars with discreet tongues to secretly examine the scroll, focusing on scrutinizing any noble crests and peculiar item descriptions that may be linked to House Fry. Compiling a list of suspects. But refrain from acting immediately. Merely monitor those on the list closely. With both internal and external threats, we must avoid inciting a purge that could lead to chaos within our ranks. Stabilize the internal situation without alarming the snakes. This is the optimal course of action." "As you wish, Your Majesty." Tyrion immediately grasped the intricacies of the situation, nodding emphatically before swiftly turning on his heel and departing. Subsequently, Xiao Lin directed his gaze towards the engineer from Dragonstone, instructing him to promptly return to the workshop and continue his efforts to comprehend the energy core. However, the primary objective was to ensure its stability. It was imperative to prevent any risk of it spiraling out of control or triggering unforeseen consequences, unless absolutely necessary. All activation or connection attempts were strictly prohibited until full comprehension was achieved. The warnings from ancient texts must be heeded, while unknown technology could represent hope. It equally posed the threat of calamity, thus safety must be the foremost concern. The engineer's complexion blanched, clearly contemplating the potential dire ramifications, and he hastily bowed, proclaiming, "Understood. Your Majesty, we shall prioritize stability." He then hurriedly made his exit. Next, Xiao Lin fixed his gaze upon Lord Tarly and the scout who had delivered the message. His tone resolute and unwavering. "Lord Tarly, you are to maintain the defense of the walls at all costs," he commanded. "You lead the way. Gather every member of my guard who is still able to fight, and bring along every tool and weapon we can find. Proceed immediately to the western tunnel exit. We are going to assist Lord Jon." He prioritized aiding Jon and Arya not only out of camaraderie, but also because the assassination team was the sole unit that had penetrated deep into enemy territory and returned. They likely possessed crucial intelligence regarding the Night King, the White Walkers, and potentially their weaknesses. The value of such information could surpass all else. The orders were swiftly executed. Xiao Lin personally led a rescue party comprised of dozens of elite guards and sturdy laborers, braving the increasingly ferocious snowstorm as they surged towards the western region of Winterfell. In the distance, they discerned the muffled sounds of heavy impacts and the faint clashing of weapons emanating from a snow and debris-covered tunnel entrance. "Quickly, clear this area," Xiao Lin shouted, seizing a shovel to frantically remove the snow and stones obstructing the entrance. The guards and laborers fervently dug alongside him. The commotion from within the tunnel seemed to respond to their efforts, intensifying in ferocity. At last, with a resounding crash, a small aperture was created. "Jon, Arya, is that you?" Xiao Lin called out towards the opening. "Jaehaerys," came Jon Snow's astonished yet weary response from within, filled with urgency. "Quick, help us open up. Something is pursuing us." The group was invigorated, working even harder to widen the gap. Soon, it was large enough for a person to pass through. The first to emerge was Ghost, the massive direwolf, battered and bruised, his once pristine white fur now matted with dried blood and grime. Yet, he remained vigilant, baring his teeth as he glanced back towards the depths of the tunnel. Following him, Jon Snow stumbled out, barely able to maintain his footing, relying on his long sword to avoid collapsing. His tattered black garb bore new, savage wounds. Upon emerging, he immediately turned back, extending his hand inward. Next, Gendry squeezed through, his formidable frame nearly wedged in the opening. His dragonglass warhammer was absent, replaced by an array of injuries and an unnaturally bent arm. He too turned immediately to assume a defensive posture. At last, Arya Stark emerged like a graceful cheetah, though her condition was somewhat improved. The icy vigilance in her eyes surpassed even the chill of the weather, as she clutched tightly the Valyrian steel dagger, which still hummed ominously with a sinister blue glow. Only the three of them remained. The assassination squad had been completely annihilated. "Hurry, they are coming," Jon urged, breathless with urgency. "Cover, retreat, block the entrance with obstacles," commanded Celis immediately. The guards swiftly repurposed the makeshift barriers and rubble they had previously cleared to seal the cave's mouth, while the workers assisted the trio in their rapid withdrawal. Just as the barriers were about to close, several pale, clawed hands, encased in icy armor, suddenly burst forth from the depths of the cave, frantically clawing at the obstacles, accompanied by a nauseating scraping sound and hissing, filled with otherworldly malice. At least 2 White Walker sentinels had pursued them to the cave's entrance. The long claws and the guards thrust their dragonglass spears simultaneously, driving those claws back. More rubble was piled on top, temporarily sealing the entrance. However, the sounds of crashing from within indicated that they had not relented. On the way back to Winterfell, Jon succinctly reported their underground discoveries. The Night King's ice throne forged from the swords of the Night's Watch, 13 White Walker priests, a pulsating core of ice, a corpse giant bear, terrifying traps, and the final collapse. "We were unable to approach the Night King, nor could we destroy that core." Jon's voice was heavy with anguish and guilt. "We have failed and doomed everyone." "No, you have brought back the most vital intelligence," Celis interrupted him, her tone resolute. "For the first time, we understand the core of his power, the existence and number of those priests. That alone is worth it. Returning alive is a success." Upon reaching the relatively safe inner keep, they were provided with hot water, clean bandages, and extremely limited food. The three of them devoured their rations while continuing to elaborate on the details. When Arya mentioned that her dagger resonated with the staff of the White Walker priests and seemingly triggered the collapse, Celis and the hastily arriving Tyrion immediately took it very seriously. Resonance? Tyrion squinted his small eyes. This dagger is Valyrian steel, yet it seems to possess more than that. It originates from Melara. He glanced at Celis. Celis produced the now dull, cracked arrowhead, a remnant of the crystal formed from Melara's essence. He brought the arrowhead close to Arya's dagger. A hum emanated as the blue glow of the dagger seemed to brighten slightly, while the last trace of warmth from the arrowhead dissipated, leaving it as ordinary cold metal. Their powers share a common origin, yet are also in opposition, Celis murmured. Recalling Melara's dying words, the flame shall ultimately succumb to the ice. This dagger appears to be a key to some form of balance. At that moment, a panicked attendant rushed in. Your Majesty, Queen Daenerys requests your immediate presence at the city walls. There is an unusual situation. The group swiftly rose and rushed once more towards the ramparts. Upon ascending the tower, they beheld Daenerys pointing toward the distant tide of corpses, her expression unusually grave. The snowstorm seemed to have lessened slightly, and visibility was somewhat restored. Following the direction she pointed, everyone inhaled sharply. In the depths of the tide of corpses, a peculiar transformation was taking place among the previously chaotic and merely numerous hordes of whites. It appeared as though they were being manipulated by an invisible force, beginning to merge and accumulate. Thousands of whites, akin to children playing with building blocks, scratched, froze, and coalesced, forming several colossal and grotesquely shaped conglomerates, from which severed limbs and dismembered arms protruded. These assemblies resembled moving mountains of flesh or distorted fortifications, advancing towards Winterfell with a slow yet unyielding determination. Ordinary dragonglass arrows and blades would likely prove ineffective against such monstrosities. They were adapting their tactics. Dany's voice quivered imperceptibly. They were crafting battering rams. Even more unnerving was the palpable sense of a cold, wrathful will rising from behind those conglomerates, fixating firmly on Winterfell and the people upon its walls. The Night King, incensed by the fall of the ice dragon and the probing of its core, might have been thoroughly enraged by the discovery of the Frey altar by Jon and his companions. No longer satisfied with mere attrition, it began to wield more terrifying powers. Xiao Lin clenched his fists. The momentary relief he felt from retrieving Jon and the others plummeted once more into despair. The enemy's strength and strangeness exceeded all imagination. He turned to gaze at his weary comrades. Dany, deprived of her dragon advantage. Jon, gravely wounded. Arya, silent yet gripping a peculiar dagger. Tyrion, brimming with cunning but lacking the means to act. And Tarly, still holding on. Where indeed was hope? His gaze involuntarily drifted southward, towards Dragonstone. The unexpectedly activated ancient energy network, the royal bloodline path warned of by Melisandre at the cost of her life, and the dragon egg fossil glowing red amidst the cracks of the weirwood. Could these fragments piece together a glimmer of survival? Chapter 49. The Shattered Dawn. The terrifying behemoths formed from the whites loomed like grotesque mountains crawling from a nightmare, slowly advancing through the snowstorm. They bore no fixed form. Countless twisted limbs and hollow skulls writhing upon their surface, scraping and emitting a disquieting symphony of scratching sounds and low moans. Their movement was sluggish, yet imbued with an unstoppable momentum of destruction, leaving a trail of tainted ice blue upon the ground. The defenders of Winterfell, witnessing this unimaginable horror, felt their spirits, briefly lifted by the return of their squad, plummet once more into despair. Fear spread like a cold venom within the hearts of all upon the walls. Crossbows, aim at the base of those monsters. Any point that appears to be a support. Blue Daltali strained to organize an effective defense, but his voice seemed feeble against the overwhelming terror. Heavy crossbow bolts struck the writhing conglomerates, sinking into them as if cast into the sea, at most causing a few shards of ice and dismembered limbs to scatter, utterly incapable of halting their advance. Once more, the dragon's flame emerged as the solitary beacon of hope. Daenerys mounted Drogon, who bore his wounds yet remained ferocious, while Rhaegal struggled to ascend once again. Golden flames licked the surface of the amalgamation, incinerating vast swathes of whites into charred remnants, filling the air with a nauseating stench. However, the core of the amalgamation appeared to be sustained by a more potent ice magic. The dragon's flame could only weaken its outer layer, failing to annihilate it entirely. Moreover, with each belch of flame, the blue ice crystals seeping from Drogon's wounds seemed to multiply, and his movements grew increasingly sluggish. Standing atop the city walls, Jon Snow felt his heart sink like lead. The knowledge of the modern age left him feeling unprecedentedly powerless in the face of such a creation. A fusion of dark sorcery and pure malice. He watched as soldiers futilely fired their weapons and hurled fire oil, only to be swept away by the massive tendrils formed from countless white arms that lashed out from the approaching amalgamation. Their screams swallowed instantly by the howling winds and the cacophony of the undead tide. The defensive line was crumbling, not merely in a physical sense, but also psychologically. My lord, the third segment of the eastern wall has been breached. Lord Tarly requests reinforcements. Small groups of whites have appeared near the western granary, emerging from underground. The infirmary is ablaze from stray arrows. Bad news arrived in relentless succession. Winterfell resembled a leaky ship, slowly sinking beneath the onslaught of icy waters pouring in from all sides. Jon understood that this could not continue. A desperate gamble was imperative. He gathered Jon, Daenerys, Tyrion, Arya, and the remaining able-bodied members of House Tarly into a relatively intact tower. All bore injuries, their faces etched with fatigue and despair. We cannot hold out any longer, Jon stated bluntly, his voice hoarse yet remarkably calm. Within hours, the walls would inevitably collapse. No one dared to dispute this cruel reality. But we must not perish here, he continued, his gaze sweeping over the group. Westeros needs survivors, someone to remember the events of this day, someone to prepare for the next long night. Should there be another? He produced the ancient scroll discovered upon the corpse of Lord Mutton from the cellar, unfurling it upon the table and indicating a rudimentary map accompanied by an array of archaic runes. This was left by Lord Mutton. He mentioned that deep within Winterfell's oldest crypts, near the source of the hot springs, there lies a highly secretive passage known as the Vein of Winter, said to lead far to the south. This was an escape route reserved by the Stark ancestors for dire circumstances. Yet it has remained unused and forgotten for centuries. All eyes converged upon the map. We require survivors, Jon reiterated, his gaze first landing on Daenerys and her dragons. Daenerys, you and Drogon and Regal are our most vital assets. You must not fall here. You need to depart with hope. Daenerys' lips moved as if to speak, but Jon raised a hand to silence her. Jon, Arya, you are Starks. The blood of the North must endure. Tyrion, your wisdom is crucial for the reconstruction of our future. He then turned his gaze towards Lord Tarly. My lord, I implore you to lead the remaining soldiers capable of battle and orchestrate one final counteroffensive to buy us time. Finally, he addressed the assembly. I shall remain behind, guiding those who volunteer to hold the passage and ensure its defense. No, Jon and Daenerys exclaimed almost in unison. I am the king. This is my duty. The voice of Jon Snow brooked no argument, imbued with a chilling calmness. And moreover, I may have one final card to play. He contemplated the petrified dragon eggs beneath the weirwood tree, the dull shard of crystal in his possession, and the implications of royal blood. It could be a method of mutual destruction, but he had no intention of divulging this now. Time is of the essence. He interrupted all debates, commanding immediate action. Lord Tarly, organize the counterattack. The rest of you, summon all who can still move and prepare for evacuation. Assemble in 1 hour at the depths of the Stark family crypt. The orders were executed with urgency. Lord Tarly cast a deep glance at Jon Snow, saluted with the utmost military decorum, and turned away with a resolute stride. He understood that this would be his final battle. Jon grasped Jon Snow's arm tightly. Bloodshot eyes filled with determination. We must go together. Someone must stay behind, Jon. Jon Snow regarded him with a complex expression, urging him to survive, to carry everyone through. This is an order. He firmly patted Jon's shoulder before turning and leading the way outside, toward the final battlefield. 1 hour later, in the deepest recesses of the ancient Stark family crypt, it was far more expansive than anticipated, with cold stone sarcophagi standing in solemn rows. The air thick with millennia of dust and a faint whiff of sulfur. Fewer than 200 survivors gathered here, mostly non-combatants, the wounded, and a handful of guards. The atmosphere was oppressively stifling, as the distant sounds of crumbling walls and the roars of battle echoed like funeral bells. Jon Snow stood before a stone wall adorned with ancient runes of the forebears, having followed the instructions from the scroll to locate the mechanism. He pressed firmly on an inconspicuous stone. A low, muffled grinding sound reverberated as the massive stone wall slowly slid aside, revealing a dark shaft that could accommodate only one person, from which a stronger scent of sulfur and a cold breeze emanated. The passage is open. Hurry, Jon shouted. The survivors, as if awakening from a stupor, began to enter the passage in an orderly and swift manner. Daenerys looked at Jon, tears finally cascading down her cheeks. Come with me. Drogon can carry you. Jon shook his head. retrieving the metallic cylinder containing his carefully curated knowledge and pressing it into her hands. This, and the living, are of far greater importance than anything else. Go now. He cast one last glance at Jon and Arya, nodding in farewell. Suddenly, Arya stepped forward, thrusting the humming Valyrian steel dagger into Jon's hand. It seems to resonate with you. Keep it. It may prove useful. Jon tightened his grip on the dagger, feeling an odd resonance emanate from it. He did not refuse. As the last survivor vanished into the depths of the passage, Xiao Lin addressed the final few dozen devoted warriors remaining by his side. Seal the gate. The heavy stone wall slowly began to close once more, segregating the hope of life from the finality of death. Xiao Lin turned to face the entrance of the tomb, where the distinct howls and chilling presence of the corpse ghouls drew ever closer. He raised Arya's dagger and felt the cold core fragment and the energy core blueprint of Dragonstone nestled within his embrace. We shall venture to the Divine Tree Forest, he proclaimed to the warriors, his eyes ablaze with a final, fervent flame. If this is to be our end, we must greet it near the starting point. Perhaps we can buy a little more time for those who come after us. With this last band of comrades, he charged toward the place where miracles once unfolded, and where all might be buried as well. Meanwhile, within the recently sealed escape passage, Daenerys, Jon, Arya, Tyrion, and others stumbled forward in the darkness, each step teetering on the precipice of despair and hope. They were oblivious to where the path ahead might lead, unaware of how many would emerge alive, and even less so of the fate that awaited those left behind. Winterfell lay in ruins behind them, engulfed in flames and collapse, ultimately consumed by the white tide and the frozen silence. Only the howling winds and snow continued to wail endlessly, as if singing a mournful elegy for the vanished civilization. Chapter 50. The silence of winter's pulsed darkness, dampness, and coldness enveloped them. The only sounds were the labored footsteps of the survivors, their heavy breaths, and the occasional stifled sobs of pain or despair. The scent of sulfur grew increasingly pungent, mingling with the earthy aroma of soil and rock, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Tyrion Lannister held aloft a bioluminescent mushroom lamp, its feeble glow barely illuminating the slick stone steps beneath him. In his other hand, he clutched the metal cylinder that Xiao Lin had thrust upon him, feeling its weight as if it bore the burden of 1,000 pounds. Daenerys walked ahead, while Drogon and Rhaegal, their injuries preventing them from navigating such confined quarters, trailed reluctantly at the rear, their low, pained breaths echoing through the passage and heightening everyone's anxiety. Jon Snow and Arya Stark advanced cautiously, vigilant for any threats lurking in the darkness, although this ancient passage appeared, as the scroll had described, to remain undiscovered by the White Walkers. Silence reigned among them. Sorrow, fear, and the bewilderment of survival constricted their throats. They had lost their home, their comrades, their king. The fall of Winterfell was an icy brand seared into the depths of each soul. They could not discern how long they had been traversing. Time had lost its meaning. Until, at last, a faint glimmer of light emerged ahead. Not the eerie blue of ghostly flames, but a grayish-white glow, the light of the outside world. An exit. Someone in the front of the group rasped incredulously. The crowd stirred, struggling to quicken their pace. At the end of the passage lay an opening partially concealed by snow and withered vines. Jon and several soldiers cautiously cleared the obstacles, and the biting cold wind surged in, bringing with it a long-lost, albeit frigid, breath of fresh air. One by one, they emerged from the cave, finding themselves in a narrow valley blanketed with thick snow. Steep, ice-covered cliffs surrounded them, and the sky remained a leaden gray. Although the snowstorm had diminished somewhat, it showed no signs of abating. They were utterly disoriented, oblivious to their whereabouts. "Where are we?" someone murmured, their voice trembling. Daenerys stepped into the center of the valley, surveying her surroundings with a furrowed brow. She endeavored to discern their direction, using the knowledge of celestial navigation she had acquired on Dragonstone. But the dense clouds obscured the heavens. "We must leave this place and seek shelter from the storm." Jon's voice shattered the silence, imbued with an undeniable resolve. He was the sole survivor here, endowed with extensive experience in the harsh realities of the North. Count the numbers and check the supplies. The tally was heartbreaking. Nearly 200 who had fled from Winterfell had dwindled by over a dozen due to the arduous journey and worsening injuries. Most of the remaining were severely wounded and utterly exhausted. Food was nearly depleted, and they had no medicine whatsoever. Hope flickered as faintly as the light within this valley. Tyrion approached Daenerys and Jon, lowering his voice. "We cannot linger. The White Walkers may not have discovered this passage yet, but it is only a matter of time. We must continue south." "In which direction?" Daenerys inquired, her voice tinged with barely perceptible fragility. Jon crouched down, meticulously examining the snow and wind direction, before grasping a handful of snow and inhaling its chill. The wind came from the north, slightly eastward. He rose and pointed toward a direction in the valley. Let us proceed this way. Following the wind might lead us to an exit and slightly shield us from the fiercest of the storm. There were no better alternatives. The surviving party, under the guidance of this bastard of Winterfell, shouldered their weary bodies and embarked once more on a journey fraught with uncertainty. They trudged painfully along the valley, the wind and snow stinging like icy whips against their skin. The condition of the injured continued to deteriorate, and one by one, individuals collapsed, unable to rise again. The group advanced in silence. Each pause marked the passing of yet another life. Arya walked in the middle of the formation, her demeanor unusually subdued. The once vibrant spark in her eyes had dimmed to a fathomless depth, resembling a frozen abyss. Occasionally, she glanced back toward the north, in the direction of Winterfell, her hand instinctively reaching for her waist, only to find a sewing needle. The dagger that once resonated with the White Walker priest was no longer at her side. Tyrion attempted to utter words of encouragement, but his quips felt painfully inadequate in the face of such despair. Ultimately, he fell silent, gripping the metal tube more tightly. This was the last vestige of hope from the frostbitten, a potential spark for the rekindling of civilization. Daenerys occasionally caressed the drooping head of Drogon. The vitality of dragons allowed them to heal far quicker than humans, yet time was still required. An intricate and awkward atmosphere lingered between her and Jon. They are the last remaining leaders, yet they embody starkly contrasting ideologies and backgrounds. The instinct for survival has momentarily overshadowed their differences, though the rift remains palpable. Just as the group seemed on the verge of exhausting their final reserves of strength, despairing and preparing to meet their end in this nameless valley, Jon, who was leading the way, abruptly halted. Listen, he raised his hand, signaling for silence. The wind howled, yet amidst this cacophony, there appeared to be another sound, a faint but persistent, rustling sound of water. Tyrion strained to listen, incredulous. A glimmer of excitement flickered across Jon's face. It's the sound of water. Unfrozen, flowing water. Follow me. Hope ignited once more, like a fragile flame. The group summoned their last vestiges of energy and struggled forward, following the sound of the water, as they rounded a massive ice wall. The sight before them left all the survivors in awe. A river, not entirely frozen, flowed at the valley's base, its mist swirling about. On either side of the riverbank, patches of black earth, uncovered by snow, and resilient moss could be seen. More importantly, on the hillside across the river, they spied rudimentary shelters constructed from logs and animal hides, from which tendrils of smoke were rising. Human presence. Were they wildlings? Jon cautiously gestured for the group to halt and observe. Soon, several figures emerged from the huts, clad in thick furs and wielding spears and bows, eyeing the ragtag group with wary gazes. When their eyes met, Jon and the wildling leader froze in shock simultaneously. Torment, Jon exclaimed. The tall wildling, with his fiery red beard and hair, widened his eyes in disbelief. Snow, by the gods, you're alive? And is that the Dragon Queen? Against all odds, they encountered Jon's old acquaintance, Tormund, the leader of the wildling tribe. It was evident that they had fled south ahead of the White Walkers, finding refuge in this geothermal oasis, a defensible haven. Tormund, accompanied by wildling warriors, forded the frigid river to greet them. Although the wildlings were filled with awe and fear at the sight of the dragon, they ultimately accepted this nearly extinct group under Jon's explanations and Tormund's authority. Warm water, sustenance, and a simple yet cozy shelter felt like paradise to the survivors, who had clawed their way back from the brink of hell. As they finally settled down, gathered around a warm campfire, sipping hot soup, the emotions that had been suppressed for far too long erupted. Women began to weep softly, while men bowed their heads in silence, their shoulders trembling slightly. Daenerys gazed into the dancing flames and softly spoke to Jon and Tyrion. We have survived. But this is merely the beginning. Tyrion stroked the metal tube thoughtfully, nodding, his gaze drifting southward. Indeed, it is just the beginning. Westeros still needs our return. Jon looked northward, his eyes seemingly piercing through the mountains, beholding their homeland, shrouded in ice and death. He remained silent, gripping tightly a charred piece of wood he had brought from Winterfell. The ember of hope remains, yet the path to reconstruction is long and arduous. The shadows of the prolonged night have not entirely dissipated. They merely recede temporarily, biding their time for the next opportunity to return. In the distant north, beneath the ice-encased ruins, in the sacred forest, Jaehaerys and his last followers, along with the dragon egg fossil emanating a crimson glow from its cracks, lie buried beneath endless snow and ice. Silence stands as the sole epitaph. Chapter 51. The Weight of Survivors. The Wildling Valley, privately dubbed Echo Valley by the survivors, has become a temporary sanctuary. Although Tormund's tribe lacks abundant resources, their familiarity with the land's survival rules, hunting, gathering, and utilizing geothermal energy, allows them to barely sustain their existence. The arrival of Daenerys and her entourage has strained their already meager supplies, yet it has also brought unexpected strength, especially in the form of two dragons gradually regaining their vigor. Drogon and Rhaegal's wounds are healing swiftly in the warm geothermal environment, with ample prey available. Their presence not only serves as formidable military assurance, but also acts as a totem of hope, bestowing a semblance of illusory safety upon the shaken survivors. The wildlings' initial fear and reverence gradually transform into curiosity, with some of the younger ones daring to toss distant offerings of hunted game. Yet, the pressure of survival looms incessantly. The valley's capacity for its population is limited, and food remains the paramount concern. Jon and Tormund organize those capable of fighting into small teams to alternate between hunting and patrolling, seeking sustenance while remaining vigilant against the sporadic incursions of whites. Each excursion carries inherent risks, and each return may witness losses. Daenerys strives to uphold her regal dignity, but within this context, titles and lineage pale in comparison to a piece of jerky or a bundle of firewood. She is compelled to lower herself, learning to manage the distribution of scarce food and medicine, mediating the cultural frictions between survivors and wildlings. Tyrion employs his intellect to aid in planning the valley's defenses and resource recycling. He even devises a rudimentary apparatus for collecting and filtering snowmelt, slightly alleviating the pressure of water scarcity. Arya has grown more withdrawn than before, participating little in daily affairs, often sitting alone on the rocks at the valley's edge, gazing northward like a frozen statue. Occasionally, she disappears for half a day, returning with rare herbs or small game, leaving others unaware of her whereabouts or experiences. Only Nymeria quietly lies beside her. One evening, news from the hunting party raises the valley's tension once more. They have discovered numerous traces of whites moving in the northwestern forest, seemingly headed toward the neck. They are advancing southward. Jon, convening a makeshift meeting by the campfire, speaks solemnly, his brow furrowed. Winterfell has fallen, yet their targets are evidently not confined to the north. We must warn the south. Daenerys immediately responds, King's Landing, Highgarden. Everywhere that still resists or remains oblivious. But how do we warn them? A pessimistic noble survivor from the Riverlands laments, the ravens are long gone. Shall we send a messenger? Who can traverse that expanse of white hell? Tyrion stroked his chin, pondering. Perhaps a person need not undertake the journey personally. He gazed into the depths of the valley, where Drogon lay resting upon a warm rock. We possess the swiftest messenger in the world. All eyes turned towards Daenerys. She paused momentarily. To send Drogon away at such a perilous time? Yet Tyrion spoke the truth. It was the only means to relay a warning swiftly to the south. Drogon requires a rider. She finally declared. He will not heed commands from just anyone. I shall go, Jon interjected, being most familiar with the routes to the north and south. Moreover, he hesitated. I must also inform the south that the Starks are not entirely extinguished. Daenerys regarded Jon with a complex gaze. She did not wholly trust this northern bastards, especially as his latent Targaryen traits evoked an inexplicable sense of threat within her. However, in this moment, he was the most suitable candidate. Very well, she nodded. What message do you need to convey? Tyrion promptly added, not merely a warning. We require assistance, food, medicine, weapons, anything that can aid our survival. We must inform them of our circumstances and King Aegon's final command. He produced a metal tube, and this too must reach a trustworthy individual, preferably one of knowledge. They swiftly drafted several succinct letters addressed to the regent of King's Landing, the Tyrells of Highgarden, the Royce family of the Eyrie, and other factions that might still endure. Tyrion penned the letters in several languages, emphasizing that the threat of the White Walkers had not abated, that the survivors of the North needed support, and alluding to the potential demise of King Aegon, urging caution regarding the Frey family and related traitorous leads. At dawn the following day, Jon Snow, under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, attempted to mount Drogon for the first time. The endeavor was fraught with difficulty. Drogon was wary of any rider other than Daenerys, nearly casting Jon off several times. Ultimately, through Daenerys' personal reassurance and command, Drogon begrudgingly accepted this new rider. Jon clutched the dragon's saddle tightly. Casting one last glance at the people in the valley, Daenerys' intricate gaze, Tyrion's solemn trust, Arya's distant, inscrutable look, and the glimmer of hope in Tormund's and the other survivors' eyes. In the name of ice and fire, He murmured, "I shall bring back news." Drogon let out a thunderous roar. Unfurling his immense wings, he propelled himself from the ground, soaring into the gray sky with Jon, racing towards the south. The onlookers below gazed upwards as the dragon vanished into the horizon, their hearts filled with trepidation and a flicker of hope. The ensuing days passed in anxious anticipation. Food dwindled, the weather remained unpredictable, and among the injured, gangrene and fever began to emerge. Daenerys and Tyrion exerted all efforts to maintain order. Yet the atmosphere of despair thickened like the mist within the valley. Until one fateful night, a sentinel at the valley's entrance raised the alarm. All were awakened, clutching makeshift weapons, nervously gazing into the darkness. From the shadows emerged the weary sound of hooves and the labored breaths of men. They were not wights. Several unsteady figures materialized at the edge of the firelight, clad in tattered garments that barely revealed their original hues, gaunt and hollow-cheeked, their faces marred by frostbite and exhaustion. Yet within their eyes blazed an almost frenzied desire for survival. "Who goes there?" Tommen raised his axe and demanded. One man, stumbling forward, spoke in a hoarse voice barely recognizable. "We escaped from Carling Bay. We heard the king in the north is here." Another group of survivors had arrived, individuals who fled from various places around the time of Winterfell's fall, enduring countless hardships to reach this haven, guided by vague rumors. Daenerys ordered food and water be provided for them. After they devoured their meals, they shared fragmented tidings from the south, both good and ill. The grim news was that the White Walkers were indeed advancing southward, leaving devastation in their wake. Carling Bay had fallen, and the next marshes had not fully impeded their progress, merely slowing them down. Terror's Hold, Last Hearth, and other strongholds had succumbed one after another. The north was nearly entirely lost. The good news was that the south had received warnings, not through Jon, but from other fleeing nobles and scholars from the Citadel. The Citadel? Tyrion seized upon this term with keen interest. What of the Citadel? The refugee leader gasped. "Yes, my lord. It seems the Citadel knew something was amiss in advance. They dispatched numerous scholars with ravens to spread the word, warning of the long night's approach and urging the preservation of knowledge. Many places dismissed the warnings, yet some began preparations." Tyrion and Daenerys exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment mirrored in each other's eyes. The Citadel? Those antiquarians had displayed such foresight? There must be more to this story. A suspicion had lingered in Aegon's mind regarding the Citadel's concealment of crucial knowledge about the Long Night and magic. Another refugee added, "We also heard that chaos has erupted in King's Landing. Queen Cersei appears to be dead, though no one knows how. Now, a cacophony of nobles is arguing over who holds power. Rumor has it a woman from the Iron Islands is prowling outside Blackwater Bay with her fleet, though her intentions remain a mystery." The situation was one of utter disarray. The South was not united and prepared, but instead mired in a power vacuum and infighting. At that moment, a familiar roar of dragons echoed from the sky. Drogon had returned. Its immense form swept over the valley, descending slowly. Jon slid down from the dragon's back, his face weary yet imbued with a spark of exhilaration. "The message has been delivered," he stated succinctly. "The Vale and the Riverlands are willing to offer assistance, but they require time to gather and secure the routes. As for King's Landing," he shook his head, "it is in chaos. No one can take command. But I encountered someone." He paused, scanning the crowd before his gaze settled on Tyrion. "I saw Podrick. He mentioned that he was tasked with guarding something and is awaiting a clever little imp to retrieve it." Tyrion's eyes sparkled with intrigue at the mention of Podrick. The mercenary he once employed, pragmatic yet occasionally loyal, is still alive? Moreover, it appears he possesses certain resources. Hope, it seems, has taken on a more tangible form. However, the path south remains shrouded in ice, snow, and death. Their foremost challenge is to ensure the survival of the ever-increasing number of individuals in the valley. The weight of the survivors presses heavily upon the shoulders of each leader. Chapter 52. The Bed of Boron and the Shadow of the Academy. The news brought by Jon fell like a stone into still waters, creating ripples among the survivors. The willingness of the Vale and the Riverlands to assist sparked hope, yet the prerequisites of time and a clear route rendered this hope distant and fragile. The chaos in King's Landing, as anticipated, elicited no surprise. What truly piqued Tyrion's interest was Boron's message. A request? Awaiting a clever little imp? Tyrion paced back and forth in the modest council tent, his short legs moving rapidly. Boron never engaged in a losing venture. What was he guarding? At whose behest? A flurry of names flashed through his mind. Jaehaerys? Impossible. The king had been resolute in his death. Varys? That spider might have laid a contingency. But the price he demanded was freedom and power, qualities Boron did not embody. Littlefinger? He was already dead. Where did he say to meet you? Tyrion abruptly halted and inquired of Jon. At Harrenhal, Jon replied, his expression somewhat peculiar. He said it's large enough, dilapidated enough, that even ghosts shy away, making it quite tranquil. He has gathered some mercenaries and seems to have control over a Lannister supply depot containing a fair amount of food and weapons. Harrenhal, that cursed, vast, and crumbling castle indeed serves as a defensible yet remote stronghold. We must go to Harrenhal, Tyrion immediately asserted to Daenerys. Boron possesses the supplies we urgently need. Furthermore, if he can manage a Lannister warehouse, it implies that the situation in the Westerlands may be more chaotic than we anticipated, perhaps presenting an opportunity to acquire additional resources. Daenerys furrowed her brow. But what about here? We have just stabilized, and new survivors are flooding in. After I depart, who can maintain order? Tormund will only heed Jon. She glanced at Jon, her intention clear. She was not entirely confident in entrusting the rear to this northern bastard. Jon met her gaze, calmly stating, I can remain. Tormund and my men can uphold order in the Vale, and Arya can assist as well. He paused, but you will need Drogon. Without the dragon, it will be perilous to traverse the regions tainted by the White Walkers, and challenging to swiftly transport supplies back. This is a pragmatic concern. Drogon represents a formidable means of power and transport, yet once Daenerys departs, the Vale will lose its greatest deterrent. Would Daenerys ever agree to let Jon ride the dragon alone to Harrenhal? Unlikely. After a brief silence, Tyrion proposed a compromise. Your Majesty, you and I shall take a small elite group and ride Drogon to Harrenhal. A swift trip, in and out. Jon and Arya remained behind to guard the Vale alongside Tormund. Once we secured the supplies, we would return immediately. Although Rhaego had not fully recovered from his injuries, his presence was sufficient to deter most threats in the Vale. Weighing the pros and cons, Daenerys ultimately nodded in agreement. This was the most viable plan at present. A few days later, after making slight preparations, Daenerys, Tyrion, and 5 selected unsullied soldiers mounted Drogon and soared into the sky, heading southeast towards Harrenhal. From their lofty vantage point, the land still lay under a blanket of white, yet some scattered groups of people and animals could be discerned attempting to migrate south, resembling dark specks moving across the snowy expanse. Occasionally, they glimpsed the terrifying traces of whites roaming about. Harrenhal soon appeared in their sights. The vast ruins, even cloaked in snow, exuded an ominous and colossal presence. They descended cautiously, circling at a lower altitude. Before long, figures emerged in the castle's main courtyard, gesturing towards the sky, yet no attack was launched. Drogon landed in the wide but dilapidated courtyard, stirring up a flurry of snow. Boron stood nearby, leaning against a pile of tarpaulin-covered supply crates, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, still the same roguish mercenary, though his eyes bore an added weariness and shrewdness from his experiences. Surrounding him were several fierce-looking mercenaries, each equipped differently, all warily observing the dragon and the descending Daenerys. Well, little imp, you really are alive. Boron grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellowed teeth, and you've even acquired a heftier thigh. He casually nodded at Daenerys, neither overly respectful nor provocative. Tyrion stepped forward. Boron, spare us the pleasantries. What are you guarding? And for whom? Boron spat out the blade of grass and patted the crate beside him. Food, enough to sustain your little Vale for a spell. There are also some weapons, spears, arrowheads. All fine goods. He paused, lowering his voice. As for who it's for, you would never guess. A certain person named Qyburn. Qyburn, Tyrion exclaimed, while Daenerys furrowed her brow. Qyburn was Cersei's alchemist, notorious for his dark experiments and vile reputation. Indeed, the very same old pervert, Boron shrugged. Before Cersei's downfall, he seemed to sense something amiss, sought me out, and offered me a staggering sum of gold to preserve some seeds for House Lannister at the appropriate time. I thought he was mad, but now? He gestured towards the surrounding ruins and the southern direction. This world has certainly gone mad. He instructed that if you were to encounter him or someone named Jaime, to hand over these supplies. Jaime has vanished, yet here you are. Tyrion's mind was racing with suspicion. Could Qyburn possess such foresight? Was there another scheme at play? He meticulously examined the supplies Boron had provided. They were indeed genuine, the food unspoiled, the weapons well maintained. Did Qyburn say anything else? Tyrion probed further. Boron contemplated for a moment. He mentioned that knowledge is the ultimate weapon, but survival is the prerequisite for wielding such weapons. Nonsensical words, really. Ah, indeed. He also handed me a letter, stating that should anyone from the Citadel seek trouble, I was to present this letter to them. He extracted a crumpled, wax-sealed envelope from his bosom. The Citadel? Tyrion's doubts deepened. He accepted the letter but refrained from opening it immediately. Daenerys was more concerned with pragmatic matters. Is this all the supplies we have? We require more medications, warm clothing. Do not be greedy, Your Majesty, Boron interjected, raising his hands. This is all I could wrest from the grasp of several noble mercenaries vying for territory. In these times, having food is a blessing. However, he quickly shifted his tone, suggesting, if you truly possess dragons, perhaps you might venture further south. I have heard that in Highgarden and Old Town, the Citadel and House Tyrell are organizing some sort of knowledge alliance, hoarding numerous resources, though access is highly restricted for the average person. Old Town, the Citadel? Tyrion immediately recalled the reports brought by the refugees, that the Citadel had issued warnings about the long night. Before Daenerys and Boron, he tore open the letter from Coburn. The handwriting was hasty and peculiar, brimming with a certain fanatical fervor. To the Watchers, what you conceal in the depths of your cellars is not solely your knowledge. The long night is not an end, but a selection. Fools perish in the frost, while the wise seek the path. If you wish to pursue answers, rather than merely prolong your existence, come to Old Town for a discussion. Bring no armies, only the wise may enter. A fellow traveler, equally curious about the essence of life. The contents of the letter were perplexing, yet revealed several key insights. 1. The Citadel indeed harbors significant secrets regarding the long night. 2. Coburn appears to possess some insider knowledge and may even be linked to or at odds with the Citadel. 3. The Citadel is engaged in some endeavor in Old Town, displaying an air of arrogance. Tyrion passed the letter to Daenerys, his expression grave. Your Majesty, it seems our next destination must be Old Town, not solely for supplies, but to ascertain what the Citadel truly knows. King Jaehaerys has long suspected they are withholding crucial information. As Daenerys finished reading the letter, a flicker of anger crossed her eyes. These scholars, concealing the truth before disaster struck, now adopt such a haughty demeanor? Yet she suppressed her ire, recognizing that this was not the time for outbursts. They completed the transfer with Boron, who promptly relinquished control of the supplies and even consented to temporarily join them, agreeing to escort this batch of provisions back to Echo Valley. This mercenary, though pragmatic, seemed willing to take a gamble, aligning himself with those who possessed dragons against the backdrop of an impending apocalypse. After loading as much food and weaponry as possible, Drogon took to the skies once more, this time with Boron and a few of his key subordinates in tow. Tyrion stood upon the dragon's back, gazing back at the diminishing silhouette of Harrenhal, tightly clutching Coburn's enigmatic letter. The shadow of the Citadel loomed over him, much like the persistent fog of Old Town, shrouding his heart with uncertainty. The knowledge they conceal, will it serve as a glimmer of hope amidst despair or lead into a deeper snare? To the south, Old Town awaited them, promising an entirely different game to be played. Chapter 53. The fog of Old Town. Xiao embarked on his journey southward, burdened with supplies and heavy doubts. As he traveled further south, the chill in the air seemed to lessen, and the once unending white expanse of snow gave way to patches of dark earth and resilient vegetation. Occasionally, small streams of people migrating southward could be seen, some scattering in panic at the sight of a dragon soaring overhead, while others stared up with a numb sense of awe. However, these signs of life offered little solace. Instead, they deepened the melancholy of Daenerys and Tyrion. The southern lands had not suffered the catastrophic direct blows that the north had faced. Yet the repercussions of the long night were omnipresent. Crops withered, livestock perished, erratic weather prevailed, and the displaced wandered aimlessly, as orders slowly and inexorably unraveled. Old Town, the oldest bastion of knowledge in Westeros, gradually emerged on the horizon. The towering spires remained a landmark, but the city itself was shrouded in an unsettling atmosphere. Contrary to expectations of chaos and a flood of refugees, the outskirts of the city were fortified with strict checkpoints and patrolling guards, who conducted rigorous inspections of those entering and exiting. Well-equipped soldiers adorned the walls, their sigils not solely representing House Hightower, but also mingled with the golden rose of House Tyrell and the chain insignia of the Citadel. They had fortified their defenses meticulously. Tyrion remarked from the back of Drogon, his tone laced with irony. The arrival of Drogon incited a considerable commotion. The patrols reacted as if faced with a formidable threat, archers swiftly taking their positions. Yet no attack was initiated. Soon, a group of dignified individuals, adorned with scholarly chains and noble crests, emerged from the city gates. At the forefront was a stern-looking elder with piercing eyes, his scholarly chain remarkably long, nearly reaching his abdomen, adorned with rings of various metals. "Who is that?" Daenerys inquired. "If I am not mistaken," Tyrion squinted, "that is the Regent Chancellor, Orton Merrywise. However, judging by the scholars surrounding him, the true authority likely lies with the Citadel." Given the elder's chain, He may be the current archmaester or hold an even more pivotal role. Drogon landed in an open area outside the city, where Daenerys, Tyrion, Podrick, and several Unsullied approached the newcomers. "Your Grace," Queen Daenerys Targaryen, Orton Merryweis began, his tone courteous yet tinged with detachment, "and Lord Tyrion Lannister. It is unexpected to encounter you here in Old Town. We have heard news from the north. Please accept our condolences." His gaze swept over the formidable Drogon, betraying a mixture of awe and caution. "News." Daenerys' voice was icy. "What news have you heard, and when did you hear it?" The old scholar stepped forward, his voice steady and aged, reminiscent of worn parchment. "The omens of the long night have long been chronicled in ancient texts, Your Grace. The Citadel has merely fulfilled its duty by issuing what we deemed necessary warnings. As for the tragedy in the north, we mourn deeply, yet as the prophecies indicate, sacrifice is unavoidable." Such grandiloquent rhetoric, shifting blame, ignited a fire within Daenerys, yet Tyrion discreetly tugged at her sleeve. Tyrion stepped forward. A faint smile plastered on his face. "I see. The Citadel, indeed, is a bastion of wisdom and foresight. Our visit serves two purposes. First, as representatives of the northern survivors seeking aid, and second, to seek enlightenment from the esteemed Citadel regarding our current plight." He deliberately adopted a demeanor of humility. The old scholar, with his murky eyes, cast a glance at Tyrion, seemingly perceiving his ruse but chose not to expose it. "Matters of assistance may be discussed with Lord Maerys. Old Town and the Reach are striving to shelter the displaced and maintain order, while resources remain equally strained. As for knowledge," he paused, stating that the gates of the Citadel are only open to earnest seekers of wisdom, not those with ulterior motives. This remark bore significance. Tyrion promptly produced a letter from Qyburn. "We are indeed earnest seekers of knowledge. This is a letter of recommendation from a fellow scholar." The old scholar took the letter, and upon seeing the seal's emblem, his brow furrowed ever so slightly. He read the contents intently, his expression turning graver. He passed the letter to Lord Maerys, who, after perusing it, also exhibited surprise. After a prolonged silence, the old scholar spoke slowly. "Qyburn, a gifted mind who has strayed from the path. Remarkably, he still lives and has discerned the way." He lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as he regarded Daenerys and Tyrion. "Do you wish to uncover what the Citadel conceals?" "We seek to learn how to endure, how to bring an end to this long night," Daenerys replied candidly. The old scholar inhaled deeply. "The long night is not merely an invasion. It is a recalibration, a forced adjustment of the cosmic magical balance. The White Walkers are but embodiments of this force." The terms magical web and adjustment eluded Daenerys and Tyrion's comprehension. "Speak plainly, old man," Boros muttered impatiently. The old scholar ignored him and continued. "Ancient prophecies and the Citadel's secret tomes indicate that the long night descends periodically to eradicate overgrown civilizations and reset the imbalanced magical environment. After each long night, the world enters a new cycle of magical tides. To combat it solely with force is akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. So, you have chosen to stand idly by, even conceal the truth?" Daenerys exclaimed in anger. "We do not stand idly by," the old scholar shook his head. "We are in pursuit of a path, a third way, distinct from destruction and mere survival, to guide and harness this adjustment, allowing human civilization to persist in another form, perhaps even to grow stronger." Qyburn's letter suggests he too seeks a similar outcome, yet he treads the perilous path of blood magic, destined for failure. He gestured towards the towering spire. Deep within the Citadel lies not only prophecies concerning the long night, but also fragments of knowledge from the last long night and even earlier epochs, including some principles of technology and magic not native to Westeros. We refer to this as the repository of forbidden knowledge. We believe that understanding and judiciously applying this knowledge may be crucial. Tyrion immediately recalled Aegon's modern insights and the energy network beneath Dragonstone. Does the Citadel possess similar knowledge? Perhaps even more? "We must see this knowledge," Tyrion urged eagerly. "That is impossible." The old scholar resolutely declined, stating that the repository of forbidden knowledge was not to be probed by outsiders, its risks far surpassing your imagination. The consequences of knowledge misused could be more terrifying than the eternal night itself. The Academy's duty is to safeguard, not disseminate. "Then what is the so-called avenue you speak of?" Daenerys questioned. "It requires time, calculation, and the appropriate key," the old scholar replied vaguely. "We are striving towards that end. Until then, Old Town and the Highgarden shall serve as sanctuaries for the ember of civilization. We can offer you limited material assistance, but you must abide by our arrangements. Remain within designated areas and refrain from prying into the Academy's secrets." This is tantamount to house arrest, Daenerys retorted, unable to accept such terms. The negotiations reached an impasse. The Academy acknowledged the existence of hidden knowledge yet refused to share it, seemingly noble in intent, but suffused with a chilling superiority that elevated itself above all others. At that moment, a scholar hurriedly approached, whispering something into the old scholar's ear. The old scholar's expression shifted slightly. "It seems another guest is intrigued by you," he said, looking at Daenerys with a complex gaze, "a visitor from the east. He insists on meeting you, Queen Targaryen." "A guest from the east?" Daenerys and Tyrion were taken aback. Guided by the scholar, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows of Old Town's gate. Clad in an unremarkable gray travel robe, he appeared weary yet walked with a steady gait. When he lifted his head, revealing the face beneath his hood, Daenerys's eyes widened in astonishment. It was a quintessential Essos visage, dark and shrewd, wearing an enigmatic half-smile. Most striking were his eyes, imbued with the weight of experience and a profound wisdom. He was Illyrio Mopatis, the governor of Pentos, a protector from Daenerys's early years and one of the individuals whom Viserys had attempted to sell her to. "My dear Daenerys," Illyrio exclaimed, opening his arms with an exaggerated smile, his voice still resonant and infectious. "It has been quite a while. It seems you have embarked on a rather extraordinary journey. And you, Lord Tyrion, I did not expect you to have survived and become the Queen's advisor. Fate is indeed marvelous. How could he be here? At this moment in Old Town?" Illyrio's gaze swept over the assembly before settling on the old scholar. His smile unwavering yet tinged with a subtle pressure. "It appears I have arrived at the opportune moment. My lords, perhaps we might discuss a different approach to addressing the current predicament? I possess some knowledge regarding the key that might break this deadlock." The mists of Old Town seemed to thicken, rendered more enigmatic by the arrival of this unexpected guest. Chapter 54. The key and the cost. Illyrio Mopatis' entrance was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil pond, instantly shattering the icy standoff among Daenerys, Tyrion, and the Academy. The governor of Pentos maintained the demeanor of a suave merchant. Yet beneath his gaze lay a trace of urgency and insight that had not been present during their previous encounters in Pentos years ago. "Dear friends," Illyrio's demeanor was charming, as if the gathering before us were not a tense meeting in the aftermath of catastrophe, but rather a banquet akin to that of Pentos. Engaging in conversation amidst the snow and wind was hardly the proper etiquette, especially for an old friend who had braved many perils to arrive here, as well as for the two esteemed monarchs and dignitaries present. He adeptly extended his respects to Daenerys, Tyrion, and the venerable scholar from the citadel simultaneously. The governor, Othmar Weiss, seemed to regard Illyrio with a touch of apprehension, promptly acquiescing, as the governor says, "Let us proceed to the Tower of the Great Trees for a more thorough discussion." The scholar identified himself as Dr. Norrin, remaining silent for a moment before offering a slight nod, as if to grant tacit approval. He appeared unfazed by Illyrio's appearance, perhaps having anticipated it. The group entered the Old Town, traversing the heavily guarded streets. The scene within the city starkly contrasted with that outside. Although one could observe the displaced refugees and the tension surrounding the allocation of resources, there was an air of order, with some shops still operating, as if striving to uphold the last vestiges of civilization. The great tree tower loomed tall, casting a vast shadow. Inside, the council chamber was ancient and solemn, with towering bookshelves reaching towards the vaulted ceiling, the air thick with the scent of aged parchment and herbs. Once seated, the attendants presented simple offerings of warm mulled wine and bread before discreetly withdrawing, leaving only the core group. Dr. Norrin spoke first, his gaze sharp as he turned to Illyrio. "Your Excellency, you claim to possess knowledge regarding the key?" Illyrio savored a sip of wine, his plump visage lighting up with pleasure, as if relishing a fine vintage rather than a mere inferior brew. "Ah, Doctor, before we delve into the matter of keys, perhaps we ought to clarify which door we wish to unlock." Setting down his cup, his smile softened slightly. "Is it the door to survival we seek to open, or the portal to deeper truths? The keys for these two paths may not be the same." Tyrion astutely seized upon the crux of the matter. "If I understand correctly, it seems there is more than one key?" "Clever, Lord Tyrion," Illyrio acknowledged with a nod. "According to the information gleaned through some ancient channels, to truly comprehend or even influence the Long Night, multiple keys may indeed be required." He turned his gaze towards Dr. Norrin, suggesting that the Citadel might safeguard one of these keys, or at least a fragment thereof. Dr. Norrin's expression remained impassive. The Citadel protects knowledge, serving as a bulwark against humanity's self-destruction through ignorance. Yet it may also serve as a barrier to progress, Illyrio gently countered, his tone still mild, yet imbued with conviction. "For instance, concerning the essence of dragons, the distorted interpretations of prophecies, and certain ancient pacts that have been deliberately forgotten. Daenerys, who had been listening in silence, could no longer contain herself. Illyrio, what exactly do you know? Why are you here? Years ago, I supported your brother in hopes of reinstating a Targaryen upon the Iron Throne. Yes, dear child, Illyrio replied, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. But that was a game played under the old order. Now, the board has been completely overturned. In the face of the long night, what significance does the Iron Throne hold? What I now seek is something far more fundamental, survival and transcendence. He leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice. I hail from Essos, and I do not come empty-handed. I bring tidings from the east, along with an item that may pique your interest. With a wave of his hand, one of his attendants presented a long, narrow box shrouded in black cloth. Illyrio unveiled the fabric, revealing not gold or jewels, but an exceedingly ancient, tattered scroll of Valyrian parchment, alongside a peculiarly shaped key crafted from a dark, non-metallic substance, engraved with indecipherable spiral runes. This was procured at an underground auction in Pentos, from a merchant hailing from the shadowy lands of Ashai. He claimed it belonged to the last nobility who fled Valyria before its cataclysm. Illyrio gestured toward the scroll, which contained fragmented information regarding the veins of winter and the heart of the earth, seemingly pointing to a vast energy network beneath Westeros. He picked up the dark key, said to unlock a node within this network. The heart of the earth? An energy network? Tyrion immediately recalled the discoveries beneath Dragonstone. Could the Dragonstone energy core uncovered by Jaehaerys and the engineers be a part of this network? Dr. Norrin's breath appeared to quicken slightly. His gaze fixated on the key, a legendary artifact mentioned in the ancient texts of the key of the Nexus. It truly exists. It seemed the doctor recognized it. Illyrio smiled with satisfaction, proposing, perhaps we can strike a deal. I offer this key and the knowledge I possess, including certain channels and resources from the East. In return, the Citadel must share a portion of the forbidden knowledge regarding the truth of the Long Night and its gateways. We need collaboration, not suspicion. Dr. Norrin fell into a prolonged silence. After safeguarding the Citadel's secrets for millennia, was he really to unveil them to an outsider and the Targaryen queen? Tyrion seized the moment. Doctor, with the long night upon us, any knowledge that does not aid in survival is utterly valueless. His Majesty Jaehaerys sacrificed himself to grant civilization a slender chance of survival. Is the pride of the Citadel truly more valuable than the lives of countless souls? Daenerys also rose, her regal presence unmistakable. I need to know the truth. I must understand how to protect my people. Should the Citadel refuse, Old Town will no longer be a sanctuary. Drogon is just outside. A blend of persuasion and pressure. Dr. Norrin's gaze swept over the key brought by Illyrio, across Daenerys' resolute countenance, and finally to Tyrion's astute eyes. At last, he let out a long, heavy sigh. The price of knowledge is often more knowledge, accompanied by the ensuing responsibilities and dangers. What you seek is not a mere answer. The long night is a culling, intricately tied to the ebb and flow of the world's magical essence. The others are but tools, not the true culprits. The real gateway lies in understanding and harnessing this tidal force, yet it requires a medium, a key, and immense energy. He pointed toward the key that Illyrio had brought forth. This may very well be the key to activating a segment of that network. But the greater key, he gazed at Daenerys, may pertain to you, Queen Targaryen. Your bloodline is intimately linked with dragons, which are, in essence, magical beings, living nodes of energy. He then turned to Tyrion. And you, Lannister, your wisdom, along with the exotic knowledge you may possess from King Jaehaerys, could aid us in comprehending and safely employing certain forbidden technologies. Finally, he looked at Illyrio. And you, Governor. Your channels and resources might provide us with the necessary materials and clues to other keys. We must unite. Dr. Nolan ultimately concluded that, despite the formidable challenge it poses, the Citadel could partially unveil its repository of forbidden knowledge, albeit under stringent controls. We need to collaboratively investigate this key, locate the energy nodes, and attempt to activate it. This may require the power of Targaryen blood, perhaps the dragons, and possibly a sacrifice. He fixed his gaze on Daenerys. Are you willing to pay the price for this, Your Majesty? Not merely the cost of battle, but perhaps a deeper price concerning the very essence of your existence? Daenerys hesitated not for a moment. To survive, any price. The pact was forged. A fragile alliance, each with their own motives, was thus formed. Daenerys embodied strength and bloodline. Tyrion represented wisdom and foreign knowledge. Illyrio offered resources and another key, while the Citadel unveiled its hidden secrets. Under Dr. Nolan's guidance, they descended into the depths of the towering spire, entering the most heavily guarded repository of the citadel. This place resembled more of a museum and laboratory than a mere library. Strange particles of energy floated in the air. Shelves bore tomes inscribed with indecipherable ancient scripts. Glass cases showcased what appeared to be the skeletal remains of non-human entities, glimmering with an otherworldly light. And even a shrunken specimen of a white sealed with runes. On a platform crafted from obsidian and bronze, Dr. Nolan solemnly retrieved a scroll made of some silvery metallic foil. This was a fragment of the Silver Annals, his voice resonating in the hushed repository, chronicling the process by which the first men, the children of the forest, and a messenger from the stars sealed the power of the cold god and established a magical barrier at the conclusion of the last long night. It mentioned a global energy network known as the Heart of the Earth, along with several regulating hubs. Tyrion immediately stepped forward to study it alongside Dr. Nolan. The text was ancient and obscure, interspersed with numerous symbolic representations. The modern knowledge background left by Jaehaerys allowed him to grasp certain conceptual descriptions more swiftly than the others. It seemed to describe a complex system of geothermal energy, dragon crystal energy, and the interplay of the global magical field. Look here, Tyrion pointed to a symbol. This mark is nearly identical to the one we discovered on the core structure beneath Dragonstone. A flicker of astonishment crossed Dr. Nolan's eyes. Have you uncovered a hub? It may merely be a fragmented node. Tyrion spoke in a low voice, contemplating the rune key brought by Illyrio. Perhaps, with this key, we can effectuate something meaningful. A glimmer of hope began to emerge, yet Dr. Noran's warning lingered. The price of knowledge often entails the acquisition of further knowledge, along with the accompanying responsibilities and dangers. While activating an ancient energy network, which they do not fully comprehend, truly engender hope, or merely unleash another Pandora's box. While they concentrated on the silver scroll, none noticed that in the corner of the forbidden vault, the sealed specimen of the others flickered faintly at the tips of its icy fingers. Chapter 55. The heart of the earth. The air within the towering vault was so dense it felt as if it could condense into droplets. The ancient inscriptions and symbols on the silver metal foil, the peculiar key brought by Illyrio, the discovery of the underground network of Dragonstone, and the silent specimen of the others in the corner. All these fragments interwove to reveal a grand and perilous tableau far exceeding anyone's imagination. The heart of the earth. Tyrion's fingers delicately traced the intricate symbol on the metal foil, a fusion of gears and dragonstone, which marked the core energy apparatus of Dragonstone. This symbol signified not merely a source of energy, but resembled a planetary-scale, magical modulation system. Dragonstone acted as the conductor, geothermal energy as the source. And the dragon, he glanced at Daenerys, perhaps as the living component necessary for its activation and maintenance. Dr. Noran's murky eyes sparkled with an unprecedented fervor. Embodying the awe and zeal of a scholar confronting the ultimate enigma, the ancient text suggested that the last long night did not conclude solely through the valor of heroes wielding swords, but rather through a brief reboot of this system, which forcibly redirected the tides of magic, driving the power of the frost god back to the poles. However, that reboot was incomplete and inflicted significant damage upon the system itself, leading to the gradual decline of magic in the world thereafter. Reboot it, Daenerys declared without hesitation. Drogon seemed to sense her resolve, emitting a low roar that reverberated through the thick stone walls. If it can end the long night, we must make the attempt. The cost, Your Majesty. Dr. Noran's voice was gravely serious. The ancient texts warned that an incomplete activation could result in catastrophic consequences, tearing of the ley lines, volcanic eruptions, or even the rupture of the fragile fabric of reality itself. Moreover, it necessitates immense energy and specific keys and locks. All eyes turned toward the dark rune key brought by Illyrio. Dragonstone, Tyrion, and Dr. Noran almost spoke in unison. Dragonstone is the known node, and it possesses the requisite apparatus. It is the most suitable testing ground available. Prepare to depart for Dragonstone at once. Daenerys commanded. Your Majesty, hold on, Illyrio interjected, his usual jovial expression replaced with a shrewd seriousness. The current situation at Dragonstone is uncertain. It may have been occupied by the others or other forces. We require a team, one that is sufficiently strong and reliable. He cast a meaningful glance toward the depths of the vault. Knowledge must be protected, and Old Town requires guardians. We cannot all venture forth. After urgent consultations, a plan swiftly took shape. 1. An elite team would journey to Dragonstone, comprising Daenerys, Tyrion, Illyrio, who insisted on witnessing the fruits of his investment, along with a cadre of unsullied and 2 scholars dispatched from the citadel, well-versed in ancient symbols and energy theory. Serving as advisors and overseers, they would soar directly to Dragonstone aboard Drogon. Time was of the essence. 2. Old Town would hold firm and provide support. Dr. Nolan and Otten Maries would remain in Old Town, maintaining order while utilizing the resources of the Citadel to decipher more forbidden knowledge, and endeavoring to establish more stable communications with Jon and his companions in the Whispering Valley, thereby facilitating the transport of additional supplies. Boron was assigned to oversee part of Old Town's defense, alongside his mercenaries, of course, for a handsome reward. 3. Regarding the Whispering Valley, through the limited and specialized Raven network still operational from the Citadel, a breed trained to withstand a degree of cold, they would convey the latest discoveries and a brief overview of the Dragonstone plan to Jon, urging them to hold fast and remain vigilant against any possible incursions from the White Walkers. There was no time for farewells or hesitation. Daenerys and her party, armed with the crucial runic key and a copy of the Silver Scroll, hastily boarded Drogon. The great dragon spread its wings, bearing the weight of heavy hopes, and once again surged into the gray sky, heading northeast toward Dragonstone. The site of Dragonstone was more desolate and ruined than when they had departed. The castle appeared to have been abandoned for centuries, with snow blanketing the black lava ground, while the howling sea winds whipped at the shattered walls. Fortunately, there were no signs of large-scale occupation by the White Walkers. Only a few sluggish wights wandered among the ruins, swiftly dispatched by the Unsullied. They proceeded directly to the depths of the castle, where the energy core resided. The massive structure, dubbed the megalith power source by Jaehaerys, still stood silently in the vast cavern, though parts of it had been damaged during previous battles and the evacuation, adding to its state of disrepair. However, the core's enormous dragon crystal, cut into a peculiar shape, still emitted faint energy fluctuations. The two accompanying scholars from the Citadel, one younger, specializing in energy theory, Scholar Falk, and the other older, adept in ancient symbols, Scholar Wogrev, were immediately captivated by the device before them, forgetting their fears as they eagerly began their examinations and recordings. Indeed, miracles do exist. Scholar Wogrev caressed the cold metal and dragon crystal surface of the apparatus, his fingers trembling with excitement. This craftsmanship was beyond any contemporary technology. The energy level was low, yet the structure remained fundamentally intact. After testing with the rudimentary instruments they had brought, Scholar Falk reported that the critical energy conduit rune array showed some wear, but the core converter appeared to still be operational. Tyrion promptly retrieved the Silver Scroll blueprint and compared it to the structure of the device. Look here, he pointed at a complex interface. The shape and size of this recess perfectly matched that key. Illyrio solemnly produced the dark-hued runic key. In the dim underground cavern, the spiraling symbols on the key seemed to absorb the surrounding feeble light, emanating a shadowy glow. The hearts of all present hung in their throats. In theory, Bachelor Falk licked his parched lips, his voice trembling slightly. If the key matched, its insertion might activate a program that would efficiently harness geothermal and dragon crystal energy, potentially connecting to a vaster network, though the energy output remained unpredictable. With no other options, Daenerys stated resolutely, "Let us begin." Under the guidance of the two scholars, the Unsullied cleared the debris and dust from the interface. Illyrio took a deep breath, cradling the key in his hands, carefully aligning it with the groove before slowly inserting it. Click. A faint yet unmistakably clear sound of engagement resonated. The key fit perfectly into the interface, seamlessly integrated. For a fleeting moment, nothing transpired. A deathly silence enveloped the cavern, with only the distant sounds of wind and waves faintly echoing from the entrance. Just as disappointment began to settle in, a deep, powerful hum emanated from the core of the device's dragon crystal. The massive crystal began to glow from within. No longer a feeble flicker, but a stable and brilliant orange light, akin to embers ignited. The hum intensified, and the entire colossal apparatus began to tremble slightly. Dust and rust cascading from its surface. Complex runes illuminated sequentially, blue energy coursing through the pipes and grooves like lifeblood. Energy levels surged dramatically. Bachelor Falk observed the wildly oscillating needle on the instrument, his voice rising in a shriek. Stability remains within controllable parameters. This is astounding. It is self-diagnosing and repairing. The device's radiance grew ever more luminous, illuminating the subterranean cavern as brightly as day. A warm force radiated from the apparatus, dispelling the chill and dampness of the underground. Have we succeeded? Tyrion murmured in disbelief. Yet at that moment, Bachelor Vograve uttered a terrified cry. No. Look there. The inserted rune key was visibly turning gray, as if some energy within it was being rapidly siphoned away. The spiral runes on its surface glowed blindingly and began to writhe and spin like living creatures. Simultaneously, the dragon crystal at the core of the device flickered erratically, its color flashing wildly between orange, white, and a dangerous red. The hum morphed into a piercing shriek. The entire cavern began to shake violently, larger stones tumbling from above. Overload. The system is overloaded. Bachelor Fox shouted in despair. The key is not merely a switch. It is an energy attraction and amplification device. It is madly siphoning geothermal energy, and the system cannot withstand it. Remove it. Illyrio, horrified, attempted to pull out the key, but a powerful energy force erupted from it, violently throwing him back. It was out of control. The activation process had drawn an energy surge far beyond expectations, and this fractured node could not endure. It must be stopped. Otherwise, the entire Dragonstone Island could be blown to smithereens. Tyrion yelled at Daenerys, whose complexion was pale, yet her gaze remained resolute. She took a sudden step forward, disregarding the tumultuous energy field, extending her hand adorned with the Targaryen family ring, attempting to grasp the now searing and violently trembling key. "No, Your Grace," Tyrion and Illyrio exclaimed in unison. Just as Daenerys' fingers were about to make contact with the key, a thunderous roar erupted, not from the device, but from the depths of the earth. A more profound and terrifying sound that resounded. Dragonstone itself seemed to tremble violently, as if shaken by a colossal hand, fissures opening in the ground, and more massive stones crashing down. The core of the device, the dragon crystal, emitted one final mournful wail, its brilliance peaking before extinguishing completely. The rune key fell with a sharp crack from its interface, shattering into several dull metallic fragments. All light, humming, and energy flows vanished. The underground cavern was plunged back into darkness and silence, save for the swirling dust and the terrified gasps of the people. It was a failure, not merely a failure, but seemingly the catalyst for something far more dreadful. What was that thunderous sound? A soldier of the Unsullied asked tremulously, breaking the stillness. No one answered. Yet a profound unease surged within each heart. That sound, emanating from the depths of the earth, was anything but ordinary. Tyrion picked up a shard of the key, its coldness piercing, devoid of any energy response. He gazed upward into the pitch-black cavern, as if he could pierce through the rock and glimpse the sky beyond. "We may have awakened something older, something far more terrifying," he uttered hoarsely. The exploration of the heart of the earth had exacted its first grievous toll, and the true horror might have only just begun. Chapter 56. The awakening beast. The reverberations of the terrifying sound from the depths of the earth had yet to subside, and Dragonstone appeared to groan in agony. Within the underground cavern, dust swirled, leaving only the heavy and frightened breaths of the group in the silence. The energy-overloaded device lay utterly silent, the shattered key fragments strewn across the ground like remnants of a lost civilization. What was that? Illyrio's voice lost its usual smoothness, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor as he rose from the ground, awkwardly brushing off the dust from his clothing. No one could answer. The roar from the depths of the earth carried an ancient, soul-chilling power far surpassing the previous chaos of the device's failure. "We must leave at once," Tyrion declared decisively, his voice hoarse. "The cavern may be unstable." Without further prompting, the survivors assisted their fallen companions, frantically retreating along their path. The two scholars from the citadel appeared ashen, clutching their precious instruments and documentation, stumbling to keep pace. Bursting forth from the underground passage and into the relatively open courtyard of Dragonstone Castle. The sight before them drew gasps of shock from all. While the castle itself bore little damage, the entire island seemed to have come alive, quaking violently. The ground undulated like waves, with immense fissures spreading across the dark lava surface like black lightning, devouring everything in their path. In the distance, a continuous thunderous roar akin to a landslide echoed ominously. Zhuogung circled restlessly in the low sky, emitting anxious dragon roars, seemingly attuned to the terrifying force emanating from the earth. An earthquake? Was it triggered by the activation of the key? Daenerys grasped a trembling wall to steady herself, gazing in horror at the shifting hues of the world around her. Unlike a typical earthquake, Tyrion lay prone on the ground, feeling the profoundly deep and rhythmic vibrations. His expression growing increasingly grim. The tremors resonated like some colossal entity breathing or perhaps even beating its heart. Just as his words faded, a deafening rumble erupted from the southeastern sea surrounding the island. It seemed as if some gargantuan creature was surfacing from the depths of the ocean. Everyone rushed toward the dilapidated city wall facing that direction. Before them, the sea roiled with monstrous waves, forming a vast and terrifying whirlpool. The water boiled violently, vast plumes of white steam intermingling with black volcanic ash, tainting the sky with a murky gray. Amidst the churning sea and steam, an unimaginably colossal shadow began to rise. Was it an island? No. It resembled an artificial structure composed of rock, coral, and some indescribable obsidian metal. Its surface was adorned with massive, geometrically regular protrusions and grooves, as if it were part of some gigantic mechanism. As it ascended further, the surrounding waters cascaded like waterfalls, revealing more astonishing structures, enormous, mast-like metal columns, and unfathomably deep, cannon-like apertures. The seven gods. A soldier of the Unsullied murmured in disbelief, his spear dropping to the ground unnoticed. Those are not gods but nightmares. The voice of the deep ones, parched and chilling. Scholar Vograve stared wide-eyed. His wrinkled face contorted in sheer terror as he pointed at the ever-rising behemoth, his teeth chattering. The deep ones mentioned in the ancient tomes. They are not mere myth. They truly exist. They have awakened. We have awakened them. Deep ones. What are they? Tyrion grasped the old scholar's shoulder, pressing for answers. An ancient race, older than Valyria. Perhaps even older than the first men, Vograve babbled incoherently, gripped by a maddening fear brought on by knowledge. Legends spoke of them slumbering beneath the sea, guarding or imprisoning something. Their technology, their creations, were beyond human comprehension. The key did not activate the heart of the earth. It was an alarm. We have sounded the alarm, rousing the guardians. As if to validate his words, one of the enormous apertures of the rising structure suddenly glimmered with a haunting azure light. This radiance was neither magic nor flame, but a colder, purer concentration of energy. Whoosh! A formidable, deep blue energy beam erupted from the aperture, resembling a spear of divine retribution. Rather than targeting Dragonstone Island, it cleaved through the sky, shooting straight towards the distant continent. As the beam traversed its path, clouds were torn asunder, and the air resonated with a piercing crack, leaving a distinct trace even in the daylight. Where was it aiming? Daenerys exclaimed in horror. No one had the answer, but the annihilative energy contained within the beam sent shivers down every spine. In quick succession, a second and third aperture ignited, unleashing additional blue beams in various directions, some ascending towards the heavens, others plunging into the vast sea, as if executing an indiscriminate warning or clearing away some unseen threat. Run! We must leave this place immediately, Tyrion bellowed. The awakening of an ancient, hostile horror had transformed Dragonstone Island into the most perilous locale. Everyone scrambled towards Drogon, who sensed the imminent danger and crouched uneasily. Just as they were about to mount the dragon's back, the largest aperture of the deep one shifted, and the blue glow ignited once more, this time precisely locking onto Dragonstone Island, fixating on the conspicuous dragon and the gathered crowd in the castle courtyard. With that destructive light locked in, a chilling premonition of death gripped all present. There was no time left. In that critical moment, a piercing roar erupted, one that was higher, more ancient, and seemingly capable of penetrating the soul, from the pinnacle of the tower known as the Stone Drum, atop the castle of Dragonstone. This dragon's roar was starkly different from Drogon's roar, imbued with an ineffable majesty, age, and fury. Simultaneously, a dark red beam, as scorching as molten lava, shot skyward from the tower's apex, not aimed at the monstrous entity in the sea, but directly into the clouds, where it detonated, forming a semi-transparent halo shield adorned with intricate runes, covering nearly half of Dragonstone Island. The blue beam of destruction collided with the newly materialized dark red shield almost simultaneously. The resultant explosion was beyond description. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward, reducing the coastal rocks of Dragonstone Island to mere powder. Drogon was hurled by the force, while Daenerys and her companions clung desperately to the saddle to avoid being thrown off. The dark red shield trembled violently, the runes flickering erratically, as if on the verge of shattering, yet it ultimately managed to withstand the cataclysmic blow. As the brilliance of the energy clash began to dissipate, the massive deep one appeared to momentarily pause, its blue glow dimming slightly, as if reassessing its target. Everyone, still shaken and dazed, turned their gaze toward the stone drum. Who was it? What entity resided at the tower's summit, capable of unleashing such formidable power to temporarily thwart the assault of that ancient behemoth? Daenerys, Tyrion, Illyrio, along with two scholars, stood in astonishment, gazing towards the tower. Atop the tower's platform, a figure emerged, shrouded in the distorted shadows and steam produced by an energy eruption, rendering it indistinct. Only a vague silhouette could be discerned, seemingly propped up by some object, struggling to maintain its stance. A faint yet profoundly familiar sensation swept through Daenerys and Tyrion's hearts. The figure moved forward slowly, laboriously taking a step, as if exhausting every ounce of strength. The shadows receded slightly, revealing a pale, emaciated profile, bearing an unmistakably familiar outline. Despite being marked by fatigue and scars, and the gaze filled with an unfathomable weight. As if it had endured centuries of hardship, it was indeed King Aegon IV. Tyrion's voice emerged as if from a dream, suffused with incredulity and shock. Daenerys, too, covered her mouth, her azure eyes brimming with astonishment, joy, and deeper confusion and dread. Aegon IV. He had not perished beneath the frozen ruins. Yet, he appeared transformed. No longer the Aegon they once knew. An ancient and heavy aura emanated from him, seemingly intertwined with the island beneath their feet and the recently awakened deep-sea Leviathan. He stood at the edge of the tower, his gaze penetrating space, silently confronting the terrifying creature lurking beneath the waves. It seemed that not only the deep-sea beast had awakened. Chapter 57. The Ancient Echoes, Aegon IV. This name resonated like thunder, reverberating through the shattered courtyard of Dragonstone, overpowering the howling sea winds and the distant, ominous hum of the deep-sea monstrosity. Everyone froze, their eyes fixed on the precarious figure atop the stone drum tower. Pale, gaunt, and clad in tattered garments that barely concealed him, his exposed skin bore the remnants of frostbite and peculiar dark red markings, reminiscent of energy burns yet to heal. Leaning upon a twisted, charred metal staff, barely recognizable in form, he managed to stand. But he was alive. Your Majesty. Tyrion was the first to react. His voice hoarse with excitement, nearly rushing forward, only to be cautiously restrained by the captain of the Unsullied at his side, aware of the extraordinary aura surrounding Aegon IV. Daenerys' heart pounded like a drum, a cacophony of shock, elation, doubt, and fear rendering her momentarily speechless. Drogon ceased his restless circling, his massive head turning towards the tower, his golden-slit pupils revealing evident confusion, as if he too sensed the contradictory familiarity and strangeness emanating from the figure. Upon the sea, the colossal deep-sea creature seemed to pause its assault, momentarily disrupted by this unexpected presence. The cerulean glow within its orifices flickered uncertainly, as though countless cold eyes scrutinized this suddenly appearing, diminutive entity capable of withstanding its strike. Xiao Lin's gaze gradually shifted away from the colossal entity of the deep sea, sweeping over the assembly in the courtyard. His eyes no longer bore the clarity or sharpness of yore. Instead, they resembled an unfathomable ancient well, burdened with unimaginable weariness and a certain inhuman desolation. His glance lingered briefly on Daenerys and Tyrion, a subtle nod conveying a myriad of unspoken words, only to swiftly redirect towards the ocean, his entire being on high alert. How did he survive? Illyrio murmured in disbelief, his plump face etched with confusion. Not merely surviving, quavered Archmaester Vhagar, his eyes shimmering with a scholar's fervor and dread. The residual energy emanating from him was a dark crimson, akin to the source of the shield's power, with patterns that seemed to bear the marks of a force forcibly fused with some primal essence. Has he encountered the heart of the earth as fire? Or something even deeper? At that moment, Xiao Lin stirred. With great difficulty, he raised a finger towards the sea, his lips moving to produce a series of fragmented, hoarse syllables. The language was ancient and obscure, not the common tongue nor even High Valyrian, possessing a texture reminiscent of stone scraping against stone. Yet, as his faint voice echoed, it seemed as though Dragonstone itself responded. The ground trembled once more. But this time not with the previous cataclysmic quaking. Rather, it resonated with a different kind of energy. In the ruins of the castle, the remnants of black dragonstone veins faintly glimmered with a red light, in harmony with the patterns adorning his body. The creations of the deep-sea dwellers appeared incensed by this provocation. Within the larger abyss, an ethereal blue light rapidly coalesced, its energy level surpassing all prior measures. Xiao Lin's countenance shifted, clearly aware that he could no longer withstand another assault. He struck the ground fiercely with his charred metal staff, uttering another sharp, truncated syllable. This time, it was not Dragonstone that answered him, but the ocean itself. The sea between Dragonstone and the monstrous entity erupted violently, as countless massive, jagged black pillars burst forth from the water, resembling the fangs of a prehistoric beast, instantly rising to form a chaotic yet immensely sturdy natural barrier. Almost simultaneously, the azure beam of destruction erupted once more, slamming against the newly risen stone barricade. Boom! Debris scattered, and vast quantities of seawater were instantaneously vaporized into mist. Yet, this time, Most of the energy was absorbed and deflected by the sudden emergence of the stone forest. Only a fraction of the shockwave reached Dragonstone. Its potency significantly diminished. Xiao Lin's body shook violently, and he coughed forth a mouthful of dark crimson blood, shimmering with molten flecks, his visage turning as ashen as that of a corpse. Clearly, channeling such power exacted a tremendous toll on him, potentially igniting the remnants of his already depleted life force. "He is protecting us," Tyrion shouted, snapping back to reality. Urging the others, "Quick, assist him, or devise a means to communicate." "How can we assist? How can we communicate?" Faced with an ancient confrontation of unfathomable power, they felt as powerless as ants. Daenerys gazed at the figure atop the tower, struggling to stand against the dreadful monstrosity. A powerful impulse surged within her. She was unaware of the trials that had transformed Jaehaerys into what he was now. Yet at this moment, he stood resolutely in their defense. She took several determined steps forward, tilting her head towards the tower, and with all her might, she cried out, "Jaehaerys, what can we do?" Her voice, though faint amidst the roaring waves and the reverberations of energy, seemed to reach him. He turned his head slowly and laboriously, casting a glance her way. The complexity of his expression was profound, a blend of reassurance, caution, urgency, and a deep-seated sorrow that felt as if it emanated from a distant past. His lips moved once more with great difficulty, and this time a few indistinct yet discernible words in the common tongue emerged, mingled with blood, "Not the enemy. The key is wrong. Seek the voice of the source. Time is short." Before he could finish, the monstrous creatures beneath the sea, having been thwarted twice, grew increasingly ferocious. Their colossal forms emitted a more ominous hum, and the waters began to swirl around them, forming a massive vortex. More menacing black metallic entities of varied shapes began to rise from the depths, encircling their progenitor like a swarm. No longer fixated solely on Dragonstone, an eerie azure light began to flicker, seemingly conducting a wide-ranging scan and lock-on. A glimmer of despair flashed in Xiao Lin's eyes. He raised his staff once more, attempting to harness his powers, but his body swayed perilously, clearly at its limit. "No, I cannot hold on. We must leave," Illyrio shouted in terror, the threat of death overshadowing all curiosity. Tyrion gazed upon the crumbling figure atop the tower, then at the colossal harbinger of doom and its swarm upon the sea. With a sudden resolve, he gritted his teeth and shouted to Daenerys, "Your Grace, take him away. With Drogon. This is our only chance." Daenerys understood instantly. Without hesitation, she leapt onto Drogon's back, pointing towards the stone drum tower. "Drogon, go there. Bring him up." Drogon let out a piercing roar, beating his wings fiercely against the chaotic currents of energy, shooting towards the pinnacle of the tower like an arrow released from its bow. The swarm of smaller entities on the sea seemed to sense their intent, and multiple beams of azure energy instantly redirected, targeting Drogon. "Protect the queen," Tyrion shouted to the Unsullied and the two scholars, despite their lack of understanding of how to provide such protection. At that moment, Scholar Vagger appeared to have made a decisive resolution. He retrieved an unassuming ancient disc made of obsidian and bronze from his satchel and smashed it onto the ground. The disc shattered, releasing a peculiar pulse of information that was neither magic nor energy, instantly radiating outward. The energy beams aimed at Drogon seemed to experience a powerful disturbance, twisting and deflecting in the air, with several colliding and erupting in blinding flashes of light. "Quickly," Scholar Vagger rasped, his face as pale as parchment. "That is the last disruptor of the Citadel. It can only interfere for a moment. Just this moment." Drogon had already dove to the tower's apex, his claws extended cautiously, reaching for the nearly unconscious figure. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, Xiao Lin seemed to muster his final strength to cast an object towards Daenerys. It was a dim, crimson crystal, marred with fine cracks, the very essence of Melar's life. Instinctively, Daenerys caught the crystal, feeling its warmth in her palm. Drogon's talons firmly grasped Xiao Lin while skillfully maneuvering around the jagged remnants of the tower, soaring to greater heights. More ethereal blue beams surged forth. However, Drogon had ascended to a sufficient altitude, racing towards the mainland. "Go, hurry," Tyrion shouted at the others. The Unsullied hoisted the exhausted Vagger scholar and the dazed Fox scholar, while Illyrio exhibited an agility uncharacteristic of his physique. Together, they sprinted towards a relatively safe landing point on the opposite side of the island, where remnants of previous vessels might still be salvageable. On the surface of the sea, the Leviathan of the Deep Ones and their swarming kin did not pursue them. They appeared disinterested in the fleeing individuals. The colossal entity slowly rotated, casting its haunting blue glow once more over Dragonstone, and ultimately, accompanied by a profound rumble, seemingly emanating from the very core of the earth, it began to descend, along with the smaller swarming constructs, vanishing into the churning waters and steam, as if they had never existed. All that remained was the ravaged, nearly obliterated dragonstone, and a vast, slowly rotating vortex at sea, bearing testament to the recent cataclysmic clash that had transpired, not a mere figment of imagination. Fortuitously, Tyrion and his companions discovered a half-destroyed skiff, struggling to row away from this nightmarish domain. They glanced back, watching as Dragonstone gradually faded from sight. Each heart was laden with the terror of survival and the weight of profound enigmas. Jaehaerys yet lived, but what had he become? What were the Deep Ones? Why had they been roused? What was the meaning behind Jaehaerys' final words? Was the key wrong? What was the first voice? As for the Crimson Crystal, the answers perhaps resided solely with the king, who had once again succumbed to unconsciousness, borne away by the great dragon towards an unknown fate. The ancient terror that had awakened did not depart. It merely retreated to the depths, awaiting the next moment of disturbance or arrival. Chapter 58. The afterglow of a shattered crown. Drogon's flight was no longer the steadfast and powerful ascent of yore. Instead, it bore the staggering urgency of an injured beast. One of its wings had been grazed in the recent surge of energy, blue crystalline shards still embedded at the edge of the wound, hindering its healing. However, the greater burden lay in the form of the unconscious, faintly breathing figure within its talons, and on the dragon's back, Daenerys' heavy heart. She clutched the warm crimson crystal tightly, the last gift bestowed upon her by Jaehaerys. The surface of the crystal seemed to bear even more cracks than before, and the faint glow within had dimmed further, as if it were on the verge of extinguishing. The final vestige of Melar's strength. The object Jaehaerys had fought to protect. What was it truly? What purpose did it serve? She gazed down at Jaehaerys cradled in Drogon's claws. His unconscious visage remained as pale as parchment, the dark crimson energy veins beneath his skin undulating slightly, reminiscent of living lava, instilling an unsettling sensation. He was no longer the modern-minded traveler, Xiao Lin, who sought to reform Westeros, nor was he the chosen king who fought valiantly in Winterfell. He had transformed into an enigma, a vessel harboring ancient secrets and formidable powers. We must find a place to land, Daenerys urged. Drogon required rest, and Jaehaerys needed medical attention. As she surveyed the landscape below, they were flying south along the coastline, where snow-covered hills and sparse forests lay beneath them. She recalled the map. This area marked the junction of the Stormlands and the Crownlands, characterized by rugged terrain, far removed from the main thoroughfares. She guided Drogon to descend, seeking a suitable landing spot. Ultimately, they alighted in a sheltered clearing of a pine forest near an unfrozen stream. Exhausted, Drogon crouched low, cautiously placing Jaehaerys onto the bed of pine needles, then began to lick the wounds on his wings, emitting a low, pained whine. Daenerys slid down from the dragon's back and rushed to Jaehaerys' side. His breath was feeble, and his pulse quick and erratic. Lacking any medicine, she possessed only a small supply of fresh water and provisions. "Hold on, Jaehaerys," she murmured, moistening his cracked lips with water, futilely attempting to wipe away the cold sweat and blood from his face. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped her. She was the mother of dragons, a conqueror, yet she felt ill-equipped to confront such deep-seated wounds of the soul and flesh. As time trickled by, dusk descended, and the temperature plummeted. Daenerys kindled a small fire, leaning against Drogon's massive form for warmth. His body temperature was unnaturally elevated, seemingly battling the encroaching chill within, just as despair threatened to overwhelm her. The red crystal in her hand suddenly radiated warmth. Startled, Daenerys looked down to see the internal glow of the crystal brightening slightly, with faint red light flowing through the fissures. Simultaneously, Jaehaerys, still unconscious, emitted a pained groan, and the dark crimson patterns beneath his skin began to glow in synchrony. An invisible connection seemed to form through this crystal, linking her to Jaehaerys. A chaotic, fragmented yet strikingly vivid stream of memories surged into Daenerys' mind, akin to a torrent. The suffocating cold darkness, despair buried beneath the ruins of Winterfell, and the molten lava coursing in the fiery core of the earth, dragon egg fossils beneath the weirwood? No. Deeper still, he had fallen into the abyss. A colossal, pulsating crystal heart, radiating endless warmth and ancient power, yet ensnared by icy runic chains, struggling to touch his blood. Royal blood, dripping onto those runes, the tearing pain and fusion. Ancient power surged into his body, clashing violently and merging with the residual divine flame of Myrol and his own soul. Whispers of countless voices spoke in an archaic tongue, the Guardian's covenant is unbalanced at its origin. A colossal archway, composed of black stone and crystal, stood beneath the starry sky. Beyond the portal lay a dazzling river of stars, as well as an endless, frigid void. The children of the forest and the ancients encircled a gigantic fishbeam tree, harmoniously chanting, their song drawing forth the might of the earth, repelling the surging cold tide. The key was wrong, awakening the Guardian. They must find the true melody, or the door would be irrevocably ajar. The torrent of memories came to an abrupt halt. Daenerys gasped for breath, as if she had just emerged from the depths of water, her forehead slick with cold sweat. The red crystal in her hand dimmed once more, becoming warm, while Jaehaerys fell silent again, the dark red patterns remaining as proof that what had just transpired was not an illusion. She comprehended, at least a portion of it. Jaehaerys had not perished. He had plummeted into the depths of the earth during the fall of Winterfell, inadvertently encountering an ancient core that maintained the magical balance of the world. Through the Targaryen bloodline and Myral's divine power, he had fused with it in an almost cataclysmic manner, acquiring unimaginable knowledge and strength, yet also bearing immense burdens and responsibilities. He had uncovered the deeper truth of the long night, which appeared to be connected to a door, to some ancient covenant and its imbalance. The White Walkers might merely be a facade. The key brought by Illyrio was not intended to activate the heart of the fire to benefit humanity, but rather an erroneous and perilous alarm. Its activation disturbed the guardians of a far greater horror, the Deep Ones. The solution might not lie in force, but rather in something more ancient, known as the voice of origin, a melody or resonance capable of harmonizing the very forces of the world, restoring the covenant. This sounded like a myth, yet the desperate message Jaehaerys had relayed and the power she had personally felt rendered disbelief impossible. Just then, Drogon suddenly lifted his head, emitting a cautious growl directed towards the southern forest. Daenerys immediately became alert, gripping her dagger tightly. Was it a wight, a beast, or a person? Rustling sounds emanated from the woods as several figures cautiously emerged, clad in tattered garments adorned with various family crests, wielding rudimentary weapons. These gaunt individuals exuded an air of vigilance and a desperate longing for survival. They were refugees. Upon seeing the enormous Drogon and Daenerys by the campfire, they were visibly startled, frozen in place. "We mean no harm." The foremost young man summoned his courage to call out, his voice hoarse. "We are merely seeking a place to spend the night. We heard the sounds." Daenerys did not lower her guard, yet she did not immediately drive them away. She needed information. "Where have you come from?" she inquired. "From various places," the young people replied, their eyes dimmed. "The north has fallen, and the riverlands seem to be embroiled in conflict between the houses of Lion and Rose once more, as food is being fought over, compelling us to flee southward. It is said that Old Town and Highgarden still stand, yet unrest is palpable within. The remnants of the Tyrells and Lannisters appear to have reignited their struggle for power and resources. Have you heard of a man named Jon Snow? Or a valley called Echo Valley?" Daenerys inquired. The refugees exchanged glances, shaking their heads. "Few from the north have survived, it seems," murmured an older refugee in a hushed tone. "Hope has once again dimmed. The situation regarding Jon and the valley remains uncertain, and chaos reigns in the south." Daenerys gazed at the gaunt faces of the refugees, then at the unconscious Jaehaerys and weary Drogon, a profound sense of helplessness surging within her. She is the Targaryen queen, possessing dragons and aware of secrets that could determine the fate of the world, yet she finds it challenging to protect these few individuals before her. The crown, in the face of doom, feels as light as a feather, yet weighs heavily as a mountain. After a moment of silence, she finally addressed the refugees. "The fire can be shared, the food is scarce, and I can only offer you a little. But we need your assistance for the night's watch." The refugees looked at her in disbelief, then expressed their gratitude, cautiously approaching to sit on the other side of the fire, hesitant to disturb her and the dragon. Daenerys took out the meager rations she had left and distributed some to them. She watched the flickering flames, her mind swirling with thoughts. The information Jaehaerys had exchanged his life for must be conveyed. She must find Jon, locate Tyrion, and unite all the forces that can be rallied. It is imperative to uncover the true nature of the first voice and how to seek it. The first step is to ensure Jaehaerys survives. She needs to find a relatively safe place, gather intelligence, and acquire resources. She turned her gaze southward, towards Old Town and Highgarden. There lies the citadel, the Tyrells. Yet it is now fraught with uncertainty and peril. Can the shattered crown reforge itself in the twilight? Hope flickers like a candle in the wind, faint yet unextinguished. Chapter 59. The journey amidst the embers. The cold night passed in vigilance and unease. The refugees took turns keeping watch. their eyes flitting between the warm campfire and the shadowy Drogon, filled with awe and trepidation. Daenerys scarcely closed her eyes, tightly clutching the warm crystal, vigilantly by Jaehaerys' side, attempting to glean more clues from the chaotic fragments of memory, yet to no avail. Jaehaerys' breath remained faint, though it seemed to have stabilized somewhat, and the movement of the dark red veins had slowed. At dawn, the sky was gray, and the cold wind swirled with snowflakes. The refugees prepared to continue their flight southward. The young leader, named Xiao Lin, mustered his courage to approach Daenerys. "Your Majesty," he awkwardly bowed, his tone considerably more respectful. "Thank you for your food and fire." They intended to continue southward, to Rose Avenue, in hopes of finding fortune. It was rumored that some places were still recruiting soldiers or laborers, all for the sake of sustenance. He hesitated for a moment and added, "If you plan to venture into crowded areas, it is prudent to exercise caution. The outside world has descended into chaos, with lords preoccupied with seizing territory and grain. And there are reports of cannibalism." A chill ran through Daenerys as she realized the rapid collapse of civilization was more severe than she had anticipated. "Thank you for your warning, Karen." She nodded and produced a small, intricately carved silver medallion bearing the Targaryen sigil, one of the few remnants of her identity. "If you happen upon any who resist the White Walkers or are willing to heed the Targaryen call, show them this and inform them that the Mother of Dragons still lives and requires the aid of all loyal souls." Karen solemnly accepted the medallion, handling it with care. "I shall do so, Your Grace. May the gods bless you." He cast a glance at the unconscious Jaehaerys and the formidable Drogon, his expression complex, before hastily departing with the other refugees. Once again, Daenerys was left alone with Drogon and Jaehaerys. A sense of solitude surged within her like a chilling tide. She had to make a decision. Remaining here was not a viable option. Jaehaerys required genuine care and protection, and she needed information, allies. Old Town and Highgarden were the nearest choices, yet their situations were uncertain, with the Citadel's stance ambiguous and the nobles embroiled in infighting. Directly proceeding to them posed significant risks. The fate of Jon and Arya in the Vale was unknown, and the direction difficult to ascertain. She recalled the fragmented memories of Jaehaerys, of the first men singing in harmony with the children of the forest, invoking the power of the earth. The children of the forest had mostly vanished beyond the wall, but perhaps remnants still existed to the south, perhaps at the Black Castle by the God's Eye. That place was one of the last sanctuaries of the children, possibly harboring clues about the voice of the first men. Yet, this thought was swiftly dismissed. The God's Eye lay at the heart of the Riverlands and had likely succumbed to a Hell's Cape rife with the undead. To venture there alone would be tantamount to suicide. Just as despair threatened to consume her, the crystal in her hand began to warm once more. This time, it was not merely conveying memories. It emitted a clear, directional pulse. A faint yet unmistakable sense of pull directed her toward the southeast. Simultaneously, the unconscious Jaehaerys murmured involuntarily, his fingers twitching slightly, as if responding to that direction. Was it the crystal guiding her, or the remnants of Jaehaerys' consciousness? Daenerys could not discern, yet it was nearly the only beacon in the darkness. Southeast. She murmured to herself, quickly recalling the map. Was it the direction of Storm's End? Or perhaps further towards the Rainwood? Or even to the Isle of Tears? That place, known as the Isle of Beauty, relatively remote, defensible, perhaps still untouched by the ravages of war? There was no time to hesitate. She had to trust this sudden guidance. Drogon. She caressed the dragon's neck, which had regained some warmth. "We must fly further southeast and seek a safe haven." Xiao emitted a low growl, struggling to rise, signaling his readiness. Daenerys painstakingly secured Jaehaerys once more onto the dragon's claw and took to the skies again. This time, she was no longer blind. Instead, she followed the faint pull emanating from the crystal, flying southeastward. After several hours of flight, the desolate hills and frozen rivers lay beneath them. Suddenly, she noticed something reflecting light atop a distant bare mountaintop. It was not the glimmer of ice and snow, but rather some form of metal. She urged Xiao to lower their altitude and approach cautiously. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. There stood a rudimentary watchtower, constructed from fresh timber and battered metal. Atop the tower fluttered a crude flag, its base a dull gray, adorned with a simplistic black outline of a soaring raven, its eyes glinting with a hint of red. This was certainly not the emblem of any house she recognized. Even more astonishingly, the figures within the tower had evidently spotted them as well. Yet, they did not attack nor flee in panic. Instead, they rhythmically waved a mirror, utilizing the sunlight to signal her in a manner that suggested communication rather than provocation. Short, long. Short, long, pause, repeat. Daenerys was baffled by this code, but the consistent and stable signals indicated a desire for dialogue. Xiao Lin circled above, and Daenerys hesitated, contemplating whether to land and take the risk. Their identity remained uncertain. Were they friend or foe? At that moment, the crystal in her hand began to heat up once more, directing her attention precisely towards the watchtower, and the warmth was more intense than before. Resolute, she guided Xiao Lin to land on a relatively flat area near the mountaintop, clutching a dagger and standing alert. The door of the watchtower creaked open, and a figure emerged. Clad in thick, patched furs, the individual's face was obscured by a cold-weather mask, leaving only a pair of sharp eyes visible. They bore no weapons, their hands raised in a gesture of peace. "Who are you?" Daenerys called out in the common tongue. The figure halted, gradually lowering the mask to reveal a weathered face, still retaining traces of beauty despite the ravages of wind and frost. She appeared to be around 30, her gaze calm yet weary. "Brienne of Tarth," she spoke, her voice deep and hoarse, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. "At your service, your grace." Or rather, at the service of the Dawnbird. "Dawnbird?" Daenerys inquired, glancing at the raven flag. "Do you know me? Where's this place? What is the Dawnbird?" "King Renly once showed me your likeness," Brienne replied, her tone tinged with a complex nostalgia. "This is Crow's Nest Mountain. The Dawnbird is the name we adopted for our self-organized group, comprised of surviving soldiers, civilians, and nobles unwilling to resign themselves to despair. We monitor the movements of the White Walkers, shelter refugees, and resist as best we can." She paused, her gaze drifting to Jaehaerys in the dragon's grasp, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her features. "We detected unusual energy surges from the direction of Dragonstone and the emergence of a colossal creature from the depths. We thought it heralded the end, until she noticed the uncertainty in how to address Jaehaerys. He was in dire need of assistance. He requires medical attention," Daenerys exclaimed. "He is gravely injured and needs both medicine and a safe haven." Without hesitation, Brienne nodded. "Please, follow me. Our camp lies just beyond the mountain, in a concealed location." Under Brienne's guidance, Daenerys and Drogon arrived at a secluded valley on the mountain's reverse side. Indeed, there was a sizable encampment. The tents were orderly, and they had even cultivated rudimentary terraced fields for hardy crops. Though the inhabitants appeared pale, their eyes were clear and they exhibited a strict discipline. Upon seeing the dragon and Daenerys, they were taken aback but remained composed, continuing with their tasks at Brienne's signal. In the largest tent at the center of the camp, the surroundings were simple yet clean. The people brought forth warm water, clean bandages, and several precious bottles of military-grade ointments. Daenerys personally cleaned Jaehaerys' wounds and offered him warm water to drink, while Brienne silently assisted at her side. When she glimpsed the occasionally warm red crystal in Daenerys' hand, her gaze became fixed. "Do you recognize this?" Brienne's voice trembled slightly. Daenerys keenly perceived her agitation. Taking a deep breath, Brienne produced a nearly identical, albeit slightly smaller, red crystal from her garments. It too radiated a faint warmth. "This was given to me by King Renly on the eve of his assassination." Brienne's eyes brimmed with nostalgia and sorrow. "He said that should anyone encounter someone bearing a similar crystal, and if they could ignite it, they must provide assistance at all costs. He referred to it as the Embers of Hope." "Renly?" Daenerys was taken aback. How could Joffrey Baratheon possess such a crystal and foresee this moment? All clues seemed to intertwine in an unexpected manner. Chapter 60. The ember rekindled. The tent was enveloped in silence, broken only by Jaehaerys' faint breaths and the crackling of the fire. Daenerys' gaze oscillated between the crystal in Brienne's hand and the one in her palm, tumultuous thoughts swirling within her. Joffrey Baratheon, the dashing king who ultimately perished under the shadow of blood magic? How could he have possessed a crystal so akin to the essence of Melisandre's life, and left behind such a mysterious prophecy? Where did Renly acquire this? Daenerys' voice bore a barely perceptible tremor. Brienne carefully stowed the crystal away, her eyes filled with sorrow and distance. His Majesty never made it explicit. He merely stated that it was a parting gift from a red-robed friend from the East many years ago, who told him that when the long night returned, this seed of heartfire would guide him to find true allies. She paused before adding, he also mentioned that this friend seemed to be in pursuit of something, or perhaps evading something. A red-robed friend from the East? Melisandre hailed from As High. The timeline seemed to align. Could it be that Melisandre had crossed paths with Renly before following the Lord of Light to Westeros? It was even possible that these crystals were a pair, or of a common origin. Blue Rain vaguely sensed certain secrets or dangers lurking behind Melar, which prompted him to entrust one of the crystals to the utterly loyal Brienne for safekeeping. The whispered fragments of memories from Jaehaerys concerning contracts, imbalance, and guardianship reverberated once more in Daenerys' ears. Were the seemingly unrelated fragments of Melar, the Light King, Blue Rain, and blood magic concealing a grander, more ancient clue? What else had His Majesty Blue Rain conveyed? Regarding the Long Night, concerning the White Walkers? Daenerys pressed eagerly for answers. Brienne shook her head. His Majesty is primarily concerned with the current war and the Iron Throne. He harbors a cautious skepticism toward these prophecies, merely handing the crystal to me out of prudence. She mimicked Blue Rain's tone, imbued with a hint of levity yet retaining seriousness. Brienne, should ice zombies and ancient gods ever emerge, take this to the most formidable individual and inform him that the handsome King Blue Rain has invested in his future, urging him to safeguard my people. Daenerys found herself momentarily speechless. It indeed resembled something Blue Rain would articulate. He entrusted immense responsibilities and secrets to this knight, the only one he absolutely trusted, in a manner that bordered on jest. What of you, Dawn's birds? Daenerys shifted her inquiry. At this mention, Brienne's spirits lifted slightly. After His Majesty's demise, Storm's End plunged into chaos. I was powerless to alter the course of events, so I retreated to Tarth with those still willing to pledge loyalty to His Majesty's ideals. With the Long Night upon us, we could not stand idly by as innocents were slaughtered and forgotten. Thus, we began organizing resistance and aid. We call ourselves the Dawn's Birds, with crows symbolizing vigilance and wisdom, and our red eyes representing an undying heart's fire. She gestured outside the tent. We are few in number, yet each of us has weathered the flames of war and possesses unwavering resolve. We have established several concealed outposts like this one to monitor the movements of the White Walkers and to shelter refugees, teaching them self-defense as best we can. We understand this may be a futile endeavor, but someone must act. As Daenerys gazed upon Brienne's resolute visage, a surge of respect welled within her. This was the true knight, steadfast in the face of despair, clinging to responsibility and hope. You are doing remarkably well, she said sincerely. We are in urgent need of such strongholds and personnel. She briefly outlined Jaehaerys' condition and the information gleaned from Dragonstone, revealing that the White Walkers were not the sole threat. An ancient horror had been awakened due to the misuse of a key, and the key to ending the Long Night might lie in seeking the so-called primal voice. Brienne listened, her eyes wide in astonishment, as the magnitude of the information exceeded her expectations, yet she quickly regained her composure. So, we face more than just the dead, Your Majesty, she remarked, glancing at the unconscious Jaehaerys. Is he searching for a solution? Indeed. But he requires time to recover, and we need information and allies. Daenerys tightened her grip on the crystal, which had guided them to this very place. Perhaps this was the beginning. At that moment, a soft commotion outside the tent was accompanied by a young man's urgent voice. Sir Brienne, southeast. We have a situation. Brienne and Daenerys immediately dashed out of the tent, where they beheld a young sentinel pointing towards the southeastern sky. In the distance, a slender yet extraordinarily bright green light shot up into the sky, exploding in midair to form a fleeting and peculiar flame resembling a three-eyed crow. This flame was not of magical origin. Rather, it bore the characteristics of a signal flare. Yet its form and hue were unlike anything employed by the known factions of the Seven Kingdoms. What could that be? Daenerys inquired, astonished. Brienne furrowed her brow in contemplation. I have never seen anything like it. It is neither a white nor a signal from any family we recognize. The location is at the edge of the rainforest, in the direction of the summer sea. The image of the children of the forest flashed in Daenerys' mind, evoked by the green hue. Green is often associated with the children. Moreover, Bran Stark's abilities are closely tied to the three-eyed crow. Could it be Bran? Is he still alive? Is he trying to reach out to the outside world? Or is it some kind of automated signal left by the children? Almost simultaneously, the red crystals in Daenerys' and Brienne's hands began to heat up intensely, the warmth distinctly pointing southeast, towards the direction where the green signal had vanished. This guidance was unprecedented in its intensity and clarity. We must investigate. Daenerys resolved immediately, recognizing it as a potentially crucial clue. Brienne hesitated for just a moment. The terrain ahead is complex, near the rainforest, and may harbor many dangers. But I will accompany you. The affairs here can be entrusted to my deputy for the time being. Her loyalty and steadfast commitment to her promise to Renly left her no room for doubt in her choice to follow. Without further delay, Daenerys entrusted Jaehaerys to the care of the most reliable physician in the camp, instructing them to ensure the king's safety at all costs. Together with Brienne, she mounted Drogon once more, soaring into the sky towards the direction of the green signal. Though Drogon's injuries had not yet healed, their flight was steady, crossing over desolate hills and the valleys where tropical vegetation began to emerge, gradually approaching the vast expanse of the rainforest, often referred to as the green hell of Westeros. Just as they were nearing the general area from which the signal had emanated, an unusual whistle, not produced by any bird or beast, suddenly resonated from below in the rainforest. The whistle was sharp and piercing, imbued with a unique rhythm. Then, to their astonishment, something even more remarkable transpired. The lurking whites below, their eyes shimmering with an eerie blue light, began to move slowly and chaotically upon hearing the whistle. It was as if they had lost their command, spinning in place, and even colliding with one another. Can the whistle affect the whites? Brienne exclaimed in disbelief. A thought struck Daenerys, and she immediately directed Drogon to descend cautiously in pursuit of the sound. At last, in a clearing amidst the trees, they beheld the source of the signal. A small fire of distinctive green flames flickered in the clearing, beside which stood several figures. At the forefront was a young woman clad in rudimentary garments fashioned from leaves and animal hides, her skin a bronzed hue, and her gaze sharp as that of an eagle. In her hand, she clutched a whistle fashioned from a certain type of white bone, the peculiar sound that had just echoed through the air originating from her. Beside her stood several similarly adorned warriors, brandishing obsidian spears. What astonished Daenerys and Brienne the most was the presence of a familiar face among these warriors. Arya Stark. Arya appeared even leaner than before, her skin bronzed by the sun, and the chill in her gaze had been replaced with a wild alertness. She was deftly slicing a piece of beast meat with a dragonglass dagger. Upon noticing Drogon overhead and Daenerys descending, she merely lifted her eyes slightly, betraying little surprise. Arya! Daenerys exclaimed as she leapt from Drogon's back, a mixture of shock and joy in her voice. How did you come to be here? Who are these people? Arya sheathed the dagger at her waist and approached. It's a long story. After Winterfell fell, I became separated from some others and encountered the children of the forest in the wilderness. She gestured towards the whistleblowing woman. She is one of the last descendants of the children, who have long concealed themselves deep within the rainforest. Children of the forest? Their descendants? Daenerys and Brienne gazed in astonishment at the bronze-skinned woman. The woman stepped forward, her common tongue tinged with an unusual accent, yet remarkably clear. I am Tina, the leader of the children of the forest. We have been awaiting the arrival of the Heartfire. Her gaze fell upon the red crystal still clutched in Daenerys' hand. The ancient covenant is unraveling, and the guardians have awakened. We must reclaim the lost melody of the first voice before the gates are fully opened. She had directly spoken of the first voice. Do you know what that is? Daenerys inquired eagerly. It is the harmonious sound from the dawn of creation, the pulse shared by forest, earth, water, and all living beings. Tina's eyes grew distant. It was the song sung by our ancestors, the giants, and my forebears at the end of the last long night that momentarily mended the rift and kept the cold at bay. But the melody has long been forgotten, reduced to mere fragments, safeguarded within the ancient fish beams and the subterranean hymns. She pointed towards the deeper southeast. In the innermost part of this rainforest lies the ruins of a forgotten ancestral city, where there exists an echo well, said to sometimes resonate with ancient echoes. The green signal is meant to guide any allies who might still sense the frequency of the first voice. The seed of Heartfire. She glanced at the crystal, can amplify this perception and even shield the listener from being consumed by the madness within the echoes. The flame of hope flickered anew. Though faint, it now possessed a clear direction. We must go there, Daenerys declared without hesitation. The journey is perilous, Tina cautioned. Not only are there whites, but the rainforest itself harbors countless venomous creatures and beasts, and the Guardian's creations may have already infiltrated. She continued. The bone from which the whistle was made was obtained from a massive lizard mutated by ice crystal infection. Take us there, Arya stated succinctly, her expression revealing that she had encountered and overcome such dangers before. Brienne nodded resolutely in agreement. Daenerys gazed upon the leader of the children of the forest, the reclaimed Arya, the steadfast Brienne, and the searing crystal in her grasp. The fragmented power seemed to gradually coalesce once more. Lead the way, Chief Tina, she commanded. Daenerys Targaryen, Stormborn, Mother of Dragons, once again issuing her decree. We shall heed the lost melody. The ancient echoing well might conceal the key to ending the long night and confronting the awakening terrors of the deep sea. This time, they would not passively flee but would boldly step into the shrouded unknown, embarking on their quest for answers. Though the embers were faint, they could yet ignite a great conflagration. Chapter 61. Whispers of the rainforest. The rainforests of Westeros stood in stark contrast to the icy expanse of the north. The air was thick with humidity, and towering ferns intertwined with twisted ancient trees, casting shadows over the ground. The cacophony of peculiar insect chirps, avian calls, and the low growls of unknown beasts wove a tapestry of vitality and peril. Under the guidance of Chief Tina, Daenerys, Arya, and Brienne delved deeper into this verdant labyrinth. Drogon, unable to soar amidst such dense foliage, remained at the forest's edge, resting and keeping watch. His growls serving both as a deterrent and a means of communication with Daenerys. Tina and her kin were born to stealth, moving silently among the gnarled roots and dangling vines like phantoms of the forest. They were well-versed in locating every potable water source and edible fruit and root, adept at avoiding lurking serpents and the lairs of predators. Arya's survival skills flourished here, as she adapted to the environment even more swiftly than the children, frequently vanishing ahead to scout, then returning quietly with tidings of safety or small game. Brienne, however, found herself somewhat ill at ease. Her towering stature and heavy armor hindered her movement through the thicket. Yet, with remarkable resolve, she trailed silently behind, her greatsword Oathkeeper firmly gripped, vigilantly guarding the rear of their party. The red crystal in Daenerys' hand radiated a steady warmth, acting as a silent compass, unwaveringly directing her toward the heart of the rainforest. The deeper they ventured, the warmer the crystal seemed to grow, even beginning to resonate subtly with her heartbeat. "We are drawing near," Tina announced, halting beside a moss-covered boulder, her ears attuned to the whispers of the wind and the murmur of water. The ancient stones began to murmur, the flowing water infused with the essence of memory. They descended an ancient stone staircase, nearly concealed by foliage, the steps slick with moss, clearly untouched for countless years. The air grew cooler, an ancient stillness enveloping them, as if some unseen force stifled even the sounds of insects. At last, they arrived at their destination, a vast cave entrance hidden behind a cascading waterfall. The roar of the water was thunderous, yet Tina gestured for them to slip through a narrow crevice at the side. As they traversed the mist-laden passage, the world before them opened up in a breathtaking expanse. The cavern's interior is astonishingly vast, with a high dome overhead. Countless luminescent fungi and crystals provide a faint source of light, illuminating the scene before one's eyes. This is not a natural cave, but rather the remnants of a city submerged beneath the earth. The dilapidated black stone structures cling to the cave walls, exhibiting an ancient and rugged style that starkly contrasts with any existing human architecture, brimming with the characteristics of a bygone era. At the heart of the city lies a colossal, tranquil underground lake, its waters as dark as ink, yet reflecting the faint glow of the dome above, a depth that inspires a sense of dread. Beside the lake stands a vast, circular well, hewn from a single block of black rock. The edge of the well is adorned with ancient runes, worn and nearly indecipherable, while its walls descend into an unfathomable abyss, exuding an indescribable essence, a blend of age-old wisdom and ethereal tranquility. This is the Echo Well. Tina's voice, reverberating throughout the immense cavern, seems particularly faint, imbued with reverence. It is said to capture the world's primordial sounds and mirror the echoes of the listener's innermost thoughts. Beware, for not all echoes are pleasant. Madness and wisdom often lie perilously close together. Daenerys approaches the edge of the well, the crystal in her hand radiating a heat so intense it nearly burns her skin, its internal crimson light swirling at an unprecedented pace. She takes a deep breath and gazes into the unfathomable darkness below. What should she do? Silence the mind and listen. Tina gestures for everyone to be quiet, urging them to immerse their consciousness into the well, yet not to lose themselves. The seed of inner fire shall protect and guide you. Daenerys follows her advice, closing her eyes and striving to banish distractions, focusing all her attention on the well's opening. Arya and Brienne stand vigilantly on either side of her, carefully observing their surroundings. Tina and her followers disperse, guarding the cave entrance and its periphery. Initially, there is only silence, accompanied by the subtle rippling of the underground lake. Gradually, a deep, resonant hum begins to emerge, seemingly originating from the very depths of the earth, akin to the heartbeat of a giant. This sound is not heard through the ears, but resonates directly within the depths of the soul. Amidst the humming, fragmented and indistinguishable whispers intertwine, as if countless voices simultaneously recounting different tongues, ancient and obscure. Daenerys grips the crystal tightly, striving to maintain her clarity of mind. The crystal emits waves of warmth, sustaining her consciousness. The whispers gradually coalesce, becoming clearer. She hears the wind, howling across ancient ice plains, the sound of water, singing its ceaseless song after eons in the darkness below. The crackling of trees growing, their roots burrowing deep into the earth. The roar of volcanic eruptions. The earth's furious growl. The silent rhythm of celestial bodies in motion, cold and vast. This is the voice of the world itself, the primordial background noise. Within this grand symphony, more tangible fragments begin to emerge. Fragment 1. By the warmth of a crackling fire. The elders of the ancients and the singers of the forest gather, harmonizing in a melodious yet intricate tune, their voices stirring the resonance of the surrounding rocks, causing the ground's dragon crystal to emit a faint glow. Segment 2. The colossal black stone archway trembled violently as an icy, inhuman will sought to invade from beyond. The children of the forest sang in unison with the ancestors, their voices transforming into golden chains that entwined the archway, forcibly sealing it shut. Yet many of the singers fell to the ground, bloodied, their forms dissipating into motes of light during this struggle. Segment 3. The immense creations of the deep divers ascended from the ocean depths, yet they did not come to attack. Rather, they engaged in battle against ominous shards of crystal, fallen from the stars, and emanating a sinister purple glow, striving to push them back into the void. Segment 4. A frantic figure, clad in a scholar's robe, stood within a blood-stained chamber, etching his arm with a dagger and allowing droplets of blood to fall upon a twisted, ever-shifting piece of black metal. He murmured to himself, "The wrong key may yet unlock a mightier door, a greater power." The influx of information was vast and chaotic. Daenerys felt a splitting headache, as if her consciousness were on the brink of being torn apart by these ancient echoes. Just then, the crystal in her hand erupted with a brilliant red light. A warm, steadfast force forcibly steadied her mind and temporarily quelled the tumultuous echoes. A clearer, sorrowful voice, imbued with unwavering resolve, pierced through the cacophony, resonating deep within her mind. This voice bore a resemblance to Melar's, yet it was more ancient and commanding. To the later listeners, "The heart as fire has guided you here, a testament that the covenant still breathes. We have failed. We underestimated the greed beyond the gate and overestimated the capacity of our own bloodline. The astral gate must be closed. The eternal winter must cease, not through brute force, but through balance. Seek the scattered sound stones, for they record the complete primordial song. In the heart of the long night, beneath the stars, let the united voices harmonize as one. Beware the false believers. They steal the flame, intent on forging their own dark crown." The voice abruptly ceased, akin to a snap string. Daenerys jolted awake, staggering backward, only to be steadied by Brienne in a timely manner. Her complexion was pale, drenched in sweat, as though she had endured a fierce battle. "Your Majesty, what did you hear?" Arya inquired urgently. Daenerys panted, striving to calm the tumult within her heart and the ancient echoes reverberating in her mind. "I have heard answers, as well as warnings." Her gaze fell upon the crystal in her hand, its glow gradually subsiding, and her eyes sharpened with determination. "We must locate more sound stones. We need to unite all voices that can be united. Moreover, within our ranks, there are traitors, not directed towards the others, but towards a more perilous ambition." She turned to Tina. "Chief Tina, do your legends speak of the Soundstones?" Tina pondered for a moment, a spark of insight flickering in her eyes. The ancient ballads mention the tears of the stars, the blood of the earth, the heart of the wood, and the eye of the sea. It is said they are scattered across the world's four extremities, recording the original melody of the world in its entirety. Tears of the stars, blood of the earth, heart of the wood, eye of the sea. These four locations are all perilous. And the false believers and the dark crown warned of by that sorrowful voice. Could it be those within the scholarly city? Could it be other hidden hands orchestrating events from behind the curtain? The road remains long, yet it is no longer shrouded in complete darkness. The echo well indicates the path while unveiling the potential abyss that lies ahead. Daenerys gazes into the seemingly infinite night beyond the cave, clutching the crystal tightly. The quest for the sound stones unifies their voices into one, perhaps the only path to their salvation. Chapter 62. The peril of fractured echoes. The whispers of the echo while still resonate within Daenerys' mind. The sorrowful yet commanding voice delineating a path that is both clear and daunting. For sound stones, scattered across the farthest corners of the world, hold the complete primal song. It resembles a myth, yet the crystal in her grasp, the fate of Aegon, and the awakening of the monstrous deep-sea beings leave her no choice but to believe. "We must act separately," Daenerys declared within the cave, her voice hoarse from prior exertion yet remarkably resolute. "Time is of the essence. The White Walkers and their guardian would not grant them the luxury of a leisurely search." She turned to the assembly before her. "Chief Tina, you are most familiar with the rainforest. The heart of wood likely resides within an ancient sacred site of fishwood in this region. I entrust the task of its discovery to you and your kin. Is that agreeable? Tina nodded solemnly. The timber seekers will exert every effort. The ancient ballads mention the weeping mother tree. That could be a clue. We shall depart at once. Arya, Daenerys turned to the girl. Your skills in stealth and survival are unparalleled. The eye of the sea lies in the abyss of the summer sea. It may seem elusive, yet it could also be the most perilous. I need you to journey to the eastern coast, seeking any possible leads, particularly those related to deep divers or the legends of ancient mariners. Can you accomplish this? Without hesitation, Arya's gaze remained sharp and unwavering. I will uncover it, or ascertain what precisely it is. Her adaptability and determination were beyond doubt. Brienne, Daenerys finally addressed the knight. I require you to return immediately to the camp of the Dawnbird. Ensure the safety of His Majesty Aegon, while utilizing your stronghold to make contact with all remaining factions in the south that still resist, particularly the nobility of the Bay of Rivers and Stormlands. We need manpower, resources, and vigilance against the false believers warned of by that voice. Convey the message, but be cautious. Do not easily reveal our ultimate objective. Brienne placed a hand over her heart. I swear upon my knightly honor, I shall exert all my strength, Your Majesty. And I, Daenerys gripped the crystal, shall seek the blood of the earth with Drogon. The energy network beneath Dragonstone is pivotal, though our last attempt nearly ended in catastrophe. It may very well conceal the clues, or even the blood of the earth itself. And she recalled Aegon. Perhaps it is only there that a means to awaken him can be found. The crystal still faintly resonates towards the direction of Dragonstone. With their assignments clear, there was no time for sentiment or hesitation. The quartet promptly split beside the Echo Well, each embarking towards their respective objectives. Daenerys mounted Drogon, soaring once more above the skies of Dragonstone. The island lay in a state of greater desolation than when they had hastily fled. The coastal region marred by the horrific remnants of conflict, vast fissures, crumbling cliffs, and glassy depressions scorched by energy. The enormous whirlpool on the sea had vanished, yet the waters remained murky and restless. She commanded Drogon to land upon a relatively intact black sand beach, distanced from the ruins of the castle. Drogon appeared somewhat agitated, still haunted by the lingering horror that saturated the air. Daenerys inhaled deeply, attuning herself to the guidance of the crystal in her hand, which distinctly pointed towards the depths beneath the castle. This time, devoid of Illyrio's key and the scholars of the Citadel, it was just her and her dragon. She had to exercise greater caution. Retracing the path etched in her memory, she re-entered the subterranean caverns. Here too, the marks of battle and energy surges were prevalent, and the ancient device loomed silently in the center, even more dilapidated than before, its core dragon crystal dull and lifeless, as if it had perished entirely. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and stone dust. Yet, the crystal's guidance veered past the main apparatus, directing her towards a narrow fissure deeper within the cave. This opening seemed a recent tear, birthed from the last energy explosion, which she had previously overlooked. After a moment's hesitation, Daenerys commanded Drogon to remain at the entrance, drew her dagger, and ignited a torch she had brought, cautiously slipping into the fissure. It sloped downward, an abyss with no visible end. After an indeterminate length of time, a faint red glow appeared ahead, not the orange light of the dragon crystal, nor the deep-sea blue of the deep divers, but a softer, warmer shade of blood red. Simultaneously, the crystal in her hand became scorching hot, nearly unbearable to hold. Quickening her pace, she reached the end of the fissure, revealing a modest natural crystal cave. At the center of the cave floated a fist-sized, irregularly shaped dark red crystal, pulsating like a living heart, emanating a warm red light and potent energy waves. The red light illuminated the surrounding rock walls, revealing countless flowing, vein-like natural patterns. The blood of the earth, Daenerys murmured, awestruck by the sight before her. The power contained within this crystal felt akin to the dark red patterns on Aegon's skin. Yet it was purer and more formidable. She approached with caution, feeling a warm energy envelop her, soothing her weariness and tension. Was this one of the sound stones mentioned by the echoing well? Just as she reached out, on the verge of touching the blood of the earth, a sharp whoosh sliced through the air. Instinctively, Daenerys sidestepped, narrowly evading a shadow that brushed past her cheek. Embedding itself deep into the rock wall behind her, a finely crafted steel needle laced with deep blue venom. Good reflexes, Targaryen, a cold, slick voice emerged from the shadows. Daenerys whirled around, the torch illuminating the newcomer, a man clad in tattered scholar's robes, his gaze frenzied and sharp. Half of his face was grotesquely burned, and his fingers were withered like the talons of a hawk. Beside him lingered several silent figures, their movements rigid and devoid of brilliance in their eyes, as if their souls had been siphoned away, reduced to mere puppets. They donned various garments, some of commoners, others of soldiers, and even one clad in a tattered golden uniform of an officer. Cobain. Daenerys recognized the vaguely familiar face of the mad alchemist who had served Queen Cersei. He had indeed survived. Or should I refer to you as the Dragon Queen? Cobain tilted his head, revealing a twisted smile, his burnt muscles convulsing. A most unexpected boon. Not only had he discovered the blood core, but he had also encountered the most crucial catalyst. What do you intend to do? Daenerys gripped her dagger tightly, her vigilance directed toward him and those eerie puppets. Drogon was outside, unable to arrive immediately. What do you seek? Cobain chuckled ominously, his voice sending chills down the spine. To complete a grand design. The fools of the Citadel know only to guard and cower. They fail to comprehend. The long night is not a calamity, but an opportunity. An opportunity to transcend mortal limits and touch the realms of the divine. He fervently pointed at the suspended blood of the earth. This is the true source of power. Far more profound than the childish dragon fire, or even the chilling ice of the others. The power of life. The power of creation and destruction. He gestured toward Daenerys. And you, your majesty, are the finest catalyst to activate and stabilize this power. The Targaryen bloodline, the blood of dragons, resonates most deeply with the ancient magics of the world, especially when intertwined with the blood core and a slight sacrifice. A puppet behind him stepped forward stiffly. A pallid young woman devoid of vitality in her eyes. Cobain effortlessly sliced open her wrist with a pitch-black dagger, dark red, nearly stagnant blood dripping to the ground. Hissing as if it were a potent acid. You have lost your mind. Daenerys felt a wave of nausea and fury. Science always demands sacrifice, your majesty. Cobain smiled, though his gaze was frigid. The old world is about to burn to ashes. Why not forge a more splendid new world from its remnants? A new era born of the perfect union of flesh and energy. And I shall be its harbinger. With a wave of his hand, the puppets lunged at Daenerys with a stiffness that belied their swiftness. Simultaneously, Cobain brandished another peculiar device, a syringe, twisted like the legs of a spider. Crafted from Valyrian steel and dragon glass, its needle shimmering with a sinister green light, aimed at the suspended blood of the earth, evidently intent on forcibly extracting it. Daenerys found herself in a dire predicament, surrounded by the controlled puppets, and with the frenzied Cobain attempting to seize the Soundstone. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted. The entire crystal cavern trembled violently. Above, Drogon's furious roar and the sound of rock colliding echoed. The great dragon attempted to forcibly break through the layers of stone. Cobain's expression shifted, clearly taken aback by the dragon's ferocity. Damnable beast. Seizing this brief moment of chaos, Daenerys swiftly dodged a puppet's assault, striking her torch fiercely against Cobain. Cobain deftly evaded the torch, but his movement faltered for just a moment. The needle of the syringe failed to pierce the heart of the earth accurately, merely grazing its edge. It was this very instant. The heart of the earth, touched by an external force, erupted with a blinding crimson light. An indescribable wave of pure life energy surged forth like a tsunami, radiating outward. No. Cobain let out a terrified and furious scream as the energy wave violently hurled him against the rock wall, sending the syringe flying from his grasp. The puppets, caught in the energy surge, disintegrated instantaneously like snow under the sun, dissolving into pools of dark residue. Daenerys was also knocked to the ground by the energy wave, yet the crystal in her hand emitted a protective glow, mitigating much of the impact. She felt a warm, powerful force coursing through her, healing her minor wounds without causing discomfort. The energy burst arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. The red light gradually receded back into the heart of the earth, no longer suspended but instead falling to the ground, its brilliance considerably subdued. Cobain struggled to rise, appearing severely injured, his robe scorched, his eyes reflecting a mix of madness, fear, and an intensified greed. He glanced at the fallen heart of the earth, then at the encroaching Drogon, and with a reluctant roar, he abruptly turned, scurrying through a narrow crevice through which he had entered, vanishing into the darkness. Daenerys did not pursue him. Instead, she rushed towards the fallen heart of the earth. The crystal felt warm in her hands, pulsing gently as though it possessed a life of its own. She could distinctly sense the immense yet gentle power contained within. She had succeeded in finding the first piece of the Sound Stone, but this revelation had also exposed its existence, alerting Cobain, a madman lurking in the shadows, perhaps more dangerous than the White Walkers. The cacophony of impacts above grew increasingly intense as Drogon was on the verge of breaking through. Without hesitation, Daenerys carefully wrapped the heart of the earth and swiftly retraced her steps. As she clumsily emerged from the crevice, she saw Drogon fiercely battering the rock wall with his head and claws. Upon seeing his master unharmed, he emitted a low, reassuring growl. Daenerys stroked Drogon's injured head. Still shaken, the quest for the Soundstones was proving far more perilous than she had envisioned. Cobain's appearance confirmed the veracity of the warning. The false believers indeed existed and had already begun their machinations. She needed to reunite with the others in Jaehaerys as quickly as possible. Mounting Drogon, she cast one last glance at the troubled land of Dragonstone before soaring southward, towards the camp of the Dawnbird. In her hand, the heart of the earth radiated a steady warmth, resembling a faint yet resilient heartbeat, pulsating with hope in the endless night. Chapter 63. The shadow of the false believers. Drogon soared southward, bearing Daenerys and the newly acquired heart of the Earth Soundstone, straining against the skies. The harrowing experiences on Dragonstone lingered in her mind, Cobain's frenzied, avaricious visage and twisted proclamations echoing incessantly like a persistent torment in her thoughts. The warning of the false believer from the echoing well is no longer a nebulous concept. Rather, it has materialized into a formidable and exceedingly perilous adversary. She must swiftly unite with Brienne to ensure the safety of Jaehaerys and alert others. As she approached the Crow's Nest mountain region, she observed that the Dawnbird camp below appeared more bustling than when she had departed, its scale significantly expanded, even revealing rudimentary barricades and watchtowers being erected. Yet, an inexplicable tension hung in the air. The descent of Drogon incited commotion once more, but this time, the gaze that greeted her was not solely one of awe. It was accompanied by many eyes filled with suspicion and even veiled hostility. The crowd parted, and Brienne approached briskly, her countenance unusually grave, accompanied by several figures who bore the semblance of minor leaders, one of whom, with an air of arrogance, sported a tattered emblem of House Florent. "Your Majesty," Brienne's voice was notably subdued, laced with a hint of strain. "You have returned. The situation is somewhat complicated." "And Jaehaerys?" Daenerys inquired, her concern palpable. "He remains in a coma, but his vital signs are stable. The healers have done their utmost." Brienne gestured towards the tents. Yet her body language subtly obstructed the direct path forward. "However, we now face another dilemma." The Florent stepped forward, bowing slightly, his courtesy devoid of warmth. "Your Majesty Daenerys Targaryen, I am Ser Aegon Florent. It is a privilege to meet you and your dragon." He paused, then shifted his tone. "We have received some disconcerting news from Old Town." Daenerys felt a weight settle in her chest. "What news?" The sharpness returned to Ser Aegon's voice. "It is reported that you and your companions have caused a catastrophic energy surge on Dragonstone, awakening ancient terrors from the deep sea, rendering vast stretches of ocean lifeless, and perhaps hastening the advance of the White Walkers." His gaze swept over Daenerys' soiled garments, stained with dust and a hint of blood. "And you have just returned from that direction. Foul play." Daenerys immediately grasped that this was Coburn, or perhaps his allies within the Citadel, disseminating rumors. Their intent was to isolate her, tarnish her reputation, provide cover for their own reckless actions, and possibly even lay claim to the blood of the earth and Jaehaerys. "That is a lie," Daenerys retorted sharply. "The energy surge was the result of someone misusing an ancient artifact, awakening the so-called Guardians. I have just thwarted the true instigator's plot. He is a mad alchemist named Coburn, who seeks to steal ancient power." "Coburn?" Ser Aegon raised an eyebrow, a hint of derision creeping into his expression. "The very same who was long declared deceased, a plaything of Queen Cersei? Your Majesty, I fear this excuse may prove unconvincing. The sources from Old Town are highly reliable, stemming from the Citadel Council led by Dr. Norrin himself." "Dr. Norrin?" Daenerys was taken aback. The seemingly stern and serious old scholar? Was he also in league with Coburn? Or had the Citadel Council been infiltrated or even controlled? Brienne stood silently by, her eyes filled with concern and inner conflict. She had evidently heard these accusations and was enduring immense pressure. Many within the camp began to whisper among themselves, their gazes towards Daenerys laden with distrust. Although the dragons were fearsome, the terrifying rumors of deep-sea monstrosities and the hastening advance of the White Walkers struck a deeper chord within the hearts of these ordinary souls struggling for survival. Was Dr. Norrin's word the truth? Daenerys compelled herself to regain her composure, her gaze sweeping across all present. Would you rather place your faith in a scholarly institution far removed in Old Town, idly observing the calamities of the North? Or would you prefer to witness firsthand who is genuinely confronting the threats and seeking solutions? She abruptly retrieved the heart of the earth, wrapped in cloth from her bosom. Though shrouded, the warmth and potent life energy radiated from it, a faint crimson glow emanating that evoked an inexplicable sense of comfort and trepidation among those nearby. This is what I unearthed from the depths of Dragonstone, one of the key items to end the long night. And that madman named Cobran seeks to seize it for his grotesque experiments that defile life. She peeled back a corner, revealing the pulsating dark red crystal for a fleeting moment, the overwhelming energy fluctuation causing all present to blanch and instinctively take a step back. A glimmer of barely perceptible greed flickered in Ser Aegon's eyes, though it was swiftly masked. A glowing stone? Your Grace, this proves nothing. It may be precious, but it is irrelevant to the accusations from Old Town. What if I add this? A cold voice suddenly emerged from the rear of the crowd. The throng parted once more, revealing Arya Stark, who had returned unbeknownst to them, her form drenched, encrusted with seaweed and mud, weary yet with eyes sharp as daggers. She dragged a heavy, waterproof, tarpaulin-wrapped object into the center, casting it down with force. The tarp unfurled to unveil the macabre contents within. It was a deformed corpse. It retained a semblance of humanity, yet its skin exhibited a morbid grayish hue, half melted and congealed like wax. Its limbs contorted at unnatural angles, the fingers even webbed together in a grotesque manner. Most horrifying was its head. The eye sockets were mere voids, the mouth gaping grotesquely to the roots of its ears, filled with a multitude of fine, eel-like teeth. Embedded in its chest was a small shard that emitted a faint, eerie blue glow, akin to ice crystals. I discovered this in a coastal erosion cave along the east coast. Arya's voice, devoid of inflection, sent chills through all who heard it. There is more than one. They seem to be things forcibly altered by some unknown power. I also found this nearby. She produced a half-corroded metal plate from her garments, whereupon the insignia of a scholarly city and a serial number could barely be discerned. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The insignia of the scholarly city. These entities are active along the coast, seemingly gathering or deploying something, Arya added, her gaze coldly sweeping over Ser Aegon's now pallid face. Is this what you call reliable scholarship? Is this their method of combating the long night? The evidence is irrefutable. Within the confines of Coben or the Academy, forces are not merely disseminating rumors, but are engaging in horrifying experiments of human modification, possibly linked to the awakened Deep Ones or imitating their ominous techniques. Ser Aegon, beads of sweat forming on his brow, opened his mouth, yet found himself momentarily speechless. The supporters behind him exhibited expressions of panic and doubt. Brienne stepped forward, her voice regaining its former resoluteness. The truth is now laid bare. Someone is covertly committing sacrilegious acts and attempting to frame those who are genuinely striving for a way out. The Dawnbird shall never ally with such malevolence. She turned to Daenerys, kneeling on one knee. Your Majesty, I beseech you to issue your command. What shall we do next? The atmosphere within the camp shifted dramatically, as doubt and fear were supplanted by anger and a rekindled resolve. The people gazed upon the horrific corpse and then at the warm, powerful stone in Daenerys' hand, choosing to believe in the reality before them. Daenerys helped Brienne to her feet, feeling a sense of relief, yet the weight upon her heart grew heavier. The threat posed by Coben and his allies was far more immediate and sinister than she had imagined. Arya, well done. She nodded approvingly at the girl, then addressed everyone. We must immediately fortify the camp's defenses, remaining vigilant against any infiltration from Old Town or other unknown forces. Brienne, when contacting other survivor strongholds, ensure that the Academy's conspiracy is revealed, but tread carefully so as not to alarm the snakes. She paused before continuing. Simultaneously, we cannot afford to slow our momentum. Arya has brought back potential leads from the Eye of the Sea. Chief Tina is in pursuit of the Heart of Wood, and I have discovered the Blood of the Earth. We are yet in search of the final piece, the Tear of the Stars. Her gaze drifted northward, towards the wall, the very place where the power of the others is most potent. We need intelligence. We must ascertain the current state of the North. We need to know if Bran Stark still lives. If anyone possesses knowledge of the Tear of the Stars or the means to communicate, it is most likely the Green Seer. At that moment, a sentinel hurriedly approached. Lady Brienne, Your Majesty, we have rescued someone from the Western Patrol. He is gravely injured but keeps insisting he must see the King and Queen. He claims to hail from Winterfell. Survivors from Winterfell? Daenerys and Brienne exchanged a glance, immediately declaring, Bring him forth. Exercise caution. Soon, two soldiers supported a nearly incapacitated man, his body marred with frostbite and wounds. He lifted his head to reveal a haggard, yet recognizable face. It was Jandrai, the blacksmith who had accompanied Jon and Arya on the assassination squad. Upon seeing Daenerys and Arya, a fierce light ignited in Gendry's eyes as he struggled to retrieve something from his clothing. A small, charred remnant resembling a bird's claw, bound with a blood-stained rag inscribed with cryptic symbols. Lord Snow is still alive, valiantly resisting in the north against the relentless threat of the Night King. Each utterance from him seems to drain his very essence. He implored me to risk my life to deliver this message to Bran or to you. He spoke of the tears of the stars residing in the ice dragon's eye, but warned to be wary of the Night King, who is forging a crown. After uttering this fragmented yet profoundly significant statement, the weight of his words caused him to collapse into unconsciousness. The ice dragon's eye? The Night King forging a crown? News from the north struck each heart like a heavy hammer. The false believers are conspiring in the south, while the Night King plots a far graver scheme in the north. Hope now rests upon 4 scattered sound stones and the elusive primal voice. Daenerys clenched the blood-soaked letter brought by Gendry, the gravity of the situation clearer than ever, yet more perilous than it has ever been. Chapter 64. Echoes of the north. The tidings brought by Gendry stirred the camp of the Dawn Bird as if a boulder had been cast into still waters. The Ice Dragon's Eye? The Night King forging a crown? Each word was laden with ominous foreboding and vital intelligence. The camp's finest physician was summoned urgently to tend to Gendry's grievous wounds. His condition was dire. Severe frostbite, excessive blood loss, and profound fatigue had nearly extinguished his life, kept alive only by sheer will and robust constitution. Daenerys, Arya, and Brienne stood vigil outside the makeshift medical tent, the atmosphere thick with tension. The ice dragon, Brienne pondered. Is it the one slain by his majesty in Drogon? Its remains should still lie near the ruins of Winterfell. It could be another. Arya's voice was cold. Do not forget, the whites can resurrect the dead. The bones of a dragon are still bones. Her words sent a chill through the air. The Night King forging a crown, Daenerys mused. This does not merely suggest a conquest through brute force. Gendry's use of the term forging evokes memories of those blasphemous experiments by Qyburn. Could the Night King be undergoing some form of transcendence or transformation? The warnings regarding false believers and the Dark Crown echoed once more in her mind. At that moment, the physician emerged, wiping sweat from his brow, his expression grave. His condition is temporarily stabilized, but whether he awakens depends on the gods, or rather, on his own will. His physical exhaustion is too severe. May we enter to see him? Daenerys inquired. The physician nodded. Please try not to disturb him. The 3 entered the tent gently. Gendry lay on a makeshift bed, his complexion pale and breath faint yet steady, his body swathed in bandages. Even in his unconscious state, his brow was furrowed, as if still enduring the harshness and terror of the north. Daenerys's gaze fell upon the blood-stained rag he clutched tightly. Cautiously, she pried his fingers open to retrieve the rag. The scrawl upon it was hasty, evidently inscribed in a state of extreme urgency and peril using some form of charcoal. Employing the Night's Watch's internal cipher. Can it be deciphered? She asked, looking towards Brienne and Arya. Brienne, though educated in the ways of the nobility, was uncertain if she understood such military codes. Arya had received training in the House of Black and White. Perhaps, as she grasped the tattered cloth and examined it closely, a flicker of understanding crossed her eyes. It was the old code of the Night's Watch, a familiar sight. She began to whisper the deciphered message. To any resistance forces receiving this communique, the North has not entirely fallen. Survivors are clinging to Last Hearth, Castle Black, and certain mountainous caves in a desperate fight. The army of the White Walkers appears to be retreating towards the polar regions, yet their strength continues to grow. The Night King frequently manifests at the ice altar, performing some manner of ritual, capturing numerous free folk and our soldiers. The purpose remains unclear, but is suspected to be related to the arrival of the Frost God. Crucial. Confirm that the Night King's mount, the Ice Dragon, Viserion, possesses a left eye embedded not with ice crystal, but with a peculiar gem radiating a starry blue light, suspected to be the tier of the stars. At the altar's center, a crown of ice and black stone is being forged, with terrifying energy fluctuations. Approach with caution. Urgent support is needed in any form: food, medicine, weapons, and assistance against mental corruption. The White Walkers exude whispers of despair, causing the weak-willed to easily falter or betray. Jon Snow, in the shadows. The message was clear yet suffocating. Jon was alive, bravely fighting in the north, though the circumstances were exceedingly dire. He confirmed that the tier of the stars resided within the Ice Dragon's eye socket, and indeed the Night King was engaged in a horrific ritual to forge the crown, likely connected to the so-called arrival of the Frost God. The whispers of mental corruption instilled a pallor in Brienne's face. This was far more terrifying than mere swords and knives. "We must act immediately," Daenerys declared resolutely. "The tier of the stars must be secured, and our brethren in the north require aid. How do we proceed?" Arya posed the crux of the issue. The north is now a land of death, and a large army cannot traverse it. Drogon can fly, but the target is too vast. The ice dragon and the Night King likely possess means to counter a giant dragon. She recalled the time when Drogon had been gravely injured by the ice dragon. "A large army is unnecessary." A frail voice suddenly emerged from the bed. The three were startled to see Gendry had opened his eyes at some point, his gaze weary yet regaining vitality. "There is a path, an ancient route known only to a few rangers of the Night's Watch and free folk." He struggled to sit up, and Brienne quickly supported him. "What path?" "The underground river network of the haunted forest," Gendry gasped. "Some channels have not completely frozen over, allowing for small boats to stealthily approach the exit not far from the ancestral peak. But there are things in the water, corpses frozen in ice that may awaken." His voice carried a deep fear, clearly having endured something harrowing. The underground river? Infiltrating the Night King's stronghold? This sounded perilously close to a suicide mission. Yet, it was the only opportunity to evade the main army and approach silently. "I will go," Arya declared instantly. "I excel in such endeavors." Her skills in stealth and survival indeed made her the best candidate. "No, it is too dangerous," Brienne instinctively objected. "There are no safe choices," Arya replied calmly. "Moreover, I require someone familiar with the northern terrain and waterways to guide me." She turned her gaze towards Gendry. Gendry gritted his teeth. "I can draw a map, but in my condition he found even lifting his hand difficult. I will accompany you." Another voice emerged from the entrance of the tent. It was Chief Tina, who had returned unbeknownst to them, her appearance marked by the weariness of travel, yet her eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance. In her hands, she held a verdant core wrapped in fresh leaves, exuding an intense aura of vitality. The core glimmered like jade, as if light flowed within. "The heart of the wood," Daenerys exclaimed in delight. Tina nodded. "The core of the weeping mother tree. It harbors immense power of life and tranquility, perhaps enough to counter the despairing whispers of the north." She turned to Arya. "As a child of the forest, I have learned to navigate the dark waters, steering clear of malevolent forces. I shall accompany you to the north." Arya regarded Tina and nodded, their silence speaking volumes. A pact of warriors formed between them. Daenerys felt this was the most prudent course of action. With Arya's stealth, Tina's knowledge of the forest, and the protection of the wood's heart, there may indeed be a glimmer of hope. "Very well," she resolved. "Arya, Chief Tina, prepare yourselves for immediate departure. We shall infiltrate the north through the underground river network, seeking the opportunity to seize the tier of the stars and establish contact with Jon as best we can. I will arrange for Drogon to rendezvous with you at the farthest northern coastline." She produced the blood of the earth and handed it to Tina. "Take this. When the two stones come together, they may resonate more powerfully, offering you protection and possibly guidance at a crucial moment." Tina solemnly accepted the two stones, placing them carefully alongside the wood core. As the three stones drew near, they emitted a gentle and harmonious glow, a comforting force radiating around them. "Brienne," Daenerys continued to issue her orders. "You shall remain at the camp to oversee the situation, maintain contact with the southern factions, expose the machinations of the citadel, and gather supplies. Once we secure the north, we will require a substantial operation to assist Jon and ultimately unite the primal voice." "Yes, Your Majesty," Brienne acknowledged. With the plan set, Arya and Tina immediately began to prepare their lightweight gear, diving suits, while Gendry desperately recalled the rudimentary map of the waterways he had sketched. Daenerys meticulously reread the contents of the secret letter brought by Gendry, striving to uncover more details regarding the Night King's ritual. Just as Arya and Tina were about to embark towards the northern coastline in search of the underground river entrance, a young woman responsible for caring for Jaehaerys rushed towards Daenerys in a state of panic. Your Majesty, it is Jaehaerys, Daenerys' heart sank, and she dashed towards the tent where Jaehaerys was recuperating. Upon entering, she found Jaehaerys still unconscious, but the dark red energy patterns on his body were flashing at an unprecedented speed. His temperature was alarmingly high, his lips cracked, seemingly struggling in unconsciousness, uttering fragmented syllables not in the common tongue, but in some ancient, obscure language. Even more unsettling was the red crystal from Melar that lay beside him, now glowing fiercely and levitating, swirling around Jaehaerys' head as if attempting to suppress or communicate something. In a moment of realization during his confrontation with Daenerys, he understood that he was battling the formidable force of the North. The Night King's ritual or that accursed crown had influenced him. The fusion of Jaehaerys with the Earth's core energy forged a profound connection with the planet's magical network, rendering him unusually sensitive, even vulnerable, to the powerful dark energy emanating from the north. "Steady him," Daenerys shouted to the healer, stepping forward to grasp Jaehaerys' feverishly hot hand, attempting to convey strength to him. The instant her hand made contact with Jaehaerys, a vivid yet agonizing vision surged into her mind. A colossal altar of ice, with the Night King standing at its center, cradling a terrifying crown in formation, crafted from ethereal blue ice and obsidian stone. The crown was encrusted with countless tormented, distorted souls. The ice dragon, Viserion, circled ominously above the altar, its left eye aglow with the cold, resplendent brilliance of the tear of the star, energy being relentlessly siphoned and infused into the crown below. Surrounding the altar knelt innumerable figures with hollow gazes, reminiscent of soulless husks, freedmen, northern soldiers, and even scholars clad in academic robes. They were being drained of their vitality and will, serving as mere vessels for the crown's creation. The Night King seemed to sense a distant gaze, abruptly raising his head, his eyes of blue flame piercing through space to fixate precisely on Daenerys. A chilling, seductive whisper resonated directly in her mind. "Join the fusion. The new god is soon to be born. Old blood is the finest offering." Struck as if by lightning, Daenerys released his hand in shock, staggering back, her complexion as pale as a sheet of paper. This was no illusion. The Night King not only perceived Jaehaerys, but sought to tempt and corrupt her through him. The consequences of the crown's completion were unthinkable. "Arya, Tina," she cried hoarsely toward the tent's entrance. "We must depart immediately. We must stop him, destroy the crown, retrieve the tear of the star." The echoes of the north carried a message of despair, heralding the clarion call for the final confrontation. Chapter 65. The Crown of Ice and the Whisper. The silhouettes of Arya and Tina vanished into the mists along the northern coastline, burdened with an almost impossible task, yet harboring a faint glimmer of hope as they ventured into the realm of death. The atmosphere within the camp grew increasingly tense due to the sudden aberration of Xiao Lin and the horrifying vision that had plagued Daenerys. Xiao Lin's condition had stabilized momentarily. The frenzied dark red patterns gradually subsided, and his temperature slightly decreased, yet he remained deeply unconscious, as though he had just endured an invisible battle of souls. A tremendous drain on his being. The floating crimson crystal had also returned to rest beside his pillow, its brilliance dimmed. The healer, powerless, could only deduce that this was a magical conflict far beyond their comprehension. Daenerys sat pale beside Xiao Lin's bed, the Night King's chilling whisper still echoing in her mind. "Old blood is the finest offering." This undoubtedly referred to the Targaryen lineage. The Night King forges that terrifying crown, which not only requires the energy of the tears of the stars, but may also necessitate the essence of ancient bloodlines as a core sacrificial offering to complete a dreadful ritual of ascension or descent. Time has become increasingly urgent. Brienne, her voice slightly hoarse from the earlier shock, inquired about the progress of communication with the south. "We must ascertain the extent of forces we can mobilize, even if merely to delay the inevitable." Brienne's expression was far from optimistic. "The situation is complex, Your Grace. In the Reach, Queen Marjorie Tyrell appears to be attempting to stabilize matters, yet the internal factions are rife, with many nobles preoccupied with self-preservation and showing scant interest in advancing northward to confront the White Walkers. The Stormlands are even more chaotic, as several lords are embroiled in a fierce struggle over who should inherit the vacant title of Storm's End." Dorne remained silent, as if the passage were sealed. Rumors from the Citadel continue to proliferate, with voices maligning both you and His Majesty Aegon as the harbingers of disaster. She paused, adding a glimmer of faint good news. "However, there have been some responses. Lord Dickon Tarley has gathered a contingent of soldiers from the Reach, actively clearing the bandit threat on Rose Road, and he has expressed willingness to provide support if necessary. Furthermore, the mercenary known as Boron has reported that he has raised a significant force using the resources of Harrenhal, comprised of those who are reckless enough to risk their lives for coin, yet they can be of use. Additionally, the Royce family of the Vale seems to maintain a neutral but watchful stance, more concerned with the safety of their own valley. Forces are scattered, hearts divided, and formidable enemies encircle us. This is the current state of the South." Daenerys felt a profound sense of helplessness. Even if Arya and Tina miraculously succeeded, how could they muster enough strength to face the decisive battle in the north? Must they truly rely solely on Drogon and themselves, supplemented by these disparate supports, to assault the Night King's icy altar? That would be akin to moths drawn to a flame. "We cannot passively await news from the north." Daenerys rose, her gaze sharpening once more. We must take proactive measures to disrupt the Night King's plans and create opportunities for Arya and the others. What do you mean? Coben. Daenerys uttered the name, a madman and his cohorts operating in the south, conducting blasphemous experiments and spreading rumors. They may not be allies of the Night King, but their actions are equally perilous and could, in certain respects, exacerbate the threat from the north. The warnings of the echo wells still resonate in her ears. We must put a stop to them, and perhaps we can uncover weaknesses in the Night King's rituals or discover an alternative source of power. She recalled Coben's insatiable greed for the blood of the earth and his mad theories regarding a new era of flesh and energy. Though nefarious, it cannot be denied that Coben possesses a form of dangerous and unique knowledge. Are we to take action against Old Town? Brienne gasped, for there lies the citadel, guarded by the formidable forces of House Hightower. Not through a direct assault, Daenerys shook her head. It is a matter of infiltration and investigation. We must ascertain the true stance of Dr. Nolan and the Citadel's council, uncover Coben's whereabouts and the purpose of his experiments. If possible, we should capture or eliminate Coben and destroy his work. She cast her gaze towards Brienne, recognizing the necessity for the most elite team, composed of individuals who were utterly dependable. Brienne understood. I will go. I possess a fair knowledge of the terrain in Old Town, and there are skilled individuals within the Dawnbirds adept at stealth and reconnaissance. No, you shall remain. Daenerys countered, asserting that the camp required her presence to coordinate various factions and maintain stability. This time, I shall undertake the journey myself. Your Grace, it is far too perilous. Brienne immediately objected. Drogon was the sole means of swift transportation, serving as both a formidable deterrent and a safeguard for retreat. Daenerys' reasoning was sound. Moreover, certain discussions might only be broached if she were present. She referred to the potential negotiations with the Citadel, should the institution not be entirely unified in its stance. Her resolve was unwavering. The latent threat from the south must be eradicated, not only to secure the rear, but also as a potential opportunity to uncover the key to a breakthrough. Days later, after minimal preparations, Daenerys, riding on the now mostly healed Drogon, soared over Old Town once more. This time, she did not descend directly before the towering spire, but rather landed behind a secluded hill on the outskirts of the city. She donned an inconspicuous traveler's garb, concealing her striking silver hair with a cloak, and stealthily infiltrated the city through its gates. The scrutiny at the gates remained stringent, primarily aimed at large groups of refugees and armed factions. However, for a solitary, seemingly harmless traveler, the guards merely posed a few cursory questions before granting her passage. Inside Old Town, an eerie order persisted. The streets were relatively clean, and patrols were orderly, yet the faces of the populace bore no semblance of hope. Only numbness and profound fatigue. Long lines formed at the rationing points, and a stifling atmosphere hung in the air. Daenerys' objective was crystal clear: the towering spire and the citadel. She first needed to ascertain the status of Dr. Nolan. Approaching the vicinity of the spire, she observed from a distance. The tower was heavily guarded, and individuals entering and exiting were subjected to stringent scrutiny. She noted that the guards' attire prominently displayed the golden honeycomb emblem of House Hightower, alongside the Citadel's chain link insignia, with some guards even wearing a previously unseen badge that combined the chain with an abstract eye motif. This seemed to corroborate suspicions of the Citadel's burgeoning power. Patiently, she awaited the moment she spotted a younger scholar, seemingly less experienced, hurrying past with a stack of scrolls in his arms. She stealthily followed him and intercepted him at a relatively quiet street corner. Scholar, she whispered, urgency etched across her features. I possess vital information regarding the North that must be reported to Dr. Nolan immediately. The young scholar was taken aback, regarding her with caution. Who are you? Any information can be submitted through the proper channels to the Council. It pertains to the Deep Ones and the Ironborn. Daenerys insisted, slightly lifting her cloak to reveal a glimmer of her exquisite Valyrian steel dagger at her waist, enough to suggest she was no ordinary commoner. The matter is urgent and concerns the very survival of Old Town. I must see Dr. Nolan personally. Upon sighting the dagger, the young scholar's expression shifted, and upon hearing the names of the Deep Ones and the Ironborn, it was evident he understood more than he let on. He hesitated for a moment, glancing around before whispering, Dr. Nolan has not made a public appearance in a long time. The affairs of the Council are now primarily overseen by Dr. Zordon. Dr. Zordon? Daenerys recalled the name. He was one of the more formidable scholars who had once been closely associated with Nolan. What has happened to Dr. Nolan? She pressed. It is said that he has been utterly exhausted from his studies of ancient texts and requires rest. The young scholar's gaze flickered, clearly concealing some truth. If you have any information, I could attempt to relay it to Dr. Zordon. Daenerys scoffed inwardly. Rest? It was more likely he was under house arrest or worse. Indeed, a shift had occurred within the academy. No need, she replied, withdrawing her gaze. I must take my leave. She turned swiftly, leaving the young scholar in a state of bewilderment. Nolan had fallen from grace, and Zordon now held power. This Zordon was likely an ally of Cobain, or at the very least, inclined towards a radical and perilous course. Next, she needed to uncover Cobain's true hiding place. There must be clues within the academy, but the risk of infiltration was too great. Another possibility lay in the abandoned areas with ancient subterranean structures. Cobain's experiments required both space and secrecy. She recalled Illyrio mentioning that certain sections of the old town's sewer system dated back to the time of the Undulls, or even earlier. With her agile movements and keen observation, Daenerys navigated the intricate alleys of the old town, evading patrols in search of potential entrances to the underground world. Finally, at the end of a secluded alley cluttered with refuse, she discovered an entrance sealed with an iron grate, though the chains had rusted through. A trickle of water and a damp odor emanated from within. This was it. She pried the rusted chains apart with force and slipped inside. It was dark, damp, and reeked of decay within the sewer system. She ignited a small torch, proceeding cautiously. After a long trek, apart from the scurrying of rats and stagnant water, it seemed she had found nothing. Just as doubt began to creep in regarding her judgment, she faintly heard voices and the hum of machinery ahead. She immediately extinguished her torch, holding her breath and inching along the slick wall. The sounds originated from a junction ahead, where a glimmer of light seeped through. Peering cautiously, she beheld a vast underground chamber that had evidently been repurposed, not part of the sewer, but rather an ancient cellar or secret chamber. Various macabre devices cluttered the space. Glass containers filled with distorted biological organs, blood-stained tools strewn across a workbench, and walls etched with bizarre runes. Several hollow-eyed puppets mechanically toiled away. At the center of the chamber stood Cobain, operating a complex apparatus composed of conduits and luminous crystals, attending to a captive bound to a stone chair, who writhed and groaned in agony. The captive was clad in the black garb of a night's watchman. Endure a little longer. Soon, your wretched life will merge with a greater existence, Cobain murmured, his voice brimming with fervor. He clutched a terrifying tool resembling a cranial drill, aimed directly at the captive's temple. Daenerys was seething with rage. This madman was indeed continuing his malevolent experiments. She had to thwart him. However, rushing out to confront Cobain and his puppets would likely yield little success. As she pondered her strategy, Cobain appeared to complete a particular step. He set down the tool. Satisfied as he observed the captive gradually cease struggling, their eyes becoming as vacant as those of the nearby puppets. Excellent, another suitable vessel. Cobain turned to the shadows and proclaimed, Zordon, you see, progress is proceeding smoothly. Soon, we shall possess an army that fears not death and is utterly obedient. Far more perfect than those decaying corpses. From the shadows emerged a middle-aged man clad in an ornate scholar's robe, his demeanor cold and unyielding. It was none other than Dr. Zordon. I hope so, Cobain. Zordon's voice was devoid of emotion. The council has invested substantial resources and endured immense pressure. Norrin's old stalwarts are still operating in the shadows. We must deliver results swiftly to seize complete control of the academy and advance our purification plan. Rest assured. Cobain responded confidently. Once we activate the final critical nodes, we will gain total control over the old town's defense systems, and even reverse engineer the technology of the deep divers. At that point, whether it be the frost god of the north or the dragon mother of the east, they shall submit to our authority, to the supremacy of new knowledge. Their conversation confirmed Daenerys' worst fears. The radicals within the academy had conspired with Cobain. They were not only conducting vile experiments, but also sought to harness this power to dominate all and establish a terrifying new order defined by their own vision of purification. Daenerys knew she had to leave immediately to relay this news. The conspiracy of Cobain and Zordon posed a threat that could rival that of the Night King. She cautiously retreated, preparing to retrace her steps. However, at the moment she turned, her foot inadvertently kicked a loose stone. The sound of the stone rolling echoed alarmingly in the silence of the underground passage. Who goes there? Cobain and Zordon's sharp voices rang out, filled with suspicion. Oh no, she had been compromised. Chapter 66. The underground pursuit and the judgment of Dragonfire. The clattering of the stone reverberated through the enclosed subterranean space like thunder. Cobain and Zordon's alert exclamations shattered the previous fervent whispers. Capture her. Cobain's voice pierced the air, laced with disturbed fury and a hint of barely concealed panic. The sound of footsteps and the stiff movements of the puppets immediately approached from behind. Daenerys cursed her misfortune. Without hesitation, she turned and bolted through the dark, slippery sewer. She could not be captured here. Cobain's secrets and the Academy's conspiracy must be exposed. The torch had extinguished, and she relied solely on her memory and the sensation of the airflow to navigate her way forward. Behind her, Cobain's roars and the heavy footsteps of the puppets pursued relentlessly, accompanied by Zordon's calm, yet chilling command. Seal all exits. She must not escape alive. The sewer resembled a labyrinth, with numerous branching paths. Daenerys, relying on her instincts and survival instincts, continuously chose seemingly narrower and more difficult routes in an attempt to shake off her pursuers. The sewage splattered against her pant cuffs, and the putrid stench was nauseating. But she paid it no heed. During a sudden turn, she nearly collided with a ghoul that emerged unexpectedly from a side passage, its eyes gleaming with an eerie blue light. This creature was evidently a sentinel placed in the sewer by Cobain as a precautionary measure. The ghoul emitted a raspy roar and reached out with its decaying arms. Daenerys reacted swiftly, crouching to evade while unsheathing her Valyrian steel dagger, thrusting upward with force and precision into the ghoul's jaw. The dagger's lethal efficacy against the ghoul became apparent as it instantly stiffened, disintegrating into shards of ice. However, this delay brought her pursuers even closer. She could hear Cobain's frenzied shouts. Just ahead. Seize that Targaryen. Her blood is the perfect catalyst. Catalyst? A chill ran down Daenerys' spine as she recalled his earlier words. She could not be captured. Summoning every ounce of strength, she dashed forward towards a faint glimmer of light, the rusted grating through which she had entered. Hope was within reach. Yet, barely 20 yards from the exit, 3 swift-moving puppets surged from a larger lateral pipe, completely blocking her path. Their eyes glowed with an inhuman red light, and they brandished rusted but sharp short swords, closing in with a fan-like formation. With an impasse in front and pursuers behind, she found herself in a dire predicament, leaning against the cold wall, clutching her dagger. Her heart raced. Was she to perish here? No. She was Daenerys, born of the storm. She still had her dragon, drawing upon every ounce of her strength. She tilted her head back and emitted a sharp whistle in High Valyrian. This was the urgent signal she had arranged with Drogon. Almost simultaneously with her whistle, a thunderous crash reverberated as the stone slabs and earth above were violently upheaved by an unparalleled force. A scorching wave of heat and blinding light surged into the dark sewer. Drogon's immense, flame-wreathed head penetrated the darkness, his golden slit pupils locking onto the enemies below. Dragon fire! Daenerys cried out hoarsely. Without hesitation, Drogon unleashed a searing torrent of golden flame, akin to an enraged flood, instantly filling the narrow sewer passage. The flames consumed the 3 obstructing puppets, reducing them and their weapons to charred remnants. The relentless dragon fire surged onward, racing towards the pursuing Cobain and Zordian. No! Cobain screeched in despair and madness, attempting to activate some defensive mechanism, but it proved utterly futile against such overwhelming power. Zordian reacted with remarkable speed, darting toward a nearby side passage in a desperate attempt to evade. Boom! After the dragon fire, the passage lay in ruins, the acrid smell of charred remnants permeating the air. The 3 puppets had vanished entirely, and where Cobain had stood, only a twisted, blackened husk remained, clutching a shattered device in its grasp. The mad alchemist ultimately perished beneath the very forces he sought to steal and control. Dr. Zordon, though he evaded the brunt of the impact, suffered severe burns across half of his body from the dragon's flames, collapsing in the filth and groaning in agony, rendered immobile. Daenerys gasped for breath, gradually regaining her composure from the shock. She approached Zordon, casting a cold gaze upon him. The purification plan of the Academy has come to an end, Doctor. Zordon lifted his head, his scorched visage contorted in horror, yet his eyes remained filled with profound hatred and a twisted conviction. You cannot halt the inevitable resurgence of knowledge. Whether it be the Frost God or the Dragon King, they shall both be consumed by the new order. With that, his head tilted, and he succumbed into unconsciousness. Daenerys refrained from extinguishing his life. He still held value as irrefutable evidence to expose the Academy's conspiracies. She swiftly rummaged through the remnants of Cobain, discovering scattered notes and a shattered core of an apparatus, inscribed with bizarre runes reminiscent of the Deep One's creations. She dared not linger, seizing Zordon by the collar and laboriously dragging him toward the exit. Drogon roared anxiously outside, clearly alerting the guards within the old town. When she finally pulled Zordon from the sewers into the sunlight, distant alarm bells and the sound of soldiers rushing could already be heard. We must depart, Drogon, Daenerys shouted. Drogon lowered his body. With all her strength, Daenerys heaved the unconscious Zordon onto the dragon's back and climbed up herself. Ascend. Drogon violently flapped his wings. Soaring into the sky, a few scattered arrows were shot from below, ineffectively bouncing off his scales. Standing atop the dragon, gazing down at the shrinking, chaotic old town, Daenerys felt no elation of victory, only a heavy heart. Though Cobain was dead, the perilous ideologies he represented and the distorted thirst for power persisted. Zordon's words pierced her heart like a thorn. Moreover, she had acquired new intelligence. Cobain appeared to have been researching the technology of the Deep Ones, even mentioning activation nodes and controlling defense systems. Did this imply that the old town itself, or rather the academy, concealed secrets linked to that ancient terror? What were those nodes? She needed to return to the camp swiftly, interrogate Zordon, and consolidate the information. Arya and Tina in the north required support, and potential threats in the south also needed to be addressed. However, as she flew closer to the valley where the Dawnbird camp was located, she sensed something was amiss. Thick smoke billowed from the direction of the camp. The sounds of battle and clashing weapons were faintly audible. Something has gone awry. Daenerys was alarmed, urging Drogon to fly at full speed. Upon closer inspection, she beheld the camp under siege. The attackers were not the White Walkers, but a relatively well-equipped army bearing various chaotic banners. They appeared to be a mix of private soldiers and mercenaries from certain southern nobles. They were relentlessly assaulting the camp's defenses, while the defenders, under Brienne's command, fought valiantly, yet their numbers were clearly at a disadvantage. Who were they? Why were they attacking here? Could it be that her actions in the old town have been exposed? The arrival of Drogon instantly altered the dynamics of the battlefield. A colossal shadow swept across the scene, and the roar of the dragon sent the attacking forces into a state of panic. It is a dragon. The Dragon Queen has returned. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The attackers faltered, their ranks crumbling. Brienne, drenched in blood and wielding Oathkeeper, beheld Drogon's descent. Her face momentarily illuminated by the prospect of salvation, only to be swiftly replaced by anxiety. Your Grace, you have finally returned. They launched a surprise attack, and their numbers are overwhelming. She gestured toward the center of the camp where Jaehaerys had been recuperating, her complexion pale. As a small elite squad took advantage of the chaos to storm the medical tent. Jandrai, Jandrai. In a desperate bid to protect your Grace, Dany's heart plummeted. She leapt from Drogon's back, racing toward the medical tent without a second thought. The tent lay in ruins, a scene of utter devastation. Jandrai lay in a pool of blood, several crossbow bolts protruding from his chest, his breath extinguished. Clutched tightly in his hand was a shattered warhammer, clearly wielded until his last moment. Yet, Jaehaerys was nowhere to be found. The bed was empty. They have taken your Grace. A wounded soldier struggled to utter. Their movements swift and purposeful. Dany was struck dumb, as if by lightning. Jaehaerys had been abducted. In the brief time she had been away, who was responsible? The remnants of the Cobins? Assassins from the Citadel? Or perhaps a conspiracy from some southern noble? Brienne entered, her voice heavy with sorrow. We interrogated a captive. They claimed to have come at the behest of Yohn Royce, the guardian of the Vale, to eliminate the false king who brings disaster. Yohn Royce. The Vale? Dany recalled Brienne mentioning earlier the ambiguous stance of House Royce. Had they too been swayed by the rumors from the Citadel, or did they harbor greater ambitions? Did they intend to exploit Jaehaerys for their own ends? A torrent of emotions, anger, guilt, and anxiety, overwhelmed Dany in that instant. She had lost a crucial ally, Jaehaerys' fate uncertain. The mission to the north shrouded in silence, and formidable foes encroaching from the south. Yet, in the next moment, she forcibly quelled these feelings. She was the mother of dragons, the last scion of House Targaryen. She could not falter. Drawing a deep breath, her gaze transformed into one of icy resolve. Clear the battlefield, tend to the wounded, bolster our defenses. She commanded Brienne, her tone brooking no dissent, to confine Maester Xaldin and keep him under strict watch. I must know everything. She approached Jandry's lifeless form, slowly kneeling beside him, gently closing his unwilling eyes. I will rescue him, Jandrai. I swear it, she murmured, as though making a vow to the deceased and a spur to herself. Then, she rose, casting her gaze toward the Vale, her eyes sharp as a blade. Whoever has taken him, whatever they desire, they shall pay dearly. Drogon. She caressed the scales of the great dragon. We must prepare for a rescue. But before that, we must first ascertain the true identity of our enemies. The situation has taken a drastic turn, as the rescue of Jaehaerys, support for the north, and the stabilization of the south weigh heavily on Daenerys' shoulders. Yet, this time, in her gaze, alongside determination, There flickers a glimmer of ruthlessness born from being driven to the brink. Chapter 67. Dividing forces and the underlying currents beneath the ice. The blood of Jaehaerys has yet to dry, and the anger and anxiety surrounding Jaehaerys' abduction burn within Daenerys like a conflagration of ice and fire. Nevertheless, she compels herself to remain calm. This is not the moment to be governed by emotion. The camp requires stability, the truth must be uncovered, and a plan of action is imperative. She first orders the stringent confinement of Dr. Zoldan, with Brienne personally conducting the interrogation. This severely burned scholar initially attempts to maintain his arrogance and silence. But under Brienne's relentless questioning and the pressure of the dire circumstances, his psychological defenses slowly crumble. The results of the interrogation are alarming. The command to attack the camp and abduct Jaehaerys indeed originates from Sir John Royce of the Vale, but it is tacitly encouraged or even sanctioned by the Council of Scholars. Zoldan admits that within the scholarly community, Jaehaerys, this chosen king, is regarded as an uncontrollable variable, and his mysterious fusion with the core energies is deemed a perilous contamination. They wish to control Jaehaerys, to study him, or to exploit him for negotiations or transactions with the Night King in exchange for the survival of the scholarly community and the southern nobility. This naive fantasy is underpinned by profound fear and selfishness. Foolishness. Negotiating with the Night King is akin to seeking skin from a tiger. Daenerys seethes with fury. These self-righteous scholars, in the face of catastrophe, still think only of control and trade. Simultaneously, Zoldan discloses a crucial piece of information. The research of Cobain is not an isolated case. The scholarly vault indeed holds some forbidden knowledge regarding deep divers and ancient energies, of which Cobain is merely one radical practitioner. Zoldan's faction believes that mastering this knowledge is essential for humanity to claim an autonomous future in the long night, rather than relying on nebulous prophecies or aberrant beings like Jaehaerys. The truth is unveiled. A faction within the scholarly community has strayed down a misguided path, aligning with Cobain, attempting to confront the crisis through malevolent technology and cold calculations, even at the cost of others. Meanwhile, the Royce family of the Vale may have been beguiled by the scholars' doctrines or seek to exploit this opportunity to expand their power. Your Majesty, we must immediately deploy forces to the Vale to rescue His Majesty Jaehaerys. Brienne urgently implores, her loyalty to Renly seemingly transferring to this king, who shares a subtle connection with Renly. Yet Daenerys finds herself ensnared in deeper contemplation. Rescuing Jaehaerys is imperative, but how shall it be accomplished? A direct assault on Eagle's Nest? That would lead to yet another bloody siege, depleting their already precious resources. And what of the north? Arya and Tina's fates remain uncertain, and the Night King's ritual may be completed at any moment. A bold and audacious plan gradually takes shape in her mind. No, Brienne, we cannot commit all our forces to the Vale. Daenerys' gaze sweeps over the map. We must divide our forces. Divide our forces? Brienne queries, perplexed. Indeed. Daenerys pointed to the valley and the north on the map. You, Brienne, shall lead the main force of the Dawnbringers, in alliance with the mercenaries of Boron. The support that Dictali may offer, and any southern forces you can rally, to exert pressure on the valley. However, the aim is not to launch a full-scale assault, but rather to encircle without engaging, creating an imposing presence that compels negotiation. We must unveil the machinations of the Citadel, isolate House Royce, and instigate pressure among the other nobles within the valley. Your task is to restrain, to apply both political and military pressure, all while endeavoring to rescue Jaehaerys with minimal cost. And what of you? Brienne inquired. I shall accompany Drogon to the north, Daenerys declared resolutely. Arya and Tina require our support. The Night King's ritual must be thwarted. This is the ultimate battlefield. Our absence is not an option. Furthermore, only my presence can decisively influence the tide of battle. It is far too perilous, Your Grace. The north is now a land of death. Brienne protested once more. There is no alternative, Daenerys replied, shaking her head. I must entrust the southern front to you, so I can ascend north with peace of mind. Brienne, I have faith in your abilities and loyalty. Stabilizing the south and rescuing Jaehaerys is the cornerstone of our victory. She handed Brienne the recorded testimonies of Dr. Zoldan and copies of some of Coben's research notes. These are the instruments for revealing the truth. Make good use of them. If necessary, you may contact Marjorie Tyrell. She is astute and should be able to discern the pros and cons. Brienne met Daenerys' steadfast gaze, understanding that she could not alter her decision. She knelt on one knee and solemnly vowed, by the honor of knighthood, I shall not fail in my duty, Your Grace. I will rescue the king and stabilize the south. As Daenerys and Brienne devised their stratagem, In the frigid north, Arya and Tina were enduring trials unlike any before. Following the map sketched by Jandrai, they discovered the entrance to an underground river within a concealed cave along the storm coast. The water was icy to the bone, with most of its surface covered in thin ice, save for a central torrent that had yet to freeze completely. They navigated in a makeshift skin boat, silently gliding into the darkness under Tina's expert guidance. The subterranean river network was labyrinthine, akin to the innards of a colossal beast. In the darkness, only the faint illumination from their prepared luminescent fungi provided a flicker of light. The sound of rushing water echoed within the narrow passage, magnifying into an eerie roar. The air was thick with moisture and a deeper, primordial scent belonging to rock and ancient silence. The heart of wood and the blood of the earth were carefully wrapped by Tina, resting in the center of the boat. Their soft glow and vitality dispelled some of the chill and seemed to deter the malevolent entities lurking in the shadows. Yet, danger still loomed. Occasionally, pale, swollen corpses drifted by in the water, some animals frozen to death, others human. Arya gripped her dragonglass dagger tightly, vigilantly scanning the water's surface and the shadows along the banks. At one point, a bloated, waterlogged hand suddenly emerged from the depths, clawing at the edge of the boat. Quick as lightning, Arya severed the hand with her blade, and it sank into the abyss, never to stir again. "They have yet to awaken fully," Tina murmured, her countenance appearing particularly grave under the dim light. Yet, as they ventured further north, the chill of the water intensified, and the scent of death thickened, threatening to activate them completely at any moment. The true horror lay not in the scattered corpses, but in the pervasive whisper of despair that infiltrated their senses. As they approached the direction of the ancestor's fist, the chilling murmurs that directly pierced the soul grew increasingly distinct. They spoke of failure, death, and an eternal cold, seeking to dismantle one's resolve. Even someone as resilient as Arya occasionally felt waves of heart palpitations and disorientation. "Stay true to your heart," Tina reminded them intermittently, her wooden heart emanating tranquil vibrations that aided in resisting the whispers. "Feel the flow of life, sense the memory of the earth, and do not allow the silence of death to consume you." Thus, they drifted in darkness and cold for an indeterminate time, relying on the faint guidance of the Soundstone and Tina's attunement to the natural energies to discern their path. At last, a faint glow emerged ahead, and the waters became calmer. They arrived at a vast underground ice lake, its surface largely covered by a layer of ice. But at its center lay a massive ice cavern, through which the pale daylight filtered, distorted by the ice and snow above. The air was saturated with potent magical energies and a stifling pressure. "We have arrived." Tina's voice trembled slightly. "Above lies the ancestor's fist." They cautiously dragged their small boat onto the ice, carefully approaching the cavern. Through the ice, they could vaguely discern the multitude of blue lights swaying above, countless whites and corpses. And directly above the cavern, an overwhelmingly powerful cold energy was coalescing, resonating with an inhuman, solemn, and terrifying chant. The Night King's ritual was underway. Holding her breath, Arya looked up at the cavern's apex. In the dim light, she glimpsed the outline of the colossal ice dragon, Frosthowl, spiraling above the altar. Its left eye adorned with the tear of the star gemstone, radiating a brilliant yet frigid light, like a beacon in the dark, their ultimate objective. How to ascend. How to seize the gemstone beneath the watchful eyes of countless wights and the Night King. Arya's gaze fell upon the thick icicles and frozen vines hanging from the cavern's edge. An exceedingly perilous plan began to take shape in her mind. She looked at Tina, signaling her intent with her eyes. Tina understood her purpose, inhaled deeply, and nodded. They concealed their small boat, securing the wooden heart and the blood of the earth close to them. Then, like a nimble cat, Arya began to scale the steep icy walls of the cavern, employing her dagger and agile movements to navigate between the icicles and shadows. Tina anxiously watched from below, ready to use the powers of the wooden heart for cover at any moment. Each step felt like dancing on the edge of a knife, and each breath risked exposure. The chanting above grew louder, the frigid energy nearly freezing their blood. Arya's heart pounded like a drum, yet her gaze remained fixed on the starlight within the ice dragon's eye. The ultimate confrontation is poised to commence silently atop the icy crown in this frigid expanse. Chapter 68, The Icy Crown's Theft. The biting cold of the ice wall rendered Arya's fingertips numb, her persistence and the muscle memory forged through years of training being her sole support. She moved like a silent spider, ascending gradually amidst shadows and ice spires. Each delicate choice of foot placement and the angle at which her dagger penetrated the icy crevices were matters of life and death. Below, Tina clutched the heart of the wood, an emerald glow swirling in her grasp, dispelling the despairing whispers that gnawed at their minds, while subtly influencing the surrounding ice to become more silent, thus minimizing the faint sounds that might betray Arya's ascent. The chanting above grew increasingly distinct, an inhuman harmony born from countless chilling wills, imbued with a sense of sacrilegious solemnity. A frigid energy surged down like a tangible tide, causing Arya to feel as if her very blood was freezing. Relying solely on the faint warmth emanating from the blood of the earth and the resilient spirit of House Stark burning within her. At last, her fingers grasped the edge of the icy cavernous summit. Cautiously, she peered over the edge, her breath catching at the sight before her. The altar atop the ancestral peak was far more terrifying than she had imagined. The entire summit had been transformed into a vast circular platform of pure, unyielding ice. At the center stood the imposing figure of the Night King, his hands raised as if cradling a crown slowly taking shape from azure ice and obsidian stone. Countless tormented souls bound within its framework, their silent wails echoing in the air. Above the crown floated the tear of the star. Drawn from the eye of the ice dragon, its radiance distorted into a frigid flow of energy that infused the crown. Surrounding the platform knelt a throng of hollow-eyed human sacrifices, their vitality and will being siphoned away as described in the cryptic messages of the maesters. Beyond them stood the silent, sculptural forms of White Walker sentinels and the restless tide of corpses. Hovering just above the altar was the ice dragon, Frosthowl. Its left eye now an empty socket, the brilliant gem having been extracted. It appeared agitated and restless, its movements erratic due to the absence of the jewel. Arya's objective was clear, to seize the tear of the star and, if possible, to sabotage the crown in its formation. But how to approach? The altar was heavily guarded, and a direct assault would be folly. Her gaze swept the scene, ultimately settling upon the kneeling sacrifices. They were clad in various garments, free folk, knight-s watchmen, and even a figure draped in a scholar-s robe. That individual seemed to retain a flicker of self-awareness, trembling involuntarily while occasionally lifting their head slightly, their eyes flashing with profound pain and struggle. A mad plan began to take shape in Arya's mind. Infiltrate, disguise herself as a sacrifice, and approach the center. This would demand impeccable timing and subterfuge. She meticulously observed the rhythm of the energy flow and the intervals of the guards' patrols. The opportunity would come but once. She took a deep breath, seamlessly merging into the shadows, and silently glided down from the edge of the icy abyss, landing in the outermost shadows of the platform. Swiftly, she stripped off a tattered skin cloak from a nearby fallen free folk, one that had nearly lost all semblance of life, and donned it over herself. Burying her face in the hood, mimicking the numbed gait and posture of the other sacrifices, she kept her head lowered, moving slowly and discreetly towards the center of the altar. Each step felt like traversing on the sharpest of needles. The cold gaze of the White Walker guards occasionally swept by, and she could feel their stares like a tangible chill brushing against her spine. Despair whispered its darkest secrets, as madness and icy thoughts sought to erode her mind. Yet, the blood of the earth coursing through her veins, and the faint support emanating from Tina through the heartwood acted as two slender streams of warmth, safeguarding the last bastion of her sanity. She drew closer to the center, clearly perceiving the chilling silhouette of the Night King, sensing the terrifying waves emanating from the crown, potent enough to freeze a soul. The tears of the stars loomed before her, suspended above the Night King's hands, radiating blinding light. Now was the moment. In an instant, as one of the White Walker guards turned to survey the area, Arya sprang forth from the throng of sacrifices like a coiled cheetah. Rather than charging directly towards the tears of the stars, she had a singular target in mind, the scholar who still held a flicker of consciousness. The sudden turn of events caught even the surrounding White Walkers off guard. Arya's dragonglass dagger sliced through the air like lightning. Her intent was not to slay the scholar, but to sever the ties of his scholar's robe. In the same breath, she whispered urgently into his ear, "Resist, for the true glory of the citadel." A spark ignited within the murky depths of the scholar's eyes. Long suppressed will, and Arya's words struck like a spark into a barrel of oil. He let out a sound that was more beastly than human, unleashing his last reserves of strength to clutch desperately at the leg of a nearby White Walker. "For Norland," he cried out in madness. This upheaval completely disrupted the order of the altar. The White Walker, ensnared, swung his sword in anger towards the scholar, while the other sacrifices stirred in a subtle commotion. In this fleeting moment of chaos, Arya seized the precious fraction of a second, darting through like a wraith, her aim fixed upon the suspended tears of the stars. Her hand was nearly upon the cold gem. However, the Night King stirred. He did not fully turn. Instead, he merely tilted his head slightly, his blue flame-like eyes locking onto Arya in an instant. An indescribable, soul-freezing intent descended upon Arya like a heavy hammer, crashing into her very essence. Ugh! Arya felt her thoughts begin to freeze, her movements abruptly stilled. The air around her seemed to solidify. The Night King slowly raised a hand, pointing at Arya. It appeared to recognize this diminutive yet troublesome creature. A palpable cold malice spread like a tangible presence. It was over. A chill gripped Arya's heart. The disparity was insurmountable. Just at this critical juncture, boom! The entire ancestral fist of the first men shook violently. The source of the tremor was not from the altar, but from deep below the ground. The icy layer at the edge of the altar shattered with a deafening explosion. Countless robust green vines, exuding a potent vitality, surged forth like colossal serpents, wildly striking and entwining the wights and corpses upon the altar. It was Tina. Despite the risk of exposure, she summoned the full force of the Heart of Wood, awakening the ancient root systems buried beneath the ice. Simultaneously, a searing, dark red energy beam emanated from below the icy cavern, accurately striking the altar's edge and sending several white guardians flying. This was the resonant power of the blood of the earth. Tina combined the energies of two sound stones to unleash this desperate strike. This unexpected assault came from an unforeseen direction, catching the Night King off guard once more. Though it could not inflict substantial harm, it successfully disrupted his fixation on Arya. The bindings momentarily eased. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Arya propelled herself forward with all her might. Her hand finally grasped the tear of the star. The gemstone felt cold and penetrating, its celestial energy raging and foreign, nearly tearing through her palm. Yet she clung to it fiercely. Arya, go! Tina's hoarse cry echoed from below, accompanied by the sound of vines being severed by the white's ice swords. Without a moment's hesitation, Arya turned and sprinted toward the edge of the icy cavern. She understood that Tina had fully exposed herself to protect her, and the situation was dire. The Night King let out a furious roar. All the wights and corpses on the altar lunged madly toward Arya. The ice dragon, Frost Howl, unleashed a deafening screech as it dove down. Arya pushed her speed to its limits, weaving through the chaotic battlefield, evading attacks. She reached the edge of the icy cavern and leaped down without a second thought. The sound of wind rushing past her ears accompanied her free fall. Above her loomed the Night King's wrath and his pursuing minions. Just as she was about to plunge into the dark icy lake, a massive shadow swept by. It was Drogon. Daenerys had arrived just in time. Drogon deftly caught the falling Arya, his wings flapping powerfully as he ascended. Tina! Arya yelled from the dragon's back. But all she could see were the green vines rapidly withering under the relentless assault of countless blue ice crystals. The brave leader of the woodsmen swallowed by the white tide. Arya clutched the cold yet searing tear of the star tightly in her hand, her eyes devoid of tears, only filled with icy flames. She had succeeded, but at a grave cost. Daenerys gazed at the frenzied Night King and the altar below, along with the gemstone that Arya had fought so fiercely to reclaim, knowing that the final moment was at hand. 3 of the 4 sound stones were now in their possession. The last, the Eye of the Sea, might be just ahead, or perhaps it was no longer necessary. She patted Drogon's neck. We move. Back to the south. It is time for the united voice to rise. With a mighty roar, the dragon soared, carrying the reclaimed hope and the weight of sacrifice, tearing through the frigid skies of the north, heading southward. Behind them, the Night King's furious roar echoed across the icy plains, disrupted by the ritual and the loss of the relic. The final movement of the long night was about to commence. Chapter 69. United Voices. Zhuogung bore Daenerys and Arya upon his back, as if he carried the last flicker of hope for the north, traversing the skies of Westeros shrouded in a long night. Arya clutched tightly to the icy yet subtly warm tear of the star, the echoes of Tina's cries before her sacrifice, and her image dissolving into the tide of white, etched into her mind like a brand. She did not weep. She remained silent, a silence colder than the winds of the north. Yet within it surged a power akin to the molten heart of the earth. Daenerys, too, bore a weighty and urgent heart. The loss of Tina, the capture of Jaehaerys, the looming crisis in the south, and the 3 ancient stones of power in her grasp, all burdens pressed heavily upon her shoulders. Yet she could not falter. Nor could she fall. She was the last Targaryen, the mother of dragons, the sole beacon capable of uniting all fragmented hopes in this moment. Instead of returning directly to the camp of the Dawnbirds, they followed Arya's guidance and the increasingly potent resonance of the stones, soaring toward the Riverlands, more precisely, to the Black Castle amid the Goddess Eye, the final sanctuary of the children of the forest. During their flight, they beheld the devastation sprawling across the land. The vanguard of the White Walkers advanced like a white plague, sporadically yet persistently seeping southward, leaving desolation in their wake. Yet they also glimpsed faint flickers of resistance. As some villages erected rudimentary fortifications, their inhabitants valiantly defending their last homes with dragonglass weapons and torches. Hope had not been entirely extinguished. As the dark waters of the goddess Eye, resembling an enormous eye, appeared below, an unusual tranquility enveloped them. The ruins of the Black Castle upon the central island exuded an air of mystery and antiquity beneath the dim light of the sky. Zhuogung descended into the courtyard overrun with moss. Immediately, figures emerged from the shattered towers and rocks, not foes, but Brienne, Podrick, and a contingent of Dawnbird warriors who bore the marks of many battles. A small squad of soldiers clad in Tyrell livery approached, led by a young and resolute knight. Dyken Tarley, Your Grace. Brienne hastened forward, her expression weary yet invigorated. You have finally returned. Arya, my lady. Upon seeing the gem in Arya's hand, astonishment flickered in her eyes. How came you to be here? Daenerys inquired, puzzled. According to their plan, Brienne should have been pressuring the Vale. Circumstances have changed, Brienne elucidated. After we applied pressure on the Vale, divisions arose within House Royce. More importantly, we intercepted clandestine communications between the Citadel and some entity in the north, unveiling their conspiracy. The Royces, sensing peril, instigated a coup. Yon was placed under house arrest, and they surrendered His Majesty Jaehaerys to prove their innocence. She gestured aside, revealing two soldiers assisting a figure who appeared weakened, yet had regained some consciousness. It was Jaehaerys. He looked considerably gaunt, his complexion pallid. Yet his gaze was no longer shrouded in the chaos of ancient burdens. Instead, it bore a semblance of clarity reminiscent of both Shireen and Jaehaerys, albeit still tinged with an indelible weight. He nodded slightly at Daenerys, his gaze falling upon the starfall in Arya's hand, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. A pang of sorrow struck Daenerys' heart as she stepped forward to support him. I am fine. Xiao Lin's voice was hoarse and frail, yet the crucial memories remained intact. The voice of the origin must be restored swiftly. During his captivity, Xiao Lin, through a profound connection with the Earth's core energy and his unwavering will, not only resisted external mental disturbances, but also further untangled and merged those ancient fragments of memory, gaining a clearer understanding of the voice of the origin. At that moment, the surface of the lake stirred with sound. Several small boats approached the shore, and from them leaped Jon Snow, Meera Reed, and a few battle-worn yet sharp-eyed survivors from the north. They had evidently arrived here following some guiding thread or clue. Arya, Daenerys, Jon exclaimed upon seeing his sister and the Dragon Queen safe, his weary face lighting up with incredulous joy, especially at the sight of the radiant gem in Arya's hand. The siblings embraced tightly, 1,000 unspoken words exchanged in silence. Meera Reed quietly approached Xiao Lin, performing an ancient gesture of respect from the lands of the marshes, her gaze filled with reverence and anticipation. All pivotal figures seemed to be drawn together by an invisible thread of fate, converging in this ancient sacred ground of the children of the forest. The Black Castle was one of the places where the ancients, the children of the forest, and the giants forged their covenant. Xiao Lin gazed at the dilapidated fortress and spoke slowly. Though his voice was faint, it carried an uncanny authority. The fishbeam wood here is a node connecting the memories of the earth. It is here that the synthesis of the voice of the origin achieves its utmost potency. He looked towards Daenerys, Arya, and Jon. For stones of sound, blood of the earth, heart of the wood, starfall, only the eye of the sea remains. Upon hearing this, Jon retrieved from his cloak an object carefully wrapped in sealskin. Unveiling it revealed a deep blue pearl, as profound as the ocean, with a swirling vortex at its center, emanating a moist and vast aura. We discovered this while battling a colossal octopus-like creature tainted by the energy of the White Walkers along the northern coast. It seems capable of calming the raging seas. I believe this may be. The four stones of sound have all come together in this manner. Earth, fire, water, wind, wood, and the stars, the symbols of the world's primal power, converge here. Now, only the final step remains. How to unify their powers and resound the lost voice of the origin. Everyone turned their gaze to Xiao Lin, the only one who had deeply merged with that ancient power. Xiao Lin closed his eyes, seemingly attuned to something. After a long moment, he opened his eyes and pointed to the ancient fishbeam wood standing in the center of the castle courtyard, half withered, yet the other half still resiliently thriving. With the heart and soul as strings, the bloodline as the guiding force, and the will as the score, he murmured ancient phrases, resonating before the world's eye at the deepest hour of the long night. He gazed at Daenerys. The Targaryen bloodline is needed as the initial flame and bridge. He turned to Jon. The Stark bloodline is required to connect ice and snow with the covenant of the ancestors. He looked at Arya. The indomitable will is necessary as the blade of melody. He addressed Brienne, Podrick, Daikon, and all the warriors present. The belief of all resistors must serve as the foundation of the chorus. His meaning was clear. This was a task that could not be accomplished by one alone, but required the collective participation of all, a convergence of everyone's strength, will, and faith. The Night King will not remain idle, Jon gravely warned. The ritual is bound to attract him. Then let us fight, Daenerys declared resolutely, stroking Drogon's scales. Drogon, and I shall guard the skies. As she looked at all the assembled warriors, she added, the ground is in your hands. No further words were exchanged. A solemn and steadfast understanding was reached among them. They swiftly set to work, establishing defenses, clearing the altar, and preparing for the final battle. With Mira's support, Jon walked to the weirwood tree, beginning to softly chant in that ancient tongue, guiding the power of the four stones. Daenerys, Jon, and Arya placed their hands upon the corresponding stones, closed their eyes, and focused on their breathing, striving to connect with the ancient melody. As the night deepened, the long night approached its darkest hour. Yet, at the center of the Lake of the Gods, a glimmer of light began to coalesce, akin to the moment of stillness within the eye of a storm, nurturing the promise of rebirth. The moment of unification of all beings was on the horizon. Chapter 70. The Song of Origins. At the darkest hour of the long night, Black Castle was enveloped in an almost frozen silence, the only sound being the gentle lapping of the dark waters of the lake, reminiscent of the world's slow heartbeat. Beneath the ancient weirwood, the four stones were arranged in specific positions, the blood of the earth in the east, pulsating with a stable, dark red glow. The heart of the wood in the south, vibrant with emerald light, the tears of the stars in the west, dazzling with cold starlight. And the eye of the sea in the north, its deep blue light ebbing like the tides. Xiao Lin knelt at the center, his hands pressed lightly against the ground. His face pale as paper, his body trembling slightly, as if burdened by an immense weight. The dark red energy patterns flowed beneath his skin with an unprecedented brightness. It was no longer a struggle of pain, but a rhythmic breathing, as if resonating with the pulse of the earth. He sang in an ancient and melodious tone, a language belonging to the children of the forest, the ancestors, and even older existences, each syllable stirring the vibrations of the magical particles surrounding him. Daenerys, Jon, and Arya placed their hands on the corresponding stones, closed their eyes, and endeavored to empty their minds, to feel and respond to the melody guided by Xiao Lin. Daenerys sensed the warmth and creative power inherent in the blood of the earth, akin to a mother's embrace. Jon felt the coldness and vastness of the tears of the stars, as if gazing at the starry sky on a winter's night. Arya connected with the resilience and tranquility of the heart of the wood, like the whisper of the forest. Brienne, Boron, Daikon, and all the warriors still standing formed several circles, facing outward, their weapons gripped tightly, silently infusing their beliefs, courage, and yearning for life into the emerging harmonious field. At first, there was only a faint resonance, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Yet, as Xiao Lin's chant deepened and the collective thoughts of the crowd converged, a transformation began. The radiance of the four sound stones ceased to operate independently and began to merge. The fiery red of the earth, the vibrant green of life, the cerulean glow of stars, and the profound waves of the sea converged like four distinct streams of color beneath the fishbeam wood, swirling together, ultimately forming a soft yet powerful pillar of multicolored light that soared skyward. This pillar was not blinding. Rather, it was imbued with an indescribable harmony and vitality. It pierced through the ominous clouds above the Black Castle, as if opening a rift in the leaden-gray canopy, allowing a long-lost, faint starlight to cascade down. Within the pillar, music faintly resonated. It was not a melody produced by any human instrument, but rather a grand symphony woven from the sounds of the wind, the water, the growth of flora, the pulse of the earth, and the movement of the stars, the primordial voices of countless worlds. This was the Song of Origin, the harmonious sound from the dawn of creation. Wherever this song reached, frost began to melt away, not through heat, but as if naturally soothed. The suffocating whispers of despair in the air were thoroughly dispelled, replaced by a warmth suffused with hopeful tranquility. However, this nascent harmony, like the brightest lighthouse, instantly attracted the frigid will from the north. A thunderous roar echoed from the horizon as the Night King, consumed by rage, unleashed his fury. The very ground began to tremble. The visible tide of white, an endless army of the undead, surged towards the goddess lake from all directions like a flood unleashed. The sky was overshadowed by the colossal figure of the ice dragon, Frosthowl, its remaining eye ablaze with a frenzied blue flame. The final battle was inevitably upon them. For survival, Brienne raised her Oathkeeper and let out a battle cry. For Winterfell, Jon's followers unleashed the last roar of the North. For gold, Boron's mercenaries expressed their battle fervor in their own way. The front line collided with the tide of corpses in an instant. The clash of steel against ice and bone, the shouts and screams immediately replaced the brief tranquility. From the very beginning, the battle plunged into its most brutal phase. The human warriors, bolstered by dragon crystal weapons and the morale inspired by the Song of Origin, desperately held their ground against the onslaught of the undead, yet the disparity in numbers was overwhelming, causing the line of defense to compress relentlessly. Jorgen engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Frosthowl in the skies. Each collision of the two behemoths shook the earth, as dragon fire and icy breath clashed violently in the air. Meanwhile, the ritual beneath the fish beam would reach its most critical moment. The figure of the Night King appeared directly across from the Black Castle. He walked upon the ice, each step thickening the freezing surface. The unfinished, terrifying crown in his hand trembled violently, emanating a reluctant, ghostly glow. It fixated intently on Xiao Lin and the four sound stones at the heart of the luminous pillar, a chilling malice nearly freezing the very fabric of space. It resolved to intervene personally, determined to disrupt this ritual that threatened its very essence. Xiao Lin sensed the imminent peril, yet he could neither move nor pause. He was the core of the ritual, the bridge guiding the Song of Origin. His voice rose in fervor, seemingly igniting his very soul, as he endeavored to solidify the powers of the Song of Origin through the vibrant pillar. Protect His Majesty Jaehaerys. Daenerys, witnessing this, yearned to rise and engage in battle, yet recognized the crucial connection to the blood of the earth. Should she relinquish it, the pillar might falter. At this critical juncture, Arya sprang into action. Like a wraith, she glided from the edge of the pillar, clutching a Valyrian steel dagger. Instead of charging the Night King, she darted toward the lakeshore. Her target was the ice spreading beneath the Night King's feet. "Arya!" Jon exclaimed. Arya poured her entire strength and will, along with the agility bestowed upon her by the Heart of Wood, into this singular strike. The dagger surged forth with unyielding momentum, striking fiercely into the ice before the Night King. Crack! A sharp shatter resonated. From the point of impact, cracks spread like a spider's web in an instant. Remarkably, a green luminescence emanated from the fissures, the life force of the Heart of Wood battling against the frost. The ice beneath the Night King suddenly became fragile and unstable. He was compelled to divert his focus to maintain his balance. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Xiao Lin seized the opportunity and unleashed a final note, piercing as if it could transcend the soul. "In the name of all beings, I summon you to return. Slumber now, eternal winter." The vibrant pillar erupted, reaching its zenith in brightness. At the pinnacle of the soaring pillar, the melody of the Song of Origin materialized into tangible sound waves, transforming into an ever-expanding rainbow halo centered upon the Black Castle, swiftly radiating across the entirety of Westeros. Where the halo passed, miracles unfolded. The advancing whites collapsed in droves, as if their very essence had been siphoned away, their blue eyes extinguishing, their bodies dissolving into mere dust. The airborne ice dragon, Frosthowl, emitted a final lament, its colossal form beginning to disintegrate from within, scattering into a flurry of ice crystals. All whites on the ground, including the priests, melted away in the radiant light as if they were snow under the sun. The Night King let out a desperate and defiant shriek, his icy crown shattering completely, and his eternally cold form began to crack, blue flames bursting forth from the fissures. No, in his final roar, the Night King's figure was utterly consumed by the vibrant light, vanishing into nothingness. The halo continued to expand, sweeping across forests, hills, rivers, and cities, dispelling all cold and darkness, purifying the tainted soil and waters. When the halo finally faded at the world's edge, the long night came to an end. As the ominous clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, the long-awaited warmth of the sun pierced through the layers of clouds like a golden sword, bathing the earth in its luminous embrace. The ice and snow melted at a visible pace, revealing the dark, life-nurturing soil beneath. Around the Black Castle, the surviving human warriors stood transfixed, as if unable to believe their eyes. Had the battle truly come to an end? Had we emerged victorious? Exhaustion, pain, and the overwhelming joy and sorrow of survival engulfed everyone in an instant. Beneath the fishing mu, the multicolored beams of light slowly faded. Xiao Lin, having exhausted all his strength, collapsed forward, only to be caught in time by Daenerys and Jon. Though his breath was faint, his face bore a serene and relieved smile. The four sound stones had lost all their luster, rendered as ordinary stones, yet they had fulfilled their purpose. Arya stood by the lakeshore, gazing at the shimmering surface of the goddess lake under the sun, watching the distant mountains begin to turn green as she slowly sheathed her dagger. She had lost much, yet had protected even more. Daenerys looked up at the long-lost sun, feeling its warmth on her face, as tears finally fell silently. Drogon landed beside her, affectionately nuzzling against her, emitting a low, soothing whine. The protracted winter had finally passed. Dawn had indeed arrived. Chapter 71. The Stars Remain. The song unfinished, the long night retreated, and sunlight once again illuminated Westeros. Yet the scars it left behind would require an extended period to heal. The melting ice revealed a ravaged landscape, countless towns reduced to ruins, fields barren, and populations decimated. The cost of victory weighed heavily upon all survivors, rendering them breathless. The Black Castle became the temporary heart of the realm. Daenerys Targaryen, Jon Snow, Xiao Lin, and all remaining leaders convened here to deliberate on the future of the continent. There were no grand celebrations, only pragmatic discussions and painful decisions. The foremost priority was survival, organizing personnel to clear the debris, bury the deceased, distribute the critically scarce food and medicine, and assist the displaced in rebuilding their homes. Daenerys' dragons emerged as the most effective tools. With Drogon and Rhaegal, found in the north, their injuries healed, assisting in the transportation of supplies and the clearing of significant obstacles. The reconstruction of politics proved far more arduous. The old feudal system had revealed its fatal flaws during the long night: division, internal strife, and sluggish responses. Xiao Lin, leveraging his remaining prestige and fragments of a modern soul, proposed a bold vision: a federal kingdom of the Seven. This was neither an absolute monarchy of House Targaryen nor a complete return to the age of feudal lords. It drew upon certain principles of constitutional monarchy and federalism, establishing a parliament composed of representatives from each kingdom, responsible for enacting laws, coordinating trade, and managing public affairs. Retaining a symbolic federal head of state, yet with powers constrained by the parliament and charter, allowing each kingdom to maintain a high degree of autonomy, while unifying in matters of defense, diplomacy, and during major crises. This vision encountered substantial resistance. Many traditional nobles endeavored to restore their former power, while Daenerys harbored a lingering affection for the absolute dominion of House Targaryen. In contrast, emerging forces like Boron yearned for more tangible benefits. The debate persisted for months. During this time, Xiao Lin's health continuously deteriorated. His fusion with the core energy had drained his vitality, leaving him with little time. In the final and most pivotal meeting, he sat in a wheelchair, pushed by Mira Lyd, and delivered a brief yet historically significant speech. The long night teaches us one fundamental truth: a solitary hero or a single family cannot bear the weight of an entire civilization. We require institutions, shared rules, and mutual accountability. Each word he uttered was a Herculean effort as his gaze swept across Daenerys, Jon, and all the attendees, urging them to set aside past grievances and pride for the sake of those who had perished and those yet to be born. This poignant address, coupled with the reality of his impending demise, wielded immense persuasive power. Ultimately, a document known as the Federal Charter was painstakingly ratified. Daenerys was elected as the inaugural federal chancellor, while Jon Snow, his Targaryen lineage publicly acknowledged, insisted on retaining his original surname. Serving as the Warden of the North and the commander of the federal army, Tyrion Lannister, with his irreplaceable wisdom, assumed the role of the first prime minister, tasked with forming the inaugural parliament. The personal outcomes scattered like stars. Daenerys fulfilled her duties as chancellor for several years, stabilizing the continent's fundamental order. However, she could never fully adapt to the constraints of political maneuvering, losing interest in the Iron Throne of King's Landing. Once the Federation was operating smoothly, she ceded her position to a noble from the Riverlands, renowned for his fairness, elected by the parliament. She then rode Drogon, accompanied by a few loyal followers. Embarking on a journey back east by ship, she spoke of visiting her homeland in Essos to resolve unfinished business in Meereen, perhaps never to return. What she left behind in Westeros were the cornerstones of reconstruction and the legend of dragons. Jon Snow dutifully rebuilt the North in the Night's Watch. He remained unmarried, residing at the Wall, as if in self-imposed exile, commemorating his fallen comrades. He maintained a distant, complex friendship with Daenerys, communicating annually through Raven. Ultimately, he vanished during a patrol beyond the north, leaving only his sword, Longclaw, and a trail leading further north. Tales spread among the free folk of the Snow King, living harmoniously with the dire wolves. Arya Stark did not return to Winterfell. She established a free mercenary company called the Wolf Shadow, operating along major trade routes, protecting caravans and eliminating bandits, her whereabouts ever elusive. She briefly visited Winterfell to see Sansa, now a duchess, but soon departed once more. Some claimed to have spotted her across the narrow sea in Bravos, while others asserted she ventured to more distant, uncharted territories. She had found her own freedom. Sansa Stark became the Duke of the North, a wise and resilient ruler. She reconstructed Winterfell, transforming it into a political and cultural hub of the North, and established an academy that welcomed female students. She maintained a commendable relationship with the Vale, yet remained unmarried throughout her life, dedicating her existence to the revival of the North. Brienne was bestowed with the highest honor of the Federal Knights, assuming the role of the inaugural commander of the Parliamentary Guard, and was tasked with compiling the history of the Long Night War as a cautionary tale for future generations. She steadfastly preserved the memories of Renly and Jaehaerys, becoming a symbol of justice and loyalty. Tyrion Lannister, as Prime Minister, exhibited remarkable political acumen, deftly navigating the complexities of various factions to ensure stability in the nascent Federation. He championed the sharing of knowledge and technological advancement, establishing a continental food reserve system. In his later years, he penned his memoirs, Ladders in Chaos, which became a significant document for future scholars studying this historical period. Jaime was posthumously honored as a hero, his deeds in protecting the king widely celebrated. His forge was preserved, transforming into a site of commemoration. Jaehaerys, or Jon Snow, peacefully passed away beneath the weirwood tree at Black Castle on a warm, sunlit afternoon shortly after the signing of the charter. In accordance with his wishes, his ashes were mingled with concrete, forming the cornerstone of the federal parliament building, erected in the Old Town, symbolizing a new dawn of knowledge and reason. He aspired to become a part of the new system, silently safeguarding the future of this world. At the funeral, Daenerys presented an unexpected gift, a dragon egg from the east, adorned with magnificent golden patterns. She placed the egg before Jaehaerys' sepulchre as a tribute. Years passed, and Westeros gradually but resolutely revived. Railroads connected the major cities, steam engines began to operate in mines and ports, and compulsory education became widespread in urban centers. Magic appeared to have significantly waned following the end of the Long Night, with dragons becoming mere legends, while White Walkers and the Children of the Forest were relegated to the annals of history. New challenges emerged, disparities in wealth, political strife, and new aspirants for power. Yet, at least, the people faced these trials under the sun. In the square before the federal parliament building stood an unnamed monument to the martyrs. On a clear morning, a young teacher brought a group of children to the monument, regaling them with tales of the long night and the sacrifices of the heroes. Teacher, a curious child inquired. The book says King Jaehaerys came from a very distant place. Is that true? The teacher smiled and nodded. Yes, child. He came from a realm beyond our imagination, bringing us the dawn. The children, though somewhat perplexed, listened attentively. One particularly mischievous child, while the teacher was momentarily distracted, stealthily approached the vast concrete base of the monument and began to etch something with a small knife. The teacher, upon noticing, rushed to intervene, but the small, crooked mark had already been inscribed. A simple character not of this world. Sunlight bathed the stone, illuminating the tiny etching as if it were the whimsical signature of a soul from afar, left for this world. The stars continued to twinkle in the sky, and the long song of Westeros, pinned with blood and fire, ultimately intertwined with hope and responsibility, echoed on, endlessly. End of the text.